H. Relations between the dream and mental diseases. When we speak of the relation of the dream to mental disturbances, we may think of three different things. 1. Etiological and clinical relations, as when a dream represents or initiates a psychotic condition, or when it leaves such a condition behind it. 2. Changes to which the dream life is subjected in mental diseases. 3. Inner relations between the dream and the psychoses, analogies indicating an intimate relationship. These manifold relations between the two series of phenomena have been a favorite theme of medical authors in the earlier periods of medical science and again in recent times, as we learn from the literature on the subject gathered from Spitta, Radestock, Morey, and Tissey. Santé de Sanctis has lately directed his attention to this relationship. For the purposes of our discussion, it will suffice merely to glance at this important subject. In regard to the clinical and etiological relations between the dream and the psychoses, I will report the following observations as paradigms. Honbaum asserts, see Krauss, that the first attack of insanity frequently originates in an anxious and terrifying dream, and that the ruling idea has connection with this dream. Santé de Sanctis adduces similar observations in Paranoiacs, and declares the dream to be, in some of them, the vraie cause déterminante de la folie. The psychosis may come to life all of a sudden with the dream causing and containing the explanation for the mental disturbances, or it may slowly develop through further dreams that have yet to struggle against doubt. In one of de Sanctis's cases, the affecting dream was accompanied by light hysterical attacks, which in their turn were followed by an anxious, melancholic state. Fear, cited by Tissey, refers to a dream which caused an hysterical paralysis. Here the dream is offered us as an etiology of mental disturbance, though we equally consider the prevailing conditions when we declare that the mental disturbance shows its first manifestation in dream life, that it has its first outbreak in the dream. In other instances the dream life contained the morbid symptoms, or the psychosis was limited to the dream life. Thus Thomayer calls attention to anxiety dreams which must be conceived as equivalent to epileptic attacks. Allison has described nocturnal insanity, cited by Radestock, in which the subjects are apparently perfectly well in the daytime, while hallucinations, fits of frenzy, and the like regularly appear at night. De Sanctis and Tissey report similar observations, paranoiac dream equivalent in an alcoholic, voices accusing a wife of infidelity. Tissey reports abundant observations from recent times in which actions of a pathological character, based on delusions, obsessive impulses, had their origin in dreams. Gouys Lane describes a case in which sleep was replaced by an intermittent insanity. There is hardly any doubt that along with the psychology of the dream, the physician will one day occupy himself with the psychopathology of the dream. In cases of convalescence from insanity, it is often especially obvious that, while the functions of the day are normal, the dream life may still belong to the psychosis. Gregory is said first to have called attention to such cases, cited by Krauss. Macario, reported by Tissey, gives account of a maniac who, a week after his complete recovery, again experienced in dreams the flight of ideas and the passionate impulses of his disease. Concerning the changes to which the dream life is subjected in chronic psychotic persons, very few investigations have so far been made. On the other hand, timely attention has been called to the inner relationship between the dream and mental disturbance, which shows itself in an extensive agreement of the manifestations occurring to both. According to Morey, Cubanese, in his Rapports du physique et du moral, first called attention to this. Following him came Lelut, J. Moreau, and more particularly the philosopher Maine de Byron. To be sure, the comparison is still older. Radestock begins the chapter dealing with this comparison, by giving a collection of expressions showing the analogy between the dream and insanity. Kant somewhere says, the lunatic is a dreamer in the waking state. According to Krauss, insanity is a dream with the senses awake. Schopenhauer terms the dream a short insanity, and insanity a long dream. Hagen describes the delirium as dream life which has not been caused by sleep but by disease. Wundt, in the Physiological Psychology, declares, As a matter of fact, we may in the dream ourselves live through almost all symptoms which we meet in the insane asylums. The specific agreements, on the basis of which such an identification commends itself to the understanding, are enumerated by Spitta. And indeed, very similarly, by Mori in the following grouping: 1. Suspension or at least retardation, of self-consciousness, consequent ignorance of the condition as such, and hence incapability of astonishment and lack of moral consciousness. 2. Modified perception of the sensory organs, that is, perception is diminished in the dream and generally enhanced in insanity. 3. Combination of ideas with each other exclusively in accordance with the laws of association and of reproduction, hence automatic formation of groups, and for this reason disproportion in the relations between ideas, exaggerations, phantasms. And as a result of all this, 4. Changing or transformation of the personality and at times of the peculiarities of character, perversities. Radestock gives some additional features or analogies in the material. Most hallucinations and illusions are found in the sphere of the senses of sight and hearing and general sensation. As in the dream, the smallest number of elements is supplied by the senses of smell and taste. The fever patient, like the dreamer, is assaulted by reminiscences from the remote past. What the waking and healthy man seems to have forgotten is recollected in sleep and in disease. The analogy between the dream and the psychosis receives its full value only when, like a family resemblance, it is extended to the finer mimicry and to the individual peculiarities of facial expression. To him who is tortured by physical and mental sufferings, the dream accords what has been denied him by reality, to wit, physical well-being and happiness. So the insane, too, see the bright pictures of happiness, greatness, sublimity, and riches. The supposed possession of estates and the imaginary fulfillment of wishes, the denial or destruction of which have just served as a psychic cause of the insanity, often form the main content of the delirium. The woman who has lost a dearly beloved child, in her delirium experiences maternal joys. The man who has suffered reverses of fortune deems himself immensely wealthy, and the jilted girl pictures herself in the bliss of tender love. The above passage from Radestock, an abstract of a keen discussion of greasying reveals with the greatest clearness the wish fulfillment as a characteristic of the imagination, common to the dream and the psychosis. My own investigations have taught me that here the key to a psychological theory of the dream and of the psychosis is to be found. Absurd combinations of ideas and weakness of judgment are the main characteristics of the dream and of insanity. The overestimation of one's own mental capacity, which appears absurd to sober judgment, is found alike both in one and the other, and the rapid course of ideas in the dream corresponds to the flight of ideas in the psychosis. Both are devoid of any measure of time. The dissociation of personality in the dream, which, for instance, distributes one's own knowledge between two persons, one of whom, the strange one, corrects in the dream one's own ego, fully corresponds to the well-known splitting of personality in hallucinatory paranoia. The dreamer, too, hears his own thoughts expressed by strange voices. Even the constant delusions find their analogy in the stereotyped recurring pathological dreams, rêve obsédant. After recovering from a delirium, patients not infrequently declare that the disease appeared to them like an uncomfortable dream. Indeed, they inform us that occasionally, even during the course of their sickness, they have felt that they were only dreaming, just as it frequently happens in the sleeping dream. Considering all this, it is not surprising that Radestock condenses his own opinion and that of many others into the following: insanity, an abnormal phenomenon of disease, is to be regarded as an enhancement of the periodically recurring normal dream states. Krauss attempted to base the relationship between the dream and insanity upon the etiology, or rather upon the exciting sources, perhaps making the relationship even more intimate than was possible through the analogy of the phenomena they manifest. According to him, the fundamental element common to both is, as we have learned, the organically determined sensation, the sensation of physical stimuli, the general feeling produced by contributions from all the organs. Cf. Ps. cited by Mori. The incontestable agreement between the dream and mental disturbance, extending into characteristic details, constitutes one of the strongest supports of the medical theory of dream life, according to which the dream is represented as a useless and disturbing process and as the expression of a reduced psychic activity. One cannot expect, however, to derive the final explanation of the dream from the mental disturbances, as it is generally known in what unsatisfactory state our understanding of the origin of the latter remains. It is very probably, however, that a modified conception of the dream must also influence our views in regard to the inner mechanism of mental disturbances, and hence we may say that we are engaged in the elucidation of the psychosis when we endeavor to clear up the mystery of the dream. I shall have to justify myself for not extending my summary of the literature of the dream problems over the period between the first appearance of this book and its second edition. If this justification may not seem very satisfactory to the reader, I was nevertheless influenced by it. The motives which mainly induced me to summarize the treatment of the dream in the literature have been exhausted with the foregoing introduction. To have continued with this work would have cost me extraordinary effort and would have afforded little advantage or knowledge. For the period of 9 years referred to has yielded nothing new or valuable either for the conception of the dream in actual material or in points of view. In most of the publications that have since appeared my work has remained unmentioned and unregarded. Naturally least attention has been bestowed upon it by the so-called investigators of dreams, who have thus afforded a splendid example of the aversion characteristic of scientific men to learning something new. Les savants ne sont pas curieux, said the scoffer Anatole France. If there were such a thing in science as right to revenge, I in turn should be justified in ignoring the literature since the appearance of this book. The few accounts that have appeared in scientific journals are so full of folly and misconception that my only possible answer to my critics would be to request them to read this book over again. Perhaps also the request should be that they read it as a whole. In the works of those physicians who make use of the psychoanalytic method of treatment, Jung, Abraham, Ricklin, Muthmann, Stiekel, Rank, and others, an abundance of dreams have been reported and interpreted in accordance with my instructions. In so far as these works go beyond the confirmation of my assertions, I have noted their results in the context of my discussion. A supplement to the literary index at the end of this book brings together the most important of these new publications. The voluminous book on the dream by Santé de Sanctis, of which a German translation appeared soon after its publication, has, so to speak, crossed with mine, so that I could take as little notice of him as the Italian author could of me. Unfortunately, I am further obliged to declare that this laborious work is exceedingly poor in ideas, so poor that one could never divine from it the existence of the problems treated by me. I have finally to mention 2 publications which show a near relation to my treatment of the dream problems. A younger philosopher, H. Swoboda, who has undertaken to extend W. Fliess's discovery of biological periodicity, in groups of 23 and 28 days, to the psychic field, has produced an imaginative work, in which, among other things, he has used this key to solve the riddle of the dream. The interpretation of dreams would herein have fared badly. The material contained in dreams would be explained through the coincidence of all those memories which during the night complete one of the biological periods for the first or the nth time. A personal statement from the author led me to assume that he himself no longer wished to advocate this theory earnestly. But it seems I was mistaken in this conclusion. I shall report in another place some observations in reference to Swoboda's assertion, concerning the conclusions of which I am, however, not convinced. It gave me far greater pleasure to find accidentally, in an unexpected place, a conception of the dream in essentials fully agreeing with my own. The circumstances of time preclude the possibility that this conception was influenced by a reading of my book. I must therefore greet this as the only demonstrable concurrence in the literature with the essence of my dream theory. The book which contains the passage concerning the dream which I have in mind was published as a second edition in 1900 by Lincus under the title Fantasiën eines Realisten. 2. Method of Dream Interpretation: The Analysis of a Sample Dream. The title which I have given my treatise indicates the tradition which I wish to make the starting point in my discussion of dreams. I have made it my task to show that dreams are capable of interpretation, and contributions to the solution of the dream problems that have just been treated can only be yielded as possible byproducts of the settlement of my own particular problem. With the hypothesis that dreams are interpretable, I at once come into contradiction with the prevailing dream science, in fact with all dream theories except that of Skerner, for to interpret a dream means to declare its meaning, to replace it by something which takes its place in the concatenation of our psychic activities as a link of full importance and value. But, as we have learned, the scientific theories of the dream leave no room for a problem of dream interpretation, for, in the first place, according to these, the dream is no psychic action, but a somatic process which makes itself known to the psychic apparatus by means of signs. The opinion of the masses has always been quite different. It asserts its privilege of proceeding illogically, and although it admits the dream to be incomprehensible and absurd, it cannot summon the resolution to deny the dream all significance. Led by a dim intuition, it seems rather to assume that the dream has a meaning, albeit a hidden one, that it is intended as a substitute for some other thought process, and that it is only a question of revealing this substitute correctly in order to reach the hidden signification of the dream. The laity has, therefore, always endeavored to interpret the dream, and in doing so has tried two essentially different methods. The first of these procedures regards the dream content as a whole and seeks to replace it by another content which is intelligible and in certain respects analogous. This is symbolic dream interpretation. It naturally goes to pieces at the outset in the case of those dreams which appear not only unintelligible but confused. The construction which the biblical Joseph places upon the dream of Pharaoh furnishes an example of its procedure. The 7 fat kine, after which came 7 lean ones which devour the former, furnish a symbolic substitute for a prediction of 7 years of famine in the land of Egypt, which will consume all the excess which 7 fruitful years have created. Most of the artificial dreams contrived by poets are intended for such symbolic interpretation, for they reproduce the thought conceived by the poet in a disguise found to be in accordance with the characteristics of our dreaming, as we know these from experience. The idea that the dream concerns itself chiefly with future events whose course it surmises in advance, a relic of the prophetic significance with which dreams were once credited, now becomes the motive for transplanting the meaning of the dream, found by means of symbolic interpretation, into the future by means of an it shall. A demonstration of the way in which such symbolic interpretation is arrived at cannot, of course, be given. Success remains a matter of ingenious conjecture, of direct intuition, and for this reason dream interpretation has naturally been elevated to an art, which seems to depend upon extraordinary gifts. The other of the two popular methods of dream interpretation entirely abandons such claims. It might be designated as the cipher method, since it treats the dream as a kind of secret code, in which every sign is translated into another sign of known meaning, according to an established key. For example, I have dreamt of a letter, and also of a funeral or the like. I consult a dream book, and find that letter is to be translated by vexation, and funeral by marriage, engagement. It now remains to establish a connection, which I again am to assume pertains to the future, by means of the rigmarole which I have deciphered. An interesting variation of this cipher procedure, a variation by which its character of purely mechanical transference is to a certain extent corrected, is presented in the work on dream interpretation by Artemidoros of Daldis. Here not only the dream content, but also the personality and station in life of the dreamer, are taken into consideration, so that the same dream content has a significance for the rich man, the married man, or the orator, which is different from that for the poor man, the unmarried man, or, say, the merchant. The essential point, then, in this procedure is that the work of interpretation is not directed to the entirety of the dream, but to each portion of the dream content by itself, as though the dream were a conglomeration, in which each fragment demands a particular disposal. Incoherent and confused dreams are certainly the ones responsible for the invention of the cipher method. The worthlessness of both these popular interpretation procedures for the scientific treatment of the subject cannot be questioned for a moment. The symbolic method is limited in its application and is capable of no general demonstration. In the cipher method, everything depends upon whether the key, the dream book, is reliable, and for that all guarantees are lacking. One might be tempted to grant the contention of the philosophers and psychiatrists and to dismiss the problem of dream interpretation as a fanciful one. I have come, however, to think differently. I have been forced to admit that here once more we have one of those not infrequent cases where an ancient and stubbornly retained popular belief seems to have come nearer to the truth of the matter than the judgment of the science which prevails today. I must insist that the dream actually has significance, and that a scientific procedure in dream interpretation is possible. I have come upon the knowledge of this procedure in the following manner. For several years I have been occupied with the solution of certain psychopathological structures in hysterical phobias, compulsive ideas, and the like, for therapeutic purposes. I have been so occupied since becoming familiar with an important report of Joseph Breuer to the effect that in those structures, regarded as morbid symptoms, solution and treatment go hand in hand. Where it has been possible to trace such a pathological idea back to the elements in the psychic life of the patient to which it owes its origin, this idea has crumbled away, and the patient has been relieved of it. In view of the failure of our other therapeutic efforts, and in the face of the mysteriousness of these conditions, it seems to me tempting, in spite of all difficulties, to press forward on the path taken by Breuer until the subject has been fully understood. We shall have elsewhere to make a detailed report upon the form which the technique of this procedure has finally assumed, and the results of the efforts which have been made. In the course of these psychoanalytical studies, I happened upon dream interpretation. My patients, after I had obliged them to inform me of all the ideas and thoughts which came to them in connection with the given theme, related their dreams, and thus taught me that a dream may be linked into the psychic concatenation which must be followed backwards into the memory from the pathological idea as a starting point. The next step was to treat the dream as a symptom, and to apply to it the method of interpretation which had been worked out for such symptoms. For this a certain psychic preparation of the patient is necessary. The double effort is made with him, to stimulate his attention for his psychic perceptions and to eliminate the critique with which he is ordinarily in the habit of viewing the thoughts which come to the surface in him. For the purpose of self-observation with concentrated attention, it is advantageous that the patient occupy a restful position and close his eyes. He must be explicitly commanded to resign the critique of the thought formations which he perceives. He must be told further that the success of the psychoanalysis depends upon his noticing and telling everything that passes through his mind, and that he must not allow himself to suppress one idea because it seems to him unimportant or irrelevant to the subject, or another because it seems nonsensical. He must maintain impartiality towards his ideas, for it would be owing to just this critique if he were unsuccessful in finding the desired solution of the dream, the obsession, or the like. I have noticed in the course of my psychoanalytic work that the state of mind of a man in contemplation is entirely different from that of a man who is observing his psychic processes. In contemplation there is a greater play of psychic action than in the most attentive self-observation. This is also shown by the tense attitude and wrinkled brow of contemplation, in contrast with the restful features of self-observation. In both cases, there must be concentration of attention, but, besides this, in contemplation one exercises a critique, in consequence of which he rejects some of the ideas which he has perceived, and cuts short others, so that he does not follow the trains of thought which they would open. Towards still other thoughts he may act in such a manner that they do not become conscious at all, that is to say, they are suppressed before they are perceived. In self-observation, on the other hand, one has only the task of suppressing the critique. If he succeeds in this, an unlimited number of ideas, which otherwise would have been impossible for him to grasp, come to his consciousness. With the aid of this material, newly secured for the purpose of self-observation, the interpretation of pathological ideas, as well as of dream images, can be accomplished. As may be seen, the point is to bring about a psychic state to some extent analogous as regards the apportionment of psychic energy, transferable attention, to the state prior to falling asleep, and indeed also to the hypnotic state. In falling asleep, The undesired ideas come into prominence on account of the slackening of a certain arbitrary, and certainly also critical, action, which we allow to exert an influence upon the trend of our ideas. We are accustomed to assign fatigue as the reason for this slackening. The emerging undesired ideas as the reason are changed into visual and acoustic images. Cf. the remarks of Schleiermacher, and others. In the condition which is used for the analysis of dreams and pathological ideas, this activity is purposely and arbitrarily dispensed with, and the psychic energy thus saved, or a part of it, is used for the attentive following of the undesired thoughts now coming to the surface, which retain their identity as ideas. This is the difference from the condition of falling asleep. Undesired ideas are thus changed into desired ones. The suspension thus required of the critique for these apparently freely rising ideas, which is here demanded and which is usually exercised on them, is not easy for some persons. The undesired ideas are in the habit of starting the most violent resistance, which seeks to prevent them from coming to the surface. But if we may credit our great poet-philosopher Friedrich Schiller, a very similar tolerance must be the condition of poetic production. At a point in his correspondence with Kerner, for the noting of which we are indebted to Mr. Otto Rank, Schiller answers a friend who complains of his lack of creativeness in the following words: "The reason for your complaint lies, it seems to me, in the constraint which your intelligence imposes upon your imagination. I must here make an observation and illustrate it by an allegory. It does not seem beneficial, and it is harmful for the creative work of the mind, if the intelligence inspects too closely the ideas already pouring in, as it were, at the gates. Regarded by itself, an idea may be very trifling and very adventurous, but it perhaps becomes important on account of one which follows it, perhaps in a certain connection with others, which may seem equally absurd. It is capable of forming a very useful construction. The intelligence cannot judge all these things if it does not hold them steadily long enough to see them in connection with the others. In the case of a creative mind, however, the intelligence has withdrawn its watchers from the gates, the ideas rush in pell-mell, and it is only then that the great heap is looked over and critically examined. Messrs. Critics, or whatever else you may call yourselves, you are ashamed or afraid of the momentary and transitory madness which is found in all creators, and whose longer or shorter duration distinguishes the thinking artist from the dreamer. Hence your complaints about barrenness, for you reject too soon and discriminate too severely. Letter of December 1, 1788. And yet, such a withdrawal of the watchers from the gates of intelligence, as Schiller calls it, such a shifting into the condition of uncritical self-observation, is in no way difficult. Most of my patients accomplish it after the first instructions. I myself can do it very perfectly, if I assist the operation by writing down my notions. The amount, in terms of psychic energy, by which the critical activity is in this manner reduced, and by which the intensity of the self-observation may be increased, varies widely according to the subject matter upon which the attention is to be fixed. The first step in the application of this procedure now teaches us that not the dream as a whole, but only the parts of its contents separately, may be made the object of our attention. If I ask a patient who is as yet unpracticed, what occurs to you in connection with this dream, as a rule he is unable to fix upon anything in his psychic field of vision. I must present the dream to him piece by piece, then for every fragment he gives me a series of notions, which may be designated as the background thoughts of this part of the dream. In this first and important condition, then, the method of dream interpretation which I employ avoids the popular, traditional method of interpretation by symbolism famous in the legends, and approaches the second, the cipher method. Like this one it is an interpretation in detail, not en masse. Like this it treats the dream from the beginning as something put together as a conglomeration of psychic images. In the course of my psychoanalysis of neurotics, I have indeed already subjected many thousand dreams to interpretation, but I do not now wish to use this material in the introduction to the technique and theory of dream interpretation. Quite apart from the consideration that I should expose myself to the objection that these are dreams of neuropathic subjects, the conclusions drawn from which would not admit of reapplication to the dreams of healthy persons. Another reason forces me to reject them. The theme which is naturally always the subject of these dreams, is the history of the disease which is responsible for the neurosis. For this purpose there would be required a very long introduction and an investigation into the nature and logical conditions of psychoneuroses, things which are in themselves novel and unfamiliar in the highest degree, and which would thus distract attention from the dream problem. My purpose lies much more in the direction of preparing the ground for a solution of difficult problems in the psychology of the neuroses by means of the solution of dreams. But if I eliminate the dreams of neurotics, I must not treat the remainder too discriminatingly. Only those dreams still remain which have been occasionally related to me by healthy persons of my acquaintance, or which I find as examples in the literature of dream life. Unfortunately, in all these dreams the analysis is lacking, without which I cannot find the meaning of the dream. My procedure is, of course, not as easy as that of the popular cipher method, which translates the given dream content according to an established key. I am much more prepared to find that the same dream may cover a different meaning in the case of different persons, and in a different connection I must then resort to my own dreams, as an abundant and convenient material, furnished by a person who is about normal, and having reference to many incidents of everyday life. I shall certainly be with doubts as to the trustworthiness of these self-analyses. Arbitrariness is here in no way avoided. In my opinion, conditions are more likely to be favorable in self-observation than in the observation of others. In any case, it is permissible to see how much can be accomplished by means of self-analysis. I must overcome further difficulties arising from inner self. One has a readily understood aversion to exposing so many intimate things from one's own psychic life, and one does not feel safe from the misinterpretation of strangers. But one must be able to put oneself beyond this. Tout psychologiste, writes Delbaeuf, est obligé de faire l'éloge même de ses faibles s'il croit par l'agiter du jour sur quelque problème obscur. And I may assume that in the case of the reader, the immediate interest in the indiscretions which I must commit will very soon give way to exclusive engrossment in the psychological problems which are illuminated by them. I shall, therefore, select one of my own dreams and use it to elucidate my method of interpretation. Every such dream necessitates a preliminary statement. I must now beg the reader to make my interests his own for a considerable time, and to become absorbed with me in the most trifling details of my life, for an interest in the hidden significance of dreams imperatively demands such transference. Preliminary statement: in the summer of 1895 I had psychoanalytically treated a young lady who stood in close friendship to me and those near to me. It is to be understood that such a complication of relations may be the source of manifold feelings for the physician, especially for the psychotherapist. The personal interest of the physician is greater, his authority is less. A failure threatens to undermine the friendship with the relatives of the patient. The cure ended with partial success. The patient got rid of her hysterical fear, but not of all her somatic symptoms. I was at that time not yet sure of the criteria marking the final settlement of a hysterical case, and expected her to accept a solution which did not seem acceptable to her. In this disagreement, we cut short the treatment on account of the summer season. One day a younger colleague, one of my best friends, who had visited the patient Irma and her family in their country resort, came to see me. I asked him how he found her, and received the answer, "She is better, but not altogether well." I realized that those words of my friend Otto, or the tone of voice in which they were spoken, made me angry. I thought I heard a reproach in the words, perhaps to the effect that I had promised the patient too much, and rightly or wrongly I traced Otto's supposed siding against me to the influence of the relatives of the patient, who, I assume, had never approved of my treatment. Moreover, my disagreeable impression did not become clear to me, nor did I give it expression. The very same evening, I wrote down the history of Irma's case, in order to hand it, as though for my justification, to Dr. M., a mutual friend, who was at that time a leading figure in our circle. During the night following this evening, perhaps rather in the morning, I had the following dream, which was registered immediately after waking. Dream of July 23 to 24, 1895. A great hall, many guests whom we are receiving, among them Irma, whom I immediately take aside, as though to answer her letter, to reproach her for not yet accepting the solution. I say to her, if you still have pains, it is really only your own fault. She answers, if you only knew what pains I now have in the neck, stomach, and abdomen, I am drawn together. I am frightened and look at her. She looks pale and bloated. I think that after all I must be overlooking some organic affection. I take her to the window and look into her throat. She shows some resistance to this, like a woman who has a false set of teeth. I think anyway she does not need them. The mouth then really opens without difficulty, and I find a large white spot to the right, and at another place I see extended grayish-white scabs attached to curious curling formations, which have obviously been formed like the turbine at bone. I quickly call Dr. M, who repeats the examination and confirms it. Dr. M's looks are altogether unusual. He is very pale, limps, and has no beard on his chin. My friend Otto is now also standing next to her, and my friend Leopold percusses her small body and says, she has some dullness on the left below, and also calls attention to an infiltrated portion of the skin on the left shoulder, something which I feel as he does, in spite of the dress. M says, no doubt it is an infection, but it does not matter, dysentery will develop too, and the poison will be excreted. We also have immediate knowledge of the origin of the infection. My friend Otto has recently given her an injection with a propyl preparation when she felt ill, propyls. Propionic acid. Trimethylamine, the formula of which I see printed before me in heavy type. Such injections are not made so rashly. Probably also the syringe was not clean. This dream has an advantage over many others. It is at once clear with what events of the preceding day it is connected, and what subject it treats. The preliminary statement gives information on these points. The news about Irma's health which I have received from Otto, the history of the illness upon which I have written until late at night, have occupied my psychic activity even during sleep. In spite of all this, no one, who has read the preliminary report and has knowledge of the content of the dream, has been able to guess what the dream signifies. Nor do I myself know. I wonder about the morbid symptoms, of which Irma complains in the dream, for they are not the same ones for which I have treated her. I smile about the consultation with Dr. M. I smile at the nonsensical idea of an injection with propionic acid, and at the consolation attempted by Dr. M. Towards the end the dream seems more obscure and more terse than at the beginning. In order to learn the significance of all this, I am compelled to undertake a thorough analysis. Analysis. The hall, many guests, whom we are receiving. We were living this summer at the Bellevue, in an isolated house on one of the hills which he close to the Kahlenberg. This house was once intended as a place of amusement, and on this account has unusually high, hall-like rooms. The dream also occurred at the Bellevue, a few days before the birthday of my wife. During the day, my wife had expressed the expectation that several friends, among them Irma, would come to us as guests for her birthday. My dream, then, anticipates the situation. It is the birthday of my wife, and many people, among them Irma, are received by us as guests in the great hall of the Bellevue. I reproach Irma for not having accepted the solution. I say, if you still have pains, it is your own fault. I might have said this also, or did say it, while awake. At that time I had the opinion, recognized later to be incorrect, that my task was limited to informing patients of the hidden meaning of their symptoms. Whether they then accepted or did not accept the solution upon which success depended, for that I was not responsible. I am thankful to this error, which fortunately has now been overcome, for making life easier for me at a time when, with all my unavoidable ignorance, I was to produce successful cures. But I see in the speech which I make to Irma in the dream, that above all things I do not want to be to blame for the pains which she still feels. If it is Irma's own fault, it cannot be mine. Should the purpose of the dream be looked for in this quarter? Irma's complaints, pains in the neck, abdomen, and stomach, she is drawn together. Pains in the stomach belong to the symptom complex of my patient, but they were not very prominent. She complained rather of sensations of nausea and disgust. Pains in the neck and abdomen and constriction of the throat hardly played a part in her case. I wonder why I decided upon this choice of symptoms, nor can I for the moment find the reason. She looks pale and bloated. My patient was always ruddy. I suspect that another person is here being substituted for her. I am frightened at the thought that I must have overlooked some organic affection. This, as the reader will readily believe, is a constant fear with the specialist, who sees neurotics almost exclusively, and who is accustomed to ascribe so many manifestations, which other physicians treat as organic, to hysteria. On the other hand, I am haunted by a faint doubt, I know not whence it comes, as to whether my fear is altogether honest. If Irma's pains are indeed of organic origin, I am not bound to cure them. My treatment, of course, removes only hysterical pains. It seems to me, in fact, that I wish to find an error in the diagnosis. In that case the reproach of being unsuccessful would be removed. I take her to the window in order to look into her throat. She resists a little, like a woman who has false teeth. I think she does not need them anyway. I had never had occasion to inspect Irma's oral cavity. The incident in the dream reminds me of an examination, made some time before, of a governess who at first gave an impression of youthful beauty, but who upon opening her mouth took certain measures for concealing her teeth. Other memories of medical examinations and of little secrets which are discovered by them, unpleasantly for both examiner and examined, connect themselves with this case. She does not need them anyway, is at first perhaps a compliment for Irma, but I suspect a different meaning. In careful analysis one feels whether or not the background thoughts which are to be expected have been exhausted. The way in which Irma stands at the window suddenly reminds me of another experience. Irma possesses an intimate woman friend, of whom I think very highly. One evening on paying her a visit I found her in the position at the window reproduced in the dream, and her physician, the same Dr. M., declared that she had a diphtheritic membrane. The person of Dr. M. and the membrane return in the course of the dream. Now it occurs to me that during the last few months, I have been given every reason to suppose that this lady is also hysterical. Yes, Irma herself has betrayed this to me. But what do I know about her condition? Only the one thing, that like Irma she suffers from hysterical choking in dreams. Thus in the dream I have replaced my patient by her friend. Now I remember that I have often trifled with the expectation that this lady might likewise engage me to relieve her of her symptoms. But even at the time I thought it improbable, for she is of a very shy nature. She resists, as the dream shows. Another explanation might be that she does not need it. In fact, until now she has shown herself strong enough to master her condition without outside help. Now only a few features remain, which I can assign neither to Irma nor to her friend: pale, bloated, false teeth. The false teeth lead me to the governess. I now feel inclined to be satisfied with bad teeth. Then another person, to whom these features may allude, occurs to me. She is not my patient, and I do not wish her to be my patient, for I have noticed that she is not at her ease with me, and I do not consider her a docile patient. She is generally pale, and once, when she had a particularly good spell, she was bloated. I have thus compared my patient Irma with two others, who would likewise resist treatment. What can it mean that I have exchanged her for her friend in the dream? Perhaps that I wish to exchange her. Either the other one arouses in me stronger sympathies or I have a higher opinion of her intelligence. For I consider Irma foolish because she does not accept my solution. The other one would be more sensible, and would thus be more likely to yield. The mouth then really opens without difficulty. She would tell more than Irma. What I see in the throat: a white spot and scabby nostrils. The white spot recalls diphtheria, and thus Irma's friend, but besides this it recalls the grave illness of my eldest daughter 2 years before and all the anxiety of that unfortunate time. The scab on the nostrils reminds me of a concern about my own health. At that time I often used cocaine in order to suppress annoying swellings in the nose, and had heard a few days before that a lady patient who did likewise had contracted an extensive necrosis of the nasal mucous membrane. The recommendation of cocaine, which I had made in 1885, had also brought grave reproaches upon me. A dear friend, already dead in 1895, had hastened his end through the misuse of this remedy. I quickly call Dr. M., who repeats the examination. This would simply correspond to the position which M occupied among us. But the word quickly is striking enough to demand a special explanation. It reminds me of a sad medical experience. By the continued prescription of a remedy, sulfonal, which was still at that time considered harmless, I had once caused the severe intoxication of a woman patient, and I had turned in great haste to an older, more experienced colleague for assistance. The fact that I really had this case in mind is confirmed by an accessory circumstance. The patient, who succumbed to the intoxication, bore the same name as my eldest daughter. I had never thought of this until now it seems to me almost like a retribution of fate, as though I ought to continue the replacement of the persons here in another sense, this Matilda for that Matilda, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. It is as though I were seeking every opportunity to reproach myself with lack of medical conscientiousness. Dr. M is pale, without a beard on his chin, and he limps. Of this so much is correct, that his unhealthy appearance often awakens the concern of his friends. The other two characteristics must belong to another person. A brother living abroad occurs to me, who wears his chin clean shaven, and to whom, if I remember aright, M of the dream on the whole bears some resemblance. About him the news arrived some days before that he was lame on account of an arthritic disease in the hip. There must be a reason why I fuse the two persons into one in the dream. I remember that in fact I was on bad terms with both of them for similar reasons. Both of them had rejected a certain proposal which I had recently made to them. My friend Otto is now standing next to the sick woman, and my friend Leopold examines her and calls attention to a dullness on the left below. My friend Leopold is also a physician, a relative of Otto. Since the two practice the same specialty, fate has made them competitors, who are continually being compared with each other. Both of them assisted me for years, while I was still directing a public dispensary for nervous children. Scenes like the one reproduced in the dream have often taken place there. While I was debating with Otto about the diagnosis of a case, Leopold had examined the child anew and had made an unexpected contribution towards the decision. For there was a difference of character between the two similar to that between Inspector Brassig and his friend Charles. The one was distinguished for his brightness, the other was slow, thoughtful, but thorough. If I contrast Otto and the careful Leopold in the dream, I do it, apparently, in order to extol Leopold. It is a comparison similar to the one above between the disobedient patient Irma and her friend who is thought to be more sensible. I now become aware of one of the tracks along which the thought association of the dream progresses, from the sick child to the children's asylum. The dullness to the left, below, recalls a certain case corresponding to it, in every detail in which Leopold astonished me by his thoroughness. Besides this, I have a notion of something like a metastatic affection, but it might rather be a reference to the lady patient whom I should like to have instead of Irma. For this lady, as far as I can gather, resembles a woman suffering from tuberculosis. An infiltrated portion of skin on the left shoulder. I see at once that this is my own rheumatism of the shoulder, which I always feel when I have remained awake until late at night. The turn of phrase in the dream also sounds ambiguous, something which I feel, in spite of the dress. Feel on my own body is intended. Moreover, I am struck with the unusual sound of the term infiltrated portion of skin. An infiltration behind on the upper left is what we are accustomed to, this would refer to the lung, and thus again to tuberculosis patients. In spite of the dress. This, to be sure, is only an interpolation. We, of course, examine the children in the clinic undressed. It is some sort of contradiction to the manner in which grown-up female patients must be examined. The story used to be told of a prominent clinician that he always examined his patients physically only through the clothes. The rest is obscure to me. I have, frankly, no inclination to follow the matter further. Dr. M says, it is an infection, but it does not matter. Dysentery will develop, and the poison will be excreted. This at first seems ridiculous to me, still it must be carefully analyzed like everything else. Observed more closely, it seems, however, to have a kind of meaning. What I had found in the patient was local diphtheritis. I remember the discussion about diphtheritis and diphtheria at the time of my daughter's illness. The latter is the general infection which proceeds from local diphtheritis. Leopold proves the existence of such general infection by means of the dullness, which thus suggests a metastatic lesion. I believe, however, that just this kind of metastasis does not occur in the case of diphtheria. It rather recalls pneumonia. It does not matter, is a consolation. I believe it fits in as follows. The last part of the dream has yielded a content to the effect that the pains of the patient are the result of a serious organic affection. I begin to suspect that with this I am only trying to shift the blame from myself. Psychic treatment cannot be held responsible for the continued presence of diphtheritic affection. But now, in turn, I am disturbed at inventing such serious suffering for Irma for the sole purpose of exculpating myself. It seems cruel. I need, accordingly, the assurance that the result will be happy, and it does not seem ill-advised that I should put the words of consolation into the mouth of Dr. M. But here I consider myself superior to the dream, a fact which needs explanation. But why is this consolation so nonsensical? Dysentery. Some sort of far-fetched theoretical notion that pathological material may be removed through the intestines. Am I in this way trying to make fun of Dr. M.'s great store of far-fetched explanations, his habit of finding curious pathological relationships? Dysentery suggests something else. A few months ago I had in charge a young man suffering from remarkable pains during evacuation of the bowels, a case which colleagues had treated as anemia with malnutrition. I realized that it was a question of hysteria. I was unwilling to use my psychotherapy on him, and sent him off on a sea voyage. Now a few days before I had received a despairing letter from him from Egypt, saying that while there he had suffered a new attack, which the physician had declared to be dysentery. I suspect, indeed, that the diagnosis was only an error of my ignorant colleague, who allows hysteria to make a fool of him, but still I cannot avoid reproaching myself for putting the invalid in a position where he might contract an organic affection of the bowels in addition to his hysteria. Furthermore, dysentery sounds like diphtheria, a word which does not occur in the dream. Indeed it must be that, with the consoling prognosis, dysentery will develop, and see, I am making fun of Dr. M, for I recollect that years ago he once jokingly told a very similar story of another colleague. He had been called to consult with this colleague in the case of a woman who was very seriously ill and had felt obliged to confront the other physician, who seemed very hopeful, with the fact that he found albumin in the patient's urine. The colleague, however, did not let this worry him, but answered calmly, "That does not matter, doctor, the albumin will without doubt be excreted." Thus I can no longer doubt that derision for those colleagues who are ignorant of hysteria is contained in this part of the dream. As though in confirmation, this question now arises in my mind: does Dr. M know that the symptoms of his patient, of our friend Irma, which give cause for fearing tuberculosis, are also based on hysteria? Has he recognized this hysteria, or has he stupidly ignored it? But what can be my motive in treating this friend so badly? This is very simple. Dr. M agrees with my solution as little as Irma herself. I have thus already in this dream taken revenge on two persons, on Irma in the words, "If you still have pains, it is your own fault," and on Dr. M in the wording of the nonsensical consolation which has been put into his mouth. We have immediate knowledge of the origin of the infection. This immediate knowledge in the dream is very remarkable. Just before we did not know it, since the infection was first demonstrated by Leopold. My friend Otto has recently given her an injection when she felt ill. Otto had actually related that in the short time of his visit to Irma's family, he had been called to a neighboring hotel in order to give an injection to someone who fell suddenly ill. Injections again recall the unfortunate friend who has poisoned himself with cocaine. I had recommended the remedy to him merely for internal use during the withdrawal of morphine, but he once gave himself injections of cocaine. With the propyl preparation, propyls, propionic acid. How did this ever occur to me? On the same evening on which I had written part of the history of the disease before having the dream, my wife opened a bottle of cordial labeled Ananas, which was a present from our friend Otto. For he had a habit of making presents on every possible occasion. I hope he will someday be cured of this by a wife. Such a smell of fusel oil arose from this cordial that I refused to taste it. My wife observed, "We will give this bottle to the servants," and I, still more prudent, forbade it, with the philanthropic remark, "They mustn't be poisoned either." The smell of fusel oil, amyl, has now apparently awakened in my memory the whole series, propyl, methyl, and C, which has furnished the propyl preparation of the dream. In this, it is true, I have employed a substitution. I have dreamt of propyl, after smelling amyl, but substitutions of this kind are perhaps permissible, especially in organic chemistry. Trimethylamine. I see the chemical formula of this substance in the dream, a fact which probably gives evidence of a great effort on the part of my memory, and, moreover, the formula is printed in heavy type, as if to lay special stress upon something of particular importance, as distinguished from the context. To what does this trimethylamine lead, which has been so forcibly called to my attention? It leads to a conversation with another friend who for years has known all my germinating activities, as I have his. At that time he had just informed me of some of his ideas about sexual chemistry, and had mentioned, among others, that he thought he recognized in trimethylamine one of the products of sexual metabolism. This substance thus leads me to sexuality, to that factor which I credit with the greatest significance for the origin of the nervous affections which I attempt to cure. My patient Irma is a young widow. If I am anxious to excuse the failure of her cure, I suppose I shall best do so by referring to this condition, which her admirers would be glad to change. How remarkably, too, such a dream is fashioned. The other woman, whom I take as my patient in the dream instead of Irma, is also a young widow. I suspect why the formula of trimethylamine has made itself so prominent in the dream. So many important things are gathered up in this one word. Trimethylamine is not only an allusion to the overpowering factor of sexuality, but also to a person whose sympathy I remember with satisfaction when I feel myself forsaken in my opinions. Should not this friend, who plays such a large part in my life, occur again in the chain of thoughts of the dream? Of course, he must. He is particularly acquainted with the results which proceed from affections of the nose and its adjacent cavities, and has revealed to science several highly remarkable relations of the turbinate bones to the female sexual organs, the three curly formations in Irma's throat. I have had Irma examined by him to see whether the pains in her stomach might be of nasal origin. But he himself suffers from suppurative rhinitis, which worries him, and to this perhaps there is an allusion in Poemia, which hovers before me in the metastases of the dream. Such injections are not made so rashly. Here the reproach of carelessness is hurled directly at my friend Otto. I am under the impression that I had some thought of this sort in the afternoon, when he seemed to indicate his siding against me by word and look. It was perhaps, how easily he can be influenced, how carelessly he pronounces judgment. Furthermore, the above sentence again points to my deceased friend, who so lightly took refuge in cocaine injections. As I have said, I had not intended injections of the remedy at all. I see that in reproaching Otto I again touch upon the story of the unfortunate Matilda, from which arises the same reproach against me. Obviously I am here collecting examples of my own conscientiousness, but also of the opposite. probably also the syringe was not clean. Another reproach directed at Otto, but originating elsewhere. The day before I happened to meet the son of a lady 82 years of age whom I am obliged to give daily 2 injections of morphine. At present she is in the country, and I have heard that she is suffering from an inflammation of the veins. I immediately thought that it was a case of infection due to contamination from the syringe. It is my pride that in 2 years I have not given her a single infection. I am constantly concerned, of course, to see that the syringe is perfectly clean. For I am conscientious. From the inflammation of the veins, I returned to my wife, who had suffered from emboli during a period of pregnancy, and now 3 related situations come to the surface in my memory, involving my wife, Irma, and the deceased Matilda, the identity of which 3 persons plainly justifies my putting them in one another's place. I have now completed the interpretation of the dream. In the course of this interpretation I have taken great pains to get possession of all the notions to which a comparison between the dream content and the dream thoughts hidden behind it must have given rise. Meanwhile, the meaning of the dream has dawned upon me. I have become conscious of a purpose which is realized by means of the dream, and which must have been the motive for dreaming. The dream fulfills several wishes, which have been actuated in me by the events of the preceding evening, Otto's news, and the writing down of the history of the disease. For the result of the dream is that I am not to blame for the suffering which Irma still has, and that Otto is to blame for it. Now Otto has made me angry by his remark about Irma's imperfect cure. The dream avenges me upon him by turning the reproach back upon himself. The dream acquits me of responsibility for Irma's condition by referring it to other causes, which indeed furnish a great number of explanations. The dream represents a certain condition of affairs as I should wish it to be. The content of the dream is thus the fulfillment of a wish, its motive is a wish. This much is apparent at first sight. But many things in the details of the dream become intelligible when regarded from the point of view of wish fulfillment. I take revenge on Otto, not only for hastily taking part against me, in that I accuse him of a careless medical operation, the injection, but I am also avenged on him for the bad cordial which smells like fusel oil, and I find an expression in the dream which unites both reproaches, the injection with the preparation of propyl. Still I am not satisfied, but continue my revenge by comparing him to his more reliable competitor. I seem to say by this, I like him better than you. But Otto is not the only one who must feel the force of my anger. I take revenge on the disobedient patient by exchanging her for a more sensible, more docile one. Nor do I leave the contradiction of Dr. M unnoticed, but express my opinion of him in an obvious allusion, to the effect that his relation to the question is that of an ignoramus. Dysentery will develop, NC. It seems to me, indeed, as though I were appealing from him to someone better informed, my friend, who has told me about trimethylamine. Just as I have turned from Irma to her friend, I turn from Otto to Leopold. Rid me of these 3 persons, replace them by 3 others of my own choice, and I shall be released from the reproaches which I do not wish to have deserved. The unreasonableness itself of these reproaches is proved to me in the dream in the most elaborate way. Irma's pains are not charged to me, because she herself is to blame for them, in that she refuses to accept my solution. Irma's pains are none of my business, for they are of an organic nature, quite impossible to be healed by a psychic cure. Irma's sufferings are satisfactorily explained by her widowhood, trimethylamine, a fact which, of course, I cannot alter. Irma's illness has been caused by an incautious injection on the part of Otto, with an ill-suited substance in a way I should never have made an injection. Irma's suffering is the result of an injection made with an unclean syringe, just like the inflammation of the veins in my old lady, while I never do any such mischief with my injections. I am aware, indeed, that these explanations of Irma's illness, which unite in acquitting me, do not agree with one another, they even exclude one another. The whole pleading this dream is nothing else recalls vividly the defensive argument of a man who was accused by his neighbor of having returned a kettle to him in a damaged condition. In the first place, he said, he had returned the kettle undamaged, in the second, it already had holes in it when he borrowed it, and thirdly, he had never borrowed the kettle from his neighbor at all. But so much the better, if even one of these three methods of defense is recognized as valid, the man must be acquitted. Still other subjects mingle in the dream, whose relation to my release from responsibility for Irma's illness is not so transparent, the illness of my daughter and that of a patient of the same name, the harmfulness of cocaine, the illness of my patient traveling in Egypt, concern about the health of my wife, my brother, of Dr. M, my own bodily troubles, and concern about the absent friend who is suffering from suppurative rhinitis. But if I keep all these things in view, they combine into a single train of thought, labeled perhaps, concern for the health of myself and others' professional conscientiousness. I recall an undefined disagreeable sensation as Otto brought me the news of Irma's condition. I should like to note finally the expression of this fleeting sensation, which is part of the train of thought that is mingled into the dream. It is as though Otto had said to me, "You do not take your physician's duties seriously enough, you are not conscientious, do not keep your promises." Thereupon this train of thought placed itself at my service in order that I might exhibit proof of the high degree in which I am conscientious, how intimately I am concerned with the health of my relatives, friends, and patients. Curiously enough, there are also in this thought material some painful memories, which correspond rather to the blame attributed to Otto than to the accusation against me. The material has the appearance of being impartial, but the connection between this broader material, upon which the dream depends, and the more limited theme of the dream which gives rise to the wish to be innocent of Irma's illness, is nevertheless unmistakable. I do not wish to claim that I have revealed the meaning of the dream entirely, or that the interpretation is flawless. I could still spend much time upon it, I could draw further explanations from it, and bring up new problems which it bids us consider. I even know the points from which further thought associations might be traced, but such considerations as are connected with every dream of one's own restrain me from the work of interpretation. Whoever is ready to condemn such reserve, may himself try to be more straightforward than I. I am content with the discovery which has been just made. If the method of dream interpretation here indicated is followed, it will be found that the dream really has meaning, and is by no means the expression of fragmentary brain activity, which the authors would have us believe. When the work of interpretation has been completed, the dream may be recognized as the fulfillment of a wish. 3. The dream is the fulfillment of a wish. When after passing a defile one has reached an eminence where the ways part and where the view opens out broadly in different directions, it is permissible to stop for a moment and to consider where one is to turn next. Something like this happens to us after we have mastered this first dream interpretation. We find ourselves in the open light of a sudden cognition. The dream is not comparable to the irregular sounds of a musical instrument, which, instead of being touched by the hand of the musician, is struck by some outside force. The dream is not senseless, not absurd, does not presuppose that a part of our store of ideas is dormant while another part begins to awaken. It is a psychic phenomenon of full value, and indeed the fulfillment of a wish. It takes its place in the concatenation of the waking psychic actions which are intelligible to us, and it has been built up by a highly complicated intellectual activity. But at the very moment when we are inclined to rejoice in this discovery, a crowd of questions overwhelms us. If the dream, according to the interpretation, represents a wish fulfilled, what is the cause of the peculiar and unfamiliar manner in which this fulfillment is expressed? What changes have occurred in the dream thoughts before they are transformed into the manifest dream which we remember upon awaking? In what manner has this transformation taken place? Whence comes the material which has been worked over into the dream? What causes the peculiarities which we observe in the dream thoughts, for example, that they may contradict one another? The analogy of the kettle. Is the dream capable of teaching us something new about our inner psychic processes, and can its content correct opinions which we have held during the day? I suggest that for the present all these questions be laid aside, and that a single path be pursued. We have found that the dream represents a wish as fulfilled. It will be our next interest to ascertain whether this is a universal characteristic of the dream, or only the accidental content of the dream, of Irma's injection, with which we have begun our analysis, for even if we make up our minds that every dream has a meaning and psychic value, we must nevertheless allow for the possibility that this meaning is not the same in every dream. The first dream we have considered was the fulfillment of a wish, another may turn out to be a realized apprehension, a third may have a reflection as to its content, a fourth may simply reproduce a reminiscence. Are there then other wish dreams, or are there possibly nothing but wish dreams? It is easy to show that the character of wish fulfillment in dreams is often undisguised and recognizable, so that one may wonder why the language of dreams has not long since been understood. There is, for example, a dream which I can cause as often as I like, as it were experimentally. If in the evening I eat anchovies, olives, or other strongly salted foods, I become thirsty at night, whereupon I waken. The awakening, however, is preceded by a dream, which each time has the same content, namely, that I am drinking. I quaff water in long draughts, it tastes as sweet as only a cool drink can taste when one's throat is parched, and then I awake and have an actual desire to drink. The occasion for this dream is thirst, which I perceive when I awake. The wish to drink originates from this sensation, and the dream shows me this wish as fulfilled. It thereby serves a function the nature of which I soon guess. I sleep well, and am not accustomed to be awakened by a bodily need. If I succeed in assuaging my thirst by means of the dream that I am drinking, I need not wake up in order to satisfy it. It is thus a dream of convenience. The dream substitutes itself for action, as elsewhere in life. Unfortunately, the need of water for quenching thirst cannot be satisfied with a dream, like my thirst for revenge upon Otto and Dr. M, but the intention is the same. This same dream recently appeared in modified form. On this occasion I became thirsty before going to bed, and emptied the glass of water which stood on the little chest next to my bed. Several hours later in the night came a new attack of thirst, accompanied by discomfort. In order to obtain water, I should have had to get up and fetch the glass which stood on the night chest of my wife. I thus quite appropriately dreamt that my wife was giving me a drink from a vase. This vase was an Etruscan cinerary urn which I had brought home from an Italian journey and had since given away. But the water in it tasted so salty, apparently from the ashes, that I had to wake. It may be seen how conveniently the dream is capable of arranging matters, since the fulfillment of a wish is its only purpose. It may be perfectly egotistic. Love of comfort is really not compatible with consideration for others. The introduction of the cinerary urn is probably again the fulfillment of a wish. I am sorry that I no longer possess this vase. It, like the glass of water at my wife's side, is inaccessible to me. The cinerary urn is also appropriate to the sensation of a salty taste which has now grown stronger, and which I know will force me to wake up. Such convenience dreams were very frequent with me in the years of my youth. Accustomed as I had always been to work until late at night, early awakening was always a matter of difficulty for me. I used then to dream that I was out of bed and was standing at the washstand. After a while I could not make myself admit that I have not yet got up, but meanwhile I had slept for a time. I am acquainted with the same dream of laziness as dreamt by a young colleague of mine, who seems to share my propensity for sleep. The lodging house keeper with whom he was living in the neighborhood of the hospital had strict orders to wake him on time every morning, but she certainly had a lot of trouble when she tried to carry out his orders. One morning sleep was particularly sweet. The woman called into the room, "Mr. Joe, get up, you must go to the hospital." Whereupon the sleeper dreamt of a room in the hospital, a bed in which he was lying, and a chart pinned over his head reading, "Joe H. Cand. Med 22 years old." He said to himself in the dream, "If I am already at the hospital, I don't have to go there," turned over and slept on. He had thus frankly admitted to himself his motive for dreaming. Here is another dream, the stimulus for which acts during sleep itself. One of my women patients, who had had to undergo an unsuccessful operation on the jaw, was to wear a cooling apparatus on the affected cheek, according to the orders of the physicians. but she was in the habit of throwing it off as soon as she had got to sleep. One day I was asked to reprove her for doing so, for she had again thrown the apparatus on the floor. The patient defended herself as follows: "This time I really couldn't help it, it was the result of a dream which I had in the night. In the dream, I was in a box at the opera and was taking a lively interest in the performance. But Mr. Karl Meyer was lying in the sanatorium and complaining pitifully on account of pains in his jaw. I said to myself, since I haven't the pains, I don't need the apparatus either, that's why I threw it away." This dream of the poor sufferer is similar to the idea in the expression which comes to our lips when we are in a disagreeable situation: "I know something that's a great deal more fun." The dream presents this great deal more fun. Mr. Karl Meyer, to whom the dreamer attributed her pains, was the most indifferent young man of her acquaintance whom she could recall. It is no more difficult to discover the fulfillment of wishes in several dreams which I have collected from healthy persons. A friend who knew my theory of dreams and had imparted it to his wife, said to me one day, "My wife asked me to tell you that she dreamt yesterday that she was having her menses. You will know what that means." Of course I know, if the young wife dreams that she is having her menses, the menses have stopped. I can understand that she would have liked to enjoy her freedom for a time longer before the discomforts of motherhood began. It was a clever way of giving notice of her first pregnancy. Another friend writes that his wife had recently dreamt that she noticed milk stains on the bosom of her waist. This is also an indication of pregnancy, but this time not of the first one. The young mother wishes to have more nourishment for the second child than she had for the first. A young woman, who for weeks had been cut off from company because she was nursing a child that was suffering from an infectious disease, dreams, after its safe termination, of a company of people in which a Daudet, Bourget, M. Prévost, and others are present, all of whom are very pleasant to her and entertain her admirably. The different authors in the dream also have the features which their pictures give them. M. Prévost, with whose picture she is not familiar, looks like the disinfecting man who on the previous day had cleaned the sick rooms and had entered them as the first visitor after a long period. Apparently the dream might be perfectly translated thus: "It is about time now for something more entertaining than this eternal nursing." Perhaps this selection will suffice to prove that often and under the most complex conditions dreams are found which can be understood only as fulfillments of wishes, and which present their contents without concealment. In most cases these are short and simple dreams, which stand in pleasant contrast to the confused and teeming dream compositions which have mainly attracted the attention of the authors. But it will pay to spend some time upon these simple dreams. The most simple dreams of all, I suppose, are to be expected in the case of children, whose psychic activities are certainly less complicated than those of adults. The psychology of children, in my opinion, is to be called upon for services similar to those which a study of the anatomy and development of the lower animals renders to the investigation of the structure of the highest classes of animals. Until now only a few conscious efforts have been made to take advantage of the psychology of children for such a purpose. The dreams of little children are simple fulfillments of wishes, and as compared, therefore, with the dreams of adults, are not at all interesting. They present no problem to be solved, but are naturally invaluable as affording proof that the dream in its essence signifies the fulfillment of a wish. I have been able to collect several examples of such dreams from the material furnished by my own children. For two dreams, one of my daughters, at that time 8½ years old, the other of a boy 5¼ years of age, I am indebted to an excursion to the beautiful Hallstatt in the summer of 1896. I must make the preliminary statement that during this summer we were living on a hill near Aussy, from which, when the weather was good, we enjoyed a splendid view of the Dockstein from the roof of our house. The Simone hut could easily be recognized with a telescope. The little ones often tried to see it through the telescope, I do not know with what success. Before the excursion I had told the children that Hallstatt lay at the foot of the Dockstein. They looked forward to the day with great joy. From Hallstatt we entered the valley of Eschern, which highly pleased the children with its varying aspects. One of them, however, the boy of 5, gradually became discontented. As often as a mountain came in view, he would ask, "Is that the Dachstein?" Whereupon I would have to answer, "No, only a foothill." After this question had been repeated several times, he became altogether silent, and he was quite unwilling to come along on the flight of steps to the waterfall. I thought he was tired out. But the next morning, he approached me radiant with joy, and said, "Last night I dreamt that we were at Simone hut." I understood him now. He had expected, as I was speaking of the Dachstein, that on the excursion to Hallstatt, he would ascend the mountain and would come face to face with the hut, about which there had been so much discussion at the telescope. When he learned that he was expected to be regaled with foothills and a waterfall, he was disappointed and became discontented. The dream compensated him for this. I tried to learn some details of the dream, they were scanty. Steps must be climbed for 6 hours, as he had heard. On this excursion wishes, destined to be satisfied only in dreams, had arisen also in the mind of the girl of 8½ years. We had taken with us to Hallstatt the 12-year-old boy of our neighbor, an accomplished cavalier, who, it seems to me, already enjoyed the full sympathy of the little woman. The next morning, then, she related the following dream: "Just think, I dreamt that Emil was one of us, that he said Papa and Mama to you, and slept at our house in the big room like our boys. Then Mama came into the room and threw a large handful of chocolate bars under our beds." The brothers of the girl, who evidently had not inherited a familiarity with dream interpretation, declared, just like the authors, that dream is nonsense. The girl defended at least a part of the dream, and it is worthwhile, from the point of view of the theory of neuroses, to know which part, that about Emil belonging to us, is nonsense, but that about the bars of chocolate is not. It was just this latter part that was obscure to me. For this Mama furnished me the explanation. On the way home from the railway station, the children had stopped in front of a slot machine, and had desired exactly such chocolate bars wrapped in paper with a metallic luster, as the machine, according to their experience, had for sale. But the mother had rightly thought that the day had brought enough wish fulfillment, and had left this wish to be satisfied in dreams. This little scene had escaped me. I at once understood that portion of the dream which had been condemned by my daughter. I had myself heard the well-behaved guest enjoining the children to wait until Papa or Mama had come up. For the little one, the dream made a lasting adoption based on this temporary relation of the boy to us. Her tender nature was as yet unacquainted with any form of being together except those mentioned in the dream, which are taken from her brothers. Why the chocolate bars were thrown under the bed could not, of course, be explained without questioning the child. From a friend I have learned of a dream very similar to that of my boy. It concerned an 8-year-old girl. The father had undertaken a walk to Dornbach with the children, intending to visit the Rara hut, but turned back because it had grown too late, and promised the children to make up for their disappointment some other time. On the way back, they passed a sign which showed the way to the Hamo. The children now asked to be taken to that place also, but had to be content, for the same reason, with a postponement to another day. The next morning, the 8-year-old girl came to the father, satisfied, saying, "Papa, I dreamt last night that you were with us at the Rara hut and on the Hamo." Her impatience had thus in the dream anticipated the fulfillment of the promise made by her father. Another dream, which the picturesque beauty of the Aussie inspired in my daughter, at that time 3¼ years old, is equally straightforward. The little one had crossed the lake for the first time, and the trip had passed too quickly for her. She did not want to leave the boat at the landing, and cried bitterly. The next morning she told us, "Last night I was sailing on the lake." Let us hope that the duration of this dream ride was more satisfactory to her. My eldest boy, at that time 8 years of age, was already dreaming of the realization of his fancies. He had been riding in a chariot with Achilles, with Diomed as charioteer. He had, of course, on the previous day shown a lively interest in the myths of Greece, which had been given to his elder sister. If it be granted that the talking of children in sleep likewise belongs to the category of dreaming, I may report the following as one of the most recent dreams in my collection. My youngest girl, at that time 19 months old, had vomited one morning, and had therefore been kept without food throughout the day. During the night which followed upon this day of hunger, she was heard to call excitedly in her sleep, "Anna Feud, strawberry, huckleberry, omelette, pap." She used her name in this way in order to express her idea of property. The menu must have included about everything which would seem to her a desirable meal. The fact that berries appeared in it twice was a demonstration against the domestic sanitary regulations, and was based on the circumstance, by no means overlooked by her, that the nurse ascribed her indisposition to an over-plentiful consumption of strawberries. She thus in the dream took revenge for this opinion which was distasteful to her. If we call childhood happy because it does not yet know sexual desire, we must not forget how abundant a source of disappointment and self-denial, and thus of dream stimulation, the other of the great life impulses may become for it. Here is a second example showing this. My nephew of 22 months had been given the task of congratulating me upon my birthday, and of handing me, as a present, a little basket of cherries, which at that time of the year were not yet in season. It seemed difficult for him, for he repeated again and again, "cherries in it," and could not be induced to let the little basket go out of his hands. But he knew how to secure his compensation. He had, until now, been in the habit of telling his mother every morning that he had dreamt of the white soldier, an officer of the guard in a white cloak, whom he had once admired on the street. On the day after the birthday, he awakened joyfully with the information which could have had its origin only in a dream: man eat up all the cherries. What animals dream of I do not know. A proverb for which I am indebted to one of my readers claims to know, for it raises the question, what does the goose dream of? The answer being, of maize. The whole theory that the dream is the fulfillment of a wish is contained in these sentences. We now perceive that we should have reached our theory of the hidden meaning of the dream by the shortest road if we had merely consulted colloquial usage. The wisdom of Proverbs, it is true, sometimes speaks contemptuously enough of the dream. It apparently tries to justify science in expressing the opinion that dreams are mere bubbles, but still for colloquial usage the dream is the gracious fulfiller of wishes. "I should never have fancied that in the wildest dream," exclaims one who finds his expectations surpassed in reality. 4. Distortion in dreams. If I make the assertion that wish fulfillment is the meaning of every dream, that, accordingly, there can be no dreams except wish dreams, I am sure at the outset to meet with the most emphatic contradiction. Objections will be made to this effect. The fact that there are dreams which must be understood as fulfillments of wishes is not new, but, on the contrary, has long since been recognized by the authors. Cf. Radestock, p. 138, Volkelt, p. 111, Tissey, M. Simon, on the hunger dreams of the imprisoned Baron Trink, and the passage in Greasying. The assumption that there can be nothing but dreams of wish fulfillment, however, is another of those unjustified generalizations by which you have been pleased to distinguish yourself of late. Indeed, dreams which exhibit the most painful content, but not a trace of wish fulfillment, occur plentifully enough. The pessimistic philosopher, Edward von Hartmann, perhaps stands furthest from the theory of wish fulfillment. He expresses himself in his Philosophy of the Unconscious, Part 2. Stereotyped edition, to the following effect. As regards the dream, all the troubles of waking life are transferred by it to the sleeping state. Only the one thing, which can in some measure reconcile a cultured person to life, scientific and artistic enjoyment, is not transferred. But even less discontented observers have laid emphasis on the fact that in dreams pain and disgust are more frequent than pleasure, so Scholz, Volkelt, and others. Indeed, two ladies, Sarah Weed and Florence Hallam, have found from the elaboration of their dreams a mathematical expression for the preponderance of displeasure in dreams. They designate 58% of the dreams American Samoa disagreeable, and only 28.6% as positively pleasant. Besides those dreams which continue the painful sensations of life during sleep, there are also dreams of fear, in which this most terrible of all disagreeable sensations tortures us until we awake, and it is with just these dreams of fear that children are so often persecuted. Cf. de Backer concerning the pavor nocturnus, though it is in the case of children that you have found dreams of wishing undisguised. Indeed, it is the anxiety dreams which seem to prevent a generalization of the thesis that the dream is a wish fulfillment, which we have established by means of the examples in the last section. They seem even to brand this thesis as an absurdity. It is not difficult, however, to escape these apparently conclusive objections. Please observe that our doctrine does not rest upon an acceptance of the manifest dream content, but has reference to the thought content which is found to be behind the dream by the process of interpretation. Let us contrast the manifest and the latent dream content. It is true that there are dreams whose content is of the most painful nature. But has anyone ever tried to interpret these dreams, to disclose their latent thought content? If not, the two objections are no longer valid against us. There always remains the possibility that even painful and fearful dreams may be discovered to be wish fulfillments upon interpretation. In scientific work it is often advantageous, when the solution of one problem presents difficulties, to take up a second problem, just as it is easier to crack two nuts together instead of separately. Accordingly, we are confronted not merely with the problem, how can painful and fearful dreams be the fulfillments of wishes? But we may also, from our discussion so far, raise the question, why do not the dreams which show an indifferent content, but turn out to be wish fulfillments, show this meaning undisguised? Take the fully reported dream of Irma's injection. It is in no way painful in its nature, and can be recognized, upon interpretation, as a striking wish fulfillment. Why, in the first place, is an interpretation necessary? Why does not the dream say directly what it means? As a matter of fact, even the dream of Irma's injection does not at first impress us as representing a wish of the dreamer as fulfilled. The reader will not have received this impression, and even I myself did not know it until I had undertaken the analysis. If we call this peculiarity of the dream of needing an explanation the fact of the distortion of dreams, then a second question arises: what is the origin of this disfigurement of dreams? If one's first impressions on this subject were consulted, one might happen upon several possible solutions. For example, that there is an inability during sleep to find an adequate expression for the dream thoughts. The analysis of certain dreams, however, compels us to give the disfigurement of dreams another explanation. I shall show this by employing a second dream of my own, which again involves numerous indiscretions, but which compensates for this personal sacrifice by affording a thorough elucidation of the problem. Preliminary statement. In the spring of 1897 I learnt that two professors of our university had proposed me for appointment as Professor Extraord. Assistant Professor. This news reached me unexpectedly and pleased me considerably as an expression of appreciation on the part of two eminent men which could not be explained by personal interest. But, I immediately thought, I must not permit myself to attach any expectation to this event. The university government had during the last few years left proposals of this kind unconsidered, and several colleagues, who were ahead of me in years, and who were at least my equals in merit, had been waiting in vain during this time for their appointment. I had no reason to suppose I should fare better. I resolved then to comfort myself. I am not, so far as I know, ambitious, and I engage in medical practice with satisfying results even without the recommendation of a title. Moreover, it was not a question whether I considered the grapes sweet or sour, for they undoubtedly hung much too high for me. One evening I was visited by a friend of mine, one of those colleagues whose fate I had taken as a warning for myself. As he had long been a candidate for promotion to the position of professor, which in our society raises the physician to a demigod among his patients, and as he was less resigned than I, he was in the habit of making representations from time to time, at the offices of the university government, for the purpose of advancing his interests. He came to me from a visit of that kind. He said that this time he had driven the exalted gentleman into a corner, and had asked him directly whether considerations of creed were not really responsible for the deferment of his appointment. The answer had been that to be sure in the present state of public opinion His Excellency was not in a position, and see. Now I at least know what I am at, said my friend in closing his narrative, which told me nothing new, but which was calculated to confirm me in my resignation. For the same considerations of creed applied to my own case. On the morning after this visit, I had the following dream, which was notable on account of its form. It consisted of 2 thoughts and 2 images, so that a thought and an image alternated. But I here record only the first half of the dream, because the other half has nothing to do with the purpose which the citation of the dream should serve. My friend R is my uncle. I feel great affection for him. 2. I see before me his face somewhat altered. It seems to be elongated, a yellow beard, which surrounds it, is emphasized with peculiar distinctness. Then follow the other 2 portions, again a thought and an image, which I omit. The interpretation of this dream was accomplished in the following manner. As the dream occurred to me in the course of the forenoon, I laughed outright and said, "The dream is nonsense." But I could not get it out of my mind, and the whole day it pursued me, until, at last, in the evening I reproached myself with the words, "If in the course of dream interpretation one of your patients had nothing better to say than that is nonsense, you would reprove him, and would suspect that behind the dream there was hidden some disagreeable affair, the exposure of which he wanted to spare himself." Apply the same thing in your own case. Your opinion that the dream is nonsense probably signifies merely an inner resistance to its interpretation. Do not let yourself be deterred. I then proceeded to the interpretation. R is my uncle. What does that mean? I have had only one uncle, my Uncle Joseph. His story, to be sure, was a sad one. He had yielded to the temptation, more than 30 years before, of engaging in dealings which the law punishes severely, and which on that occasion also it had visited with punishment. My father, who thereupon became grey from grief in a few days, always used to say that Uncle Joseph was never a wicked man, but that he was indeed a simpleton, so he expressed himself. If, then, friend R is my Uncle Joseph, that is equivalent to saying, R is a simpleton. Hardly credible and very unpleasant. But there is that face which I see in the dream, with its long features and its yellow beard. My uncle actually had such a face, long and surrounded by a handsome blonde beard. My friend R was quite dark, but when dark-haired persons begin to grow grey, they pay for the glory of their youthful years. Their black beard undergoes an unpleasant change of color, each hair separately. First it becomes reddish-brown, then yellowish-brown, and then at last definitely grey. The beard of my friend R is now in this stage, as is my own moreover, a fact which I notice with regret. The face which I see in the dream is at once that of my friend R and that of my uncle. It is like a composite photograph of Galton, who, in order to emphasize family resemblances, had several faces, photographed on the same plate. No doubt is thus possible. I am really of the opinion that my friend R is a simpleton like my Uncle Joseph. I have still no idea for what purpose I have constructed this relationship, to which I must unconditionally object. But it is not a very far-reaching one, for my uncle was a criminal, my friend R is innocent, perhaps with the exception of having been punished for knocking down an apprentice with his bicycle. Could I mean this offense? That would be making ridiculous comparisons. Here I recollect another conversation which I had with another colleague, N, and indeed upon the same subject. I met N on the street. He likewise has been nominated for a professorship, and having heard of my being honored, congratulated me upon it. I declined emphatically, saying, "You are the last man to make a joke like this, because you have experienced what the nomination is worth in your own case." Thereupon he said, though probably not in earnest, "You cannot be sure about that. Against me there is a very particular objection. Don't you know that a woman once entered a legal complaint against me? I need not assure you that an inquiry was made. It was a mean attempt at blackmail, and it was all I could do to save the plaintiff herself from punishment. But perhaps the affair will be pressed against me at the office in order that I may not be appointed. You, however, are above reproach. Here I have come upon a criminal, and at the same time upon the interpretation and trend of the dream. My uncle Joseph represents for me both colleagues who have not been appointed to the professorship, the one as a simpleton, the other as a criminal. I also know now for what purpose I need this representation. If considerations of creed are a determining factor in the postponement of the appointment of my friends, then my own appointment is also put in question, but if I can refer the rejection of the two friends to other causes, which do not apply to my case, my hope remains undisturbed. This is the procedure of my dream. It makes the one, R, a simpleton, the other, N, a criminal. Since, however, I am neither the one nor the other, our community of interest is destroyed. I have a right to enjoy the expectation of being appointed a professor, and have escaped the painful application to my own case of the information which the high official has given to R. I must occupy myself still further with the interpretation of this dream. For my feelings it is not yet sufficiently cleared up. I am still disquieted by the ease with which I degrade two respected colleagues for the purpose of clearing the way to the professorship for myself. My dissatisfaction with my procedure has indeed diminished since I have learned to evaluate statements made in dreams. I would argue against anyone who urged that I really consider R a simpleton, and that I do not credit N.'s account of the blackmail affair. I do not believe either that Irma has been made seriously ill by an injection given her by Otto with the preparation of propyl. Here, as before, it is only the wish that the case may be as the dream expresses it. The statement in which my wish is realized sounds less absurd in the second dream than in the first. It is made here with a more skillful utilization of facts as points of attachment, something like a well-constructed slander, where there is something in it. For my friend R had at that time the vote of a professor from the department against him, and my friend N had himself unsuspectingly furnished me with the material for slander. Nevertheless, I repeat, the dream seems to me to require further elucidation. I remember now that the dream contains still another portion which so far our interpretation has not taken into account. After it occurs to me that my friend R is my uncle, I feel great affection for him. To whom does this feeling belong? For my uncle Joseph, of course, I have never had any feelings of affection. For years my friend R has been beloved and dear to me, but if I were to go to him and express my feelings for him in terms which came anywhere near corresponding to the degree of affection in the dream, he would doubtless be surprised. My affection for him seems untrue and exaggerated, something like my opinion of his psychic qualities, which I express by fusing his personality with that of my uncle, but it is exaggerated in an opposite sense. But now a new state of affairs becomes evident to me. The affection in the dream does not belong to the hidden content, to the thoughts behind the dream. It stands in opposition to this content. It is calculated to hide the information which interpretation may bring. Probably this is its very purpose. I recall with what resistance I applied myself to the work of interpretation, how long I tried to postpone it, and how I declared the dream to be sheer nonsense. I know from my psychoanalytical treatments how such condemnation is to be interpreted. It has no value as affording information, but only as the registration of an affect. If my little daughter does not like an apple which is offered her, she asserts that the apple has a bitter taste, without even having tasted it. If my patients act like the little girl, I know that it is a question of a notion which they want to suppress. The same applies to my dream. I do not want to interpret it because it contains something to which I object. After the interpretation of the dream has been completed, I find out what it was I objected to. It was the assertion that R is a simpleton. I may refer the affection which I feel for R not to the hidden dream thoughts, but rather to this unwillingness of mine. If my dream as compared with its hidden content is disfigured at this point, and is disfigured, moreover, into something opposite, then the apparent affection in the dream serves the purpose of disfigurement, or, in other words, the disfigurement is here shown to be intended, it is a means of dissimulation. My dream thoughts contain an unfavorable reference to R, in order that I may not become aware of it. Its opposite, a feeling of affection for him, makes its way into the dream. The fact here recognized might be of universal applicability. As the examples in section 3 have shown, there are dreams which are undisguised wish fulfillments. Wherever a wish fulfillment is unrecognizable and concealed, there must be present a feeling of repulsion towards this wish, and in consequence of this repulsion the wish is unable to gain expression except in a disfigured state. I shall try to find a case in social life which is parallel to this occurrence in the inner psychic life. Where in social life can a similar disfigurement of a psychic act be found? Only where two persons are in question, one of whom possesses a certain power, while the other must have a certain consideration for this power. This second person will then disfigure his psychic actions, or, as we may say, he will dissimulate. The politeness which I practice every day is largely dissimulation of this kind. If I interpret my dreams for the benefit of the reader, I am forced to make such distortions. The poet also complains about such disfigurement. You may not tell the best that you know to the youngsters. The political writer who has unpleasant truths to tell to the government finds himself in the same position. If he tells them without reserve, the government will suppress them subsequently in case of a verbal expression of opinion, preventatively, if they are to be published in print. The writer must fear censure, he therefore modifies and disfigures the expression of his opinion. He finds himself compelled, according to the sensitiveness of this censure, either to restrain himself from certain particular forms of attack or to speak in allusion instead of direct designations. Or he must disguise his objectionable statement in a garb that seems harmless. He may, for instance, tell of an occurrence between two mandarins in the Orient, while he has the officials of his own country in view. The stricter the domination of the censor, the more extensive becomes the disguise, and often the more humorous the means employed to put the reader back on the track of the real meaning. The correspondence between the phenomena of the censor and those of dream distortion, which may be traced in detail, justifies us in assuming similar conditions for both. We should then assume in each human being, as the primary cause of dream formation, two psychic forces, streams, systems, of which one constitutes the wish expressed by the dream, while the other acts as a censor upon this dream wish, and by means of this censoring forces a distortion of its expression. The only question is as to the basis of the authority of this second instance by virtue of which it may exercise its censorship. If we remember that the hidden dream thoughts are not conscious before analysis, but that the apparent dream content is remembered as conscious, we easily reach the assumption that admittance to consciousness is the privilege of the second instance. Nothing can reach consciousness from the first system which has not first passed the second instance, and the second instance lets nothing pass without exercising its rights and forcing such alterations upon the candidate for admission to consciousness as are pleasant to itself. We are here forming a very definite conception of the essence of consciousness. For us the state of becoming conscious is a particular psychic act, different from and independent of becoming fixed or of being conceived, and consciousness appears to us as an organ of sense, which perceives a content presented from another source. It may be shown that psychopathology cannot possibly dispense with these fundamental assumptions. We may reserve a more thorough examination of these for a later time. If I keep in mind the idea of the two psychic instances and their relations to consciousness, I find in the sphere of politics a very exact analogy for the extraordinary affection which I feel for my friend R, who suffers such degradation in the course of the dream interpretation. I turn my attention to a political state in which a ruler, jealous of his rights, and a live public opinion are in conflict with each other. The people are indignant against an official whom they hate, and demand his dismissal, and in order not to show that he is compelled to respect the public wish, the autocrat will expressly confer upon the official some great honor, for which there would otherwise have been no occasion. Thus the second instance referred to, which controls access to consciousness, honors my friend R with a profusion of extraordinary tenderness, because the wish activities of the first system, in accordance with a particular interest which they happen to be pursuing, are inclined to put him down as a simpleton. Perhaps we shall now begin to suspect that dream interpretation is capable of giving us hints about the structure of our psychic apparatus which we have thus far expected in vain from philosophy. We shall not, however, follow this track, but return to our original problem as soon as we have cleared up the subject of dream disfigurement. The question has arisen how dreams with disagreeable content can be analyzed as the fulfillments of wishes. We see now that this is possible in case dream disfigurement has taken place, in case the disagreeable content serves only as a disguise for what is wished. Keeping in mind our assumptions in regard to the two psychic instances, we may now proceed to say, disagreeable dreams, as a matter of fact, contain something which is disagreeable to the second instance, but which at the same time fulfills a wish of the first instance. They are wish dreams in the sense that every dream originates in the first instance, while the second instance acts towards the dream only in a repelling, not in a creative manner. If we limit ourselves to a consideration of what the second instance contributes to the dream, we can never understand the dream. If we do so, all the riddles which the authors have found in the dream remain unsolved. That the dream actually has a secret meaning, which turns out to be the fulfillment of a wish, must be proved afresh for every case by means of an analysis. I therefore select several dreams which have painful contents and attempt an analysis of them. They are partly dreams of hysterical subjects, which require long preliminary statements, and now and then also an examination of the psychic processes which occur in hysteria. I cannot, however, avoid this added difficulty in the exposition. When I give a psychoneurotic patient analytical treatment, dreams are always, as I have said, the subject of our discussion. It must, therefore, give him all the psychological explanations through whose aid I myself have come to an understanding of his symptoms, and here I undergo an unsparing criticism, which is perhaps not less keen than that I must expect from my colleagues. Contradiction of the thesis that all dreams are the fulfillments of wishes is raised by my patients with perfect regularity. Here are several examples of the dream material which is offered me to refute this position. You always tell me that the dream is a wish fulfilled, begins a clever lady patient. Now I shall tell you a dream in which the content is quite the opposite, in which a wish of mine is not fulfilled. How do you reconcile that with your theory? The dream is as follows. I want to give a supper, but having nothing at hand except some smoked salmon, I think of going marketing, but I remember that it is Sunday afternoon, when all the shops are closed. I next try to telephone to some caterers, but the telephone is out of order. Thus I must resign my wish to give a supper. I answer, of course, that only the analysis can decide the meaning of this dream, although I admit that at first sight it seems sensible and coherent, and looks like the opposite of a wish fulfillment. But what occurrence has given rise to this dream? I ask. You know that the stimulus for a dream always lies among the experiences of the preceding day. Analysis. The husband of the patient, an upright and conscientious wholesale butcher, had told her the day before that he is growing too fat, and that he must, therefore, begin treatment for obesity. He was going to get up early, take exercise, keep to a strict diet, and above all accept no more invitations to suppers. She proceeds laughingly to relate how her husband at an inn table had made the acquaintance of an artist, who insisted upon painting his portrait because he, the painter, had never found such an expressive head. But her husband had answered in his rough way, that he was very thankful for the honor, but that he was quite convinced that a portion of the backside of a pretty young girl would please the artist better than his whole face. She said that she was at the time very much in love with her husband, and teased him a good deal. She had also asked him not to send her any caviar. What does that mean? As a matter of fact, she had wanted for a long time to eat a caviar sandwich every forenoon, but had grudged herself the expense. Of course, she would at once get the caviar from her husband, as soon as she asked him for it. But she had begged him, on the contrary, not to send her the caviar, in order that she might tease him about it longer. This explanation seems far-fetched to me. Unadmitted motives are in the habit of hiding behind such unsatisfactory explanations. We are reminded of subjects hypnotized by Bernheim, who carried out a post-hypnotic order, and who, upon being asked for their motives, instead of answering, "I do not know why I did that," had to invent a reason that was obviously inadequate. Something similar is probably the case with the caviar of my patient. I see that she is compelled to create an unfulfilled wish in life. Her dream also shows the reproduction of the wish as accomplished. But why does she need an unfulfilled wish? The ideas so far produced are insufficient for the interpretation of the dream. I beg for more. After a short pause, which corresponds to the overcoming of a resistance, she reports further that the day before she had made a visit to a friend, of whom she is really jealous, because her husband is always praising this woman so much. Fortunately, this friend is very lean and thin, and her husband likes well-rounded figures. Now of what did this lean friend speak? Naturally of her wish to become somewhat stouter. She also asked my patient, "When are you going to invite us again? You always have such a good table." Now the meaning of the dream is clear. I may say to the patient, "It is just as though you had thought at the time of the request, of course, I'll invite you, so you can eat yourself fat at my house and become still more pleasing to my husband. I would rather give no more suppers." The dream then tells you that you cannot give a supper, thereby fulfilling your wish not to contribute anything to the rounding out of your friend's figure. The resolution of your husband to refuse invitations to supper for the sake of getting thin teaches you that one grows fat on the things served in company. Now only some conversation is necessary to confirm the solution. The smoked salmon in the dream has not yet been traced. How did the salmon mentioned in the dream occur to you? "Smoked salmon is the favorite dish of this friend," she answered. I happen to know the lady, and may corroborate this by saying that she grudges herself the salmon just as much as my patient grudges herself the caviar. The dream admits of still another and more exact interpretation, which is necessitated only by a subordinate circumstance. The two interpretations do not contradict one another, but rather cover each other and furnish a neat example of the usual ambiguity of dreams as well as of all other psychopathological formations. We have seen that at the same time that she dreams of the denial of the wish, the patient is in reality occupied in securing an unfulfilled wish, the caviar sandwiches. Her friend, too, had expressed a wish, namely, to get fatter, and it would not surprise us if Our Lady had dreamt that the wish of the friend was not being fulfilled. For it is her own wish that a wish of her friend's for increase in weight should not be fulfilled. Instead of this, however, she dreams that one of her own wishes is not fulfilled. The dream becomes capable of a new interpretation, if in the dream she does not intend herself, but her friend, if she has put herself in the place of her friend, or, as we may say, has identified herself with her friend. I think she has actually done this, and as a sign of this identification she has created an unfulfilled wish in reality. But what is the meaning of this hysterical identification? To clear this up, a thorough exposition is necessary. Identification is a highly important factor in the mechanism of hysterical symptoms. By this means patients are enabled in their symptoms to represent not merely their own experiences, but the experiences of a great number of other persons, and can suffer, as it were, for a whole mass of people, and fill all the parts of a drama by means of their own personalities alone. It will here be objected that this is well-known hysterical imitation, the ability of hysteric subjects to copy all the symptoms which impress them when they occur in others, as though their pity were stimulated to the point of reproduction. But this only indicates the way in which the psychic process is discharged in hysterical imitation. The way in which a psychic act proceeds and the act itself are two different things. The latter is slightly more complicated than one is apt to imagine the imitation of hysterical subjects to be. It corresponds to an unconscious concluded process, as an example will show. The physician who has a female patient with a particular kind of twitching, lodged in the company of other patients in the same room of the hospital, is not surprised when some morning he learns that this peculiar hysterical attack has found imitations. He simply says to himself, the others have seen her and have done likewise, that is psychic infection. Yes, but psychic infection proceeds in somewhat the following manner: as a rule, patients know more about one another than the physician knows about each of them, and they are concerned about each other when the visit of the doctor is over. Some of them have an attack today, soon it is known among the rest that a letter from home, a return of lovesickness or the like, is the cause of it. Their sympathy is aroused, and the following syllogism, which does not reach consciousness, is completed in them: if it is possible to have this kind of an attack from such causes, I too may have this kind of an attack, for I have the same reasons. If this were a cycle capable of becoming conscious, it would perhaps express itself in fear of getting the same attack, but it takes place in another psychic sphere, and, therefore, ends in the realization of the dreaded symptom. Identification is therefore not a simple imitation, but a sympathy based upon the same etiological claim. It expresses an as though, and refers to some common quality which has remained in the unconscious. Identification is most often used in hysteria to express sexual community. An hysterical woman identifies herself most readily, although not exclusively, with persons with whom she has had sexual relations, or who have sexual intercourse with the same persons as herself. Language takes such a conception into consideration: two lovers are one. In the hysterical fantasy, as well as in the dream, it is sufficient for the identification if one thinks of sexual relations, whether or not they become real. The patient, then, only follows the rules of the hysterical thought processes when she gives expression to her jealousy of her friend, which, moreover, she herself admits to be unjustified, in that she puts herself in her place and identifies herself with her by creating a symptom, the denied wish. I might further clarify the process specifically as follows: she puts herself in the place of her friend in the dream, because her friend has taken her own place in relation to her husband, and because she would like to take her friend's place in the esteem of her husband. The contradiction to my theory of dreams in the case of another female patient, the most witty among all my dreamers, was solved in a simpler manner, although according to the scheme that the non-fulfillment of one wish signifies the fulfillment of another. I had one day explained to her that the dream is a wish fulfillment. The next day she brought me a dream to the effect that she was traveling with her mother-in-law to their common summer resort. Now I knew that she had struggled violently against spending the summer in the neighborhood of her mother-in-law. I also knew that she had luckily avoided her mother-in-law by renting an estate in a far distant country resort. Now the dream reversed this wished-for solution. Was not this in the flattest contradiction to my theory of wish fulfillment in the dream? Certainly, it was only necessary to draw the inferences from this dream in order to get at its interpretation. According to this dream, I was in the wrong. It was thus her wish that I should be in the wrong, and this wish the dream showed her as fulfilled. But the wish that I should be in the wrong, which was fulfilled in the theme of the country home, referred to a more serious matter. At that time I had made up my mind, from the material furnished by her analysis, that something of significance for her illness must have occurred at a certain time in her life. She had denied it because it was not present in her memory. We soon came to see that I was in the right. Her wish that I should be in the wrong, which is transformed into the dream, thus corresponded to the justifiable wish that those things, which at the time had only been suspected, had never occurred at all. Without an analysis, and merely by means of an assumption, I took the liberty of interpreting a little occurrence in the case of a friend, who had been my colleague through the 8 classes of the gymnasium. He once heard a lecture of mine delivered to a small assemblage, on the novel subject of the dream as the fulfillment of a wish. He went home, dreamt that he had lost all his suits, he was a lawyer, and then complained to me about it. I took refuge in the evasion: one can't win all one's suits, but I thought to myself, if for 8 years I sat as primus on the first bench, while he moved around somewhere in the middle of the class, may he not naturally have had a wish from his boyhood days that I, too, might for once completely disgrace myself? In the same way another dream of a more gloomy character was offered me by a female patient as a contradiction to my theory of the wish dream. The patient, a young girl, began as follows: You remember that my sister has now only one boy, Charles. She lost the elder one, Otto, while I was still at her house. Otto was my favorite, it was I who really brought him up. I liked the other little fellow, too, but of course not nearly as much as the dead one. Now I dreamt last night that I saw Charles lying dead before me. He was lying in his little coffin, his hands folded, there were candles all about, and, in short, it was just like the time of little Otto's death, which shocked me so profoundly. Now tell me, what does this mean? You know me, am I really bad enough to wish my sister to lose the only child she has left? Or does the dream mean that I wish Charles to be dead rather than Otto, whom I like so much better? I assured her that this interpretation was impossible. After some reflection I was able to give her the interpretation of the dream, which I subsequently made her confirm. Having become an orphan at an early age, the girl had been brought up in the house of a much older sister, and had met among the friends and visitors who came to the house, a man who made a lasting impression upon her heart. It looked for a time as though these barely expressed relations were to end in marriage, but this happy culmination was frustrated by the sister, whose motives have never found a complete explanation. After the break, the man who was loved by our patient avoided the house. She herself became independent some time after little Otto's death, to whom her affection had now turned. But she did not succeed in freeing herself from the inclination for her sister's friend in which she had become involved. Her pride commanded her to avoid him, but it was impossible for her to transfer her love to the other suitors who presented themselves in order. Whenever the man whom she loved, who was a member of the literary profession, announced a lecture anywhere, she was sure to be found in the audience. She also seized every other opportunity to see him from a distance unobserved by him. I remembered that on the day before she had told me that the professor was going to a certain concert, and that she was also going there, in order to enjoy the sight of him. This was on the day of the dream, and the concert was to take place on the day on which she told me the dream. I could now easily see the correct interpretation, and I asked her whether she could think of any event which had happened after the death of little Otto. She answered immediately, certainly. At that time the professor returned after a long absence, and I saw him once more beside the coffin of little Otto. It was exactly as I had expected. I interpreted the dream in the following manner: if now the other boy were to die, the same thing would be repeated. You would spend the day with your sister, the professor would surely come in order to offer condolence, and you would see him again under the same circumstances as at that time. The dream signifies nothing but this wish of yours to see him again, against which you are fighting inwardly. I know that you are carrying the ticket for today's concert in your bag. Your dream is a dream of impatience, it has anticipated the meeting which is to take place today by several hours. In order to disguise her wish, she had obviously selected a situation in which wishes of that sort are commonly suppressed, a situation which is so filled with sorrow that love is not thought of. And yet, it is very easily probable that even in the actual situation at the bier of the second, more dearly loved boy, which the dream copied faithfully, she had not been able to suppress her feelings of affection for the visitor whom she had missed for so long a time. A different explanation was found in the case of a similar dream of another female patient, who was distinguished in her earlier years by her quick wit and her cheerful demeanor, and who still showed these qualities at least in the notions which occurred to her in the course of treatment. In connection with the longer dream, it seemed to this lady that she saw her 15-year-old daughter lying dead before her in a box. She was strongly inclined to convert this dream image into an objection to the theory of wish fulfillment, but herself suspected that the detail of the box must lead to a different conception of the dream. In the course of the analysis it occurred to her that on the evening before, the conversation of the company had turned upon the English word box, and upon the numerous translations of it into German, such as box, theater box, chest, box on the ear, and c. From other components of the same dream it is now possible to add that the lady had guessed the relationship between the English word box and the German Buchs, and had then been haunted by the memory that Buchs, as well as box, is used in vulgar speech to designate the female genital organ. It was therefore possible, making a certain allowance for her notions on the subject of topographical anatomy, to assume that the child in the box signified a child in the womb of the mother. At this stage of the explanation she no longer denied that the picture of the dream really corresponded to one of her wishes. Like so many other young women, she was by no means happy when she became pregnant, and admitted to me more than once the wish that her child might die before its birth. In a fit of anger following a violent scene with her husband, she had even struck her abdomen with her fists in order to hit the child within. The dead child was, therefore, really the fulfillment of a wish, but a wish which had been put aside for 15 years, and it is not surprising that the fulfillment of the wish was no longer recognized after so long an interval. For there had been many changes meanwhile. The group of dreams to which the two last mentioned belong, having as content the death of beloved relatives, will be considered again under the head of typical dreams. I shall there be able to show by new examples that in spite of their undesirable content, all these dreams must be interpreted as wish fulfillments. For the following dream, which again was told me in order to deter me from a hasty generalization of the theory of wishing in dreams, I am indebted, not to a patient, but to an intelligent jurist of my acquaintance. I dream, my informant tells me, that I am walking in front of my house with a lady on my arm. Here a closed wagon is waiting, a gentleman steps up to me, gives his authority as an agent of the police, and demands that I should follow him. I only ask for time in which to arrange my affairs. Can you possibly suppose this is a wish of mine to be arrested? Of course not, I must admit. Do you happen to know upon what charge you were arrested? Yes, I believe for infanticide. Infanticide? But you know that only a mother can commit this crime upon her newly born child. That is true. And under what circumstances did you dream, what happened on the evening before? I would rather not tell you that, it is a delicate matter. But I must have it, otherwise we must forego the interpretation of the dream. Well, then, I will tell you. I spent the night, not at home, but at the house of a lady who means very much to me. When we awoke in the morning, something again passed between us. Then I went to sleep again, and dreamt what I have told you. The woman is married. Yes. And you do not wish her to conceive a child? No, that might betray us. Then you do not practice normal coitus? I take the precaution to withdraw before ejaculation. Am I permitted to assume that you did this trick several times during the night, and that in the morning you were not quite sure whether you had succeeded? That might be the case. Then your dream is the fulfillment of a wish. By means of it you secure the assurance that you have not begotten a child, or, what amounts to the same thing, that you have killed a child. I can easily demonstrate the connecting links. Do you remember, a few days ago we were talking about the distress of matrimony, ehenot, and about the inconsistency of permitting the practice of coitus as long as no impregnation takes place, while every delinquency after the ovum and the semen meet and a foetus is formed is punished as a crime. In connection with this, we also recalled the medieval controversy about the moment of time at which the soul is really lodged in the foetus, since the concept of murder becomes admissible only from that point on. Doubtless you also know the gruesome poem by LEONARDO, which puts infanticide and the prevention of children on the same plane. Strangely enough, I had happened to think of LEONARDO during the afternoon. Another echo of your dream. And now I shall demonstrate to you another subordinate wish fulfillment in your dream. You walk in front of your house with the lady on your arm. So you take her home, instead of spending the night at her house, as you do in actuality. The fact that the wish fulfillment, which is the essence of the dream, disguises itself in such an unpleasant form, has perhaps more than one reason. From my essay on the etiology of anxiety neuroses, you will see that I note interrupted coitus as one of the factors which cause the development of neurotic fear. It would be consistent with this that if after repeated cohabitation of the kind mentioned you should be left in an uncomfortable mood, which now becomes an element in the composition of your dream. You also make use of this unpleasant state of mind to conceal the wish fulfillment. Furthermore, the mention of infanticide has not yet been explained. Why does this crime, which is peculiar to females, occur to you? I shall confess to you that I was involved in such an affair years ago. Through my fault a girl tried to protect herself from the consequences of a liaison with me by securing an abortion. I had nothing to do with carrying out the plan, but I was naturally for a long time worried lest the affair might be discovered. I understand, this recollection furnished a second reason why the supposition that you had done your trick badly must have been painful to you. A young physician, who had heard this dream of my colleague when it was told, must have felt implicated by it, for he hastened to imitate it in a dream of his own, applying its mode of thinking to another subject. The day before he had handed in a declaration of his income, which was perfectly honest, because he had little to declare. He dreamt that an acquaintance of his came from a meeting of the tax commission and informed him that all the other declarations of income had passed uncontested, but that his own had awakened general suspicion, and that he would be punished with a heavy fine. The dream is a poorly concealed fulfillment of the wish to be known as a physician with a large income. It likewise recalls the story of the young girl who was advised against accepting her suitor because he was a man of quick temper who would surely treat her to blows after they were married. The answer of the girl was, "I wish he would strike me." Her wish to be married is so strong that she takes into the bargain the discomfort which is said to be connected with matrimony, and which is predicted for her, and even raises it to a wish. If I group the very frequently occurring dreams of this sort, which seem flatly to contradict my theory, in that they contain the denial of a wish or some occurrence decidedly unwished for, under the head of counter-wish dreams, I observe that they may all be referred to two principles, of which one has not yet been mentioned, although it plays a large part in the dreams of human beings. One of the motives inspiring these dreams is the wish that I should appear in the wrong. These dreams regularly occur in the course of my treatment if the patient shows a resistance against me, and I can count with a large degree of certainty upon causing such a dream after I have once explained to the patient my theory that the dream is a wish fulfillment. I may even expect this to be the case in a dream merely in order to fulfill the wish that I may appear in the wrong. The last dream which I shall tell from those occurring in the course of treatment again shows this very thing. A young girl who has struggled hard to continue my treatment, against the will of her relatives and the authorities whom she has consulted, dreams as follows: she is forbidden at home to come to me any more. She then reminds me of the promise I made her to treat her for nothing if necessary, and I say to her, I can show no consideration in money matters. It is not at all easy in this case to demonstrate the fulfillment of a wish, but in all cases of this kind there is a second problem, the solution of which helps also to solve the first. Where does she get the words which she puts into my mouth? Of course I have never told her anything like that, but one of her brothers, the very one who has the greatest influence over her, has been kind enough to make this remark about me. It is then the purpose of the dream that this brother should remain in the right, and she does not try to justify this brother merely in the dream, it is her purpose in life and the motive for her being ill. The other motive for counter-wish dreams is so clear that there is danger of overlooking it, as for some time happened in my own case. In the sexual makeup of many people there is a masochistic component, which has arisen through the conversion of the aggressive, sadistic component into its opposite. Such people are called ideal masochists, if they seek pleasure not in the bodily pain which may be inflicted upon them, but in humiliation and in chastisement of the soul. It is obvious that such persons can have counter-wish dreams and disagreeable dreams, which, however, for them are nothing but wish fulfillments, affording satisfaction for their masochistic inclinations. Here is such a dream. A young man, who has in earlier years tormented his elder brother, towards whom he was homosexually inclined, but who has undergone a complete change of character, has the following dream, which consists of 3 parts. 1. He is insulted by his brother. 2. Two adults are caressing each other with homosexual intentions. 3. His brother has sold the enterprise whose management the young man reserved for his own future. He awakens from the last mentioned dream with the most unpleasant feelings, and yet it is a masochistic wish dream, which might be translated, it would serve me quite right if my brother were to make that sale against my interest, as a punishment for all the torments which he has suffered at my hands. I hope that the above discussion and examples will suffice until further objection can be raised to make it seem credible that even dreams with a painful content are to be analyzed as the fulfillments of wishes. Nor will it seem a matter of chance that in the course of interpretation one always happens upon subjects of which one does not like to speak or think. The disagreeable sensation which such dreams arouse is simply identical with the antipathy which endeavors usually with success to restrain us from the treatment or discussion of such subjects, and which must be overcome by all of us, if, in spite of its unpleasantness, we find it necessary to take the matter in hand. But this disagreeable sensation, which occurs also in dreams, does not preclude the existence of a wish. Everyone has wishes which he would not like to tell to others, which he does not want to admit even to himself. We are, on other grounds, justified in connecting the disagreeable character of all these dreams with the fact of dream disfigurement, and in concluding that these dreams are distorted, and that the wish fulfillment in them is disguised until recognition is impossible for no other reason than that a repugnance, a will to suppress, exists in relation to the subject matter of the dream or in relation to the wish which the dream creates. Dream disfigurement, then, turns out in reality to be an act of the censor. We shall take into consideration everything which the analysis of disagreeable dreams has brought to light if we reword our formula as follows: the dream is the disguised fulfillment of a suppressed, repressed wish. Now there still remain as a particular species of dreams with painful content, dreams of anxiety, the inclusion of which under dreams of wishing will find least acceptance with the uninitiated. But I can settle the problem of anxiety dreams in very short order, for what they may reveal is not a new aspect of the dream problem, it is a question in their case of understanding neurotic anxiety in general. The fear which we experience in the dream is only seemingly explained by the dream content. If we subject the content of the dream to analysis, we become aware that the dream fear is no more justified by the dream content than the fear in a phobia is justified by the idea upon which the phobia depends. For example, it is true that it is possible to fall out of a window, and that some care must be exercised when one is near a window, but it is inexplicable why the anxiety in the corresponding phobia is so great, and why it follows its victims to an extent so much greater than is warranted by its origin. The same explanation, then, which applies to the phobia applies also to the dream of anxiety. In both cases the anxiety is only superficially attached to the idea which accompanies it and comes from another source. On account of the intimate relation of dream fear to neurotic fear, discussion of the former obliges me to refer to the latter. In a little essay on the anxiety neurosis, I maintain that neurotic fear has its origin in the sexual life, and corresponds to a libido which has been turned away from its object and has not succeeded in being applied. From this formula, which has since proved its validity more and more clearly, we may deduce the conclusion that the content of anxiety dreams is of a sexual nature, the libido belonging to which content has been transformed into fear. Later on I shall have opportunity to support this assertion by the analysis of several dreams of neurotics. I shall have occasion to revert to the determinations in anxiety dreams and their compatibility with the theory of wish fulfillment when I again attempt to approach the theory of dreams. V. The material and sources of dreams. After coming to realize from the analysis of the dream of Irma's injection that the dream is the fulfillment of a wish, our interest was next directed to ascertaining whether we had thus discovered a universal characteristic of the dream, and for the time being we put aside every other question which may have been aroused in the course of that interpretation. Now that we have reached the goal upon one of these paths, we may turn back and select a new starting point for our excursions among the problems of the dream, even though we may lose sight for a time of the theme of wish fulfillment, which has been as yet by no means exhaustively treated. Now that we are able, by applying our process of interpretation, to discover a latent dream content which far surpasses the manifest dream content in point of significance, we are impelled to take up the individual dream problems afresh, in order to see whether the riddles and contradictions which seemed, when we had only the manifest content, beyond our reach may not be solved for us satisfactorily. The statements of the authors concerning the relation of the dream to waking life, as well as concerning the source of the dream material, have been given at length in the introductory chapter. We may recall that there are three peculiarities of recollection in the dreams, which have been often remarked but never explained. 1. That the dream distinctly prefers impressions of the few days preceding, Robert, Strumpel, Hildebrandt, also Weed-Hallam. 2. That it makes its selection according to principles other than those of our waking memory, in that it recalls not what is essential and important, but what is subordinate and disregarded, cf. 3. That it has at its disposal the earliest impressions of our childhood, and brings to light details from this period of life which again seem trivial to us, and which in waking life were considered long ago forgotten. These peculiarities in the selection of the dream material have of course been observed by the authors in connection with the manifest dream content. A. Recent and indifferent impressions in the dream. If I now consult my own experience concerning the source of the elements which appear in the dream, I must at once express the opinion that some reference to the experiences of the day which has most recently passed is to be found in every dream. Whatever dream I take up, whether my own or another's, this experience is always reaffirmed. Knowing this fact, I can usually begin the work of interpretation by trying to learn the experience of the previous day which has stimulated the dream. For many cases, indeed, this is the quickest way. In the case of the two dreams which I have subjected to close analysis in the preceding chapter, of Irma's injection, and of my uncle with the yellow beard, the reference to the previous day is so obvious that it needs no further elucidation. But in order to show that this reference may be regularly demonstrated, I shall examine a portion of my own dream chronicle. I shall report the dreams only so far as is necessary for the discovery of the dream stimulus in question. 1. I make a visit at a house where I am admitted only with difficulty, and meanwhile I keep a woman waiting for me. Source: a conversation in the evening with a female relative to the effect that she would have to wait for some aid which she demanded until, and 2. I have written a monograph about a certain, obscure, species of plant. Source: I have seen in the show window of a bookstore a monograph upon the genus Cyclamen. 3. I see two women on the street, mother and daughter, the latter of whom is my patient. Source: a female patient who is under treatment has told me what difficulties her mother puts in the way of her continuing the treatment. 4. At the bookstore of S&R. I subscribe to a periodical which costs 20 florins annually. Source: during the day my wife has reminded me that I still owe her 20 florins of her weekly allowance. 5. I receive a communication, in which I am treated as a member, from the Social Democratic Committee. Source: I have received communications simultaneously from the Liberal Committee on Elections and from the President of the Humanitarian Society, of which I am really a member. 6. A man on a steep rock in the middle of the ocean, after the manner of Boecklin. Source: Dreyfus on Devil's Island, at the same time news from my relatives in England, and the question might be raised, whether the dream is invariably connected with the events of the previous day, or whether the reference may be extended to impressions from a longer space of time in the immediate past. Probably this matter cannot claim primary importance, but I should like to decide in favor of the exclusive priority of the day before the dream day. As often as I thought I had found a case where an impression of 2 or 3 days before had been the source of the dream, I could convince myself, after careful investigation, that this impression had been remembered the day before, that a demonstrable reproduction had been interpolated between the day of the event and the time of the dream, and, furthermore, I was able to point out the recent occasion upon which the recollection of the old impression might have occurred. On the other hand, I was unable to convince myself that a regular interval, H. Swoboda calls the first one of this kind 18 hours, of biological significance occurs between the stimulating impression of the day and its repetition in the dream. I am, therefore, of the opinion that the stimulus for every dream is to be found among those experiences upon which one has not yet slept for a night. Thus the impressions of the immediate past, with the exception of the day before the night of the dream, stand in no different relation to the dream content from those of times which are as far removed in the past as you please. The dream may select its material from all times of life, provided only, that a chain of thought starting from one of the experiences of the day of the dream, one of the recent impressions, reaches back to these earlier ones. But why this preference for recent impressions? We shall reach some conjectures on this point if we subject one of the dreams already mentioned to a more exact analysis. I select the dream about the monograph. Content of the dream. I have written a monograph upon a certain plant. The book lies before me, I am just turning over a folded colored plate. A dried specimen of the plant is bound with every copy, as though from a herbarium. Analysis. In the forenoon I saw in the show window of a bookstore a book entitled, The Genus Cyclamen, apparently a monograph on this plant. The cyclamen is the favorite flower of my wife. I reproach myself for so seldom thinking to bring her flowers, as she wishes. In connection with the theme bringing flowers, I am reminded of a story which I recently told in a circle of friends to prove my assertion that forgetting is very often the purpose of the unconscious, and that in any case it warrants a conclusion as to the secret disposition of the person who forgets. A young woman who is accustomed to receive a bunch of flowers from her husband on her birthday, misses this token of affection on a festive occasion of this sort, and thereupon bursts into tears. The husband comes up, and is unable to account for her tears until she tells him, "Today is my birthday." He strikes his forehead and cries, "Why, I had completely forgotten it," and wants to go out to get her some flowers. But she is not to be consoled, for she sees in the forgetfulness of her husband a proof that she does not play the same part in his thoughts as formerly. This Mrs. L met my wife 2 days before, and told her that she was feeling well, and asked about me. She was under my treatment years ago. Supplementary facts: I once actually wrote something like a monograph on a plant, namely, an essay on the coca plant, which drew the attention of K. Kohler to the anesthetic properties of cocaine. I had hinted at this use of the alkaloid in my publication, but I was not sufficiently thorough to pursue the matter further. This suggests that on the forenoon of the day after the dream, for the interpretation of which I did not find time until the evening, I had thought of cocaine in a kind of day fantasy. In case I should ever be afflicted with glaucoma, I was going to go to Berlin, and there have myself operated upon, incognito, at the house of my Berlin friend, by a physician whom he would recommend to me. The surgeon, who would not know upon whom he was operating, would boast as usual how easy these operations had become since the introduction of cocaine. I would not betray by a single sign that I had had a share in making this discovery. With this fantasy were connected thoughts of how difficult it really is for a doctor to claim the medical services of a colleague for his own person. I should be able to pay the Berlin eye specialist, who did not know me, like anyone else. Only after recalling this daydream do I realize that the recollection of a definite experience is concealed behind it. Shortly after Kohler's discovery, my father had, in fact, become ill with glaucoma. He was operated upon by my friend, the eye specialist, Dr. Königstein. Dr. Kohler attended to the cocaine anesthetization, and thereupon made the remark that all 3 of the persons who had shared in the introduction of cocaine had been brought together on one case. I now proceed to think of the time when I was last reminded of this affair about the cocaine. This was a few days before, when I received a Festschrift, with whose publication grateful scholars had commemorated the anniversary of their teacher and laboratory director. Among the honors ascribed to persons connected with the laboratory, I found a notice to the effect that the discovery of the anesthetic properties of cocaine had been made there by K. Kohler. Now I suddenly become aware that the dream is connected with an experience of the previous evening. I had just accompanied Dr. Königstein to his home, and had spoken to him about a matter which strongly arouses my interest whenever it is mentioned. While I was talking with him in the vestibule, Professor Gartner and his young wife came up. I could not refrain from congratulating them both upon their healthy appearance. Now Professor Gartner is one of the authors of the Festschrift of which I have just spoken, and may well have recalled it to me. Likewise Mrs. L., whose birthday disappointment I have referred to, had been mentioned, in another connection, to be sure, in the conversation with Dr. Königstein. I shall now try to explain the other determinations of the dream content. A dried specimen of the plant accompanies the monograph as though it were a herbarium. A recollection of the gymnasium, school, is connected with the herbarium. The director of our gymnasium once called the scholars of the higher classes together in order to have them inspect and clean the herbarium. Small worms had been found, bookworms. The director did not seem to have much confidence in my help, for he left only a few leaves for me. I know to this day that there were crucifers on them. My interest in botany was never very great. At my preliminary examination in botany, I was required to identify a crucifer, and did not recognize it. I would have fared badly if my theoretical knowledge had not helped me out. Crucifers suggest composites. The artichoke is really a composite, and the one which I might call my favorite flower. My wife, who is more thoughtful than I, often brings this favorite flower of mine home from the market. I see the monograph which I have written lying before me. This, too, is not without its reference. The friend whom I pictured wrote to me yesterday from Berlin, "I think a great deal about your dream book. I see it lying before me finished, and am turning over its leaves. How I envied him this prophetic power! If I could only see it lying already finished before me." The folded colored plate. While I was a student of medicine, I suffered much from a fondness for studying in monographs exclusively. In spite of my limited means, I subscribed to a number of the medical archives, in which the colored plates gave me much delight. I was proud of this inclination for thoroughness. So, when I began to publish on my own account, I had to draw the plates for my own treatises, and I remember one of them turned out so badly that a kindly disposed colleague ridiculed me for it. This suggests, I don't know exactly how, a very early memory from my youth. My father once thought it would be a joke to hand over a book with colored plates, description of a journey in Persia, to me and my eldest sister for destruction. This was hardly to be justified from an educational point of view. I was at the time 5 years old, and my sister 3, and the picture of our blissfully tearing this book to pieces, like an artichoke, I must add, leaf by leaf, is almost the only one from this time of life which has remained fresh in my memory. When I afterwards became a student, I developed a distinct fondness for collecting and possessing books, an analogy to the inclination for studying from graphs, a hobby which occurs in the dream thoughts with reference to cyclamen and artichoke. I became a bookworm, cf. herbarium. I have always referred this first passion of my life since I am engaging in retrospect to this childhood impression, or rather I have recognized in this childish scene a concealing recollection for my subsequent love of books. Of course I also learned at an early age that our passions are often our sorrows. When I was 17 years old I had a very respectable bill at the bookstore, and no means with which to pay it, and my father would hardly accept the excuse that my inclination had not been fixed on something worse. But the mention of this later youthful experience immediately brings me back to my conversation that evening with my friend Dr. Königstein. For the talk on the evening of the dream day brought up the same old reproach that I am too fond of my hobbies. For reasons which do not belong here, I shall not continue the interpretation of this dream, but shall simply indicate the path which leads to it. In the course of the interpretation, I was reminded of my conversation with Dr. Königstein, and indeed of more than one portion of it. If I consider the subjects touched upon in this conversation, the meaning of the dream becomes clear to me. All the thought associations which have been started, about the hobbies of my wife and of myself, about the cocaine, about the difficulty of securing medical treatment from one's colleagues, my preference for monographic studies, and my neglect of certain subjects such as botany, all this continues and connects with some branch of this widely ramified conversation. The dream again takes on the character of a justification, of a pleading for my rights, like the first analyzed dream of Irma's injection. It even continues the theme which that dream started, and discusses it with the new subject matter which has accrued in the interval between the two dreams. Even the apparently indifferent manner of expression of the dream receives new importance. The meaning is now, I am indeed the man who has written that valuable and successful treatise, on cocaine, just as at that time I asserted for my justification, I am a thorough and industrious student. In both cases, then, I can afford to do that. But I may dispense with the further interpretation of the dream, because my only purpose in reporting it was to examine the relation of the dream content to the experience of the previous day which arouses it. As long as I know only the manifest content of this dream, but one relation to a day impression becomes obvious. After I have made the interpretation, a second source of the dream becomes evident in another experience of the same day. The first of these impressions to which the dream refers is an indifferent one, a subordinate circumstance. I see a book in a shop window whose title holds me for a moment, and whose contents could hardly interest me. The second experience has great psychic value. I have talked earnestly with my friend, the eye specialist, for about an hour. I have made allusions in this conversation which must have touched both of us closely, and which awakened memories revealing the most diverse feelings of my inner self. Furthermore, this conversation was broken off unfinished because some friends joined us. What, now, is the relation of these two impressions of the day to each other and to the dream which followed during the next night? I find in the manifest content merely an allusion to the indifferent impression, and may thus reaffirm that the dream preferably takes up into its content non-essential experiences. In the dream interpretation, on the contrary, everything converges upon an important event which is justified in demanding attention. If I judge the dream in the only correct way, according to the latent content which is brought to light in the analysis, I have unawares come upon a new and important fact. I see the notion that the dream deals only with the worthless fragments of daily experience shattered. I am compelled also to contradict the assertion that our waking psychic life is not continued in the dream, and that the dream instead wastes psychic activity upon a trifling subject matter. The opposite is true. What has occupied our minds during the day also dominates our dream thoughts, and we take pains to dream only of such matters as have given us food for thought during the day. Perhaps the most obvious explanation for the fact that I dream about some indifferent impression of the day, while the impression which is justifiably stirring furnishes the occasion for dreaming, is that this again is a phenomenon of the dream disfigurement, which we have above traced to a psychic power acting as a censor. The recollection of the monograph on the genus cyclamen is employed as though it were an allusion to the conversation with my friend, very much as mention of the friend in the dream of the deferred supper is represented by the allusion smoked salmon. The only question is, by what intermediate steps does the impression of the monograph come to assume the relation of an allusion to the conversation with the eye specialist, since such a relation is not immediately evident. In the example of the deferred supper, the relation is set forth at the outset. Smoked salmon, as the favorite dish of the friend, belongs at once to the series of associations which the person of the friend would call up in the lady who is dreaming. In our new example we have two separated impressions, which seem at first glance to have nothing in common except that they occur on the same day. The monograph catches my attention in the forenoon. I take part in the conversation in the evening. The answer supplied by the analysis is as follows: such relations between the two impressions do not at first exist, but are established subsequently between the presentation content of the one impression and the presentation content of the other. I have recently emphasized the components in this relation in the course of recording the analysis. With the notion of the monograph on cyclamen I should probably associate the idea that cyclamen is my wife's favorite flower only under some outside influence, and this is perhaps the further recollection of the bunch of flowers missed by Mrs. L. I do not believe that these underlying thoughts would have been sufficient to call forth a dream. There needs no ghost, my lord, come from the grave, to tell us this. As we read in Hamlet. But behold, I am reminded in the analysis that the name of the man who interrupted our conversation was Gardner, and that I found his wife in blooming health. I even remember now that one of my female patients, who bears the pretty name of Flora, was for a time the main subject of our conversation. It must have happened that I completed the connection between the two events of the day, the indifferent and the exciting one, by means of these links from the series of associations belonging to the idea of botany. Other relations are then established, that of cocaine, which can with perfect correctness form a go-between connecting the person of Dr. Königstein with the botanical monograph which I have written, and strengthen the fusion of the two series of associations into one, so that now a portion of the first experience may be used as an allusion to the second. I am prepared to find this explanation attacked as arbitrary or artificial. What would have happened if Professor Gartner and his blooming wife had not come up, and if the patient who was talked about had been called, not Flora, but Anna? The answer is easy, however. If these thought relations had not been present, others would probably have been selected. It is so easy to establish relations of this sort, as the joking questions and conundrums with which we amuse ourselves daily suffice to show. The range of wit is unlimited. To go a step further, if it had been impossible to establish interrelations of sufficient abundance between the two impressions of the day, the dream would simply have resulted differently. Another of the indifferent impressions of the day, such as come to us in multitudes and are forgotten, would have taken the place of the monograph in the dream, would have secured a connection with the content of the talk, and would have represented it in the dream. Since it was the impression of the monograph and no other that had this fate, this impression was probably the most suitable for the establishment of the connection. One need not be astonished, like Lessing's Hans Chenschlau, because it is the rich people of the world who possess the most money. Still, the psychological process by which, according to our conception, the indifferent experience is substituted for the psychologically important one, seems odd to us and open to question. In a later chapter we shall undertake the task of making this seemingly incorrect operation more intelligible. We are here concerned only with consequences of this procedure, whose assumption we have been forced to make by the regularly recurring experiences of dream analysis. But the process seems to be that, in the course of those intermediate steps, a displacement, let us say, of the psychic accent has taken place, until ideas that are at first weakly charged with intensity, by taking over the charge from ideas which have a stronger initial intensity, reach a degree of strength, which enables them to force their way into consciousness. Such displacements do not at all surprise us when it is a question of the bestowal of affects or of the motor actions in general. The fact that the woman who has remained single transfers her affection to animals, that the bachelor becomes a passionate collector, that the soldier defends a scrap of colored cloth, his flag, with his life-blood, that in a love affair a momentary clasping of hands brings bliss, or that in Othello a lost handkerchief causes a burst of rage, all these are examples of psychic displacement which seem unquestionable to us. But if, in the same manner and according to the same fundamental principles, a decision is made as to what is to reach our consciousness and what is to be withheld from it, that is to say, what we are to think, this produces an impression of morbidity, and we call it an error of thought if it occurs in waking life. We may here anticipate the result of a discussion which will be undertaken later, namely, to the effect that the psychic process which we have recognized as dream displacement proves to be not a process morbidly disturbed, but a process differing from the normal merely in being of a more primitive nature. We thus find in the fact that the dream content takes up remnants of trivial experiences a manifestation of dream disfigurement, by means of displacement, and we may recall that we have recognized this dream disfigurement as the work of a censor which controls the passage between two psychic instances. We accordingly expect that dream analysis will regularly reveal to us the genuine, significant source of the dream in the life of the day, the recollection of which has transferred its accent to some indifferent recollection. This conception brings us into complete opposition to Robert's theory, which thus becomes valueless for us. The fact which Robert was trying to explain simply doesn't exist. Its assumption is based upon a misunderstanding, upon the failure to substitute the real meaning of the dream for its apparent content. Further objection may be made to Robert's doctrine: if it were really the duty of the dream, by means of a special psychic activity, to rid our memory of the slag of the recollections of the day, our sleep would have to be more troubled and employed in a more strained effort than we may suppose it to be from our waking life. For the number of indifferent impressions received during the day, against which we should have to protect our memory, is obviously infinitely large, the night would not be long enough to accomplish the task. It is very much more probable that the forgetting of indifferent impressions takes place without any active interference on the part of our psychic powers. Still, something cautions us against taking leave of Robert's idea without further consideration. We have left unexplained the fact that one of the indifferent day impressions won from the previous day indeed regularly furnished a contribution to the dream content. Relations between this impression and the real source of the dream do not always exist from the beginning. As we have seen, they are established only subsequently, in the course of the dream work, as though in order to serve the purpose of the intended displacement. There must, therefore, be some necessity to form connections in this particular direction, of the recent, although indifferent impression. The latter must have special fitness for this purpose because of some property. Otherwise it would be just as easy for the dream thoughts to transfer their accent to some inessential member of their own series of associations. The following experiences will lead us to an explanation. If a day has brought two or more experiences which are fitted to stimulate a dream, then the dream fuses the mention of both into a single whole. It obeys an impulse to fashion a whole out of them. For instance, one summer afternoon I entered a railroad compartment, in which I met two friends who were unknown to each other. One of them was an influential colleague, the other a member of a distinguished family, whose physician I was. I made the two gentlemen acquainted with each other, but during the long ride I was the go-between in the conversation, so that I had to treat a subject of conversation now with the one, now with the other. I asked my colleague to recommend a common friend who had just begun his medical practice. He answered that he was convinced of the young man's thoroughness, but that his plain appearance would make his entrance into households of rank difficult. I answered, that is just why he needs recommendation. Soon afterwards I asked the other fellow traveler about the health of his aunt, the mother of one of my patients who was at the time prostrate by a serious illness. During the night after this journey I dreamt that the young friend, for whom I had asked assistance, was in a splendid salon, and was making a funeral oration to a select company with the air of a man of the world, the oration being upon the old lady, now dead for the purposes of the dream, who was the aunt of the second fellow traveler. I confess frankly that I had not been on good terms with this lady. My dream had thus found connections between the two impressions of the day, and by means of them composed a unified situation. In view of many similar experiences, I am driven to conclude that a kind of compulsion exists for the dream function, forcing it to bring together in the dream all the available sources of dream stimulation into a unified whole. In a subsequent chapter, on the dream function, we shall become acquainted with this impulse for putting together as a part of condensation another primary psychic process. I shall now discuss the question whether the source from which the dream originates, and to which our analysis leads, must always be a recent, and significant, event, or whether a subjective experience, that is to say, the recollection of a psychologically valuable experience, a chain of thought, can take the part of a dream stimulus. The answer, which results most unequivocally from numerous analyses, is to the following effect. The stimulus for the dream may be a subjective occurrence, which has been made recent, as it were, by the mental activity during the day. It will probably not be out of place here to give a synopsis of various conditions which may be recognized as sources of dreams. The source of a dream may be a recent and psychologically significant experience which is directly represented in the dream. b. Several recent, significant experiences, which are united by the dream into a whole. c. One or more recent and significant experiences, which are represented in the dream by the mention of a contemporary but indifferent experience. d. A subjective significant experience, a recollection, train of thought, which is regularly represented in the dream by the mention of a recent but indifferent impression. As may be seen, in dream interpretation the condition is firmly adhered to throughout that each component of the dream repeats a recent impression of the day. The element which is destined to representation in the dream may either belong to the presentation surrounding the actual dream stimulus itself and, furthermore, either as an essential or an inessential element of the same, or it may originate in the neighborhood of an indifferent impression, which, through associations more or less rich, has been brought into relation with the thoughts surrounding the dream stimulus. The apparent multiplicity of the conditions here is produced by the alternative according to whether displacement has or has not taken place, and we may note that this alternative serves to explain the contrasts of the dream just as readily as the ascending series from partially awake to fully awake brain cells in the medical theory of the dream, cf. Concerning this series, it is further notable that the element which is psychologically valuable, but not recent, a train of thought, a recollection, may be replaced, for the purposes of dream formation, by a recent, but psychologically indifferent, element, if only these two conditions be observed: 1. That the dream shall contain a reference to something which has been recently experienced; 2. That the dream stimulus shall remain a psychologically valuable train of thought. In a single case, a, both conditions are fulfilled by the same impression. If it be added that the same indifferent impressions which are used for the dream, as long as they are recent, lose this availability as soon as they become a day, or at most several days, older, the assumption must be made that the very freshness of an impression gives it a certain psychological value for dream formation, which is somewhat equivalent to the value of emotionally accentuated memories or trains of thought. We shall be able to see the basis of this value of recent impressions for dream formation only with the help of certain psychological considerations which will appear later. Incidentally, our attention is called to the fact that important changes in the material comprised by our ideas and our memory may be brought about unconsciously and at night. The injunction that one should sleep for a night upon any affair before making a final decision about it is obviously fully justified. But we see that at this point we have proceeded from the psychology of dreaming to that of sleep, a step for which there will often be occasion. Now there arises an objection threatening to invalidate the conclusions we have just reached. If indifferent impressions can get into the dream only in case they are recent, how does it happen that we find also in the dream content elements from earlier periods in our fives, which at the time when they were recent possessed, as Strumpel expresses it, no psychic value, which, therefore, ought to have been forgotten long ago, and which, therefore, are neither fresh nor psychologically significant? This objection can be fully met if we rely upon the results furnished by psychoanalysis of neurotics. The solution is as follows: the process of displacement which substitutes indifferent material for that having psychic significance, for dreaming as well as for thinking, has already taken place in those earlier periods of life, and has since become fixed in the memory. Those elements which were originally indifferent are in fact no longer so, since they have acquired the value of psychologically significant material. That which has actually remained indifferent can never be reproduced in the dream. It will be correct to suppose from the foregoing discussion that I maintain that there are no indifferent dream stimuli, and that, accordingly, there are no harmless dreams. This I believe to be the case, thoroughly and exclusively, allowance being made for the dreams of children and perhaps for short dream reactions to nocturnal sensations. Whatever one may dream, it is either manifestly recognizable as psychically significant or it is disfigured, and can be judged correctly only after a complete interpretation, when, as before, it may be recognized as possessing psychic significance. The dream never concerns itself with trifles. We do not allow ourselves to be disturbed in our sleep by matters of slight importance. Dreams which are apparently harmless turn out to be sinister if one takes pains to interpret them. If I may be permitted the expression, they all have the mark of the beast. As this is another point on which I may expect opposition, and as I am glad of an opportunity to show dream disfigurement at work, I shall here subject a number of dreams from my collection to analysis. 1. An intelligent and refined young lady, who, however, in conduct, belongs to the class we call reserved, to the still waters, relates the following dream. Her husband asks, "Should not the piano be tuned?" She answers, "It won't pay, the hammers would have to be newly buffed too." This repeats an actual event of the previous day. Her husband had asked such a question, and she had answered something similar. But what is the significance of her dreaming it? She tells of the piano, indeed, that it is a disgusting old box which has a bad tone, it is one of the things which her husband had before they were married, and c, but the key to the true solution lies in the phrase, it won't pay. This originated in a visit made the day before to a lady friend. Here she was asked to take off her coat, but she declined, saying, it won't pay. I must go in a moment. At this point, I recall that during yesterday's analysis she suddenly took hold of her coat, a button of which had opened. It is, therefore, as if she had said, please don't look in this direction, it won't pay. Thus box develops into chest, or breast box, bust, and the interpretation of the dream leads directly to a time in her bodily development when she was dissatisfied with her shape. It also leads to earlier periods, if we take into consideration disgusting and bad tone, and remember how often in illusions and in dreams the two small hemispheres of the feminine body take the place as a substitute and as an antithesis of the large ones. 2. I may interrupt this dream to insert a brief harmless dream of a young man. He dreamt that he was putting on his winter overcoat again, which was terrible. The occasion for this dream is apparently the cold weather, which has recently set in again. On more careful examination we note that the two short portions of the dream do not fit together well, for what is there terrible about wearing a heavy or thick coat in the cold? Unfortunately for the harmlessness of this dream, the first idea adduced in analysis is the recollection that on the previous day a lady had secretly admitted to him that her last child owed its existence to the bursting of a condom. He now reconstructs his thoughts in accordance with this suggestion: a thin condom is dangerous, a thick one is bad. The condom is an overcoat, Überseher, for it is put over something. Überseher is also the name given in German to a thin overcoat. An experience like the one related by the lady would indeed be terrible for an unmarried man. We may now return to our other harmless dreamer. 3. She puts a candle into a candlestick, but the candle is broken, so that it does not stand straight. The girls at school say she is clumsy, the young lady replies that it is not her fault. Here, too, there is an actual occasion for the dream. The day before she had actually put a candle into a candlestick, but this one was not broken. A transparent symbolism has been employed here. The candle is an object which excites the feminine genitals, its being broken, so that it does not stand straight, signifies impotence on the man's part. It is not her fault. But does this young woman, carefully brought up, and a stranger to all obscenity, know of this application of the candle? She happens to be able to tell how she came by this information. While riding in a boat on the Rhine, another boat passes containing students who are singing, or rather yelling, with great delight, when the Queen of Sweden with closed shutters and the candles of Apollo. She does not hear or understand the last word. Her husband is asked to give her the required explanation. These verses are then replaced in the dream content by the harmless recollection of a command which she once executed clumsily at a girls' boarding school, this occurring by means of the common features closed shutters. The connection between the theme of onanism and that of impotence is clear enough. Apollo in the latent dream content connects this dream with an earlier one in which the Virgin Pallas figured. All this is obviously not harmless. For lest it may seem too easy a matter to draw conclusions from dreams concerning the dreamer's real circumstances, I add another dream coming from the same person which likewise appears harmless. I dreamt of doing something, she relates, which I actually did during the day, that is to say, I filled a little trunk so full of books that I had difficulty in closing it. My dream was just like the actual occurrence. Here the person relating the dream herself attaches chief importance to the correspondence between the dream and reality. All such criticisms upon the dream and remarks about it, although they have secured a place in waking thought, regularly belong to the latent dream content, as later examples will further demonstrate. We are told, then, that what the dream relates has actually taken place during the day. It would take us too far afield to tell how we reach the idea of using the English language to help us in the interpretation of this dream. Suffice it to say that it is again a question of a little box, cf. the dream of the dead child in the box, which has been filled so full that nothing more can go into it. Nothing in the least sinister this time. In all these harmless dreams, the sexual factor as a motive for the exercise of the censor receives striking prominence. But this is a matter of primary importance, which we must postpone. b. Infantile experiences as the source of dreams. As the third of the peculiarities of the dream content, we have cited from all the authors, except Robert, the fact that impressions from the earliest times of our lives, which seem not to be at the disposal of the waking memory, may appear in the dream. It is, of course, difficult to judge how often or how seldom this occurs, because the respective elements of the dream are not recognized according to their origin after waking. The proof that we are dealing with childhood impressions must thus be reached objectively, and the conditions necessary for this happen to coincide only in rare instances. The story is told by Amory, as being particularly conclusive, of a man who decided to visit his birthplace after 20 years' absence. During the night before his departure, he dreams that he is in an altogether strange district, and that he there meets a strange man with whom he has a conversation. Having afterward returned to his home, he was able to convince himself that this strange district really existed in the neighborhood of his hometown, and the strange man in the dream turned out to be a friend of his dead father who lived there. Doubtless, a conclusive proof that he had seen both the man and the district in his childhood. The dream, moreover, is to be interpreted as a dream of impatience, like that of the girl who carries her ticket for the concert of the evening in her pocket, of the child whose father had promised him an excursion to the Homo, and the like. The motives explaining why just this impression of childhood is reproduced for the dreamer cannot, of course, be discovered without an analysis. One of the attendants at my lectures, who boasted that his dreams were very rarely subject to disfigurement, told me that he had some time before in a dream seen his former tutor in bed with his nurse, who had been in the household until he was 11 years old. The location of the scene does not occur to him in the dream. As he was much interested, he told the dream to his elder brother, who laughingly confirmed its reality. The brother said he remembered the affair very well, for he was at the time 6 years old. The lovers were in the habit of making him, the elder boy, drunk with beer, whenever circumstances were favorable for nocturnal relations. The smaller child, at that time 3 years old, our dreamer, who slept in the same room as the nurse, was not considered an obstacle. In still another case it may be definitely ascertained, without the aid of dream interpretation, that the dream contains elements from childhood, that is, if it be a so-called perennial dream, which being first dreamt in childhood, later appears again and again after adult age has been reached. I may add a few examples of this sort to those already familiar, although I have never made the acquaintance of such a perennial dream in my own case. A physician in the 30s tells me that a yellow lion, about which he can give the most detailed information, has often appeared in his dream life from the earliest period of his childhood to the present day. This lion, known to him from his dreams, was one day discovered in natura as a long-forgotten object made of porcelain, and on that occasion the young man learned from his mother that this object had been his favorite toy in early childhood, a fact which he himself could no longer remember. If we now turn from the manifest dream content to the dream thoughts which are revealed only upon analysis, the cooperation of childhood experiences may be found to exist even in dreams whose content would not have led us to suspect anything of the sort. I owe a particularly delightful and instructive example of such a dream to my honored colleague of the Yellow Lion. After reading Nansen's account of his polar expedition, he dreamt that he was giving the bold explorer electrical treatment in an ice field for an ischemia of which the latter complained. In the analysis of this dream, he remembered a story of his childhood, without which the dream remains entirely unintelligible. When he was a child, 3 or 4 years old, he was listening attentively to a conversation of older people about trips of exploration, and presently asked Papa whether exploration was a severe illness. He had apparently confused trips with rips, and the ridicule of his brothers and sisters prevented his ever forgetting the humiliating experience. The case is quite similar when, in the analysis of the dream of the monograph on the genus Cyclamen, I happen upon the recollection, retained from childhood, that my father allowed me to destroy a book embellished with colored plates when I was a little boy 5 years old. It will perhaps be doubted whether this recollection actually took part in the composition of the dream content, and it will be intimated that the process of analysis has subsequently established the connection. But the abundance and intricacy of the ties of association vouch for the truth of my explanation. Cyclamen favorite flower favorite dish artichoke, to pick to pieces like an artichoke, leaf by leaf, a phrase which at that time rang in our ears a propos of the dividing up of the Chinese Empire. Herbarium bookworm, whose favorite dish is books. I may state further that the final meaning of the dream, which I have not given here, has the most intimate connection with the content of the childhood scene. In another series of dreams we learn from analysis that the wish itself, which has given rise to the dream, and whose fulfillment the dream turns out to be, has originated in childhood until one is astonished to find that the child with all its impulses lives on in the dream. I shall now continue the interpretation of a dream which has already proved instructive. I refer to the dream in which friend R is my uncle. We have carried its interpretation far enough for the wish motive, a being appointed professor, to assert itself tangibly, and we have explained the affection displayed in the dream for friend R as a fiction of opposition and spite against the aspersion of the two colleagues, who appear in the dream thoughts. The dream was my own. I may, therefore, continue the analysis by stating that my feelings were not quite satisfied by the solution reached. I know that my opinion of these colleagues who are so badly treated in the dream thoughts would have been expressed in quite different terms in waking life. The potency of the wish not to share their fate in the matter of appointment seemed to me too slight to account for the discrepancy between my estimate in the dream and that of waking. If my desire to be addressed by a new title proves so strong, it gives proof of a morbid ambition, which I did not know to exist in me, and which I believe is far from my thoughts. I do not know how others, who think they know me, would judge me, for perhaps I have really been ambitious, but if this be true, my ambition has long since transferred itself to other objects than the title and rank of assistant professor. Whence, then, the ambition which the dream has ascribed to me. Here I remember a story which I heard often in my childhood, that at my birth an old peasant's wife had prophesied to my happy mother, I was her firstborn, that she had given to the world a great man. Such prophecies must occur very frequently. There are so many mothers happy in expectation, and so many old peasant wives whose influence on earth has waned, and who have therefore turned their eyes towards the future. The prophetess was not likely to suffer for it either. Might my hunger for greatness have originated from this source? But here I recollect an impression from the later years of my childhood, which would serve still better as an explanation. It was of an evening at an inn on the Prater, where my parents were accustomed to take me when I was 11 or 12 years old. We noticed a man who went from table to table and improvised verses upon any subject that was given to him. I was sent to bring the poet to our table, and he showed himself thankful for the message. Before asking for his subject, he threw off a few rhymes about me, and declared it probable, if he could trust his inspiration, that I would one day become a minister. I can still distinctly remember the impression made by this second prophecy. It was at the time of the election for the municipal ministry. My father had recently brought home pictures of those elected to the ministry, Herbst, Giskra, Unger, Berger, and others, and we had illuminated them in honor of these gentlemen. There were even some Jews among them. Every industrious Jewish schoolboy therefore had the making of a minister in him. Even the fact that until shortly before my enrollment in the university I wanted to study jurisprudence, and changed my plans only at the last moment, must be connected with the impressions of that time. A minister's career is under no circumstances open to a medical man. And now for my dream. I begin to see that it transplants me from the somber present to the hopeful time of the municipal election, and fulfills my wish of that time to the fullest extent. In treating my two estimable and learned colleagues so badly, because they are Jews, the one as a simpleton and the other as a criminal, in doing this I act as though I were the Minister of Education. I put myself in his place. What thorough revenge I take upon His Excellency! He refuses to appoint me Professor Extraordinarius, and in return I put myself in his place in the dream. Another case establishes the fact that although the wish which actuates the dream is a present one, it nevertheless draws great intensification from childhood memories. I refer to a series of dreams which are based upon the longing to go to Rome. I suppose I shall still have to satisfy this longing by means of dreams for a long time to come, because, at the time of year which is at my disposal for traveling, a stay at Rome is to be avoided on account of considerations of health. Thus I once dreamt of seeing the Tiber and the bridge of St. Angelo from the window of a railroad compartment. Then the train starts, and it occurs to me that I have never entered the city at all. The view which I saw in the dream was modeled after an engraving which I had noticed in passing the day before in the parlor of one of my patients. On another occasion someone is leading me upon a hill and showing me Rome half enveloped in mist, and so far in the distance that I am astonished at the distinctness of the view. The content of this dream is too rich to be fully reported here. The motive, to see the promised land from afar, is easily recognizable in it. The city is Lubeck, which I first saw in the mist. The original of the hill is the Galician Berg. In a third dream, I am at last in Rome, as the dream tells me. To my disappointment, the scenery which I see is anything but urban. A little river with black water, on one side of which are black rocks, on the other large white flowers. I notice a certain Mr. Zucker, with whom I am superficially acquainted, and make up my mind to ask him to show me the Evi into the city. It is apparent that I am trying in vain to see a city in the dream which I have never seen in waking life. If I resolve the landscape into its elements, the white flowers indicate Ravenna, which is known to me, and which, for a time at least, deprived Rome of its leading place as capital of Italy. In the swamps around Ravenna we had seen the most beautiful water lilies in the middle of black pools of water. The dream makes them grow on meadows, like the narcissi of our own Aussie, because at Ravenna it was such tedious work to fetch them out of the water. The black rock, so close to the water, vividly recalls the valley of the Teple at Carlsbad. Carlsbad now enables me to account for the peculiar circumstance that I ask Mr. Zucker the way. In the material of which the dream is composed appear also two of those amusing Jewish anecdotes, which conceal so much profound and often bitter worldly wisdom, and which we are so fond of quoting in our conversation and letters. One is the story of the Constitution, and tells how a poor Jew sneaks into the express train for Carlsbad without a ticket, how he is caught and is treated more and more unkindly at each call for tickets by the conductor, and how he tells a friend, whom he meets at one of the stations during his miserable journey, and who asks him where he is traveling, to Carlsbad, if my Constitution will stand it. Associated with this in memory is another story about a Jew who is ignorant of French, and who has express instructions to ask in Paris for the way to the Rue Richelieu. Paris was for many years the object of my own longing, and I took the great satisfaction with which I first set foot on the pavement in Paris as a warrant that I should also attain the fulfillment of other wishes. Asking for the way is again a direct allusion to Rome, for of course all roads lead to Rome. Moreover, the name Zucker, English, sugar, again points to Carlsbad, whither we send all persons afflicted with the constitutional disease, diabetes, Zuckerkrankheit, sugar disease. The occasion for this dream was the proposal of my Berlin friend that we should meet in Prague at Easter. A further allusion to sugar and diabetes was to be found in the matters which I had to talk over with him. A fourth dream, occurring shortly after the last one mentioned, brings me back to Rome. I see a street corner before me and am astonished to see so many German placards posted there. On the day before I had written my friend with prophetic vision that Prague would probably not be a comfortable resort for German travelers. The dream, therefore, simultaneously expressed the wish to meet him at Rome instead of at the Bohemian city, and a desire, which probably originated during my student days, that the German language might be accorded more tolerance in Prague. Besides, I must have understood the Czech language in the first 3 years of my childhood, because I was born in a small village of Moravia, inhabited by Slavs. A Czech nursery rhyme, which I heard in my 17th year, became, without effort on my part, so imprinted upon my memory that I can repeat it to this day, although I have no idea of its meaning. There is then no lack in these dreams also of manifold relations to impressions from the first years of my life. It was during my last journey to Italy, which, among other places, took me past Lake Trasiminas, that I at last found what reinforcement my longing for the eternal city had received from the impressions of my youth. This was after I had seen the Tiber, and had turned back with painful emotions when I was within 80 kilometers of Rome. I was just broaching the plan of traveling to Naples via Rome the next year, when this sentence, which I must have read in one of our classical authors, occurred to me. It is a question which of the two paced up and down in his room the more impatiently after he had made the plan to go to Rome: Assistant Headmaster Winckelmann or the great General Hannibal? I myself had walked in Hannibal's footsteps. Like him I was destined never to see Rome, and he too had gone to Campania after the whole world had expected him in Rome. Hannibal, with whom I had reached this point of similarity, had been my favorite hero during my years at the gymnasium. Like so many boys of my age, I bestowed my sympathies during the Punic War, not on the Romans, but on the Carthaginians. Then, when I came finally to understand the consequences of belonging to an alien race, and was forced by the anti-Semitic sentiment among my classmates to assume a definite attitude, the figure of the Semitic commander assumed still greater proportions in my eyes. Hannibal and Rome symbolized for me as a youth the antithesis between the tenaciousness of the Jews and the organization of the Catholic Church. The significance for our emotional life which the anti-Semitic movement has since assumed helped to fix the thoughts and impressions of that earlier time. Thus the wish to get to Rome has become the cover and symbol in my dream life for several warmly cherished wishes, for the realization of which one might work with the perseverance and single-mindedness of the Punic general, and whose fulfillment sometimes seems as little favored by fortune as the wish of Hannibal's life to enter Rome. And now for the first time I happen upon the youthful experience which, even today, still manifests its power in all these emotions and dreams. I may have been 10 or 12 years old when my father began to take me with him on his walks, and to reveal to me his views about the things of this world in his conversation. In this way he once told me, in order to show into how much better times I had been born than he, the following: while I was a young man, I was walking one Saturday on a street in the village where you were born. I was handsomely dressed and wore a new fur cap. Along comes a Christian, who knocks my cap into the mud with one blow and shouts, "Jew, get off the sidewalk." "And what did you do?" "I went into the street and picked up the cap," was the calm answer. That did not seem heroic on the part of the big strong man, who was leading me, a little fellow, by the hand. I contrasted the situation, which did not please me, with another more in harmony with my feelings: the scene in which Hannibal's father, Hamilcar Barca, made his boy swear at the domestic altar to take vengeance on the Romans. Since that time Hannibal has had a place in my fantasies. I think I can follow my enthusiasm for the Carthaginian general still further back into my childhood, so that possibly we have here the transference of an already formed emotional relation to a new vehicle. One of the first books which fell into my childish hands, after I learned to read, was Tier Consulat und Kaiserreich, Consulship and Empire. I remember I pasted on the flat backs of my wooden soldiers little labels with the names of the imperial marshals, and that at that time Messina, as a Juminus, was already my avowed favorite. Napoleon himself follows Hannibal in crossing the Alps. And perhaps the development of this martial ideal can be traced still further back into my childhood, to the wish which the now friendly, now hostile, intercourse during my first 3 years with a boy a year older than myself must have actuated, in the weaker of the two playmates. The deeper one goes in the analysis of dreams, the more often one is put on the track of childish experiences which play the part of dream sources in the latent dream content. We have learned that the dream very rarely reproduces experiences in such a manner that they constitute the sole manifest dream content, unabridged and unchanged. Still some authentic examples showing this process have been reported, and I can add some new ones which again refer to infantile scenes. In the case of one of my patients, a dream once gave a barely disfigured reproduction of a sexual occurrence, which was immediately recognized as an accurate recollection. The memory of it indeed had never been lost in waking life, but it had been greatly obscured, and its revivification was a result of the preceding work of analysis. The dreamer had at the age of 12 visited a bedridden schoolmate, who had exposed himself by a movement in bed, probably only by chance. At the sight of the genitals, he was seized by a kind of compulsion, exposed himself and took hold of the member belonging to the other boy, who, however, looked at him with surprise and indignation, whereupon he became embarrassed and let go. A dream repeated the scene 23 years later, with all the details of the emotions occurring in it, changing it, however, in this respect, that the dreamer took the passive part instead of the active one, while the person of the schoolmate was replaced by one belonging to the present. As a rule, of course, a childhood scene is represented in the manifest dream content only by an illusion, and must be extricated from the dream by means of interpretation. The citation of examples of this kind cannot have a very convincing effect, because every guarantee that they are experiences of childhood is lacking. If they belong to an earlier time of life, they are no longer recognized by our memory. Justification for the conclusion that such childish experiences generally exist in dreams is based upon a great number of factors which become apparent in psychoanalytical work, and which seem reliable enough when regarded as a whole. But when, for the purposes of dream interpretation, such references of dreams to childish experiences are torn from their context, they will perhaps not make much impression, especially since I never give all the material upon which the interpretation depends. However, I shall not let this prevent me from giving some examples. The following dream is from another female patient. She is in a large room, in which there are all kinds of machines, perhaps, as she imagines, an orthopedic institute. She hears that I have no time, and that she must take the treatment along with 5 others. But she resists, and is unwilling to lie down on the bed or whatever it is which is intended for her. She stands in a corner and waits for me to say it is not true. The others, meanwhile, laugh at her, saying it is all foolishness on her part. At the same time it is as if she were called upon to make many small squares. The first part of the content of this dream is an allusion to the treatment and a transference on me. The second contains an allusion to a childhood scene. The two portions are connected by the mention of the bed. The Orthopedic Institute refers to one of my talks in which I compared the treatment as to its duration and nature with an orthopedic treatment. At the beginning of the treatment I had to tell her that for the present I had little time for her, but that later on I would devote a whole hour to her daily. This aroused in her the old sensitiveness, which is the chief characteristic of children who are to be hysterical. Their desire for love is insatiable. My patient was the youngest of 6 brothers and sisters, hence, with 5 others, and as such the favorite of her father, but in spite of that she seems to have found that her beloved father devoted too little time and attention to her. The detail of her waiting for me to say it is not true, has the following explanation. A tailor's apprentice had brought her a dress, and she had given him the money for it. Then she asked her husband whether she would have to pay the money again if the boy were to lose it. To tease her, her husband answered yes, the teasing in the dream, and she asked again and again, and waited for him to say it is not true. The thought of the latent dream content may now be construed as follows: will she have to pay me the double amount if I devote twice the time to her? A thought which is stingy or filthy. The uncleanliness of childhood is often replaced in the dream by greediness for money. The word filthy here supplies the bridge. If all that about waiting until I should say, and see, serves as a dream circumlocution for the word filthy, the standing in a corner and not lying down on the bed are in keeping, for these two features are component parts of a scene of childhood, in which she had soiled her bed, and for punishment was put into a corner, with the warning that Papa would not love her any more, and her brothers and sisters laughed at her, and see. The little squares refer to her young niece, who has shown her the arithmetical trick of writing figures in 9 squares, I believe it is, in such a way that upon being added together in any direction they make 15. 2. Here is the dream of a man. He sees 2 boys tussling with each other, and they are Cooper's boys, as he concludes from the implements which are lying about, one of the boys has thrown the other down, the prostrate one wears earrings with blue stones. He hurries after the wrongdoer with lifted cane, in order to chastise him. The latter takes refuge with a woman who is standing against a wooden fence, as though it were his mother. She is the wife of a day laborer, and she turns her back to the man who is dreaming. At last she faces about and stares at him with a horrible look, so that he runs away in fright. In her eyes the red flesh of the lower lid seems to stand out. The dream has made abundant use of trivial occurrences of the previous day. The day before he actually saw two boys on the street, one of whom threw the other one down. When he hurried up to them in order to settle the quarrel, both of them took flight. Cooper's boys, this is explained only by a subsequent dream, in the analysis of which he used the expression, to knock the bottom out of the barrel. Earrings with blue stones, according to his observation, are chiefly worn by prostitutes. Furthermore, a familiar doggerel rhyme about two boys comes up. The other boy, his name was Mary, that is, he was a girl. The woman standing up, after the scene with the two boys, he took a walk on the bank of the Danube, and took advantage of being alone to urinate against a wooden fence. A little later during his walk, a decently dressed elderly lady smiled at him very pleasantly, and wanted to hand him her card with her address. Since in the dream the woman stood as he had while urinating, it is a question of a woman urinating, and this explains the horrible look, and the prominence of the red flesh, which can only refer to the genitals which gap in squatting. He had seen genitals in his childhood, and they had appeared in later recollection as proud flesh and as wound. The dream unites two occasions upon which, as a young boy, the dreamer had had opportunity to see the genitals of little girls, in throwing one down, and while another was urinating, and, as is shown by another association, he had kept in memory a punishment or threat of his father's, called forth by the sexual curiosity which the boy manifested on these occasions. 3. A great mass of childish memories, which have been hastily united in a fantasy, is to be found behind the following dream of a young lady. She goes out in trepidation, in order to do some shopping. On the graben she sinks to her knees as though broken down. Many people collect around her, especially the hackney coach drivers, but no one helps her to get up. She makes many unavailing attempts. Finally she must have succeeded, for she is put into a hackney coach which is to take her home. A large, heavily laden basket, something like a market basket, is thrown after her through the window. This is the same woman who is always harassed in her dreams as she was harassed when a child. The first situation of the dream is apparently taken from seeing a horse that had fallen, just as broken down points to horse racing. She was a rider in her early years, still earlier she was probably also a horse. Her first childish memory of the 17-year-old son of the porter, who, being seized on the street by an epileptic fit, was brought home in a coach, is connected with the idea of falling down. Of this, of course, she has only heard, but the idea of epileptic fits and of falling down has obtained great power over her fantasies, and has later influenced the form of her own hysterical attacks. When a person of the female sex dreams of falling, this almost regularly has a sexual significance. She becomes a fallen woman, and for the purpose of the dream under consideration this interpretation is probably the least doubtful, for she falls on the Graben, the place in Vienna which is known as the concourse of prostitutes. The market basket admits of more than one interpretation, in the sense of refusal, German, Korb equals basket snub, refusal. She remembers the many snubs which she first gave her suitors, and which she later, as she thinks, received herself. Here belongs also the detail that no one will help her up, which she herself interprets as being disdained. Furthermore, the market basket recalls fantasies that have already appeared in the course of analysis, in which she imagines she has married far beneath her station, and now goes marketing herself. But lastly, the market basket might be interpreted as the mark of a servant. This suggests further childhood memories of a cook who was sent away because she stole. She, too, sank to her knees and begged for mercy. The dreamer was at that time 12 years old. Then there is a recollection of a chambermaid, who was dismissed because she had an affair with the coachman of the household, who, incidentally, married her afterwards. This recollection, therefore, gives us a clue to the coachman in the dream, who do not, in contrast with what is actually the case, take the part of the fallen woman. But there still remains to be explained the throwing of the basket, and the throwing of it through the window. This takes her to the transference of baggage on the railroad, to the Fensterln in the country, and to minor impressions received at a country resort, of a gentleman throwing some blue plums to a lady through her window, and of the dreamer's little sister being frightened because a cretin who was passing looked in at the window. And now from behind this there emerges an obscure recollection, from her 10th year, of a nurse who made love at the country resort with a servant of the household, of which the child had opportunity to see something, and who was fired, thrown out, in the dream the opposite, thrown into, a story which we had also approached by several other paths. The baggage, moreover, or the trunk of a servant, is disparagingly referred to in Vienna as 7 plums. Pack up your 7 plums and get out. My collection, of course, contains an abundant supply of such patients' dreams, whose analysis leads to childish impressions that are remembered obscurely or not at all, and that often date back to the first 3 years of life. But it is a mistake to draw conclusions from them which are to apply to the dream in general. We are in every case dealing with neurotic, particularly with hysterical persons, and the part played by childhood scenes in these dreams might be conditioned by the nature of the neurosis, and not by that of the dream. However, I am struck quite as often in the course of interpreting my own dreams, which I do not do on account of obvious symptoms of disease, by the fact that I unsuspectingly come upon a scene of childhood in the latent dream content, and that a whole series of dreams suddenly falls into line with conclusions drawn from childish experiences. I have already given examples of this, and shall give still more upon various occasions. Perhaps I cannot close the whole chapter more fittingly than by citing several of my own dreams, in which recent happenings and long-forgotten experiences of childhood appear together as sources of dreams. After I have been traveling and have gone to bed hungry and tired, the great necessities of life begin to assert their claims in sleep, and I dream as follows. I go into a kitchen to order some pastry. Here 3 women are standing, one of whom is the hostess, and is turning something in her hand as though she were making dumplings. She answers that I must wait until she has finished, not distinctly as a speech. I become impatient and go away insulted. I put on an overcoat, but the first one which I try is too long. I take it off, and am somewhat astonished to find that it has fur trimming. A second one has sewn into it a long strip of cloth with Turkish drawings. A stranger with a long face and a short pointed beard comes up and prevents me from putting it on, declaring that it belongs to him. I now show him that it is embroidered all over in Turkish fashion. He asks, "What business are the Turkish drawings, strips of cloth, of yours?" But we then become quite friendly with each other. In the analysis of this dream there occurs to me quite unexpectedly the novel which I read, that is to say, which I began with the end of the first volume, when I was perhaps 13 years old. I have never known the name of the novel or of its author, but the conclusion remains vividly in my memory. The hero succumbs to insanity, and continually calls the names of the 3 women that have signified the greatest good and ill fortune for him during life. Pelagia is one of these names. I still do not know what to make of this name in the analysis. A propos of the 3 women, there now come to the surface the 3 Parsi who spin the fate of man, and I know that one of the 3 women, the hostess in the dream, is the mother who gives life, and who, moreover, as in my case, gives the first nourishment to the living creature. Love and hunger meet at the mother's breast. A young man so runs an anecdote who became a great admirer of womanly beauty, once when the conversation turned upon a beautiful wet nurse who had nourished him as a child, expressed himself to the effect that he was sorry that he had not taken better advantage of his opportunity at the time. I am in the habit of using the anecdote to illustrate the factor of subsequence in the mechanism of psychoneuroses. One of the Parisi, then, is rubbing the palms of her hands together as though she were making dumplings. A strange occupation for one of the fates, which is urgently in need of an explanation. This is now found in another and earlier childhood memory. When I was 6 years old, and was receiving my first instructions from my mother, I was asked to believe that we are made of earth, and that therefore we must return to earth. But this did not suit me, and I doubted her teaching. Thereupon my mother rubbed the palms of her hands together just as in making dumplings, except that there was no dough between them, and showed me the blackish scales of epidermis which were thus rubbed off as a proof that it is earth of which we are made. My astonishment at this demonstration ad oculos was without limit, and I acquiesced in the idea which I was later to hear expressed in words, "Thou owest nature a death." Thus the women are really Parsi whom I visit in the kitchen, as I have done so often in my childhood years when I was hungry, and when my mother used to order me to wait until lunch was ready. And now for the dumplings. At least one of my teachers at the university, the very one to whom I am indebted for my histological knowledge, epidermis, might be reminded by the name Nodel, German, Noedel equals dumplings, of a person whom he had to prosecute for committing a plagiarism of his writings. To commit plagiarism, to appropriate anything one can get, even though it belongs to another, obviously leads to the second part of the dream, in which I am treated like a certain overcoat thief, who for a time plied his trade in the auditoria. I wrote down the expression plagiarism without any reason because it presented itself to me, and now I perceive that it must belong to the latent dream content, because it will serve as a bridge between different parts of the manifest dream content. The chain of associations plagiarism plagiostomy, sharks, fish bladder connects the old novel with the affair of Nodel and with the overcoats, German, Überseher equals thing drawn over overcoat or condom, which obviously refer to an object belonging to the technique of sexual life. This, it is true, is a very forced and irrational connection, but it is nevertheless one which I could not establish in waking life if it had not been already established by the activity of the dream. Indeed, as though nothing were sacred for this impulse to force connections, the beloved name, Brueck, bridge of words, see above, now serves to remind me of the institution in which I spent my happiest hours as a student, quite without any cares, so you will ever find more pleasure at the breasts of knowledge without measure, in the most complete contrast to the urgent desires which vex me while I dream. And finally there comes to the surface the recollection of another dear teacher, whose name again sounds like something to eat, Fleischl German, Fleisch equals meat like Nodel, and of a pathetic scene, in which the scales of epidermis play a part, Mother Hostess, and Insanity, the novel, and a remedy from the Latin kitchen which numbs the sensation of hunger, to wit, cocaine. In this manner I could follow the intricate trains of thought still further, and could fully explain the part of the dream which is missing in the analysis, but I must refrain, because the personal sacrifices which it would require are too great. I shall merely take up one of the threads, which will serve to lead us directly to the dream thoughts that he at the bottom of the confusion. The stranger, with the long face and pointed beard, who wants to prevent me from putting on the overcoat, has the features of a tradesman at Spalato, of whom my wife made ample purchases of Turkish cloths. His name was Popovic, a suspicious name, which, by the way, has given the humorist Stettenheim a chance to make a significant remark. He told me his name, and blushingly shook my hand. Moreover, there is the same abuse of names as above with Pelagia, Nodel, Brueck, Fleischl. That such playing with names is childish nonsense can be asserted without fear of contradiction. If I indulge in it, this indulgence amounts to an act of retribution, for my own name has numberless times fallen a victim to such weak-minded attempts at humor. Goethe once remarked how sensitive a man is about his name, with which, as with his skin, he feels that he has grown up, whereupon Herder composed the following on his name. Thou who art born of gods, of Goths, or of cot, mud. Thy godlike images, too, are dust. I perceive that this digression about the abuse of names was only intended to prepare for this complaint. But let us stop here. The purchase at Spalato reminds me of another one at Cataro, where I was too cautious, and missed an opportunity for making some desirable acquisitions. Missing an opportunity at the breast of the nurse, see above. Another dream thought, occasioned in the dreamer by the sensation of hunger, is as follows: one should let nothing which one can have escape, even if a little wrong is done, no opportunity should be missed, life is so short, death inevitable. Owing to the fact that this also has a sexual significance, and that desire is unwilling to stop at a wrong, this philosophy of carpe diem must fear the censor and must hide behind a dream. This now makes articulate counter-thoughts of all kinds, recollections of a time when spiritual food alone was sufficient for the dreamer, it suggests repressions of every kind, and even threats of disgusting sexual punishments. A second dream requires a longer preliminary statement. I have taken a car to the West Station in order to begin a vacation journey to the Aussie, and I reach the station in time for the train to Ischl, which leaves earlier. Here I see Count Thun, who is again going to see the Emperor at Ischl. In spite of the rain, he has come in an open carriage, has passed out at once through the door for local trains, and has motioned back the gatekeeper, who does not know him and who wants to take his ticket, with a little wave of his hand. After the train to Ischl has left, I am told to leave the platform and go back into the hot waiting room, but with difficulty I secure permission to remain. I pass the time in watching the people who make use of bribes to secure a compartment. I make up my mind to insist on my rights, that is, to demand the same privilege. Meanwhile I sing something to myself, which I afterwards recognize to be the aria from Figaro's Wedding. If my Lord Count wishes to try a dance, try a dance. Let him but say so. I'll play him a tune. Possibly another person would not have recognized the song. During the whole afternoon I have been in an insolent, combative mood. I have spoken roughly to the waiter and the cabman, I hope without hurting their feelings. Now all kinds of bold and revolutionary thoughts come into my head, of a kind suited to the words of Figaro and the comedy of Beaumarchais, which I had seen at the Comédie Française. The speech about great men who had taken the trouble to be born, the aristocratic prerogative, which Count Almaviva wants to apply in the case of Susan, the jokes which our malicious journalists of the opposition make upon the name of Count Thun, German, Thun equals doing, by calling him Count Do Nothing. I really do not envy him, he has now a difficult mission with the Emperor, and I am the real Count Do Nothing, for I am taking a vacation. With this, all kinds of cheerful plans for the vacation. A gentleman now arrives who is known to me as a representative of the government at the medical examinations, and who has won the flattering nickname of governmental bedfellow by his activities in this capacity. By insisting on his official station he secures half of a first-class compartment, and I hear one guard say to the other, "Where are we going to put the gentleman with the first-class half compartment?" A pretty favoritism, I am paying for a whole first-class compartment. Now I get a whole compartment for myself, but not in a through coach, so that there is no toilet at my disposal during the night. My complaints to the guard are without result. I get even by proposing that at least there be a hole made in the floor of this compartment for the possible needs of the travelers. I really awake at 2:45 in the morning with a desire to urinate, having had the following dream. Crowd of people, meeting of students. A certain Count, Thun or Taff, is making a speech. Upon being asked to say something about the Germans, he declares with contemptuous mien that their favorite flower is colt's foot, and then puts something like a torn leaf, really the crumpled skeleton of a leaf, into his buttonhole. I make a start then, but I am surprised at this idea of mine. Then more indistinctly, it seems as though it were the vestibule, Allah, the exits are jammed, as though it were necessary to flee. I make my way through a suite of handsomely furnished rooms, apparently governmental chambers, with furniture of a color which is between brown and violet, and at last I come to a passage where a housekeeper, an elderly, fat woman, Frauenzimmer, is seated. I try to avoid talking to her, but apparently she thinks I have a right to pass because she asks whether she shall accompany me with the lamp. I signify to her to tell her that she is to remain standing on the stairs, and in this I appear to myself very clever, for avoiding being watched at last. I am downstairs now, and I find a narrow, steep way along which I go. Again indistinctly. It is as if my second task were to get away out of the city, as my earlier was to get out of the house. I am riding in a one-horse carriage, and tell the driver to take me to a railway station. I cannot ride with you on the tracks, I say, after he has made the objection that I have tired him out. Here it seems as though I had already driven with him along a course which is ordinarily traversed on the railroad. The stations are crowded. I consider whether I shall go to Krems or to Znaim, but I think that the court will be there, and I decide in favor of Graz or something of the sort. Now I am seated in the coach, which is something like a streetcar, and I have in my buttonhole a long braided thing, on which are violet-brown violets of stiff material, which attracts the attention of many people. Here the scene breaks off. I am again in front of the railroad station, but I am with the elderly gentleman. I invent a scheme for remaining unrecognized, but I also see this plan already carried out. Thinking and experiencing are here, as it were, the same thing. He pretends to be blind, at least in one eye, and I hold a male urinal in front of him, which we have had to buy in the city or did buy. I am thus a sick attendant, and have to give him the urinal because he is blind. If the conductor sees us in this position, he must pass us by without drawing attention. At the same time the attitude of the person mentioned is visually observed. Then I awake with a desire to urinate. The whole dream seems a sort of fantasy, which takes the dreamer back to the revolutionary year 1848, the memory of which had been renewed by the anniversary year 1898, as well as by a little excursion to Wachau, where I had become acquainted with Emmersdorf, a town which I wrongly supposed to be the resting place of the student leader Fiskov, to whom several features of the dream content might refer. The thought associations then lead me to England, to the house of my brother, who was accustomed jokingly to tell his wife of 50 years ago, according to the title of a poem by Lord Tennyson, whereupon the children were in the habit of correcting, 15 years ago. This fantasy, however, which subtly attaches itself to the thoughts which the sight of the Count Thun has given rise to, is only like the facade of Italian churches, which is superimposed without being organically connected with the building behind it. Unlike these facades, however, the fantasy is filled with gaps and confused, and the parts from within break through at many places. The first situation of the dream is concocted from several scenes, into which I am able to separate it. The arrogant attitude of the Count in the dream is copied from a scene at the gymnasium which took place in my 15th year. We had contrived a conspiracy against an unpopular and ignorant teacher, the leading spirit in which was a schoolmate who seems to have taken Henry VIII of England as his model. It fell to me to carry out the coup d'état, and a discussion of the importance of the Danube, German Donau, for Austria, Wachau, was the occasion upon which matters came to open indignation. A fellow conspirator was the only aristocratic schoolmate whom we had. He was called the Giraffe on account of his conspicuous longitudinal development, and he stood just like the Count in the dream, while he was being reprimanded by the tyrant of the school, the professor of the German language. The explanation of the favorite flower and the putting into the buttonhole of something which again must have been a flower, which recalls the orchids, which I had brought to a lady friend on the same day, and besides that the Rose of Jericho, prominently recalls the scene in Shakespeare's historical plays which opens the civil wars of the Red and the White Roses. The mention of Henry VIII has opened the way to this reminiscence. It is not very far now from roses to red and white carnations. Meanwhile two little rhymes, the one German, the other Spanish, insinuate themselves into the analysis: roses, tulips, carnations, all flowers fade, and Isabelita, no lores que se marchitan las flores. The Spanish is taken from Figaro. Here in Vienna white carnations have become the insignia of the anti-Semites, the red ones of the Social Democrats. Behind this is the recollection of an anti-Semitic challenge during a railway trip in beautiful Saxony, Anglo-Saxon. The third scene contributing to the formation of the first situation in the dream takes place in my early student life. There was a discussion in the German Students' Club about the relation of philosophy to the general sciences. A green youth, full of the materialistic doctrine, I thrust myself forward and defended a very one-sided view. Thereupon a sagacious older schoolfellow, who has since shown his capacity for leading men and organizing the masses, and who, moreover, bears a name belonging to the animal kingdom, arose and called us down thoroughly. He too, he said, had herded swine in his youth, and had come back repentant to the house of his father. I started up, as in the dream, became very uncivil, and answered that since I knew he had herded swine, I was not surprised at the tone of his discourse. In the dream I am surprised at my national German sentiment. There was great commotion, and the demand came from all sides that I take back what I had said, but I remained steadfast. The man who had been insulted was too sensible to take the advice, which was given him, to send a challenge, and let the matter drop. The remaining elements of the scene of the dream are of more remote origin. What is the meaning of the Count's proclaiming the coltsfoot? Here I must consult my train of associations. Coltsfoot, German, Huflatic, Latis lettuce salad dog, the dog that grudges others what he cannot eat himself. Here plenty of opprobrious epithets may be discerned: Guruf, German of equals monkey, ape, pig, so, dog. I might even find means to arrive at donkey, on a detour by way of a name, and thus again at contempt for an academic teacher. Furthermore I translate coltsfoot, Huflatic, I do not know how correctly by Piss and Lit. I got this idea from Zola's Germinal, in which children are ordered to bring salad of this kind. The dog Chien has a name sounding like the major function, cheer, as pisser stands for the minor one. Now we shall soon have before us the indecent in all three of its categories, for in the same Germinal, which has a lot to do with the future revolution, there is described a very peculiar contest, depending upon the production of gaseous excretions, called flatus. And now I must remark how the way to this flatus has been for a long while preparing, beginning with the flowers, and proceeding to the Spanish rhyme of Isabelita to Ferdinand and Isabella, and, by way of Henry VIII, to English history at the time of the expedition of the Armada against England, after the victorious termination of which the English struck a medal with the inscription, Affluvat et dissipati sunt, for the storm had scattered the Spanish fleet. I had thought of taking this phrase for the title of a chapter on therapeutics, to be meant half jokingly if I should ever have occasion to give a detailed account of my conception and treatment of hysteria. I cannot give such a detailed solution of the second scene of the dream, out of regard for the censor. For at this point I put myself in the place of a certain eminent gentleman of that revolutionary period, who also had an adventure with an eagle, who is said to have suffered from incontinence of the bowels, and the like, and I believe I should not be justified at this point in passing the censor, although it was an Aulic counselor, Aula, Consularius Aulicis, who told me the greater part of these stories. The allusion to the suite of rooms in the dream relates to the private car of His Excellency, into which I had opportunity to look for a moment, but it signifies, as so often in dreams, a woman. Frauenzimmer, German Zimmer room is appended to Frauenwoman, in order to imply a slight amount of contempt. In the person of the housekeeper I give scant recognition to an intelligent elderly lady for the entertainment and the many good stories which I have enjoyed at her house. The feature of the lamp goes back to Grillparzer, who notes a charming experience of a similar nature, which he afterwards made use of in Hero and Leander, the billows of the ocean, and of Love, the Armada and the Storm. I must also forego detailed analysis of the two remaining portions of the dream. I shall select only those elements which lead to two childhood scenes, for the sake of which alone I have taken up the dream. The reader will guess that it is sexual matter which forces me to this suppression, but he need not be content with this explanation. Many things which must be treated as secrets in the presence of others are not treated as such with one's self, and here it is not a question of considerations inducing me to hide the solution, but of motives of the inner censor concealing the real content of the dream from myself. I may say, then, that the analysis shows these three portions of the dream to be impertinent boasting, the exuberance of an absurd grandiose idea which has long since been suppressed in my waking life, which, however, dares show itself in the manifest dream content by one or two projections, I seem clever to myself, and which makes the arrogant mood of the evening before the dream perfectly intelligible. It is boasting, indeed, in all departments. Thus the mention of gras refers to the phrase, "What is the price of gras?" which we are fond of using when we feel oversupplied with money. Whoever will recall Master Rabelais' unexcelled description of the life and deeds of Gargantua and his son Pantagruel, will be able to supply the boastful content intimated in the first portion of the dream. The following belongs to the two childhood scenes which have been promised. I had bought a new trunk for this journey, whose color, a brownish violet, appears in the dream several times. Violet-brown violets made of stiff material, next to a thing which is called girl catcher, the furniture in the governmental chambers. That something new attracts people's attention is a well-known belief of children. Now I have been told the following story of my childhood. I remember hearing the story rather than the occurrence itself. I am told that at the age of 2 I still occasionally wetted my bed, that I was often reproached on this subject, and that I consoled my father by promising to buy him a beautiful new red bed in the nearest large city. Hence the detail inserted in the dream that we bought the urinal in the city or had to buy it. One must keep one's promises. Attention is further called to the identity of the male urinal and the feminine trunk, box. All the megalomania of the child is contained in this promise. The significance of the dream of difficulty in urinating in the case of the child has been already considered in the interpretation of an earlier dream, cf. the dream on. Now there was another domestic occurrence, when I was 7 or 8 years old, which I remember very well. One evening, before going to bed, I had disregarded the dictates of discretion not to satisfy my wants in the bedroom of my parents and in their presence, and in his reprimand for this delinquency my father made the remark, "That boy will never amount to anything." It must have terribly mortified my ambition, for allusions to the scene return again and again in my dreams, and are regularly coupled with enumerations of my accomplishments and successes, as though I wanted to say, "You see, I have amounted to something after all." Now this childhood scene furnishes the elements for the last image of the dream, in which of course, the roles are interchanged for the sake of revenge. The elderly man, obviously my father, for the blindness in one eye signifies his glaucoma on one side, is now urinating before me as I once urinated before him. In glaucoma I refer to cocaine, which stood my father in good stead in his operation, as though I had thereby fulfilled my promises. Besides that I make sport of him, since he is blind I must hold the urinal in front of him, and I gloat over allusions to my discoveries in the theory of hysteria, of which I am so proud. If the two childhood scenes of urinating are otherwise closely connected with the desire for greatness, their rehabilitation on the trip to the Aussie was further favored by the accidental circumstance that my compartment had no water closet, and that I had to expect embarrassment on the ride, as actually happened in the morning. I awoke with the sensation of a bodily need. I suppose one might be inclined to credit these sensations with being the actual stimulus of the dream. I should, however, prefer a different conception, namely, that it was the dream thoughts which gave rise to the desire to urinate. It is quite unusual for me to be disturbed in sleep by any need, at least at the time of this awakening, 4:15 in the morning. I may forestall further objection by remarking that I have hardly ever felt a desire to urinate after awakening early on other journeys made under more comfortable circumstances. Moreover, I can leave this point undecided without hurting my argument. Since I have learned, further, from experience in dream analysis, that there always remain important trains of thought proceeding from dreams whose interpretation at first seems complete, because the sources of the dream and the actuation of the wish are easily demonstrable, trains of thought reaching back into earliest childhood, I have been forced to ask myself whether this feature does not constitute an essential condition of dreaming. If I were to generalize this thesis, a connection with what has been recently experienced would form a part of the manifest content of every dream, and a connection with what has been most remotely experienced, of its latent content, and I can actually show in the analysis of hysteria that in a true sense these remote experiences have remained recent up to the present time. But this conjecture seems still very difficult to prove. I shall probably have to return to the part played by the earliest childhood experiences, in another connection, Chapter 7. Of the three peculiarities of dream memory considered at the beginning, 1. The preference for the unimportant in the dream content has been satisfactorily explained by tracing it back to dream disfigurement. We have been able to establish the existence of the other two, the selection of recent and of infantile material, but we have found it impossible to explain them by the motive of dream. Let us keep in mind these two characteristics, which still remain to be explained or evaluated. A place for them will have to be found elsewhere, either in the psychology of the sleeping state, or in the discussion of the structure of the psychic apparatus, which we shall undertake later, after we have learned that the inner nature of the apparatus may be observed through dream interpretation as though through a window. Just here I may emphasize another result of the last few dream analyses. The dream often appears ambiguous. Not only may several wish fulfillments, as the examples show, be united in it, but one meaning or one wish fulfillment may also conceal another, until at the bottom one comes upon the fulfillment of a wish from the earliest period of childhood, and here too, it may be questioned whether often in this sentence may not more correctly be replaced by regularly. C. Somatic sources of dreams. If the attempt be made to interest the cultured layman in the problems of dreaming, and if, with this end in view, he be asked the question from what source dreams originate according to his opinion, it is generally found that the person thus interrogated thinks himself in assured possession of a part of the solution. He immediately thinks of the influence which a disturbed or impeded digestion, dreams come from the stomach, accidental bodily position, and little occurrences during sleep, exercise upon the formation of dreams, and he seems not to suspect that even after the consideration of all these factors there still remains something unexplained. We have explained at length in the introductory chapter, what a role in the formation of dreams the scientific literature credits to the account of somatic exciting sources, so that we need here only recall the results of this investigation. We have seen that three kinds of somatic exciting sources are distinguished: objective sensory stimuli which proceed from external objects, the inner states of excitation of the sensory organs having only a subjective basis, and the bodily stimuli which originate internally, and we have noticed the inclination on the part of the authors to force the psychic sources of the dream into the background or to disregard them altogether in favor of these somatic sources of stimulation. In testing the claims which are made on behalf of these classes of somatic sources of stimulation, we have discovered that the significance of the objective stimuli of the sensory organs, whether accidental stimuli during sleep or those stimuli which cannot be excluded from our dormant psychic life, has been definitely established by numerous observations and is confirmed by experiments. We have seen that the part played by subjective sensory stimuli appears to be demonstrated by the return of hypnagogic sensory images in dreams, and that although the referring of these dream images and ideas, in the broadest sense, to internal bodily stimulation is not demonstrable in every detail, it can be supported by the well-known influence which an exciting state of the digestive, urinary, and sexual organs exercise upon the contents of our dreams. Nerve stimulus and bodily stimulus, then, would be the somatic sources of the dream, that is, the only sources whatever of the dream, according to several authors. But we have already found a number of doubts, which seem to attack not so much the correctness of the somatic theory of stimulation as its adequacy. However certain all the representatives of this theory may have felt about the actual facts on which it is based, especially in case of the accidental and external nerve stimuli, which may be recognized in the content of the dream without any trouble, nevertheless none of them has been able to avoid the admission that the abundant ideal content of dreams does not admit of explanation by external nerve stimuli alone. Miss Mary Whitton Calkins has tested her own dreams and those of another person for a period of 6 weeks with this idea in mind, and has found only from 13.2 per cent to 6.7 per cent in which the element of external sensory perception was demonstrable. Only 2 cases in the collection could be referred to organic sensations. Statistics here confirm what a hasty glance at our own experience might have led us to suspect. The decision has been made repeatedly to distinguish the dream of nerve stimulus from the other forms of the dream as a well-established subspecies. Spitta divided dreams into dreams of nerve stimulus and association dreams. But the solution clearly remained unsatisfactory as long as the link between the somatic sources of dreams and their ideal content could not be demonstrated. Besides the first objection, of the inadequate frequency of external exciting sources, there arises as a second objection the inadequate explanation of dreams offered by the introduction of this sort of dream sources. The representatives of the theory accordingly must explain two things: in the first place, why the external stimulus in the dream is never recognized according to its real nature, but is regularly mistaken for something else, cf. the alarm clock dreams, and secondly, why the reaction of the receiving mind to this misrecognized stimulus should result so indeterminately and changefully. As an answer to these questions, we have heard from Strumpel that the mind, as a result of its being turned away from the outer world during sleep, is not capable of giving correct interpretation to the objective sensory stimulus, but is forced to form illusions on the basis of the indefinite incitements from many directions. As expressed in his own words, as soon as a sensation, a sensational complex, a feeling, or a psychic process in general, arises in the mind during sleep from an outer or inner nerve stimulus, and is perceived by the mind, this process calls up sensory images, that is to say, earlier perceptions, either unembellished or with the psychic values belonging to them, from the range of waking experiences, of which the mind has remained in possession. It seems to collect about itself, as it were, a greater or less number of such images, from which the impression which originates from the nerve stimulus receives its psychic value. It is usually said here, as the idiom does of waking thought, that the mind interprets impressions of nerve stimuli in sleep. The result of this interpretation is the so-called nerve stimulus dream, that is to say, a dream whose composition is conditioned by the fact that a nerve stimulus brings about its effect in psychic life according to the laws of reproduction. The opinion of Wundt agrees in all essentials with this theory. He says that the ideas in the dream are probably the result, for the most part, of sensory stimuli, especially of those of general sensation, and are therefore mostly phantastic illusions, probably memory presentations which are only partly pure, and which have been raised to hallucinations. Strumpel has found an excellent simile. It is as if the 10 fingers of a person ignorant of music should stray over the keyboard of an instrument to illustrate the relation between dream content and dream stimuli, which follows from this theory. The implication is that the dream does not appear as a psychic phenomenon, originating from psychic motives, but as the result of a physiological stimulus, which is expressed in psychic symptomology, because the apparatus which is affected by the stimulus is not capable of any other expression. Upon a similar assumption is based, for example, the explanation of compulsive ideas which Maynard tried to give by means of the famous simile of the dial on which individual figures are prominent because they are in more marked relief. However popular this theory of somatic dream stimuli may have become, and however seductive it may seem, it is nevertheless easy to show the weak point in it. Every somatic dream stimulus which provokes the psychic apparatus to interpretation through the formation of illusions, is capable of giving rise to an incalculable number of such attempts at interpretation. It can thus attain representation in the dream content by means of an extraordinary number of different ideas. But the theory of Strumpel and Wundt is incapable of instancing any motive which has control over the relation between the external stimulus and the dream idea which has been selected to interpret it, and therefore of explaining the peculiar choice which the stimuli often enough make in the course of their reproductive activity, lips, Grundtatsachen des Seelenlebens. Other objections may be directed against the fundamental assumption of the whole theory of illusions, the assumption that during sleep the mind is not in a condition to recognize the real nature of the objective sensory stimuli. The old physiologist Burdake proves to us that the mind is quite capable even during sleep of interpreting correctly the sensory impressions which reach it, and of reacting in accordance with the correct interpretation. He establishes this by showing that it is possible to exempt certain impressions which seem important to the individuals, from the neglect of sleeping, nurse and child, and that one is more surely awakened by one's own name than by an indifferent auditory impression, all of which presupposes, of course, that the mind distinguishes among sensations, even in sleep. Chapter I. Burdach infers from these observations that it is not an incapability of interpreting sensory stimuli in the sleeping state which must be assumed, but a lack of interest in them. The same arguments which Burdach used in 1830, later reappear unchanged in the works of Lipps in the year 1883, where they are employed for the purpose of attacking the theory of somatic stimuli. According to this, the mind seems to be like the sleeper in the anecdote, who, upon being asked, "Are you asleep?" answers no, and upon being again addressed with the words, "Then lend me 10 florins, takes refuge in the excuse, "I am asleep." The inadequacy of the theory of somatic dream stimuli may also be demonstrated in another manner. Observations show that I am not urged to dream by external stimulations, even if these stimulations appear in the dream as soon as, and in case that, I dream. In response to the tactile or pressure stimulus which I get while sleeping, various reactions are at my disposal. I can overlook it and discover only upon awakening that my leg has been uncovered or my arm under pressure. Pathology shows the most numerous examples where powerfully acting sensory and motor stimuli of different sorts remain without effect during sleep. I can perceive a sensation during sleep through and through sleep, as it were, which happens as a rule with painful stimuli, but without weaving the pain into the texture of the dream. Thirdly, I can awaken on account of the stimulus in order to obviate it. Only as a fourth possible reaction, I may be impelled to dream by a nerve stimulus, but the other possibilities are realized at least as often as that of dream formation. This could not be the case if the motive for dreaming did not lie outside of the somatic sources of dreams. Taking proper account of the defect in the explanation of dreams by somatic stimuli which has just been shown, other authors, Skerner, who was joined by the philosopher Foucault, have tried to determine more exactly the psychic activities which cause the variegated dream images to arise from the somatic stimuli, and have thus transferred the essential nature of dreams back to the province of the mind, and to that of psychic activity. Skerner not only gave a poetically appreciative, glowing and vivid description of the psychic peculiarities which develop in the course of dream formation, he also thought he had guessed the principle according to which the mind proceeds with the stimuli that are at its disposal. The dream activity, according to Skerner, after fantasy has been freed from the shackles imposed upon it during the day, and has been given free rein, strives to represent symbolically the nature of the organ from which the stimulus proceeds. Thus we have a kind of dream book as a guide for the interpretation of dreams, by means of which bodily sensations, the conditions of the organs and of the stimuli may be inferred from dream images. Thus the image of a cat expresses an angry, discontented mood, the image of a light-colored bit of smooth pastry the nudity of the body. The human body as a whole is pictured as a house by the fantasy of the dream, and each individual organ of the body as a part of the house. In toothache dreams a high vaulted vestibule corresponds to the mouth and a stair to the descent of the gullet to the alimentary canal. In the headache dream the ceiling of a room which is covered with disgusting reptile-like spiders is chosen to denote the upper part of the head. Foucault. Several different symbols are used by the dream for the same organ, thus the breathing lungs find their symbol in an oven filled with flames and with a roaring draught, the heart in hollow chests and baskets, and the bladder in round, bag-shaped objects, or anything else hollow. It is especially important that at the end of a dream the stimulating organ or its function be represented undisguised and usually on the dreamer's own body. Thus the toothache dream usually ends by the dreamer drawing a tooth from his own mouth. It cannot be said that this theory has found much favor with the authors. Above all, it seems extravagant. There has been no inclination even to discover the small amount of justification to which it may, in my opinion, lay claim. As may be seen, it leads to a revival of the dream interpretation by means of symbolism, which the ancients used, except that the source from which the interpretation is to be taken is limited to the human body. The lack of a technique of interpretation which is scientifically comprehensible must seriously limit the applicability of Skerner's theory. Arbitrariness in dream interpretation seems in no wise excluded, especially since a stimulus may be expressed by several representations in the content of the dream. Thus Skerner's associate, Foucault, has already found it impossible to confirm the representation of the body as a house. Another objection is that here again dream activity is attributed to the mind as a useless and aimless activity, since according to the theory in question the mind is content with forming fantasies about the stimulus with which it is concerned, without even remotely contemplating anything like a discharge of the stimulus. But Skerner's theory of the symbolization of bodily stimuli by the dream receives a heavy blow from another objection. These bodily stimuli are present at all times, and according to general assumption the mind is more accessible to them during sleep than in waking. It is thus incomprehensible why the mind does not dream continually throughout the night, and why it does not dream every night and about all the organs. If one attempts to avoid this objection by making the condition that a special stimuli must proceed from the eye, the ear, the teeth, the intestines in order to arouse dream activity, one is confronted by the difficulty of proving that this increase of stimulation is objective, which is possible only in a small number of cases. If the dream of flying is a symbolization of the upward and downward motion of the pulmonary lobes, either this dream, as has already been remarked by Strumpel, would be dreamt much oftener, or an accentuation of the function of breathing during the dream would have to be demonstrable. Still another case is possible, the most probable of all, that now and then special motives directing attention to the visceral sensations which are universally present are active, but this case takes us beyond the range of Skerner's theory. The value of Skerner's and Foucault's discussions lies in the fact that they call attention to a number of characteristics of the dream content which are in need of explanation, and which seem to promise new knowledge. It is quite true that symbolizations of organs of the body and of their functions are contained in dreams, that water in a dream often signifies a desire to urinate, that the male genital may often be represented by a staff standing erect or by a pillar, and c. In dreams which show a very animated field of vision and brilliant colors, in contrast to the dimness of other dreams, the interpretation may hardly be dismissed that they are dreams of visual stimulation, any more than it may be disputed that there is a contribution of illusory formations in dreams which contain noise and confusion of voices. A dream like that of Skerner, of two rows of fair handsome boys standing opposite to each other on a bridge, attacking each other and then taking their places again, until finally the dreamer himself sits down on the bridge and pulls a long tooth out of his jaw, or a similar one of Foucault's, in which two rows of drawers play a part, and which again ends in the extraction of a tooth. Dream formations of this sort, which are related in great numbers by the authors, prevent our discarding Skerner's theory as an idle fabrication without seeking to find its kernel of truth. We are now confronted by the task of giving the supposed symbolization of the dental stimulus an explanation of a different kind. Throughout our consideration of the theory of the somatic sources of dreams, I have refrained from urging the argument which is inferred from our dream analyses. If we have succeeded in proving, by a procedure which other authors have not applied in their investigation of dreams, that the dream as a psychic action possesses value peculiar to itself, that a wish supplies the motive for its formation, and that the experiences of the previous day furnish the immediate material for its content, any other theory of dreams neglecting such an important method of investigation, and accordingly causing the dream to appear a useless and problematic psychic reaction to somatic stimuli, is dismissible without any particular comment. Otherwise there must be, which is highly improbable, two entirely different kinds of dreams, of which only one has come under our observation, while only the other has been observed by the earlier connoisseurs of the dream. It still remains to provide a place for the facts which are used to support the prevailing theory of somatic dream stimuli, within our own theory of dreams. We have already taken the first step in this direction in setting up the thesis that the dream activity is under a compulsion to elaborate all the dream stimuli which are simultaneously present into a unified whole. We have seen that when two or more experiences capable of making an impression have been left over from the previous day, the wishes which result from them are united into one dream. Similarly, that an impression possessing psychic value and the indifferent experiences of the previous day are united in the dream material, provided there are available connecting ideas between the two. Thus the dream appears to be a reaction to everything which is simultaneously present as actual in the sleeping mind. As far as we have hitherto analyzed the dream material, we have discovered it to be a collection of psychic remnants and memory traces, which we were obliged to credit, on account of the preference shown for recent and infantile material, with a character of actuality, though the nature of this was not at the time determinable. Now it will not be difficult to foretell what will happen when new material in the form of sensations is added to these actualities of memory. These stimuli likewise derive importance for the dream because they are actual, they are united with the other psychic actualities in order to make up the material for dream formation. To express it differently, the stimuli which appear during sleep are worked over into the fulfillment of a wish, the other component parts of which are the remnants of daily experience with which we are familiar. This union, however, is not inevitable. We have heard that more than one sort of attitude towards bodily stimuli is possible during sleep. Wherever this union has been brought about, it has simply been possible to find for the dream content that kind of presentation material which will give representation to both classes of dream sources, the somatic as well as the psychic. The essential nature of the dream is not changed by this addition of somatic material to the psychic sources of the dream, it remains the fulfillment of a wish without reference to the way in which its expression is determined by the actual material. I shall gladly find room here for a number of peculiarities, which serve to put a different face on the significance of external stimuli for the dream. I imagine that a cooperation of individual, physiological, and accidental factors, conditioned by momentary circumstances, determines how one will act in each particular case of intensive objective stimulation during sleep. The degree of the profoundness of sleep, whether habitual or accidental in connection with the intensity of the stimulus, will in one case make it possible to suppress the stimulus, so that it will not disturb sleep, in another case they will force an awakening or will support the attempt to overcome the stimulus by weaving it into the texture of the dream. In correspondence with the multiplicity of these combinations, external objective stimuli will receive expression more frequently in the case of one person than in that of another. In the case of myself, who am an excellent sleeper, and who stubbornly resists any kind of disturbance in sleep, this intermixture of external causes of irritation into my dreams is very rare, while psychic motives apparently cause me to dream very easily. I have indeed noted only a single dream in which an objective, painful source of stimulation is demonstrable, and it will be highly instructive to see what effect the external stimulus had in this very dream. I am riding on a grey horse, at first timidly and awkwardly, as though I were only leaning against something. I meet a colleague P, who is mounted on a horse and is wearing a heavy woolen suit. He calls my attention to something, probably to the fact that my riding position is bad. Now I become more and more expert on the horse, which is most intelligent. I sit comfortably, and I notice that I am already quite at home in the saddle. For a saddle I have a kind of padding, which completely fills the space between the neck and the rump of the horse. In this manner I ride with difficulty between two lumber wagons. After having ridden up the street for some distance, I turn around and want to dismount, at first in front of a little open chapel, which is situated close to the street. Then I actually dismount in front of a chapel which stands near the first. The hotel is in the same street. I could let the horse go there by itself, but I prefer to lead it there. It seems as if I should be ashamed to arrive there on horseback. In front of the hotel is standing a hallboy who shows me a card of mine which has been found, and who ridicules me on account of it. On the card is written, doubly underlined, eat nothing, and then a second sentence, indistinct, something like do not work, at the same time a hazy idea that I am in a strange city, in which I do no work. It will not be apparent at once that this dream originated under the influence, or rather under the compulsion, of a stimulus of pain. The day before I had suffered from furuncles, which made every movement a torture, and at last a furuncle had grown to the size of an apple at the root of the scrotum, and had caused me the most intolerable pains that accompanied every step, a feverish lassitude, lack of appetite, and the hard work to which I had nevertheless kept myself during the day, had conspired with the pain to make me lose my temper. I was not altogether in a condition to discharge my duties as a physician, but in view of the nature and the location of the malady, one might have expected some performance other than riding, for which I was very especially unfit. It is this very activity, of riding, into which I am plunged by the dream. It is the most energetic denial of the suffering which is capable of being conceived. In the first place, I do not know how to ride, I do not usually dream of it, and I never sat on a horse but once without a saddle, and then I did not feel comfortable. But in this dream I ride as though I had no furuncle on the perineum, and why? Just because I don't want any. According to the description, my saddle is the poultice which has made it possible for me to go to sleep. Probably I did not feel anything of my pain as I was thus taken care of during the first few hours of sleeping. Then the painful sensations announced themselves and tried to wake me up, whereupon the dream came and said soothingly, "Keep on sleeping, you won't wake up anyway. You have no furuncle at all, for you are riding on a horse, and with a furuncle where you have it, riding is impossible." And the dream was successful, the pain was stifled, and I went on sleeping. But the dream was not satisfied with suggesting away the furuncle by means of tenaciously adhering to an idea incompatible with that of the malady, in doing which it behaved like the hallucinatory insanity of the mother who has lost her child, or like the merchant who has been deprived of his fortune by losses. In addition, the details of the denied sensation and of the image which is used to displace it are employed by the dream as a means to connect the material ordinarily actually present in the mind with the dream situation, and to give this material representation. I am riding on a grey horse. The color of the horse corresponds exactly to the pepper and salt costume in which I last met my colleague P in the country. I have been warned that highly seasoned food is the cause of furunculosis, but in any case it is preferable as an etiological explanation to sugar, which ordinarily suggests furunculosis. My friend P has been pleased to ride the high horse with regard to me, ever since he superseded me in the treatment of a female patient, with whom I had performed great feats. In the dream I first sit on the horse side saddle fashion, like a circus rider, but who really led me wherever she wished, like the horse in the anecdote about the Sunday equestrian. Thus the horse came to be a symbolic representation of a lady patient. In the dream it is most intelligent. I feel quite at home up here, refers to the position which I occupied in the patient's household until I was replaced by my colleague P. "I thought you were securely seated in the saddle," one of my few well-wishers among the great physicians of the city recently said to me with reference to the same household. And it was a feat to practice psychotherapy for 10 hours a day with such pains, but I know that I cannot continue my particularly difficult work for any length of time without complete physical health, and the dream is full of gloomy allusions to the situation which must in that case result. The cards such as neurasthenics have and present to doctors no work and no food. With further interpretation I see that the dream activity has succeeded in finding the way from the wish situation of riding to very early infantile scenes of quarreling, which must have taken place between me and my nephew, who is now living in England, and who, moreover, is a year older than I. Besides, it has taken up elements from my journeys to Italy. The street in the dream is composed of impressions of Verona and Siena. Still more exhaustive interpretation leads to sexual dream thoughts, and I recall what significance dream allusions to that beautiful country had in the case of a female patient who had never been in Italy, i.e. German genitalian genitals. At the same time there are references to the house in which I was physician before my friend P, and to the place where the furuncle is located. Among the dreams mentioned in the previous chapter there are several which might serve as examples for the elaboration of so-called nerve stimuli. The dream about drinking in full draughts is one of this sort. The somatic excitement in it seems to be the only source of the dream, and the wish resulting from the sensation thirst the only motive for dreaming. Something similar is true of the other simple dreams, if the somatic excitement alone is capable of forming a wish. The dream of the sick woman who throws the cooling apparatus from her cheek at night is an instance of a peculiar way of reacting to painful excitements with a wish fulfillment. It seems as though the patient had temporarily succeeded in making herself analgesic by ascribing her pains to a stranger. My dream about the 3 Parsi is obviously a dream of hunger, but it has found means to refer the need for food back to the longing of the child for its mother's breast, and to make the harmless desire a cloak for a more serious one, which is not permitted to express itself so openly. In the dream about Count Thun we have seen how an accidental bodily desire is brought into connection with the strongest, and likewise the most strongly suppressed emotions of the psychic life. And when the first consul incorporates the sound of an exploding bomb into a dream of battle before it causes him to wake, as in the case reported by Garni, the purpose for which psychic activity generally concerns itself with sensations occurring during sleep is revealed with extraordinary clearness. A young lawyer, who has been deeply preoccupied with his first great bankruptcy proceeding, and who goes to sleep during the afternoon following, acts just like the great Napoleon. He dreams about a certain G. Reich in Hussieden, German Hussen to Kauf, whom he knows in connection with the bankruptcy proceeding, but Hussieden forces itself upon his attention still further, with the result that he is obliged to awaken, and hears his wife who is suffering from bronchial catarrh coughing violently. Let us compare the dream of Napoleon I, who, incidentally, was an excellent sleeper, with that of the sleepy student, who was awakened by his landlady with the admonition that he must go to the hospital, who thereupon dreams himself into a bed in the hospital, and then sleeps on, with the following account of his motives: if I am already in the hospital, I shan't have to get up in order to go there. The latter is obviously a dream of convenience. The sleeper frankly admits to himself the motive for his dreaming, but he thereby reveals one of the secrets of dreaming in general. In a certain sense all dreams are dreams of convenience, they serve the purpose of continuing sleep instead of awakening. The dream is the guardian of sleep, not the disturber of it. We shall justify this conception with respect to the psychic factors of awakening elsewhere. It is possible, however, at this point to prove its applicability to the influence exerted by objective external excitements. Either the mind does not concern itself at all with the causes of sensations, if it is able to do this in spite of their intensity and of their significance, which is well understood by it, or it employs the dream to deny these stimuli, or thirdly, if it is forced to recognize the stimulus, it seeks to find that interpretation of the stimulus which shall represent the actual sensation as a component part of a situation which is desired and which is compatible with sleep. The actual sensation is woven into the dream in order to deprive it of its reality. Napoleon is permitted to go on sleeping, it is only a dream recollection of the thunder of the cannon at Arcole which is trying to disturb him. The wish to sleep, by which the conscious ego has been suspended and which along with the dream censor contributes its share to the dream, must thus always be taken into account as a motive for the formation of dreams, and every successful dream is a fulfillment of this wish. The relation of this general, regularly present, and invariable sleep wish to the other wishes, of which now the one, now the other is fulfilled, will be the subject of a further explanation. In the wish to sleep we have discovered a factor capable of supplying the deficiency in the theory of Strumpel and Wundt, and of explaining the perversity and capriciousness in the interpretation of the outer stimulus. The correct interpretation, of which the sleeping mind is quite capable, would imply an active interest and would require that sleep be terminated. Hence, of those interpretations which are possible at all, only those are admitted which are agreeable to the absolute censorship of the somatic wish. It is something like this: it's the nightingale and not the lark. For if it's the lark, love's night is at an end. From among the interpretations of the excitement which are at the moment possible, that one is selected which can secure the best connection with the wish possibilities that are lying in wait in the mind. Thus everything is definitely determined, and nothing is left to caprice. The misinterpretation is not an illusion, but if you will an excuse. Here again, however, there is admitted an action which is a modification of the normal psychic procedure, as in the case where substitution by means of displacement is effected for the purposes of the dream censor. If the outer nerve stimuli and inner bodily stimuli are sufficiently intense to compel psychic attention, they represent, that is, in case they result in dreaming and not in awakening, a definite point in the formation of dreams, a nucleus in the dream material, for which an appropriate wish fulfillment is sought, in a way similar, see above, to the search for connecting ideas between two dream stimuli. To this extent it is true for a number of dreams that the somatic determines what their content is to be. In this extreme case, a wish which is not exactly actual is aroused for the purpose of dream formation. But the dream can do nothing but represent a wish in a situation as fulfilled. It is, as it were, confronted by the task of seeking what wish may be represented and fulfilled by means of the situation which is now actual. Even if this actual material is of a painful or disagreeable character, still it is not useless for the purposes of dream formation. The psychic life has control even over wishes, the fulfillment of which brings forth pleasure, a statement which seems contradictory, but which becomes intelligible if one takes into account the presence of two psychic instances and the censor existing between them. There are in the psychic life, as we have heard, repressed wishes which belong to the first system, and to whose fulfillment the second system is opposed. There are wishes of this kind, and we do not mean this in an historic sense, that there have been such wishes and that these have then been destroyed, but the theory of repression, which is essential to the study of psychoneurosis, asserts that such repressed wishes still exist, contemporaneously with an inhibition weighing them down. Language has hit upon the truth when it speaks of the suppression of such impulses. The psychic contrivance for bringing such wishes to realization remains preserved and in a condition to be used. But if it happens that such a suppressed wish is fulfilled, the vanquished inhibition of the second system, which is capable of becoming conscious, is then expressed as a painful feeling. To close this discussion, if sensations of a disagreeable character which originate from somatic sources are presented during sleep, this constellation is taken advantage of by the dream activity to represent the fulfillment with more or less retention of the censor of an otherwise suppressed wish. This condition of affairs makes possible a number of anxiety dreams, while another series of the dream formations which are unfavorable to the wish theory exhibits a different mechanism. For anxiety in dreams may be of a psychoneurotic nature, or it may originate in psychosexual excitements, in which case the anxiety corresponds to a repressed libido. Then this anxiety as well as the whole anxiety dream has the significance of a neurotic symptom, and we are at the dividing line where the wish-fulfilling tendency of dreams disappears. But in other anxiety dreams the feeling of anxiety comes from somatic sources, for instance in the case of persons suffering from pulmonary or heart trouble, where there is occasional difficulty in getting breath, and then it is used to aid those energetically suppressed wishes in attaining fulfillment in the form of a dream, the dreaming of which from psychic motives would have resulted in the same release of fear. It is not difficult to unite these two apparently discrepant cases. Of two psychic formations, an emotional inclination and an ideal content, which are intimately connected, the one, which is presented as actual, supports the other in the dream. Now anxiety of somatic origin supports the suppressed presentation content, now the ideal content, which is freed from suppression, and which proceeds with the impetus given by sexual emotion, assists the discharge of anxiety. Of the one case it may be said that an emotion of somatic origin is psychically interpreted, in the other case everything is of psychic origin but the content which has been suppressed is easily replaced by a somatic interpretation which is suited to anxiety. The difficulties which lie in the way of understanding all this have little to do with the dream, they are due to the fact that in discussing these points we are touching upon the problems of the development of anxiety and of repression. Undoubtedly the aggregate of bodily feelings is to be included among the commanding dream stimuli which originate internally. Not that it is able to furnish the dream content, but it forces the dream thoughts to make a choice from the material destined to serve the purpose of representation in the dream content. It does this by putting within easy reach that part of the material which is suited to its own character, while withholding the other. Moreover, this general feeling, which is left over from the day, is probably connected with the psychic remnants which are significant for the dream. If somatic sources of excitement occurring during sleep, that is, the sensations of sleep are not of unusual intensity, they play a part in the formation of dreams similar, in my judgment, to that of the impressions of the day which have remained recent but indifferent. I mean that they are drawn into the dream formation, if they are qualified for being united with the presentation content of the psychic dream source, but in no other case. They are treated as a cheap ever-ready material, which is utilized as often as it is needed, instead of prescribing, as a precious material does, the manner in which it is to be utilized. The case is similar to that where a patron of art brings to an artist a rare stone, a fragment of onyx, in order that a work of art may be made of it. The size of the stone, its color, and its marking help to decide what bust or what scene shall be represented in it, while in the case where there is a uniform and abundant supply of marble or sandstone the artist follows only the idea which takes shape in his mind. Only in this manner, it seems to me, is the fact explicable that the dream content resulting from bodily excitements that have not been accentuated to a usual degree, does not appear in all dreams and during every night. Perhaps an example, which takes us back to the interpretation of dreams, will best illustrate my meaning. One day I was trying to understand the meaning of the sensations of being impeded, of not being able to move from the spot, of not being able to get finished, and see, which are dreamt about so often, and which are so closely allied to anxiety. That night I had the following dream: I am very incompletely dressed, and I go from a dwelling on the ground floor up a flight of stairs to an upper story. In doing this I jump over 3 steps at a time, and I am glad to find I can mount the steps so quickly. Suddenly I see that a servant girl is coming down the stairs, that is, towards me. I am ashamed and try to hurry away, and now there appears that sensation of being impeded. I am glued to the steps and cannot move from the spot. Analysis: the situation of the dream is taken from everyday reality. In a house in Vienna I have 2 apartments, which are connected only by a flight of stairs outside. My consultation rooms and my study are on an elevated portion of the ground floor, and 1 story higher are my living rooms. When I have finished my work downstairs late at night, I go up the steps into my bedroom. On the evening before the dream I had actually gone this short distance in a somewhat disorderly attire, that is to say, I had taken off my collar, cravat, and cuffs, but in the dream this has changed into a somewhat more advanced degree of undress, which as usual is indefinite. Jumping over the steps is my usual method of mounting stairs. Moreover, it is the fulfillment of a wish that has been recognized in the dream, for I have reassured myself about the condition of my heart action by the ease of this accomplishment. Moreover, the manner in which I climb the stairs is an effective contrast to the sensation of being impeded which occurs in the second half of the dream. It shows me something which needed no proof, that the dream has no difficulty in representing motor actions as carried out fully and completely. Think of flying in dreams. But the stairs which I go up are not those of my house. At first I do not recognize them, only the person coming toward me reveals to me the location which they are intended to signify. This woman is the maid of the old lady whom I visit twice daily to give hypodermic injections. The stairs, too, are quite similar to those which I must mount there twice daily. How do this flight of stairs and this woman get into my dream? Being ashamed because one is not fully dressed, is undoubtedly of a sexual character. The servant of whom I dream is older than I, sulky, and not in the least attractive. These questions call up exactly the following occurrences. When I make my morning visit at this house I am usually seized with a desire to clear my throat. The product of the expectoration falls upon the steps. For there is no spittoon on either of these floors, and I take the view that the stairs should not be kept clean at my expense, but by the provision of a spittoon. The housekeeper, likewise an elderly and sulky person, with instincts for cleanliness, takes another view of the matter. She lies in wait for me to see whether I take the liberty referred to, and when she has made sure of it, I hear her growl distinctly. 4 days thereafter she refuses to show me her customary regard when we meet. On the day before the dream the position of the housekeeper had been strengthened by the servant girl. I had just finished my usual hurried visit to the patient when the servant confronted me in the anteroom and observed, "You might as well have wiped your shoes today, doctor, before you came into the room. The red carpet is all dirty again from your feet." This is the whole claim which the flight of stairs and the servant girl can make for appearing in my dream. An intimate connection exists between my flying over the stairs and my spitting on the stairs. Pharyngitis and diseases of the heart are both said to be punishments for the vice of smoking, on account of which vice, of course, I do not enjoy a reputation for great neatness with my housekeeper in the one house any more than in the other, both of which the dream fuses into a single image. I must postpone the further interpretation of this dream until I can give an account of the origin of the typical dream of incomplete dress. I only note as a preliminary result from the dream which has just been cited that the dream sensation of inhibited action is always aroused at a point where a certain connection requires it. A peculiar condition of my motility during sleep cannot be the cause of this dream content, for a moment before I saw myself hurrying over the steps with ease, as though in confirmation of this fact. D. Typical dreams. In general, we are not in a position to interpret the dream of another person if he is unwilling to furnish us with the unconscious thoughts which lie behind the dream content, and for this reason the practical applicability of our method of dream interpretation is seriously curtailed. But there are a certain number of dreams in contrast with the usual freedom displayed by the individual in fashioning his dream world with characteristic peculiarity, and thereby making it unintelligible, which almost every one has dreamed in the same manner, and of which we are accustomed to assume that they have the same significance in the case of every dreamer. A peculiar interest belongs to these typical dreams for the reason that they probably all come from the same sources with every person, that they are thus particularly suited to give us information upon the sources of dreams. Typical dreams are worthy of the most exhaustive investigation. I shall, however, only give a somewhat detailed consideration to examples of this species, and for this purpose I shall first select the so-called embarrassment dream of nakedness, and the dream of the death of dear relatives. The dream of being naked or scantily clad in the presence of strangers occurs with the further addition that one is not at all ashamed of it, and but the dream of nakedness is worthy of our interest only when shame and embarrassment are felt in it, when one wishes to flee or to hide, and when one feels the strange inhibition that it is impossible to move from the spot and that one is incapable of altering the disagreeable situation. It is only in this connection that the dream is typical. The nucleus of its content may otherwise be brought into all kinds of relations or may be replaced by individual amplifications. It is essentially a question of a disagreeable sensation of the nature of shame, the wish to be able to hide one's nakedness, chiefly by means of locomotion, without being able to accomplish this. I believe that the great majority of my readers will at some time have found themselves in this situation in a dream. Usually the nature and manner of the experience is indistinct. It is usually reported, "I was in my shirt," but this is rarely a clear image. In most cases the lack of clothing is so indeterminate that it is designated in the report of the dream by a set of alternatives: "I was in my chemise" or "in my petticoat." As a rule the deficiency in the toilet is not serious enough to justify the feeling of shame attached to it. For a person who has served in the army, nakedness is often replaced by a mode of adjustment that is contrary to regulations. "I am on the street without my saber and I see officers coming," or "I am without my necktie," or "I am wearing checkered civilian's trousers," and the persons before whom one is ashamed are almost always strangers with faces that have been left undetermined. It never occurs in the typical dream that one is reproved or even noticed on account of the dress which causes the embarrassment to oneself. Quite on the contrary, the people have an air of indifference, or, as I had opportunity to observe in a particularly clear dream, they look stiffly solemn. This is worth thinking about. The shamed embarrassment of the dreamer and the indifference of the spectators form a contradiction which often occurs in the dream. It would better accord with the feelings of the dreamer if the strangers looked at him in astonishment and laughed at him, or if they grew indignant. I think, however, that the latter unpleasant feature has been obviated by the tendency to wish fulfillment, while the embarrassment, being retained on some account or other, has been left standing, and thus the two parts fail to agree. We have interesting evidence to show that the dream, whose appearance has been partially disfigured by the tendency to wish fulfillment, has not been properly understood. For it has become the basis of a fairy tale familiar to us all in Andersen's version, and it has recently received poetic treatment by L. Fulda in The Talisman. In Andersen's fairy tale we are told of two impostors who weave a costly garment for the emperor, which, however, shall be visible only to the good and true. The emperor goes forth clad in this invisible garment, and, the fabric serving as a sort of touchstone, all the people are frightened into acting as though they did not notice the nakedness of the emperor. But such is the situation in our dream. It does not require great boldness to assume that the unintelligible dream content has suggested the invention of a state of undress in which the situation that is being remembered becomes significant. This situation has then been deprived of its original meaning, and placed at the service of other purposes. But we shall see that such misunderstanding of the dream content often occurs on account of the conscious activity of the second psychic system, and is to be recognized as a factor in the ultimate formation of the dream. Furthermore, that in the development of the obsessions and phobias similar misunderstandings, likewise within the same psychic personality, play a leading part. The source from which in our dream the material for this transformation is taken can also be explained. The impostor is the dream, the emperor is the dreamer himself, and the moralizing tendency betrays a hazy knowledge of the fact that the latent dream content is occupied with forbidden wishes which have become the victims of repression. The connection in which such dreams appear during my analysis of neurotics leaves no room for doubting that the dream is based upon a recollection from earliest childhood. Only in our childhood was there a time when we were seen by our relatives as well as by strange nurses, servant girls, and visitors, in scanty clothing, and at that time we were not ashamed of our nakedness. It may be observed in the case of children who are a little older that being undressed has a kind of intoxicating effect upon them, instead of making them ashamed. They laugh, jump about, and strike their bodies. The mother, or whoever is present, forbids them to do this, and says, "Fie, that is shameful, you mustn't do that." Children often show exhibitional cravings. It is hardly possible to go through a village in our part of the country without meeting a 2 or 3-year-old tot who lifts up his or her shirt before the traveler, perhaps in his honor. One of my patients has reserved in his conscious memory a scene from the 8th year of his life in which he had just undressed previous to going to bed, and was about to dance into the room of his little sister in his undershirt when the servant prevented his doing it. In the childhood history of neurotics, denudation in the presence of children of the opposite sex plays a great part. In paranoia, the desire to be observed while dressing and undressing may be directly traced to these experiences. Among those remaining perverted there is a class which has accentuated the childish impulse to a compulsion. They are the exhibitionists. This age of childhood in which the sense of shame is lacking seems to our later recollections a paradise, and paradise itself is nothing but a composite fantasy from the childhood of the individual. It is for this reason, too, that in paradise human beings are naked and are not ashamed until the moment arrives when the sense of shame and of fear are aroused, expulsion follows, and sexual life and cultural development begin. Into this paradise the dream can take us back every night. We have already ventured the conjecture that the impressions from earliest childhood, from the prehistoric period until about the end of the 4th year, in themselves, and independently of everything else, crave reproduction, perhaps without further reference to their content, and that the repetition of them is the fulfillment of a wish. Dreams of nakedness, then, are exhibition dreams. One's own person, which is seen not as that of a child, but as belonging to the present, and the idea of scanty clothing, which became buried beneath so many later negligee recollections or because of the censor, turns out to be obscure. These two things constitute the nucleus of the exhibition dream. Next come the persons before whom one is ashamed. I know of no example where the actual spectators at those infantile exhibitions reappear in the dream. For the dream is hardly ever a simple recollection. Strangely enough, those persons who are the objects of our sexual interest during childhood are omitted from all the reproductions of the dream, of hysteria, and of the compulsion neurosis. Paranoia alone puts the spectators back into their places, and is fanatically convinced of their presence, although they remain invisible. What the dream substitutes for these, the many strange people, who take no notice of the spectacle which is presented, is exactly the wish opposite of that single, intimate person for whom the exposure was intended. Many strange people, moreover, are often found in the dream in any other favorable connection. As a wish opposite they always signify a secret. It may be seen how the restoration of the old condition of affairs, as it occurs in paranoia, is subject to this antithesis. One is no longer alone. One is certainly being watched, but the spectators are many strange, curiously indeterminate people. Furthermore, repression has a place in the exhibition dream. For the disagreeable sensation of the dream is the reaction of the second psychic instance to the fact that the exhibition scene which has been rejected by it has in spite of this succeeded in securing representation. The only way to avoid this sensation would be not to revive the scene. Later on we shall again deal with the sensation of being inhibited. It serves the dream excellently in representing the conflict of the will, the negation. According to our unconscious purpose, exhibition is to be continued. According to the demands of the censor, it is to be stopped. The relation of our typical dreams to fairy tales and to other poetic material is neither a sporadic nor an accidental one. Occasionally the keen insight of a poet has analytically recognized the transforming process of which the poet is usually the tool and has followed it backwards, that is to say, traced it to the dream. A friend has called my attention to the following passage in G. Keller's Der Grüne Heinrich: I do not wish, dearly, that you should ever come to realize from experience the peculiar piquant truth contained in the situation of Odysseus, when he appears before Nausicaa and her playmates, naked and covered with mud. Would you like to know what it means? Let us consider the incident closely. If you are ever separated from your home, and from everything that is dear to you, and wander about in a strange country, when you have seen and experienced much, when you have cares and sorrows, and are, perhaps, even miserable and forlorn, you will some night inevitably dream that you are approaching your home. You will see it shining and beaming in the most beautiful colors, charming, delicate, and lovely figures will come to meet you, and you will suddenly discover that you are going about in rags, naked and covered with dust. A nameless feeling of shame and fear seizes you, you try to cover yourself and to hide, and you awaken bathed in sweat. As long as men exist, this will be the dream of the care-laden, fortune-battered man, and thus Homer has taken his situation from the profoundest depths of the eternal character of humanity. This profound and eternal character of humanity, upon the touching of which in his listeners the poet usually calculates, is made up of the stirrings of the spirit which are rooted in childhood, in the period which later becomes prehistoric. Suppressed and forbidden wishes of childhood break forth under cover of those wishes of the homeless man which are unobjectionable and capable of becoming conscious, and for that reason the dream which is made objective in the legend of Nausicaa regularly assumes the form of a dream of anxiety. My own dream, mentioned on, of hurrying up the stairs, which is soon afterward changed into that of being glued to the steps, is likewise an exhibition dream, because it shows the essential components of such a dream. It must thus permit of being referred to childish experiences, and the possession of these ought to tell us how far the behavior of the servant girl towards me, her reproach that I had soiled the carpet, helped her to secure the position which she occupies in the dream. I am now able to furnish the desired explanation. One learns in psychoanalysis to interpret temporal proximity by objective connection. Two thoughts, apparently without connection, which immediately follow one another, belong to a unity which can be inferred, just as an A and a T, which I write down together, should be pronounced as one syllable, at. The same is true of the relation of dreams to one another. The dream just cited, of the stairs, has been taken from a series of dreams, whose other members I am familiar with on account of having interpreted them. The dream which is included in the series must belong to the same connection. Now the other dreams of the series are based upon the recollection of a nurse to whom I was entrusted from some time in the period when I was suckling to the age of 2½ years, and of whom a hazy recollection has remained in my consciousness. According to information which I have recently obtained from my mother, she was old and ugly, but very intelligent and thorough. According to inferences which I may draw from my dreams, she did not always give me the kindest treatment, and said hard words to me when I showed insufficient aptitude for education in cleanliness. Thus by attempting to continue this educational work the servant girl develops a claim to be treated by me, in the dream, as an incarnation of the prehistoric old woman. It is to be assumed that the child bestowed his love upon this governess in spite of her bad treatment of him. Another series of dreams which might be called typical are those which have the content that a dear relative, parent, brother or sister, child or the like, has died. Two classes of these dreams must immediately be distinguished: those in which the dreamer remains unaffected by sorrow while dreaming, and those in which he feels profound grief on account of the death, in which he even expresses this grief during sleep by fervid tears. We may ignore the dreams of the first group; they have no claim to be reckoned as typical. If they are analyzed, it is found that they signify something else than what they contain, that they are intended to cover up some other wish. Thus it is with the dream of the aunt who sees the only son of her sister lying on a bier before her. This does not signify that she wishes the death of her little nephew; it only conceals, as we have learned, a wish to see a beloved person once more after long separation, the same person whom she had seen again after a similar long intermission at the funeral of another nephew. This wish, which is the real content of the dream, gives no cause for sorrow, and for that reason no sorrow is felt in the dream. It may be seen in this case that the emotion which is contained in the dream does not belong to the manifest content of the dream, but to the latent one, and that the emotional content has remained free from the disfigurement which has befallen the presentation content. It is a different story with the dreams in which the death of a beloved relative is imagined and where sorrowful emotion is felt. These signify, as their content says, the wish that the person in question may die, and as I may here expect that the feelings of all readers and of all persons who have dreamt anything similar will object to my interpretation, I must strive to present my proof on the broadest possible basis. We have already had one example to show that the wishes represented in the dream as fulfilled are not always actual wishes. They may also be dead, discarded, covered, and repressed wishes, which we must nevertheless credit with a sort of continuous existence on account of their reappearance in the dream. They are not dead like persons who have died in our sense, but they resemble the shades in the Odyssey which awaken a certain kind of life as soon as they have drunk blood. In the dream of the dead child in the box, we were concerned with a wish that had been actual 15 years before, and which had been frankly admitted from that time. It is, perhaps, not unimportant from the point of view of dream theory if I add that a recollection from earliest childhood is at the basis even of this dream. While the dreamer was a little child, it cannot be definitely determined at what time she had heard that during pregnancy of which she was the fruit her mother had fallen into a profound depression of spirits and had passionately wished for the death of her child before birth. Having grown up herself and become pregnant, she now follows the example of her mother. If someone dreams with expressions of grief that his father or mother, his brother or sister, has died, I shall not use the dream as a proof that he wishes them dead now. The theory of the dreams does not require so much; it is satisfied with concluding that the dreamer has wished them dead at some one time in childhood. I fear, however, that this limitation will not contribute much to quiet the objectors. They might just as energetically contest the possibility that they have ever had such thoughts as they are sure that they do not cherish such wishes at present. I must, therefore, reconstruct a part of the submerged infantile psychology on the basis of the testimony which the present still furnishes. Let us at first consider the relation of children to their brothers and sisters. I do not know why we presuppose that it must be a loving one, since examples of brotherly and sisterly enmity among adults force themselves upon every one's experience, and since we so often know that this estrangement originated even during childhood or has always existed. But many grown-up people, who today are tenderly attached to their brothers and sisters and stand by them, have lived with them during childhood in almost uninterrupted hostility. The older child has ill-treated the younger, slandered it, and deprived it of its toys. The younger has been consumed by helpless fury against the elder, has envied it and feared it, or its first impulse toward liberty and first feelings of injustice have been directed against the oppressor. The parents say that the children do not agree, and cannot find the reason for it. It is not difficult to see that the character even of a well-behaved child is not what we wish to find in a grown-up person. The child is absolutely egotistical, it feels its wants acutely and strives remorselessly to satisfy them, especially with its competitors, other children, and in the first instance with its brothers and sisters. For doing this we do not call the child wicked, we call it naughty. It is not responsible for its evil deeds either in our judgment or in the eyes of the penal law. And this is justifiably so, for we may expect that within this very period of life which we call childhood, altruistic impulses and morality will come to life in the little egotist, and that, in the words of Maynard, a secondary ego will overlay and restrain the primary one. It is true that morality does not develop simultaneously in all departments, and furthermore, the duration of the unmoral period of childhood is of different length in different individuals. In cases where the development of this morality fails to appear, we are pleased to talk about degeneration. They are obviously cases of arrested development. Where the primary character has already been covered up by later development, it may be at least partially uncovered again by an attack of hysteria. The correspondence between the so-called hysterical character and that of a naughty child is strikingly evident. A compulsion neurosis, on the other hand, corresponds to a supermorality, imposed upon the primary character that is again asserting itself, as an increased check. Many persons, then, who love their brothers and sisters, and who would feel bereaved by their decease, have evil wishes towards them from earlier times in their unconscious wishes, which are capable of being realized in the dream. It is particularly interesting to observe little children up to 3 years old in their attitude towards their brothers and sisters. So far the child has been the only one, he is now informed that the stork has brought a new child. The younger surveys the arrival, and then expresses his opinion decidedly, the stork had better take it back again. I subscribe in all seriousness to the opinion that the child knows enough to calculate the disadvantage it has to expect on account of the newcomer. I know in the case of a lady of my acquaintance who agrees very well with a sister 4 years younger than herself, that she responded to the news of her younger sister's arrival with the following words, "But I shan't give her my red cap, anyway." If the child comes to this realization only at a later time, its enmity will be aroused at that point. I know of a case where a girl, not yet 3 years old, tried to strangle a suckling in the cradle, because its continued presence, she suspected, boded her no good. Children are capable of envy at this time of life in all its intensity and distinctness. Again, perhaps, the little brother or sister has really soon disappeared, the child has again drawn the entire affection of the household to itself, and then a new child is sent by the stork. Is it then unnatural for the favorite to wish that the new competitor may have the same fate as the earlier one, in order that he may be treated as well as he was before during the interval? Of course this attitude of the child towards the younger infant is under normal circumstances a simple function of the difference of age. After a certain time the maternal instincts of the girl will be excited towards the helpless newborn child. Feelings of enmity towards brothers and sisters must occur far more frequently during the age of childhood than is noted by the dull observation of adults. In case of my own children, who followed one another rapidly, I missed the opportunity to make such observations. I am now retrieving it through my little nephew, whose complete domination was disturbed after 15 months by the arrival of a female competitor. I hear, it is true, that the young man acts very chivalrously towards his little sister, that he kisses her hand and pets her, but in spite of this I have convinced myself that even before the completion of his 2nd year he is using his new facility in language to criticize this person who seems superfluous to him. Whenever the conversation turns upon her, he chimes in and cries angrily, "To, L, it'll, to, L, it'll." During the last few months, since the child has outgrown this unfavorable criticism, owing to its splendid development, he has found another way of justifying his insistence that she does not deserve so much attention. On all suitable occasions he reminds us, "She hasn't any teeth." We have all preserved the recollection of the eldest daughter of another sister of mine, how the child, which was at that time 6 years old, sought assurance from one and after another for an hour and a half with the question, "Lucy can't understand that yet, can she?" Lucy was the competitor, 2.5 years younger. I have never failed in any of my female patients to find this dream of the death of brothers and sisters denoting exaggerated hostility. I have met with only one exception, which could easily be reinterpreted into a confirmation of the rule. Once in the course of a sitting, while I was explaining this condition of affairs to a lady, as it seemed to have a bearing upon the symptoms under consideration, she answered, to my astonishment, that she had never had such dreams. However, she thought of another dream which supposedly had nothing to do with the matter, a dream which she had first dreamed at the age of 4, when she was the youngest child, and had since dreamed repeatedly. A great number of children, all of them the dreamer's brothers and sisters, and male and female cousins, were romping about in a meadow. Suddenly they all got wings, flew up, and were gone. She had no idea of the significance of the dream, but it will not be difficult for us to recognize it as a dream of the death of all the brothers and sisters, in its original form, and little influenced by the censor. I venture to insert the following interpretation: at the death of one out of a large number of children, in this case the children of 2 brothers were brought up in common as brothers and sisters, is it not probable that our dreamer, at that time not yet 4 years old, asked a wise, grown-up person, what becomes of children when they are dead? The answer probably was, they get wings and become angels. According to this explanation, all the brothers and sisters and cousins in the dream now have wings like angels, and this is the important thing: they fly away. Our little angel maker remains alone, think of it, the only one after such a multitude. The feature that the children are romping about on a meadow points with little ambiguity to butterflies, as though the child had been led by the same association which induced the ancients to conceive Psyche as having the wings of a butterfly. Perhaps someone will now object that, although the inimical impulses of children towards their brothers and sisters may well enough be admitted, how does the childish disposition arrive at such a height of wickedness as to wish death to a competitor or stronger playmate, as though all transgressions could be atoned for only by the death punishment? Whoever talks in this manner forgets that the childish idea of being dead has little else but the words in common with our own. The child knows nothing of the horrors of decay, of shivering in the cold grave, of the terror of the infinite nothing, which the grown-up person, as all the myths concerning the great beyond testify, finds it so hard to bear in his conception. Fear of death is strange to the child, therefore it plays with the horrible word and threatens another child, if you do that again you will die, as Francis died, whereat the poor mother shudders, for perhaps she cannot forget that the great majority of mortals do not succeed in living beyond the years of childhood. It is still possible, even for a child 8 years old, on returning from a museum of natural history, to say to its mother, "Mama, I love you so, if you ever die, I am going to have you stuffed and set you up here in the room so I can always see you." So little does the childish conception of being dead resemble our own. Being dead means for the child, which has been spared the scenes of suffering previous to dying, the same as being gone, not disturbing the survivors any more. The child does not distinguish the manner and means by which this absence is brought about, whether by traveling, estrangement, or death. If, during the prehistoric years of a child, a nurse has been sent away and its mother has died a short while after, the two experiences, as is revealed by analysis, overlap in his memory. The fact that the child does not miss very intensely those who are absent has been realized by many a mother to her sorrow, after she has returned home after a summer journey of several weeks, and has been told upon inquiry, the children have not asked for their mother a single time. But if she really goes to that undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveler returns, the children seem at first to have forgotten her, and begin only subsequently to remember the dead mother. If, then, the child has motives for wishing the absence of another child, every restraint is lacking which would prevent it from clothing this wish in the form that the child may die, and the psychic reaction to the dream of wishing death proves that, in spite of all the differences in content, the wish in the case of the child is somehow or other the same as it is with adults. If now the death wish of the child towards its brothers and sisters has been explained by the childish egotism, which causes the child to regard its brothers and sisters as competitors, how may we account for the same wish towards parents, who bestow love on the child and satisfy its wants, and whose preservation it ought to desire from these very egotistical motives? In the solution of this difficulty we are aided by the experience that dreams of the death of parents predominantly refer to that member of the parental couple which shares the sex of the dreamer, so that the man mostly dreams of the death of his father, the woman of the death of her mother. I cannot claim that this happens regularly, but the predominating occurrence of this dream in the manner indicated is so evident that it must be explained through some factor that is universally operative. To express the matter boldly, it is as though a sexual preference becomes active at an early period, as though the boy regards his father as a rival in love, and as though the girl takes the same attitude toward her mother, a rival by getting rid of whom he or she cannot but profit. Before rejecting this idea as monstrous, let the reader consider the actual relations between parents and children. What the requirements of culture and piety demand of this relation must be distinguished from what daily observation shows us to be the fact. More than one cause for hostile feeling is concealed within the relations between parents and children. The conditions necessary for the actuation of wishes which cannot exist in the presence of the censor are most abundantly provided. Let us dwell at first upon the relation between father and son. I believe that the sanctity which we have ascribed to the injunction of the Decalogue dulls our perception of reality. Perhaps we hardly dare to notice that the greater part of humanity neglects to obey the fifth commandment. In the lowest as well as in the highest strata of human society, piety towards parents is in the habit of receding before other interests. The obscure reports which have come to us in mythology and legend from the primeval ages of human society give us an unpleasant idea of the power of the father and the ruthlessness with which it was used. Cronus devours his children, as the wild boar devours the brood of the sow. Zeus emasculates his father and takes his place as a ruler. The more despotically the father ruled in the ancient family, the more must the son have taken the position of an enemy, and the greater must have been his impatience, as designated successor, to obtain the mastery himself after his father's death. Even in our own middle-class family the father is accustomed to aid the development of the germ of hatred which naturally belongs to the paternal relation by refusing the son the disposal of his own destiny, or the means necessary for this. A physician often has occasion to notice that the son's grief at the loss of his father cannot suppress his satisfaction at the liberty which he has at last obtained. Every father frantically holds on to whatever of the sadly antiquated potestas patries still remains in the society of today, and every poet who, like Ibsen, puts the ancient strife between father and son in the foreground of his fiction is sure of his effect. The causes of conflict between mother and daughter arise when the daughter grows up and finds a guardian in her mother, while she desires sexual freedom, and when, on the other hand, the mother has been warned by the budding beauty of her daughter that the time has come for her to renounce sexual claims. All these conditions are notorious and open to everyone's inspection. But they do not serve to explain dreams of the death of parents found in the case of persons to whom piety towards their parents has long since come to be inviolable. We are furthermore prepared by the preceding discussion to find that the death wish towards parents is to be explained by reference to earliest childhood. This conjecture is reaffirmed with a certainty that makes doubt impossible in its application to psychoneurotics through the analyses that have been undertaken with them. It is here found that the sexual wishes of the child insofar as they deserve this designation in their embryonic state awaken at a very early period, and that the first inclinations of the girl are directed towards the father, and the first childish cravings of the boy towards the mother. The father thus becomes an annoying competitor for the boy, as the mother does for the girl, and we have already shown in the case of brothers and sisters how little it takes for this feeling to lead the child to the death wish. Sexual selection, as a rule, early becomes evident in the parents. It is a natural tendency for the father to indulge the little daughter, and for the mother to take the part of the sons, while both work earnestly for the education of the little ones when the magic of sex does not prejudice their judgment. The child is very well aware of any partiality, and resists that member of the parental couple who discourages it. To find love in a grown-up person is for the child not only the satisfaction of a particular craving, but also means that the child's will is to be yielded to in other respects. Thus the child obeys its own sexual impulse, and at the same time reinforces the feeling which proceeds from the parents, if it makes a selection among the parents that corresponds to theirs. Most of the signs of these infantile inclinations are usually overlooked. Some of them may be observed even after the first years of childhood. An 8-year-old girl of my acquaintance, when her mother is called from the table, takes advantage of the opportunity to proclaim herself her successor. "Now I shall be Mama, Charles, do you want some more vegetables? Have some, I beg you, and see." A particularly gifted and vivacious girl, not yet 4 years old, with whom this bit of child psychology is unusually transparent, says outright, "Now mother can go away, then father must marry me and I shall be his wife." Nor does this wish by any means exclude from child life the possibility that the child may love his mother affectionately. If the little boy is allowed to sleep at his mother's side whenever his father goes on a journey, and if after his father's return he must go back to the nursery to a person whom he likes far less, the wish may be easily actuated that his father may always be absent, in order that he may keep his place next to his dear, beautiful mama, and the father's death is obviously a means for the attainment of this wish, for the child's experience has taught him that dead folks, like grandpa, for example, are always absent, they never return. Although observations upon little children lend themselves, without being forced, to the proposed interpretation, they do not carry the full conviction which psychoanalyses of adult neurotics obtrude upon the physician. The dreams in question are here cited with introductions of such a nature that their interpretation as wish dreams becomes unavoidable. One day I find a lady sad and weeping. She says, "I do not want to see my relatives any more, they must shudder at me." Thereupon, almost without any transition, she tells that she remembers a dream, whose significance, of course, she does not know. She dreamed it 4 years before, and it is as follows: a fox or a lynx is taking a walk on the roof, then something falls down, or she falls down, and after that her mother is carried out of the house dead, whereat the dreamer cries bitterly. No sooner had I informed her that this dream must signify a wish from her childhood to see her mother dead, and that it is because of this dream that she thinks that her relatives must shudder at her, than she furnished some material for explaining the dream. Lynx-eye is an opprobrious epithet which a street boy once bestowed on her when she was a very small child. When she was 3 years old, a brick had fallen on her mother's head so that she bled severely. I once had opportunity to make a thorough study of a young girl who underwent several psychic states. In the state of frenzied excitement with which the illness started, the patient showed a very strong aversion to her mother. She struck and scolded her as soon as she approached the bed, while at the same time she remained loving and obedient to a much older sister. Then there followed a clear but somewhat apathetic state with very much disturbed sleep. It was in this phase that I began to treat her and to analyze her dreams. An enormous number of these dealt in a more or less abstruse manner with the death of the mother. Now she was present at the funeral of an old woman, now she saw her sisters sitting at the table dressed in mourning. The meaning of the dreams could not be doubted. During the further progress of the convalescence, hysterical phobias appeared. The most torturing of these was the idea that something happened to her mother. She was always having to hurry home from wherever she happened to be in order to convince herself that her mother was still alive. Now this case, in view of my other experiences, was very instructive. It showed in polyglot translations, as it were, the different ways in which the psychic apparatus reacts to the same exciting idea. In the state of excitement which I conceive as the overpowering of the second psychic instance, the unconscious enmity towards the mother became potent as a motor impulse. Then, after calmness set in, following the suppression of the tumult, and after the domination of the censor had been restored, this feeling of enmity had access only to the province of dreams in order to realize the wish that the mother might die, and after the normal condition had been still further strengthened, it created The excessive concern for the mother as a hysterical counter-reaction and manifestation of defense. In the light of these considerations, it is no longer inexplicable why hysterical girls are so often extravagantly attached to their mothers. On another occasion I had opportunity to get a profound insight into the unconscious psychic life of a young man for whom a compulsion neurosis made life almost unendurable, so that he could not go on the street, because he was harassed by the obsession that he would kill everyone he met. He spent his days in arranging evidence for an alibi in case he should be charged with any murder that might have occurred in the city. It is superfluous to remark that this man was as moral as he was highly cultured. The analysis which, moreover, led to a cure discovered murderous impulses toward the young man's somewhat over-strict father as the basis of these disagreeable ideas of compulsion impulses which, to his great surprise, had received conscious expression when he was 7 years old, but which, of course, had originated in much earlier years of childhood. After the painful illness and death of the father, the obsessive reproach transferred to strangers in the form of the aforementioned phobia, appeared when the young man was 31 years old. Anyone capable of wishing to push his own father from a mountaintop into an abyss is certainly not to be trusted to spare the lives of those who are not so closely bound to him. He does well to lock himself into his room. According to my experience, which is now large, parents play a leading part in the infantile psychology of all later neurotics, and falling in love with one member of the parental couple and hatred of the other help to make up that fateful sum of material furnished by the psychic impulses, which has been formed during the infantile period, and which is of such great importance for the symptoms appearing in the later neurosis. But I do not think that psychoneurotics are here sharply distinguished from normal human beings, in that they are capable of creating something absolutely new and peculiar to themselves. It is far more probable, as is shown also by occasional observation upon normal children, that in their loving or hostile wishes towards their parents psychoneurotics only show in exaggerated form feelings which are present less distinctly and less intensely in the minds of most children. Antiquity has furnished us with legendary material to confirm this fact, and the deep and universal effectiveness of these legends can only be explained by granting a similar universal applicability to the above-mentioned assumption in infantile psychology. I refer to the legend of King Oedipus and the drama of the same name by Sophocles. Oedipus, the son of Leos, king of Thebes, and of Jocasta, is exposed while a suckling, because an oracle has informed the father that his son, who is still unborn, will be his murderer. He is rescued, and grows up as the king's son at a foreign court, until, being uncertain about his origin, he also consults the oracle, and is advised to avoid his native place, for he is destined to become the murderer of his father and the husband of his mother. On the road leading away from his supposed home he meets King Leos and strikes him dead in a sudden quarrel. Then he comes to the gates of Thebes, where he solves the riddle of the Sphinx who is barring the way, and he is elected king by the Thebans in gratitude, and is presented with the hand of Jocasta. He reigns in peace and honor for a long time, and begets 2 sons and 2 daughters upon his unknown mother, until at last a plague breaks out which causes the Thebans to consult the oracle anew. Here Sophocles' tragedy begins. The messengers bring the advice that the plague will stop as soon as the murderer of Leos is driven from the country. But where is he hidden? Where are they to be found? How shall we trace the perpetrators of so old a crime where no conjecture leads to discovery? The action of the play now consists merely in a revelation, which is gradually completed and artfully delayed, resembling the work of a psychoanalysis of the fact that Oedipus himself is the murderer of Leos, and the son of the dead man and of Jocasta. Oedipus, profoundly shocked at the monstrosities which he has unknowingly committed, blinds himself and leaves his native place. The oracle has been fulfilled. The Oedipus Tyrannus is a so-called tragedy of fate. Its tragic effect is said to be found in the opposition between the powerful will of the gods and the vain resistance of the human beings who are threatened with destruction. Resignation to the will of God and confession of one's own helplessness is the lesson which the deeply moved spectator is to learn from the tragedy. Consequently, modern authors have tried to obtain a similar tragic effect by embodying the same opposition in a story of their own invention. but spectators have sat unmoved while a curse or an oracular sentence has been fulfilled on blameless human beings in spite of all their struggles. Later tragedies of fate have all remained without effect. If the Oedipus tyrannus is capable of moving modern men no less than it moved the contemporary Greeks, the explanation of this fact cannot lie merely in the assumption that the effect of the Greek tragedy is based upon the opposition between fate and human will, but is to be sought in the peculiar nature of the material by which the opposition is shown. There must be a voice within us which is prepared to recognize the compelling power of fate in Oedipus, while we justly condemn the situations occurring in Die and Frau or in other tragedies of later date as arbitrary inventions. And there must be a factor corresponding to this inner voice in the story of King Oedipus. His fate moves us only for the reason that it might have been ours, for the oracle has put the same curse upon us before our birth as upon him. Perhaps we are all destined to direct our first sexual impulses towards our mothers, and our first hatred and violent wishes towards our fathers. Our dreams convince us of it. King Oedipus, who has struck his father Leos dead and has married his mother Jocasta, is nothing but the realized wish of our childhood. But more fortunate than he, we have since succeeded, unless we have become psychoneurotics, in withdrawing our sexual impulses from our mothers and in forgetting our jealousy of our fathers. We recoil from the person for whom this primitive wish has been fulfilled with all the force of the repression which these wishes have suffered within us. By his analysis, showing us the guilt of Oedipus, the poet urges us to recognize our own inner self, in which these impulses, even if suppressed, are still present. The comparison with which the chorus leaves us. Behold, this Oedipus, who unraveled the famous riddle and who was a man of eminent virtue, a man who trusted neither to popularity nor to the fortune of his citizens. See how great a storm of adversity hath at last overtaken him. Act VSC 4. This warning applies to ourselves and to our pride, to us, who have grown so wise and so powerful in our own estimation since the years of our childhood. Like Oedipus, we live in ignorance of the wishes that offend morality, wishes which nature has forced upon us, and after the revelation of which we want to avert every glance from the scenes of our childhood. In the very text of Sophocles' tragedy there is an unmistakable reference to the fact that the Oedipus legend originates in an extremely old dream material, which consists of the painful disturbance of the relation towards one's parents by means of the first impulses of sexuality. Jocasta comforts Oedipus, who is not yet enlightened, but who has become worried on account of the oracle, by mentioning to him the dream which is dreamt by so many people, though she attaches no significance to it. For it hath already been the lot of many men in dreams to think themselves partners of their mother's bed. But he passes most easily through life to whom these circumstances are trifles. Act 4 Sc 3. The dream of having sexual intercourse with one's mother occurred at that time, as it does today, to many people, who tell it with indignation and astonishment. As may be understood, it is the key to the tragedy and the complement to the dream of the death of the father. The story of Oedipus is the reaction of the imagination to these two typical dreams, and just as the dream when occurring to an adult is experienced with feelings of resistance, so the legend must contain terror and self-chastisement. The appearance which it further assumes is the result of an uncomprehending secondary elaboration which tries to make it serve theological purposes, cf. the dream material of exhibitionism. The attempt to reconcile divine omnipotence with human responsibility must, of course, fail with this material as with every other. I must not leave the typical dream of the death of dear relatives without somewhat further elucidating the subject of their significance for the theory of the dream in general. These dreams show us a realization of the very unusual case where the dream thought, which has been created by the repressed wish, completely escapes the censor, and is transferred to the dream without alteration. There must be present peculiar conditions making possible such an outcome. I find circumstances favorable to these dreams in the two following factors. First, there is no wish which we believe further from us. We believe such a wish would never occur to us in a dream. The dream censor is therefore not prepared for this monstrosity, just as the legislation of Solon was incapable of establishing a punishment for patricide. Secondly, the repressed and unsuspected wish is in just this case particularly often met by a fragment of the day's experience in the shape of a concern about the life of the beloved person. This concern cannot be registered in the dream by any other means than by taking advantage of the wish that has the same content, but it is possible for the wish to mask itself behind the concern which has been awakened during the day. If one is inclined to think all this a more simple process, and that one merely continues during the night and in dreams what one has been concerned with during the day, the dream of the death of beloved persons is removed from all connection with dream explanation, and an easily reducible problem is uselessly retained. It is also instructive to trace the relation of these dreams to anxiety dreams. In the dream of the death of dear persons, the repressed wish has found a way of avoiding the censor, and the distortion which it causes. In this case, the inevitable concomitant manifestation is that disagreeable sensations are felt in the dream. Thus the dream of fear is brought about only when the censor is entirely or partially overpowered, and, on the other hand, the overpowering of the censor is made easier when fear has already been furnished by somatic sources. Thus it becomes obvious for what purpose the censor performs its office and practices dream distortion. It does this in order to prevent the development of fear or other forms of disagreeable emotion. I have spoken above of the egotism of the infantile mind, and I may now resume this subject in order to suggest that dreams preserve this characteristic, thus showing their connection with infantile life. Every dream is absolutely egotistical. In every dream the beloved ego appears, even though it may be in a disguised form. The wishes that are realized in dreams are regularly the wishes of this ego. It is only a deceptive appearance if interest in another person is thought to have caused the dream. I shall subject to analysis several examples which appear to contradict this assertion. A boy not yet 4 years old relates the following: he saw a large dish garnished, and upon it a large piece of roast meat, and the meat was all of a sudden not cut to pieces but eaten up. He did not see the person who ate it. Who may this strange person be of whose luxurious repast this little fellow dreams? The experiences of the day must give us the explanation of this. For a few days the boy had been living on a diet of milk according to the doctor's prescription, but on the evening of the day before the dream he had been naughty, and as a punishment he had been deprived of his evening meal. He had already undergone one such hunger cure, and had acted very bravely. He knew that he would get nothing to eat, but he did not dare to indicate by a word that he was hungry. Education was beginning to have its influence upon him. This is expressed even in the dream, which shows the beginnings of dream disfigurement. There is no doubt that he himself is the person whose wishes are directed toward this abundant meal, and a meal of roast meat at that. But since he knows that this is forbidden him, he does not dare, as children do in the dream, cf. the dream about strawberries of my little Anna, to sit down to the meal himself. The person remains anonymous. 2. Once I dream that I see on the show table of a bookstore a new number in the book lovers collection, the collection which I am in the habit of buying, art monographs, monographs on the history of the world, famous art centers, NC. The new collection is called Famous Orators, or Orations, and the first number hears the name of Dr. Lechaer. In the course of analysis it appears improbable that the fame of Dr. Lechaer, the long-winded orator of the German opposition, should occupy my thoughts while I am dreaming. The fact is that, a few days before, I undertook the psychic cure of some new patients, and was now forced to talk for from 10 to 12 hours a day. Thus I myself am the long-winded orator. 3. Upon another occasion I dream that a teacher of my acquaintance at the university says, "My son, the myopic." Then there follows a dialogue consisting of short speeches and replies. A third portion of the dream follows in which I and my sons appear, and as far as the latent dream content is concerned, father, son, and Professor M are alike only lay figures to represent me and my eldest son. I shall consider this dream again further on because of another peculiarity. For the following dream gives an example of really base egotistical feelings, which are concealed behind affectionate concern. My friend Otto looks ill, his face is brown and his eyes bulge. Otto is my family physician, to whom I owe a debt greater than I can ever hope to repay, since he has guarded the health of my children for years. he has treated them successfully when they were taken sick, and besides that he has given them presents on all occasions which gave him any excuse for doing so. He came for a visit on the day of the dream, and my wife noticed that he looked tired and exhausted. Then comes my dream at night, and attributes to him a few of the symptoms of Bestow's disease. Anyone disregarding my rules for dream interpretation would understand this dream to mean that I am concerned about the health of my friend, and that this concern is realized in the dream. It would thus be a contradiction not only of the assertion that the dream is a wish fulfillment, but also of the assertion that it is accessible only to egotistic impulses. But let the person who interprets the dream in this manner explain to me why I fear that Otto has Bestow's disease, for which diagnosis his appearance does not give the slightest justification. As opposed to this, my analysis furnishes the following material, taken from an occurrence which happened 6 years ago. A small party of us, including Professor R, were driving in profound darkness through the forest of N, which is several hours distant from our country home. The coachman, who was not quite sober, threw us and the wagon down a bank, and it was only by a lucky accident that we all escaped unhurt. But we were forced to spend the night at the nearest inn, where the news of our accident awakened great sympathy. A gentleman, who showed unmistakable signs of the morbus Besto in nothing but a brownish color of the skin of the face and bulging eyes, no goitre, placed himself entirely at our disposal and asked what he could do for us. Professor R answered in his decided way, "Nothing but lend me a nightshirt." Whereupon our generous friend replied, "I am sorry but I cannot do that," and went away. In continuing the analysis, it occurs to me that Besto is the name not only of a physician, but also of a famous educator. Now that I am awake I do not feel quite sure of this fact. My friend Otto is the person whom I have asked to take charge of the physical education of my children, especially during the age of puberty, hence the nightshirt, in case anything should happen to me. By seeing Otto in the dream with the morbid symptoms of our above-mentioned generous benefactor, I apparently mean to say, if anything happens to me, just as little is to be expected for my children from him as was to be expected then from Baron L, in spite of his well-meaning offers. The egotistical turn of this dream ought now to be clear. But where is the wish fulfillment to be found? It is not in the vengeance secured upon my friend Otto, whose fate it seems to be to receive ill treatment in my dreams, but in the following circumstances. In representing Otto in the dream as Baron L, I have at the same time identified myself with someone else, that is to say, with Professor R, for I have asked something of Otto, just as R asked something of Baron L at the time of the occurrence which has been mentioned. And that is the point. For Professor R has pursued his way independently outside the schools, somewhat as I have done, and has only in later years received the title which he earned long ago. I am therefore again wishing to be a professor. The very phrase "in later years" is the fulfillment of wish, for it signifies that I shall live long enough to pilot my boy through the age of puberty myself. I gave only a brief account of the other forms of typical dreams in the first edition of this book, because an insufficient amount of good material was at my disposal. My experience, which has since been increased, now makes it possible for me to divide these dreams into two broad classes: first, those which really have the same meaning every time, and secondly, those which must be subjected to the most widely different interpretations in spite of their identical or similar content. Among the typical dreams of the first sort I shall closely consider the examination dream and the so-called dream of dental irritation. Everyone who has received his degree after having passed the final college examination, complains of the ruthlessness with which he is pursued by the anxiety dream that he will fail, that he must repeat his work, and for the holder of the university degree this typical dream is replaced by another, which represents to him that he has to pass the examination for the doctor's degree, and against which he vainly raises the objection in his sleep that he has already been practicing for years, that he is already a university instructor or the head of a law firm. These are the ineradicable memories of the punishments which we suffered when we were children for misdeeds which we had committed, memories which were revived in us on that dies irae, dies illa of the severe examination at the two critical junctures in our studies. The examination phobia of neurotics is also strengthened by this childish fear. After we have ceased to be schoolboys, it is no longer our parents and guardians as at first, or our teachers as later on, who see to our punishment. The inexorable chain of causes and effects in life has taken over our further education. Now we dream of examinations for graduation or for the doctor's degree, and who has not been faint-hearted in these tests, even though he belonged to the righteous? Whenever we fear that an outcome will punish us because we have not done something, or because we have not accomplished something as we should, in short, whenever we feel the weight of responsibility. I owe the actual explanation of examination dreams to a remark made by a well-informed colleague, who once asserted in a scientific discussion that in his experience the examination dream occurs only to persons who have passed the examination, never to those who have gone to pieces on it. The anxiety dream of the examination, which occurs, as is being more and more corroborated, when the dreamer is looking forward to a responsible action on his part the next day and the possibility of disgrace, has therefore probably selected an occasion in the past where the great anxiety has shown itself to have been without justification and has been contradicted by the result. This would be a very striking example of a misconception of the dream content on the part of the waking instance. The objection to the dream, which is conceived as the indignant protest, "But I am already a doctor," and c. would be in reality a consolation which the dreams offer, and which would therefore be to the following effect: do not be afraid of the morrow, think of the fear which you had before the final examination, and yet nothing came of it. You are a doctor this minute, and c. The fear, however, which we attribute to the dream, originates in the remnants of daily experience. The tests of this explanation which I was able to make in my own case and in that of others, although they were not sufficiently numerous, have been altogether successful. I failed, for example, in the examination for the doctor's degree in legal medicine. Never once have I been concerned about this matter in my dreams, while I have often enough been examined in botany, zoology, or chemistry, in which subjects I took the examinations with well-founded anxiety, but escaped punishment through the clemency of fortune or of the examiner. In my dreams of college examination, I am regularly examined in history, a subject which I passed brilliantly at the time, but only, I must admit, because my good-natured professor, my one-eyed benefactor in another dream, cf., did not overlook the fact that on the list of questions I had crossed out the second of 3 questions as an indication that he should not insist on it. One of my patients, who withdrew before the final college examinations and made them up later, but who failed in the officer's examination and did not become an officer, tells me that he dreams about the former examination often enough, but never about the latter. The above-mentioned colleague, Dr. Stiekel of Vienna, calls attention to the double meaning of the word matura examination for college degree, mature, ripe, and claims that he has observed that examination dreams occur very frequently when a sexual test is set for the following day, in which, therefore, the disgrace which is feared might consist in the manifestation of slight potency. A German colleague takes exception to this, as it appears, justly, on the ground that this examination is denominated in Germany the Abiturium and hence lacks this double meaning. On account of their similar affective impression, dreams of missing a train deserve to be placed next to examination dreams. Their explanation also justifies this relationship. They are consolation dreams directed against another feeling of fear perceived in the dream, the fear of dying. To depart is one of the most frequent and one of the most easily reached symbols of death. The dream thus says consolingly, "Compose yourself, you are not going to die, to depart," just as the examination dream calms us by saying, "Fear not, nothing will happen to you even this time." The difficulty in understanding both kinds of dreams is due to the fact that the feeling of anxiety is directly connected with the expression of consolation. Stiekel treats fully the symbolisms of death in his recently published book Die Sprache des Traums. The meaning of the dreams of dental irritation, which I have had to analyze often enough with my patients, escaped me for a long time, because, much to my astonishment, resistances that were altogether too great obstructed their interpretation. At last overwhelming evidence convinced me that, in the case of men, Nothing else than cravings for masturbation from the time of puberty furnishes the motive power for these dreams. I shall analyze 2 such dreams, one of which is likewise a dream of flight. The 2 dreams are of the same person, a young man with a strong homosexuality, which, however, has been repressed in life. He is witnessing a performance of Fidelio from the parquet of the opera house. He is sitting next to L, whose personality is congenial to him, and whose friendship he would like to have. He suddenly flies diagonally clear across the parquet. He then puts his hand in his mouth and draws out 2 of his teeth. He himself describes the flight by saying it was as if he were thrown into the air. As it was a performance of Fidelio, he recalls the poet's words. He who a charming wife acquired. But even the acquisition of a charming wife is not among the wishes of the dreamer. 2 other verses would be more appropriate. He who succeeds in the lucky, big, throw. A friend of a friend to be. The dream thus contains the lucky, big, throw, which is not, however, a wish fulfillment only. It also conceals the painful reflection that in his striving after friendship he has often had the misfortune to be thrown down, and the fear lest this fate may be repeated in the case of the young man next whom he has enjoyed the performance of Fidelio. This is now followed by a confession which quite puts this refined dreamer to shame, to the effect that once, after such a rejection on the part of a friend, out of burning desire he merged into sexual excitement and masturbated twice in succession. The other dream is as follows: 2 professors of the university who are known to him are treating him in my stead. One of them does something with his penis, he fears an operation. The other one thrusts an iron bar at his mouth so that he loses 2 teeth. He is bound with 4 silken cloths. The sexual significance of this dream can hardly be doubted. The silken cloths are equivalent to an identification with a homosexual of his acquaintance. The dreamer, who has never achieved coition, but who has never actually sought sexual intercourse with men, conceives sexual intercourse after the model of the masturbation which he was once taught during the time of puberty. I believe that the frequent modifications of the typical dream of dental irritation that, for example, of another person drawing the tooth from the dreamer's mouth, are made intelligible by means of the same explanation. It may, however, be difficult to see how dental irritation can come to have this significance. I may then call attention to a transference from below to above which occurs very frequently. This transference is at the service of sexual repression, and by means of it all kinds of sensations and intentions occurring in hysteria which ought to be enacted in the genitals can be realized upon less objectionable parts of the body. It is also a case of such transference when the genitals are replaced by the face in the symbolism of unconscious thought. This is assisted by the fact that the buttocks resemble the cheeks, and also by the usage of language which calls the nymph's lips as resembling those that enclose the opening of the mouth. The nose is compared to the penis in numerous allusions, and in one place as in the other the presence of hair completes the resemblance. Only one part of the anatomy, the teeth, are beyond all possibility of being compared with anything, and it is just this coincidence of agreement and disagreement which makes the teeth suitable for representation under pressure of sexual repression. I do not wish to claim that the interpretation of the dream of dental irritation as a dream of masturbation, the justification of which I cannot doubt, has been freed of all obscurity. I carry the explanation as far as I am able, and must leave the rest unsolved. But I must also refer to another connection revealed by an idiomatic expression. In our country there is in use an indelicate designation for the act of masturbation, namely, to pull one out, or to pull one down. I am unable to say whence these colloquialisms originate, and on what symbolisms they are based, but the teeth would well fit in with the first of the two. Dreams in which one is flying or hovering, falling, swimming, or the like, belong to the second group of typical dreams. What do these dreams signify? A general statement on this point cannot be made. They signify something different in each case, as we shall hear. Only the sensational material which they contain always comes from the same source. It is necessary to conclude, from the material obtained in psychoanalysis, that these dreams repeat impressions from childhood, that is, that they refer to the movement games which have such extraordinary attractions for the child. What? Uncle has never made a child fly by running across the room with it with arms outstretched, or has never played falling with it by rocking it on his knee and then suddenly stretching out his leg, or by lifting it up high and then pretending to withdraw support. At this the children shout with joy, and demand more untiringly, especially if there is a little fright and dizziness attached to it. In after years they create a repetition of this in the dream, but in the dream they omit the hands which have held them, so that they now freely float and fall. The fondness of all small children for games like rocking and seesawing is well known, and if they see gymnastic tricks at the circus their recollection of this rocking is refreshed. With some boys the hysterical attack consists simply in the reproduction of such tricks, which they accomplish with great skill. Not infrequently sexual sensations are excited by these movement games, harmless as they are in themselves. To express the idea by a word which is current among us, and which covers all of these matters, it is the wild playing, hetsen, of childhood which dreams about flying, falling, vertigo, and the like repeat, and the voluptuous feelings of which have now been turned into fear. But as every mother knows, the wild playing of children has often enough culminated in quarreling and tears. I therefore have good reason for rejecting the explanation that the condition of our dermal sensations during sleep, the sensations caused by the movements of the lungs, and the like, give rise to dreams of flying and falling. I see that these very sensations have been reproduced from the memory with which the dream is concerned, that they are, therefore, a part of the dream content and not of the dream sources. This material, similar in its character and origin consisting of sensations of motion, is now used for the representation of the most manifold dream thoughts. Dreams of flying, for the most part characterized by delight, require the most widely different interpretations, altogether special interpretations in the case of some persons, and even interpretations of a typical nature in that of others. One of my patients was in the habit of dreaming very often that she was suspended above the street at a certain height, without touching the ground. She had grown only to a very small stature, and shunned every kind of contamination which accompanies intercourse with human beings. Her dream of suspension fulfilled both of her wishes, by raising her feet from the ground and by allowing her head to tower in the upper regions. In the case of other female dreamers the dream of flying had the significance of a longing, if I were a little bird. Others thus become angels at night because they have missed being called that by day. The intimate connection between flying and the idea of a bird makes it comprehensible that the dream of flying in the case of men usually has a significance of coarse sensuality. We shall also not be surprised to hear that this or that dreamer is always very proud of his ability to fly. Dr. Paul Federn, Vienna, has propounded the fascinating theory that a great many flying dreams are erection dreams, since the remarkable phenomena of erection which so constantly occupy the human fantasy must strongly impress upon it a notion of the suspension of gravity, cf. the winged phalli of the ancients. Dreams of falling are most frequently characterized by fear. Their interpretation, when they occur in women, is subject to no difficulty because women always accept the symbolic sense of falling, which is a circumlocution for the indulgence of an erotic temptation. We have not yet exhausted the infantile sources of the dream of falling. Nearly all children have fallen occasionally, and then been picked up and fondled. If they fell out of bed at night, they were picked up by their nurse and taken into her bed. People who dream often of swimming, of cleaving the waves, with great enjoyment, and have usually been persons who wetted their beds, and they now repeat in the dream a pleasure which they have long since learned to forego. We shall soon learn from one example or another to what representation the dreams of swimming easily lend themselves. The interpretation of dreams about fire justifies a prohibition of the nursery which forbids children to burn matches in order that they may not wet the bed at night. They too are based on the reminiscence of enuresis nocturnus of childhood. In the Bruchstückeiner Historyanalyse, 1905, I have given the complete analysis and synthesis of such a fire dream in connection with the infantile history of the dreamer, and have shown to the representation of what emotions this infantile material has been utilized in maturer years. It would be possible to cite a considerable number of other typical dreams, if these are understood to refer to the frequent recurrence of the same manifest dream content in the case of different dreamers, as, for example, dreams of passing through narrow alleys, of walking through a whole suite of rooms, dreams of the nocturnal burglar against whom nervous people direct precautionary measures before going to sleep, dreams of being chased by wild animals, bulls, horses, or of being threatened with knives, daggers, and lances. The last two are characteristic as the manifest dream content of persons suffering from anxiety, and c. An investigation dealing especially with this material would be well worthwhile. In lieu of this I have two remarks to offer, which, however, do not apply exclusively to typical dreams. The more one is occupied with the solution of dreams, the more willing one must become to acknowledge that the majority of the dreams of adults treat of sexual material and give expression to erotic wishes. Only one who really analyzes dreams, that is to say, who pushes forward from their manifest content to the latent dream thoughts, can form an opinion on this subject. Never the person who is satisfied with registering the manifest content, as, for example, Nake in his works on sexual dreams. Let us recognize at once that this fact is not to be wondered at, but that it is in complete harmony with the fundamental assumptions of dream explanation. No other impulse has had to undergo so much suppression from the time of childhood as the sex impulse in its numerous components. From no other impulse have survived so many and such intense unconscious wishes, which now act in the sleeping state in such a manner as to produce dreams. In dream interpretation, this significance of sexual complexes must never be forgotten, nor must they, of course, be exaggerated to the point of being considered exclusive. Of many dreams it can be ascertained by a careful interpretation that they are even to be taken bisexually, inasmuch as they result in an irrefutable secondary interpretation in which they realize homosexual feelings, that is, feelings that are common to the normal sexual activity of the dreaming person. But that all dreams are to be interpreted bisexually, as maintained by W. Stekel, and Alf. Adler, seems to me to be a generalization as indemonstrable as it is improbable, which I should not like to support. Above all, I should not know how to dispose of the apparent fact that there are many dreams satisfying other than in the widest sense erotic needs, as dreams of hunger, thirst, convenience, and c. Likewise the similar assertions that behind every dream one finds the death sentence, Stekel, and that every dream shows a continuation from the feminine to the masculine line, Adler, seem to me to proceed far beyond what is admissible in the interpretation of dreams. We have already asserted elsewhere that dreams which are conspicuously innocent invariably embody coarse erotic wishes, and we might confirm this by means of numerous fresh examples. But many dreams which appear indifferent, and which would never be suspected of any particular significance, can be traced back, after analysis, to unmistakably sexual wish feelings, which are often of an unexpected nature. For example, who would suspect a sexual wish in the following dream until the interpretation had been worked out? The dreamer relates, between two stately palaces stands a little house, receding somewhat, whose doors are closed. My wife leads me a little way along the street up to the little house, and pushes in the door, and then I slip quickly and easily into the interior of a courtyard that slants obliquely upwards. Anyone who has had experience in the translating of dreams will, of course, immediately perceive that penetrating into narrow spaces, and opening locked doors, belong to the commonest sexual symbolism, and will easily find in this dream a representation of attempted coition from behind, between the two stately buttocks of the female body. The narrow slanting passage is of course the vagina. The assistance attributed to the wife of the dreamer requires the interpretation that in reality it is only consideration for the wife which is responsible for the detention from such an attempt. Moreover, inquiry shows that on the previous day a young girl had entered the household of the dreamer who had pleased him, and who had given him the impression that she would not be altogether opposed to an approach of this sort. The little house between the two palaces is taken from a reminiscence of the Hradčin in Prague, and thus points again to the girl who is a native of that city. If with my patients I emphasize the frequency of the Oedipus dream of having sexual intercourse with one's mother, I get the answer, I cannot remember such a dream. Immediately afterwards, however, there arises the recollection of another disguised and indifferent dream, which has been dreamed repeatedly by the patient, and the analysis shows it to be a dream of this same content, that is, another Oedipus dream. I can assure the reader that veiled dreams of sexual intercourse with the mother are a great deal more frequent than open ones to the same effect. There are dreams about landscapes and localities in which emphasis is always laid upon the assurance, I have been there before. In this case the locality is always the genital organ of the mother. It can indeed be asserted with such certainty of no other locality that one has been there before. A large number of dreams, often full of fear, which are concerned with passing through narrow spaces or with staying in the water, are based upon fancies about the embryonic life, about the sojourn in the mother's womb, and about the act of birth. The following is the dream of a young man who in his fancy has already while in embryo taken advantage of his opportunity to spy upon an act of coition between his parents. He is in a deep shaft, in which there is a window, as in the Semmering tunnel. At first he sees an empty landscape through this window, and then he composes a picture into it, which is immediately at hand and which fills out the empty space. The picture represents a field which is being thoroughly harrowed by an implement, and the delightful air, the accompanying idea of hard work, and the bluish-black clods of earth make a pleasant impression. He then goes on and sees a primary school opened, and he is surprised that so much attention is devoted in it to the sexual feelings of the child, which makes him think of me. Here is a pretty water dream of a female patient, which was turned to extraordinary account in the course of treatment. At her summer resort at the lake, she hurls herself into the dark water at a place where the pale moon is reflected in the water. Dreams of this sort are parturition dreams. Their interpretation is accomplished by reversing the fact reported in the manifest dream content. Thus, instead of throwing oneself into the water, read coming out of the water, that is, being born. The place from which one is born is recognized if one thinks of the bad sense of the French la lune. The pale moon thus becomes the white bottom, popo, which the child soon recognizes as the place from which it came. Now what can be the meaning of the patient's wishing to be born at her summer resort? I asked the dreamer this, and she answered without hesitation, hasn't the treatment made me as though I were born again? Thus the dream becomes an invitation to continue the cure at this summer resort, that is, to visit her there. Perhaps it also contains a very bashful allusion to the wish to become a mother herself. Another dream of parturition, with its interpretation, I take from the work of E. Jones. She stood at the seashore watching a small boy, who seemed to be hers, wading into the water. This he did till the water covered him, and she could only see his head bobbing up and down near the surface. The scene then changed to the crowded hall of a hotel. Her husband left her, and she entered into conversation with a stranger. The second half of the dream was discovered in the analysis to represent a flight from her husband, and the entering into intimate relations with a third person, behind whom was plainly indicated Mr. X's brother mentioned in a former dream. The first part of the dream was a fairly evident birth fantasy. In dreams as in mythology, the delivery of a child from the uterine waters is commonly presented by distortion as the entry of the child into water. Among many others, the births of Adonis, Osiris, Moses, and Bacchus are well-known illustrations of this. The bobbing up and down of the head in the water at once recalled to the patient the sensation of quickening she had experienced in her only pregnancy. Thinking of the boy going into the water induced a reverie in which she saw herself taking him out of the water, carrying him into the nursery, washing him and dressing him, and installing him in her household. The second half of the dream, therefore, represents thoughts concerning the elopement, which belong to the first half of the underlying latent content. The first half of the dream corresponded with the second half of the latent content, the birth fantasy. Besides this inversion in order, further inversions took place in each half of the dream. In the first half the child entered the water, and then his head bobbed. In the underlying dream thoughts first the quickening occurred, and then the child left the water, a double inversion. In the second half her husband left her, in the dream thoughts she left her husband. Another parturition dream is related by Abraham of a young woman looking forward to her first confinement. From a place in the floor of the house a subterranean canal leads directly into the water, parturition path, amniotic liquor. She lifts up a trap in the floor, and there immediately appears a creature dressed in a brownish fur, which almost resembles a seal. This creature changes into the younger brother of the dreamer, to whom she has always stood in maternal relationship. Dreams of saving are connected with parturition dreams. To save, especially to save from the water, is equivalent to giving birth when dreamed by a woman. This sense is, however, modified when the dreamer is a man. Robbers, burglars at night, and ghosts, of which we are afraid before going to bed, and which occasionally even disturb our sleep, originate in one and the same childish reminiscence. They are the nightly visitors who have awakened the child to set it on the chamber so that it may not wet the bed, or have lifted the cover in order to see clearly how the child is holding its hands while sleeping. I have been able to induce an exact recollection of the nocturnal visitor in the analysis of some of these anxiety dreams. The robbers were always the father, the ghosts more probably corresponded to feminine persons with white nightgowns. 2. When one has become familiar with the abundant use of symbolism for the representation of sexual material in dreams, one naturally raises the question whether there are not many of these symbols which appear once and for all with a firmly established significance like the signs in stenography, and one is tempted to compile a new dream book according to the cipher method. In this connection it may be remarked that the symbolism does not belong peculiarly to the dream, but rather to unconscious thinking, particularly that of the masses, and it is to be found in greater perfection in the folklore, in the myths, legends, and manners of speech, in the proverbial sayings, and in the current witticisms of a nation than in its dreams. The dream takes advantage of this symbolism in order to give a disguised representation to its latent thoughts. Among the symbols which are used in this manner there are of course many which regularly, or almost regularly, mean the same thing. Only it is necessary to keep in mind the curious plasticity of psychic material. Now and then a symbol in the dream content may have to be interpreted not symbolically, but according to its real meaning. At another time the dreamer, owing to a peculiar set of recollections, may create for himself the right to use anything whatever as a sexual symbol, though it is not ordinarily used in that way. Nor are the most frequently used sexual symbols unambiguous every time. After these limitations and reservations I may call attention to the following: Emperor and Empress, King and Queen, in most cases really represent the parents of the dreamer himself or herself is the prince or princess. All elongated objects, sticks, tree trunks, and umbrellas, on account of the stretching up which might be compared to an erection, all elongated and sharp weapons, knives, daggers, and pikes, are intended to represent the male member. A frequent, not very intelligible, symbol for the same is a nail file, on account of the rubbing and scraping. Little cases, boxes, caskets, closets, and stoves correspond to the female part. The symbolism of lock and key has been very gracefully employed by Uhland in his song about the Grafen Eberstein, to make a common smutty joke. The dream of walking through a row of rooms is a brothel or harem dream. Staircases, ladders, and nights of stairs, or climbing on these, either upwards or downwards, are symbolic representations of the sexual act. Smooth walls over which one is climbing, facades of houses upon which one is letting oneself down, frequently under great anxiety, correspond to the erect human body, and probably repeat in the dream reminiscences of the upward climbing of little children on their parents or foster parents. Smooth walls are men. Often in a dream of anxiety one is holding on firmly to some projection from a house. Tables, set tables, and boards are women, perhaps on account of the opposition which does away with the bodily contours. Since bed and board, mensa et thoros, constitute marriage, the former are often put for the latter in the dream, and as far as practicable the sexual presentation complex is transposed to the eating complex. Of articles of dress the woman's hat may frequently be definitely interpreted as the male genital. In dreams of men one often finds the cravat as a symbol for the penis. This indeed is not only because cravats hang down long, and are characteristic of the man, but also because one can select them at pleasure, a freedom which is prohibited by nature in the original of the symbol. Persons who make use of this symbol in the dream are very extravagant with cravats, and possess regular collections of them. All complicated machines and apparatus in dream are very probably genitals, in the description of which dream symbolism shows itself to be as tireless as the activity of wit. Likewise many landscapes in dreams, especially with bridges or with wooded mountains, can be readily recognized as descriptions of the genitals. Finally, where one finds incomprehensible neologisms, one may think of combinations made up of components having a sexual significance. Children also in the dream often signify the genitals, as men and women are in the habit of fondly referring to their genital organ as their little one. As a very recent symbol of the male genital may be mentioned the flying machine, utilization of which is justified by its relation to flying as well as occasionally by its form. To play with a little child or to beat a little one is often the dream's representation of onanism. A number of other symbols, in part not sufficiently verified, are given by Stekel, who illustrates them with examples. Right and left, according to him, are to be conceived in the dream in an ethical sense. The right way always signifies the road to righteousness, the left the one to crime. Thus the left may signify homosexuality, incest, and perversion, while the right signifies marriage, relations with a prostitute, and c. The meaning is always determined by the individual moral viewpoint of the dreamer, lc. Relatives in the dream generally play the role of genitals. Not to be able to catch up with a wagon is interpreted by Stekel as regret not to be able to come up to a difference in age. Baggage with which one travels is the burden of sin by which one is oppressed, ibid. Also numbers, which frequently occur in the dream, are assigned by Stekel a fixed symbolical meaning, but these interpretations seem neither sufficiently verified nor of general validity, although the interpretation in individual cases can generally be recognized as probable. In a recently published book by W. Stekel, Die Sprache Traum, which I was unable to utilize, there is a list of the most common sexual symbols, the object of which is to prove that all sexual symbols can be bisexually used. He states, is there a symbol which, if in any way permitted by the fantasy, may not be used simultaneously in the masculine and the feminine sense? To be sure, the clause in parenthesis takes away much of the absoluteness of this assertion, for this is not at all permitted by the fantasy. I do not, however, think it superfluous to state that in my experience Stekel's general statement has to give way to the recognition of a greater manifoldness. Besides those symbols, which are just as frequent for the male as for the female genitals, there are others which preponderately, or almost exclusively, designate one of the sexes, and there are still others of which only the male or only the female signification is known. To use long, firm objects and weapons as symbols of the female genitals, or hollow objects, chests, boxes, pouches, and c. as symbols of the male genitals, is indeed not allowed by the fancy. It is true that the tendency of the dream and the unconscious fancy to utilize the sexual symbol bisexually betrays an archaic trend, for in childhood a difference in the genitals is unknown, and the same genitals are attributed to both sexes. These very incomplete suggestions may suffice to stimulate others to make a more careful collection. I shall now add a few examples of the application of such symbolisms in dreams, which will serve to show how impossible it becomes to interpret a dream without taking into account the symbolism of dreams, and how imperatively it obtrudes itself in many cases. 1. The hat as a symbol of the man, of the male genital, a fragment from the dream of a young woman who suffered from agoraphobia on account of a fear of temptation. I am walking in the street in summer, I wear a straw hat of peculiar shape, the middle piece of which is bent upwards and the side pieces of which hang downwards. The description became here obstructed, and in such a fashion that one is lower than the other. I am cheerful and in a confidential mood, and as I pass a troop of young officers I think to myself, none of you can have any designs upon me. As she could produce no associations to the hat, I said to her, the hat is really a male genital, with its raised middle piece and the two downward hanging side pieces. I intentionally refrained from interpreting those details concerning the unequal downward hanging of the two side pieces, although just such individualities in the determinations lead the way to the interpretation. I continued by saying that if she only had a man with such a virile genital she would not have to fear the officers, that is, she would have nothing to wish from them, for she is mainly kept from going without protection and company by her fancies of temptation. This last explanation of her fear I had already been able to give her repeatedly on the basis of other material. It is quite remarkable how the dreamer behaved after this interpretation. She withdrew her description of the hat, and claimed not to have said that the two side pieces were hanging downwards. I was, however, too sure of what I had heard to allow myself to be misled, and I persisted in it. She was quiet for a while, and then found the courage to ask why it was that one of her husband's testicles was lower than the other, and whether it was the same in all men. With this the peculiar detail of the hat was explained, and the whole interpretation was accepted by her. The hat symbol was familiar to me long before the patient related this dream. From other but less transparent cases I believe that the hat may also be taken as a female genital. To the little one as the genital to be run over as a symbol of sexual intercourse, another dream of the same agoraphobic patient. Her mother sends away her little daughter so that she must go alone. She rides with her mother to the railroad and sees her little one walking directly upon the tracks, so that she cannot avoid being run over. She hears the bones crackle. From this she experiences a feeling of discomfort but no real horror. She then looks out through the car window to see whether the parts cannot be seen behind. She then reproaches her mother for allowing the little one to go out alone. Analysis. It is not an easy matter to give here a complete interpretation of the dream. It forms part of a cycle of dreams, and can be fully understood only in connection with the others. For it is not easy to get the necessary material sufficiently isolated to prove the symbolism. The patient at first finds that the railroad journey is to be interpreted historically as an allusion to a departure from a sanatorium for nervous diseases, with the superintendent of which she naturally was in love. Her mother took her away from this place, and the physician came to the railroad station and handed her a bouquet of flowers on leaving. She felt uncomfortable because her mother witnessed this homage. Here the mother, therefore, appears as a disturber of her love affairs, which is the role actually played by this strict woman during her daughter's girlhood. The next thought referred to the sentence, she then looks to see whether the parts can be seen behind. In the dream facade one would naturally be compelled to think of the parts of the little daughter run over and ground up. The thought, however, turns in quite a different direction. She recalls that she once saw her father in the bathroom naked from behind. She then begins to talk about the sex differentiation, and asserts that in the man the genitals can be seen from behind, but in the woman they cannot. In this connection she now herself offers the interpretation that the little one is the genital, her little one. She has a 4-year-old daughter, her own genital. She reproaches her mother for wanting her to live as though she had no genital, and recognizes this reproach in the introductory sentence of the dream, the mother sends away her little one so that she must go alone. In her fantasy going alone on the street signifies to have no man and no sexual relations, coir equals to go together, and this she does not like. According to all her statements she really suffered as a girl on account of the jealousy of her mother, because she showed a preference for her father. The little one has been noted as a symbol for the male or the female genitals by Stekel, who can refer in this connection to a very widespread usage of language. The deeper interpretation of this dream depends upon another dream of the same night in which the dreamer identifies herself with her brother. She was a tomboy, and was always being told that she should have been born a boy. This identification with the brother shows with special clearness that the little one signifies the genital. The mother threatened him, her, with castration, which could only be understood as a punishment for playing with the parts, and the identification, therefore, shows that she herself had masturbated as a child, though this fact she now retained only in a memory concerning her brother. An early knowledge of the male genital which she later lost she must have acquired at that time according to the assertions of this second dream. Moreover, the second dream points to the infantile sexual theory that girls originate from boys through castration. After I had told her of this childish belief, she at once confirmed it with an anecdote in which the boy asks the girl, "Was it cut off?" to which the girl replied, "No, it's always been so." The sending away of the little one, of the genital, in the first dream therefore also refers to the threatened castration. Finally, she blames her mother for not having been born a boy. That being run over symbolizes sexual intercourse would not be evident from this dream if we were not sure of it from many other sources. 3. Representation of the genital by structures, stairways, and shafts. Dream of a young man inhibited by a father complex. He is taking a walk with his father in a place which is surely the praetor, for the rotunda may be seen in front of which there is a small front structure to which is attached a captive balloon. The balloon, however, seems quite collapsed. His father asks him what this is all for. He is surprised at it, but he explains it to his father. They come into a court in which lies a large sheet of tin. His father wants to pull off a big piece of this, but first looks around to see if anyone is watching. He tells his father that all he needs to do is to speak to the watchman, and then he can take without any further difficulty as much as he wants to. From this court a stairway leads down into a shaft, the walls of which are softly upholstered something like a leather pocketbook. At the end of this shaft there is a longer platform, and then a new shaft begins. Analysis. This dream belongs to a type of patient which is not favorable from a therapeutic point of view. They follow in the analysis without offering any resistances whatever up to a certain point, but from that point on they remain almost inaccessible. This dream he almost analyzed himself. The rotunda, he said, is my genital, the captive balloon in front is my penis, about the weakness of which I have worried. We must, however, interpret in greater detail. The rotunda is the buttock which is regularly associated by the child with the genital, the smaller front structure is the scrotum. In the dream his father asks him what this is all for, that is, he asks him about the purpose and arrangement of the genitals. It is quite evident that this state of affairs should be turned around, and that he should be the questioner. As such a questioning on the side of the father has never taken place in reality, we must conceive the dream thought as a wish, or take it conditionally, as follows: if I had only asked my father for sexual enlightenment. The continuation of this thought we shall soon find in another place. The court in which the tin sheet is spread out is not to be conceived symbolically in the first instance, but originates from his father's place of business. For discretionary reasons I have inserted the tin for another material in which the father deals, without, however, changing anything in the verbal expression of the dream. The dreamer had entered his father's business, and had taken a terrible dislike to the questionable practices upon which profit mainly depends. Hence the continuation of the above dream thought, if I had only asked him, would be, he would have deceived me just as he does his customers. For the pulling off, which serves to represent commercial dishonesty, the dreamer himself gives a second explanation, namely, onanism. This is not only entirely familiar to us, see above, but agrees very well with the fact that the secrecy of onanism is expressed by its opposite, why one can do it quite openly. It, moreover, agrees entirely with our expectations that the onanistic activity is again put off on the father, just as was the questioning in the first scene of the dream. The shaft he at once interprets as the vagina by referring to the soft upholstering of the walls. That the act of coition in the vagina is described as a going down instead of in the usual way as a going up, I have also found true in other instances. The details that at the end of the first shaft there is a longer platform and then a new shaft, he himself explains biographically. He had for some time consorted with women sexually, but had then given it up because of inhibitions and now hopes to be able to take it up again with the aid of the treatment. The dream, however, becomes indistinct toward the end, and to the experienced interpreter it becomes evident that in the second scene of the dream the influence of another subject has begun to assert itself. In this his father's business and his dishonest practices signify the first vagina represented as a shaft, so that one might think of a reference to the mother. 4. The male genital symbolized by persons and the female by a landscape. Dream of a woman of the lower class, whose husband is a policeman, reported by B. Datner. Then someone broke into the house and anxiously called for a policeman. But he went with 2 tramps by mutual consent into a church, to which led a great many stairs. Behind the church there was a mountain, on top of which a dense forest. The policeman was furnished with a helmet, a gorget, and a cloak. The 2 vagrants, who went along with the policeman quite peaceably, had tied to their loins sack-like aprons. A road led from the church to the mountain. This road was overgrown on each side with grass and brushwood, which became thicker and thicker as it reached the height of the mountain, where it spread out into quite a forest. 5. A stairway dream. Reported and interpreted by Otto Rank. For the following transparent pollution dream, I am indebted to the same colleague who furnished us with the dental irritation dream reported on. I am running down the stairway in the stairhouse after a little girl, whom I wish to punish because she has done something to me. At the bottom of the stairs someone held the child for me. A grown-up woman. I grasp it, but do not know whether I have hit it, for I suddenly find myself in the middle of the stairway where I practice coitus with the child, in the air as it were. It is really no coitus, I only rub my genital on her external genital, and in doing this I see it very distinctly as I see her head, which is lying sideways. During the sexual act I see hanging to the left and above me, also as if in the air, 2 small pictures, landscapes, representing a house on a green. On the smaller one my surname stood in the place where the painter's signature should be. It seemed to be intended for my birthday present. A small sign hung in front of the pictures to the effect that cheaper pictures could also be obtained. I then see myself very indistinctly lying in bed, just as I had seen myself at the foot of the stairs, and I am awakened by a feeling of dampness which came from the pollution. Interpretation. The dreamer had been in a bookstore on the evening of the day of the dream, where, while he was waiting, he examined some pictures which were exhibited, which represented motives similar to the dream pictures. He stepped nearer to a small picture which particularly took his fancy in order to see the name of the artist, which, however, was quite unknown to him. Later in the same evening, in company, he heard about a Bohemian servant girl who boasted that her illegitimate child was made on the stairs. The dreamer inquired about the details of this unusual occurrence, and learned that the servant girl went with her lover to the home of her parents, where there was no opportunity for sexual relations, and that the excited man performed the act on the stairs. In witty allusion to the mischievous expression used about wine adulterers, the dreamer remarked, "The child really grew on the cellar steps." These experiences of the day, which are quite prominent in the dream content, were readily reproduced by the dreamer. But he just as readily reproduced an old fragment of infantile recollection which was also utilized by the dream. The stairhouse was the house in which he had spent the greatest part of his childhood, and in which he had first become acquainted with sexual problems. In this house he used, among other things, to slide down the banister astride, which caused him to become sexually excited. In the dream he also comes down the stairs very rapidly, so rapidly that, according to his own distinct assertions, he hardly touched the individual stairs, but rather flew or slid down, as we used to say. Upon reference to this infantile experience, the beginning of the dream seems to represent the factor of sexual excitement. In the same house and in the adjacent residence the dreamer used to play pugnacious games with the neighboring children, in which he satisfied himself just as he did in the dream. If one recalls from Freud's investigation of sexual symbolism that in the dream stairs or climbing stairs almost regularly symbolizes coitus, the dream becomes clear. Its motive power as well as its effect, as is shown by the pollution, is of a purely libidinous nature. Sexual excitement became aroused during the sleeping state. In the dream this is represented by the rapid running or sliding down the stairs, and the sadistic thread in this is, on the basis of the pugnacious playing, indicated in the pursuing and overcoming of the child. the libidinous excitement becomes enhanced and urges to sexual action, represented in the dream by the grasping of the child and the conveyance of it to the middle of the stairway. Up to this point the dream would be one of pure sexual symbolism, and obscure for the unpracticed dream interpreter. But this symbolic gratification, which would have ensured undisturbed sleep, was not sufficient for the powerful libidinous excitement. The excitement leads to an orgasm, and thus the whole stairway symbolism is unmasked as a substitute for coitus. Freud lays stress on the rhythmical character of both actions as one of the reasons for the sexual utilization of the stairway symbolism, and this dream especially seems to corroborate this, for, according to the express assertion of the dreamer, the rhythm of a sexual act was the most pronounced feature in the whole dream. Still another remark concerning the two pictures, which, aside from their real significance, also have the value of Weibsbilder, literally woman pictures, but idiomatically women. This is at once shown by the fact that the dream deals with a big and a little picture, just as the dream content presents a big, grown-up, and a little girl. That cheap pictures could also be obtained points to the prostitution complex, just as the dreamer's surname on the little picture and the thought that it was intended for his birthday, point to the parent complex, to be born on the stairway to be conceived in coitus. The indistinct final scene, in which the dreamer sees himself on the staircase landing lying in bed and feeling wet, seems to go back into childhood even beyond the infantile onanism, and manifestly has its prototype in similarly pleasurable scenes of bedwetting. 6. A modified stair dream. To one of my very nervous patients, who was an abstainer, whose fancy was fixed on his mother, and who repeatedly dreamed of climbing stairs accompanied by his mother, I once remarked that moderate masturbation would be less harmful to him than enforced abstinence. This influence provoked the following dream. His piano teacher reproaches him for neglecting his piano playing, and for not practicing the etudes of Moscheles and Clementi's Gradus ad Parnassum. In relation to this he remarked that the Gradus is only a stairway, and that the piano itself is only a stairway as it has a scale. It is correct to say that there is no series of associations which cannot be adapted to the representation of sexual facts. I conclude with the dream of a chemist, a young man, who has been trying to give up his habit of masturbation by replacing it with intercourse with women. Preliminary statement. On the day before the dream he had given a student instruction concerning Grignard's reaction, in which magnesium is to be dissolved in absolutely pure ether under the catalytic influence of iodine. 2 days before, there had been an explosion in the course of the same reaction, in which the investigator had burned his hand. Dream I. He is to make phenyl magnesium bromide. He sees the apparatus with particular clearness, but he has substituted himself for the magnesium. He is now in a curious swaying attitude. He keeps repeating to himself, "This is the right thing, it is working, my feet are beginning to dissolve and my knees are getting soft." Then he reaches down and feels for his feet, and meanwhile, he does not know how, he takes his legs out of the crucible, and then again he says to himself, "That cannot be, yes, it must be so, it has been done correctly." Then he partially awakens, and repeats the dream to himself, because he wants to tell it to me. He is distinctly afraid of the analysis of the dream. He is much excited during this semi-sleeping state, and repeats continually, "Phenyl, phenyl." 2. He is in, with his whole family, at 11:30. He is to be at the Schottenthur for a rendezvous with a certain lady, but he does not wake up until 11:30. He says to himself, "It is too late now, when you get there it will be 12:30. The next instant he sees the whole family gathered about the table, his mother and the servant girl with the soup tureen with particular clearness. Then he says to himself, "Well, if we are eating already, I certainly can't get away." Analysis. He feels sure that even the first dream contains a reference to the lady whom he is to meet at the rendezvous. The dream was dreamed during the night before the expected meeting. The student to whom he gave the instruction is a particularly unpleasant fellow. He had said to the chemist, "That isn't right," because the magnesium was still unaffected, and the latter answered as though he did not care anything about it, "It certainly isn't right." He himself must be the student. He is as indifferent towards his analysis as the student is towards his synthesis. The he in the dream, however, who accomplishes the operation, is myself. How unpleasant he must seem to me with his indifference towards the success achieved. Moreover, he is the material with which the analysis, synthesis, is made. For it is a question of the success of the treatment. The legs in the dream recall an impression of the previous evening. He met a lady at a dancing lesson whom he wished to conquer. He pressed her to him so closely that she once cried out. After he had stopped pressing against her legs, he felt her firm responding pressure against his lower thighs as far as just above his knees, at the place mentioned in the dream. In this situation, then, the woman is the magnesium in the retort, which is at last working. He is feminine towards me, as he is masculine towards the woman. If it will work with the woman, the treatment will also work. Feeling and becoming aware of himself in the region of his knees refers to masturbation, and corresponds to his fatigue of the previous day. The rendezvous had actually been set for 11:30. His wish to oversleep and to remain with his usual sexual objects, that is, with masturbation, corresponds with his resistance. In relation to the repetition of the name phenyl, he gives the following thoughts: all these radicals ending in YL have always been pleasing to him, they are very convenient to use, benzyl, acetyl, and C. That, however, explained nothing. But when I proposed the radical schlemihl he laughed heartily, and related that during the summer he had read a book by Prévost which contained a chapter, L'Exclus de l'amour, the description in which made him think of the schlemihls, and he added, that is my case. He would have again acted the schlemihl if he had missed the rendezvous. 6. The dream work. All previous attempts to solve the problems of the dream have been based directly upon the manifest dream content as it is retained in the memory, and have undertaken to obtain an interpretation of the dream from this content, or, if interpretation was dispensed with, to base a judgment of the dream upon the evidence furnished by this content. We alone are in possession of new data. For us a new psychic material intervenes between the dream content and the results of our investigations, and this is the latent dream content or the dream thoughts which are obtained by our method. We develop a solution of the dream from this latter, and not from the manifest dream content. We are also confronted for the first time with a problem which has not before existed, that of examining and tracing the relations between the latent dream thoughts and the manifest dream content, and the processes through which the former have grown into the latter. We regard the dream thoughts and the dream content as two representations of the same meaning in two different languages, or to express it better, the dream content appears to us as a translation of the dream thoughts into another form of expression, whose signs and laws of composition we are to learn by comparing the original with the translation. The dream thoughts are at once intelligible to us as soon as we have ascertained them. The dream content is, as it were, presented in a picture writing, whose signs are to be translated one by one into the language of the dream thoughts. It would of course be incorrect to try to read these signs according to their values as pictures instead of according to their significance as signs. For instance, I have before me a picture puzzle, rebus a house, upon whose roof there is a boat, then a running figure whose head has been apostrophized away, and the like. I might now be tempted as a critic to consider this composition and its elements nonsensical. A boat does not belong on the roof of a house, and a person without a head cannot run. The person, too, is larger than the house, and if the whole thing is to represent a landscape, the single letters of the alphabet do not fit into it, for of course they do not occur in pure nature. A correct judgment of the picture puzzle results only if I make no such objections to the whole and its parts, but if, on the contrary, I take pains to replace each picture by the syllable or word which it is capable of representing by means of any sort of reference, the words which are thus brought together are no longer meaningless, but may constitute a most beautiful and sensible expression. Now the dream is a picture puzzle of this sort, and our predecessors in the field of dream interpretation have made the mistake of judging the rebus as an artistic composition. As such it appears nonsensical and worthless. A. The condensation work. The first thing which becomes clear to the investigator in the comparison of the dream content with the dream thoughts is that a tremendous work of condensation has taken place. The dream is reserved, paltry, and laconic when compared with the range and copiousness of the dream thoughts. The dream when written down fills half a page. The analysis, in which the dream thoughts are contained, requires 6, 8, 12 times as much space. The ratio varies with different dreams, it never changes its essential meaning, as far as I have been able to observe. As a rule, the extent of the compression which has taken place is underestimated, owing to the fact that the dream thoughts which are brought to light are considered the complete material, while continued work of interpretation may reveal new thoughts which are concealed behind the dream. We have already mentioned that one is really never sure of having interpreted a dream completely. Even if the solution seems satisfying and flawless, it still always remains possible that there is a further meaning which is manifested by the same dream. Thus the amount of condensation is strictly speaking interminable. An objection, which at first sight seems very plausible, might be raised against the assertion that the disproportion between dream content and dream thought justifies the conclusion that an abundant condensation of psychic material has taken place in the formation of dreams. For we so often have the impression that we have dreamed a great deal throughout the night and then have forgotten the greater part. The dream which we recollect upon awakening would thus be only a remnant of the total dream work, which would probably equal the dream thoughts in range if we were able to remember the former completely. In part this is certainly true. There can be no mistake about the observation that the dream is most accurately reproduced if one tries to remember it immediately after awakening, and that the recollection of it becomes more and more defective towards evening. On the other hand, it must be admitted that the impression that we have dreamed a good deal more than we are able to reproduce is often based upon an illusion, the cause of which will be explained later. Moreover, the assumption of condensation in the dream activity is not affected by the possibility of forgetting in dreams, for it is proved by groups of ideas belonging to those particular parts of the dream which have remained in the memory. If a large part of the dream has actually been lost to memory, we are probably deprived of access to a new series of dream thoughts. It is altogether unjustifiable to expect that those portions of the dream which have been lost also relate to the thoughts with which we are already acquainted from the analysis of the portions which have been preserved. In view of the great number of ideas which analysis furnishes for each individual element of the dream content, the chief doubt with many readers will be whether it is permissible to count everything that subsequently comes to mind during analysis as a part of the dream thoughts, to assume, in other words, that all these thoughts have been active in the sleeping state and have taken part in the formation of the dream. Is it not more probable that thought connections are developed in the course of analysis which did not participate in the formation of the dream? I can meet this doubt only conditionally. It is true, of course, that particular thought connections first arise only during analysis, but one may always be sure that such new connections have been established only between thoughts which have already been connected in the dream thoughts by other means. The new connections are, so to speak, corollaries, short circuits, which are made possible by the existence of other more fundamental means of connection. It must be admitted that the huge number of trains of thought revealed by analysis have already been active in the formation of the dream, for if a chain of thoughts has been worked out, which seems to be without connection with the formation of the dream, a thought is suddenly encountered which, being represented in the dream, is indispensable to its interpretation, which nevertheless is inaccessible except through that chain of thoughts. The reader may here turn to the dream of the botanical monograph, which is obviously the result of an astonishing condensation activity, even though I have not given the analysis of it completely. But how, then, is the psychic condition during sleep which precedes dreaming to be imagined? Do all the dream thoughts exist side by side, or do they occur one after another, or are many simultaneous trains of thought constructed from different centers, which meet later on? I am of the opinion that it is not yet necessary to form a plastic conception of the psychic condition of dream formation. Only let us not forget that we are concerned with unconscious thought, and that the process may easily be a different one from that which we perceive in ourselves in intentional contemplation accompanied by consciousness. The fact, however, that dream formation is based on a process of condensation, stands indubitable. How, then, is this condensation brought about? If it be considered that of those dream thoughts which are found only the smallest number are represented in the dream by means of one of its ideal elements, it might be concluded that condensation is accomplished by means of ellipsis, in that the dream is not an accurate translation or a projection point by point of the dream thoughts, but a very incomplete and defective reproduction of them. This view, as we shall soon find, is a very inadequate one. But let us take it as a starting point for the present, and ask ourselves, if only a few of the elements of the dream thoughts get into the dream content, what conditions determine their choice? In order to gain enlightenment on this subject, let us turn our attention to those elements of the dream content which must have fulfilled the conditions we are seeking. A dream to the formation of which an especially strong condensation has contributed will be the most suitable material for this investigation. I select the dream, cited on page 142, of the Botanical Monograph. Dream content: I have written a monograph upon a obscure, certain plant. The book lies before me, I am just turning over a folded colored plate. A dried specimen of the plant is bound with every copy as though from a herbarium. The most prominent element of this dream is the Botanical Monograph. This comes from the impressions received on the day of the dream. I had actually seen a monograph on the genus Cyclamen in the show window of a bookstore. The mention of this genus is lacking in the dream content, in which only the monograph and its relation to botany have remained. The Botanical Monograph immediately shows its relation to the work on cocaine which I had once written. Thought connections proceed from cocaine on the one hand to a Festschrift, and on the other to my friend, the eye specialist, Dr. Königstein, who has had a share in the utilization of cocaine. Moreover, with the person of this Dr. Königstein is connected the recollection of the interrupted conversation which I had had with him on the previous evening and of the manifold thoughts about remuneration for medical services among colleagues. This conversation, then, is properly the actual stimulus of the dream. The monograph about cyclamen is likewise an actuality but of an indifferent nature, as I soon see. The Botanical Monograph of the dream turns out to be a common mean between the two experiences of the day, and to have been taken over unchanged from an indifferent impression and bound up with the psychologically significant experience by means of the most abundant associations. Not only the combined idea, Botanical Monograph, however, but also each of the separate elements, botanical and monograph, penetrates deeper and deeper into the confused tangle of the dream thoughts. To botanical belong the recollections of the person of Professor Gartner, German, Gartner equals Gardner, of his blooming wife, of my patient whose name is Flora, and of a lady about whom I told the story of the forgotten flowers. Gartner, again, is connected with the laboratory and the conversation with Königstein. The mention of the two female patients also belongs to the same conversation. A chain of thoughts, one end of which is formed by the title of the hastily seen monograph, leads off in the other direction from the lady with the flowers to the favorite flowers of my wife. Besides this, botanical recalls not only an episode at the gymnasium, but an examination taken while I was at the university, and a new subject matter, my hobbies, which was broached in the conversation already mentioned, is connected by means of my humorously so-called favorite flower, the artichoke, with the chain of thoughts proceeding from the forgotten flowers. Behind artichoke there is concealed on the one hand a recollection of Italy, and on the other a reminiscence of a childhood scene in which I first formed my connection with books, which has since grown so intimate. Botanical, then, is a veritable nucleus, the center for the dream of many trains of thought, which, I may assure the reader, were correctly and justly brought into relation to one another in the conversation referred to. Here we find ourselves in a thought factory, in which, as in the weaver's masterpiece, one thread moves thousands of threads. The little shuttles fly back and forth. The threads flow on unseen. One stroke ties thousands of knots. Monograph in the dream, again, has a bearing upon two subjects, the one-sidedness of my studies and the costliness of my hobbies. The impression is gained from this first investigation that the elements botanical and monograph have been accepted in the dream content because they were able to show the most extensive connections with the dream thoughts, and thus represent nuclei in which a great number of dream thoughts come together, and because they have manifold significance for the dream interpretation. The fact upon which this explanation is based may be expressed in another form: every element of the dream content turns out to be overdetermined, that is, it enjoys a manifold representation in the dream thoughts. We shall learn more by testing the remaining component parts of the dream as to their occurrence in the dream thoughts. The colored plate refers, cf. the analysis on, to a new subject, the criticism passed upon my work by colleagues, and to a subject already represented in the dream, my hobbies, and also to a childish recollection in which I pull to pieces the book with the colored plates. The dried specimen of the plant relates to an experience at the gymnasium centering about and particularly emphasizing the herbarium. Thus I see what sort of relation exists between the dream content and dream thoughts. Not only do the elements of the dream have a manifold determination in the dream thoughts, but the individual dream thoughts are represented in the dream by many elements. Starting from an element of the dream, the path of associations leads to a number of dream thoughts, and from a dream thought to several elements of the dream. The formation of the dream does not, therefore, take place in such fashion that a single one of the dream thoughts or a group of them furnishes the dream content with an abridgment as its representative therein, and that then another dream thought furnishes another abridgment as its representative, somewhat as popular representatives are elected from among the people, but the whole mass of the dream thoughts is subjected to a certain elaboration, in the course of which those elements that receive the greatest and completest support stand out in relief, analogous, perhaps, to election by scrutins de lists. Whatever dream I may subject to such dismemberment, I always find the same fundamental principle confirmed, that the dream elements are constructed from the entire mass of the dream thoughts, and that every one of them appears in relation to the dream thoughts to have a multiple determination. It is certainly not out of place to demonstrate this relation of the dream content to the dream thoughts by means of a fresh example, which is distinguished by a particularly artful intertwining of reciprocal relations. The dream is that of a patient whom I am treating for claustrophobia, fear in enclosed spaces. It will soon become evident why I feel myself called upon to entitle this exceptionally intellectual piece of dream activity in the following manner: To a Beautiful Dream. The dreamer is riding with much company to X Street, where there is a modest roadhouse, which is not the fact. A theatrical performance is being given in its rooms. He is first audience, then actor. Finally the company is told to change their clothes, in order to get back into the city. Some of the people are assigned to the rooms on the ground floor, others to the first floor. Then a dispute arises. Those above are angry because those below have not yet finished, so that they cannot come down. His brother is upstairs, he is below, and he is angry at his brother because there is such crowding. This part obscure. Besides, it has already been decided upon their arrival who is to be upstairs and who down. Then he goes alone over the rising ground, across which X Street leads toward the city, and he has such difficulty and hardship in walking that he cannot move from the spot. An elderly gentleman joins him and scolds about the King of Italy. Finally, towards the end of the rising ground, walking becomes much easier. The difficulties experienced in walking were so distinct that for some time after waking he was in doubt whether they were dream or reality. According to the manifest content, this dream can hardly be praised. Contrary to the rules, I shall begin with that portion which the dreamer referred to as the most distinct. The difficulties which were dreamed of, and which were probably experienced during the dream, difficult climbing accompanied by dyspnoea, is one of the symptoms which the patient had actually shown years before, and which, in conjunction with other symptoms, was at that time attributed to tuberculosis, probably hysterically simulated. We are already from exhibition dreams acquainted with the sensation of being hindered, peculiar to the dream, and here again we find it used for the purpose of any kind of representation, as an ever-ready material. That part of the dream content which ascribes the climbing as difficult at first, and as becoming easier at the end of the hill, made me think while it was being told of the well-known masterful introduction to Sappho by Adodet. Here a young man carries the girl whom he loves upstairs. She is at first as light as a feather, but the higher he mounts the more heavily she weighs upon his arm, and this scene symbolizes a course of events by recounting which Daudet tries to warn young men not to waste serious affection upon girls of humble origin or of questionable past. Although I knew that my patient had recently had a love affair with a lady of the theatre, and had broken it off, I did not expect to find that the interpretation which had occurred to me was correct. Moreover, the situation in Sappho was the reverse of that in the dream. In the latter the climbing was difficult at the beginning and easy later on. In the novel the symbolism serves only if what was at first regarded as easy finally turns out to be a heavy load. To my astonishment, the patient remarked that the interpretation corresponded closely to the plot of a play which he had seen on the evening before at the theatre. The play was called Round About Vienna, and treated of the career of a girl who is respectable at first but later goes over to the demi-monde, who has affairs with persons in high places, thus climbing, but finally goes down faster and faster. This play had reminded him of another entitled From Step to Step, in the advertisement of which had appeared a stairway consisting of several steps. Now to continue the interpretation. The actress with whom he had had his most recent affair, a complicated one, had lived in X Street. There is no inn in this street. However, while he was spending a part of the summer in Vienna for the sake of the lady, he had lodged, German abgestiegen equals stopped, literally stepped off, at a little hotel in the neighborhood. As he was leaving the hotel he said to the cab driver, "I am glad I didn't get any vermin anyway," which incidentally is one of his phobias. Whereupon the cab driver answered, "How could anybody stop there? It isn't a hotel at all, it's really nothing but a roadhouse." The roadhouse immediately suggests to the dreamer's recollection a quotation of that marvelous host. "I was once a guest." But the host in the poem by Uhland is an apple tree. Now a second quotation continues the train of thought. Faust, dancing with the young witch. "A lovely dream once came to me. I then beheld an apple tree. And there two fairest apples shone. They lured me so, I climbed thereon. The fair one. Apples have been desired by you. Since first in paradise they grew. And I am moved with joy to know that such within my garden grow." Translated by Bayard Taylor. There remains not the slightest doubt what is meant by the apple tree and the apples. A beautiful bosom stood high among the charms with which the actress had bewitched our dreamer. According to the connections of the analysis we had every reason to assume that the dream went back to an impression from childhood. In this case it must have reference to the nurse of the patient, who is now a man of nearly 50 years of age. The bosom of the nurse is in reality a roadhouse for the child. The nurse as well as Daudet's Sappho appears as an allusion to his abandoned sweetheart. The elder brother of the patient also appears in the dream content. He is upstairs, the dreamer himself is below. This again is an inversion, for the brother, as I happen to know, has lost his social position, my patient has retained his. In reporting the dream content the dreamer avoided saying that his brother was upstairs and that he himself was down. It would have been too frank an expression, for a person is said to be down and out when he has lost his fortune and position. Now the fact that at this point in the dream something is represented as inverted must have a meaning. The inversion must apply rather to some other relation between the dream thoughts and dream content. There is an indication which suggests how this inversion is to be taken. It obviously applies to the end of the dream, where the circumstances of climbing are the reverse of those in Sappho. Now it may easily be seen what inversion is referred to. In Sappho the man carries the woman who stands in a sexual relation to him. In the dream thoughts, inversely, a woman carries a man, and as this state of affairs can only occur during childhood, the reference is again to the nurse who carries the heavy child. Thus the final portion of the dream succeeds in representing Sappho and the nurse in the same allusion. Just as the name Sappho has not been selected by the poet without reference to a lesbian custom, so the elements of the dream in which persons act above and below, point to fancies of a sexual nature with which the dreamer is occupied and which as suppressed cravings are not without connection with his neurosis. Dream interpretation itself does not show that these are fancies and not recollections of actual happenings, it only furnishes us with a set of thoughts and leaves us to determine their value as realities. Real and fantastic occurrences at first appear here as of equal value, and not only here but also in the creation of more important psychic structures than dreams. Much company, as we already know, signifies a secret. The brother is none other than a representative, drawn into the childhood scene by fancying backwards, of all of the later rivals for the woman. Through the agency of an experience which is indifferent in itself, the episode with the gentleman who scolds about the King of Italy again refers to the intrusion of people of low rank into aristocratic society. It is as though the warning which Daudet gives to youth is to be supplemented by a similar warning applicable to the suckling child. In order that we may have at our disposal a third example for the study of condensation in dream formation, I shall cite the partial analysis of another dream for which I am indebted to an elderly lady who is being psychoanalytically treated. In harmony with the condition of severe anxiety from which the patient suffered, her dreams contained a great abundance of sexual thought material, the discovery of which astonished as well as frightened her. Since I cannot carry the interpretation of the dream to completion, the material seems to fall apart into several groups without apparent connection. 3. Content of the dream: she remembers that she has 2 June bugs in a box, which she must set at liberty, for otherwise they will suffocate. She opens the box, and the bugs are quite exhausted, one of them flies out of the window, but the other is crushed on the casement while she is shutting the window, as someone or other requests her to do. Expressions of disgust. Analysis: her husband is away traveling, and her 14-year-old daughter is sleeping in the bed next to her. In the evening the little one calls her attention to the fact that a moth has fallen into her glass of water, but she neglects to take it out, and feels sorry for the poor little creature in the morning. A story which she had read in the evening told of boys throwing a cat into boiling water, and the twitchings of the animal were described. These are the occasions for the dream, both of which are indifferent in themselves. She is further occupied with the subject of cruelty to animals. Years before, while they were spending the summer at a certain place, her daughter was very cruel to animals. She started a butterfly collection, and asked her for arsenic with which to kill the butterflies. Once it happened that a moth flew about the room for a long time with a needle through its body. On another occasion she found that some moths which had been kept for metamorphosis had died of starvation. The same child, while still at a tender age, was in the habit of pulling out the wings of beetles and butterflies. Now she would shrink in horror from these cruel actions, for she has grown very kind. Her mind is occupied with this contrast. It recalls another contrast, the one between appearance and disposition, as it is described in Adam Bede by George Eliot. There a beautiful but vain and quite stupid girl is placed side by side with an ugly but high-minded one. The aristocrat who seduces the little goose, is opposed to the working man who feels aristocratic, and behaves accordingly. It is impossible to tell character from people's looks. Who could tell from her looks that she is tormented by sensual desires? In the same year in which the little girl started her butterfly collection, the region in which they were staying suffered much from a pest of June bugs. The children made havoc among the bugs, and crushed them cruelly. At that time she saw a person who tore the wings off the June bugs and ate them. She herself had been born in June and also married in June. 3 days after the wedding she wrote a letter home, telling how happy she was. But she was by no means happy. During the evening before the dream she had rummaged among her old letters and had read various ones, comical and serious, to her family an extremely ridiculous letter from a piano teacher who had paid her attention when she was a girl, as well as one from an aristocratic admirer. She blames herself because a bad book by de Maupassant had fallen into the hands of one of her daughters. The arsenic which her little girl asks for recalls the arsenic pills which restored the power of youth to the Duc de Mora in Nabob. Set at liberty recalls to her a passage from the magic flute. I cannot compel you to love. But I will not give you your liberty. Junebug suggests the speech of Katie. I love you like a little beetle. Meanwhile the speech from Tannhauser, for you are wrought with evil passion. She is living in fear and anxiety about her absent husband. The dread that something may happen to him on the journey is expressed in numerous fancies of the day. A little while before, during the analysis, she had come upon a complaint about his senility in her unconscious thoughts. The wish thought which this dream conceals may perhaps best be conjectured if I say that several days before the dream she was suddenly astounded by a command which she directed to her husband in the midst of her work, "Go hang yourself." It was found that a few hours before she had read somewhere that a vigorous erection is induced when a person is hanged. It was for the erection which freed itself from repression in this terror-inspiring veiled form. Go hang yourself is as much as to say, get up an erection, at any cost. Dr. Jenkins' arsenic pills in nabob belong in this connection, for it was known to the patient that the strongest aphrodisiac, cantharides, is prepared by crushing bugs, so-called Spanish flies. The most important part of the dream content has a significance to this effect. Opening and shutting the window is the subject of a standing quarrel with her husband. She herself likes to sleep with plenty of air, and her husband does not. Exhaustion is the chief ailment of which she complains these days. In all three of the dreams just cited I have emphasized by italics those phrases where one of the elements of the dream recurs in the dream thoughts in order to make the manifold references of the former obvious. Since, however, the analysis of none of these dreams has been carried to completion, it will be well worthwhile to consider a dream with a fully detailed analysis, in order to demonstrate the manifold determination of its content. I select the dream of Irma's injection for this purpose. We shall see without effort in this example that the condensation work has used more than one means for the formation of the dream. The chief person in the content of the dream is my patient Irma, who is seen with the features which belong to her in waking life, and who therefore in the first instance represents herself. But her attitude as I examine her at the window is taken from the recollection of another person, of the lady for whom I should like to exchange my patient, as the dream thoughts show. In as far as Irma shows a diphtheritic membrane which recalls my anxiety about my eldest daughter, she comes to represent this child of mine, behind whom is concealed the person of the patient who died from intoxication and who is brought into connection by the identity of her name. In the further course of the dream the significance of Irma's personality changes, without the alteration of her image as it is seen in the dream. She becomes one of the children whom we examine in the public dispensaries for children's diseases, where my friends show the difference of their mental capabilities. The transference was obviously brought about through the idea of my infant daughter. By means of her unwillingness to open her mouth the same Irma is changed into an allusion to another lady who was once examined by me, and besides that to my wife, in the same connection. Furthermore, in the morbid transformations which I discover in her throat I have gathered allusions to a great number of other persons. All these people whom I encounter as I follow the associations suggested by Irma, do not appear personally in the dream, they are concealed behind the dream person Irma, who is thus developed into a collective image, as might be expected, with contradictory features. Irma comes to represent these other persons, who are discarded in the work of condensation, in that I cause to happen to her all the things which recall these persons detail for detail. I may also construct a collective person for the condensation of the dream in another manner, by uniting the actual features of two or more persons in one dream image. It is in this manner that Dr. M in my dream was constructed. He bears the name of Dr. M, and speaks and acts as Dr. M does, but his bodily characteristics and his suffering belong to another person, my eldest brother. A single feature, paleness, is doubly determined, owing to the fact that it is common to both persons. Dr. R in my dream about my uncle is a similar composite person. But here the dream image is prepared in still another manner. I have not united features peculiar to the one with features of the other, and thereby abridged the remembered image of each by certain features, but I have adopted the method employed by Galton in producing family portraits, by which he projects both pictures upon one another, whereupon the common features stand out in stronger relief, while those which do not coincide neutralize one another and become obscure in the picture. In the dream of my uncle, the blonde beard stands out in relief, as an emphasized feature, from the physiognomy, which belongs to two persons, and which is therefore blurred. Furthermore, the beard contains an allusion to my father and to myself, which is made possible by its reference to the fact of growing gray. The construction of collective and composite persons is one of the chief resources of the activity of dream condensation. There will soon be an occasion for treating of this in another connection. The notion dysentery in the dream about the injection likewise has a manifold determination, on the one hand because of its paraphasic assonance with diphtheria, and on the other because of its reference to the patient, whom I have sent to the Orient, and whose hysteria has been wrongly recognized. The mention of propils in the dream also proves to be an interesting case of condensation. Not propils but amyls were contained in the dream thoughts. One might think that here a simple displacement had occurred in the dream formation. And this is the case, but the displacement serves the purposes of condensation, as is shown by the following supplementary analysis. If I dwell for a moment upon the word propils, its assonance to the word propylium suggests itself to me. But the propylium is to be found not only in Athens but also in Munich. In the latter city I visited a friend a year before who was seriously ill, and the reference to him becomes unmistakable on account of trimethylamine, which follows closely upon propils. I pass over the striking circumstance that here, as elsewhere in the analysis of dreams, associations of the most widely different values are employed for the establishment of thought connections as though they were equivalent, and I yield to the temptation to regard the process by which amyls in the dream thoughts are replaced by propils, as though it were plastic in the dream content. On the one hand is the chain of ideas about my friend Otto, who does not understand me, who thinks I am in the wrong, and who gives me the cordial that smells like amyls. On the other the chain of ideas connected with the first by contrast about my friend William, who understands me and who would always think I was in the right, and to whom I am indebted for so much valuable information about the chemistry of the sexual processes. Those characteristics of the associations centering about Otto which ought particularly to attract my attention are determined by the recent occasions which are responsible for the dream. Amyls belong to these elements so determined which are destined to get into the dream content. The group of associations William is distinctly vivified by the contrast to Otto, and the elements in it which correspond to those already excited in the Otto associations are thrown into relief. In this whole dream I am continually referring to a person who excites my displeasure and to another person whom I can oppose to him or her at will, and I conjure up the friend as against the enemy, feature for feature. Thus amyls in the Otto group suggests recollections in the other group belonging to chemistry. Trimethylamine, which receives support from several quarters, finds its way into the dream content. Amyls, too, might have got into the dream content without undergoing change, but it yields to the influence of the William group of associations, owing to the fact that an element which is capable of furnishing a double determination for amyls is sought out from the whole range of recollections which the name William covers. The association propils lies in the neighborhood of amyls. Munich with the propylium comes to meet amyls from the series of associations belonging to William. Both groups are united in propils propylerm. As though by a compromise, this intermediary element gets into the dream content. Here a common mean which permits of a manifold determination has been created. It thus becomes perfectly obvious that manifold determination must facilitate penetration into the dream content. A displacement of attention from what is really intended to something lying near in the associations has thoughtlessly taken place, for the sake of this mean formation. The study of the injection dream has now enabled us to get some insight into the process of condensation which takes place in the formation of dreams. The selection of those elements which occur in the dream content more than once, the formation of new unities, collective persons, composite images, and the construction of the common mean, these we have been able to recognize as details of the condensing process. The purpose which is served by condensation and the means by which it is brought about will be investigated when we come to study the psychic processes in the formation of dreams as a whole. Let us be content for the present with establishing dream condensation as an important relation between the dream thoughts and the dream content. The condensing activity of the dream becomes most tangible when it has selected words and names as its object. In general, words are often treated as things by the dream, and thus undergo the same combinations, displacements, and substitutions, and therefore also condensations, as ideas of things. The results of such dreams are comical and bizarre word formations. Upon one occasion, when a colleague had sent me one of his essays, in which he had, in my judgment, overestimated the value of a recent physiological discovery and had expressed himself in extravagant terms, I dreamed the following night a sentence which obviously referred to this treatise, that is in true Norkdal style. The solution of this word formation at first gave me difficulties, although it was unquestionably formed as a parody after the pattern of the superlatives colossal, pyramidal, but to tell where it came from was not easy. At last the monster fell apart into the two names Nora and Echdal from two well-known plays by Ibsen. I had previously read a newspaper essay on Ibsen by the same author, whose latest work I was thus criticizing in the dream. One of my female patients dreams that a man with a light beard and a peculiar glittering eye is pointing to a signboard attached to a tree which reads, "Aclamparia wet." Analysis. The man was rather authoritative looking, and his peculiar glittering eye at once recalled St. Paul's Cathedral, near Rome, where she saw in mosaics the popes that have so far ruled. One of the early popes had a golden eye. This was really an optical illusion which the guides usually call attention to. Further associations showed that the general physiognomy corresponded to her own clergyman, pope, and the shape of the light beard recalled her doctor, myself, while the stature of the man in the dream recalled her father. All these persons stand in the same relation to her, they are all guiding and directing her course of life. On further questioning, the golden eye recalled gold money, the rather expensive psychoanalytic treatment which gives her a great deal of concern. Gold, moreover, recalls the gold cure for alcoholism Mr. D, whom she would have married if it had not been for his clinging to the disgusting alcohol habit. She does not object to a person taking an occasional drink, she herself sometimes drinks beer and cordials. This again brings her back to her visit to St. Paul's without the walls and its surroundings. She remembers that in the neighboring monastery of the Three Fountains she drank a liquor made of eucalyptus by the Trappist monks who inhabit this monastery. She then relates how the monks transformed this malarial and swampy region into a dry and healthful neighborhood by planting there many eucalyptus trees. The word aclamparia then resolves itself into eucalyptus and malaria, and the word wet refers to the former swampy nature of the place. Wet also suggests dry. Dry is actually the name of the man whom she would have married except for his overindulgence in alcohol. The peculiar name of Dry is of Germanic origin, Dria equals 3, and hence alludes to the abbey of the three, Dria, fountains above mentioned. In talking about Mr. Dry's habit she used the strong words, he could drink a fountain. Mr. Dry jocosely refers to his habit by saying, "You know I must drink because I am always dry," referring to his name. The eucalyptus also refers to her neurosis, which was at first diagnosed as malaria. She went to Italy because her attacks of anxiety, which were accompanied by marked trembling and shivering, were thought to be of malarial origin. She bought some eucalyptus oil from the monks, and she maintains that it has done her much good. The condensation aclamparia wet is therefore the point of junction for the dream as well as for the neurosis. 3. In a somewhat long and wild dream of my own, the chief point of which is apparently a sea voyage, it happens that the next landing is called Heersing and the one farther on Flies. The latter is the name of my friend living in B, who has often been the objective point of my travels. But Heersing is put together from the names of places in the local environment of Vienna, which so often end in ing, Hietzing, Leasing, Modling, Meadlitz, Mia Delicia, my own name, my joy, joy equals German Freude, and the English hearsay, which points to libel and establishes the relation to the indifferent dream excitement of the day. A poem in the Fligend Blaeder about a slanderous dwarf, said he hasha said. By connecting the final syllable ing with the name Flias, Vlissingen is obtained, which is a real port on the sea voyage which my brother passes when he comes to visit us from England. But the English for vlissingen is flushing, which signifies blushing and recalls erythrophobia, fear of blushing, which I treat, and also reminds me of a recent publication by Bechterew about this neurosis, which has given occasion for angry feelings in me. For upon another occasion I had a dream which consisted of two parts. The first was the vividly remembered word autodidasker, the second was truthfully covered by a short and harmless fancy which had been developed a few days before, and which was to the effect that I must tell Professor N, when I saw him next, the patient about whose condition I last consulted you is really suffering from a neurosis, just as you suspected. The coinage autodidasker must, then, not only satisfy the requirement that it should contain or represent a compressed meaning, but also that this meaning should have a valid connection with my purpose, which is repeated from waking life, of giving Professor N his due credit. Now autodidasker is easily separated into author, German Autor, autodidact, and Lasker, with whom is associated the name LaSalle. The first of these words leads to the occasion of the dream, which this time is significant. I had brought home to my wife several volumes by a well-known author, who is a friend of my brother's, and who, as I have learned, comes from the same town as I, J. David. One evening she spoke to me about the profound impression which the touching sadness of a story in one of David's novels, about a talented but degenerate person, had made upon her, and our conversation turned upon the indications of talent which we perceive in our own children. Under the influence of what she had just read, my wife expressed a concern relative to our children, and I comforted her with the remark that it is just such dangers that can be averted by education. During the night my train of thoughts proceeded further, took up the concern of my wife, and connected with it all sorts of other things. An opinion which the poet had expressed to my brother upon the subject of marriage showed my thoughts a bypath which might lead to a representation in the dream. This path led to Breslau, into which city a lady who was a very good friend of ours had married. I found in Breslau Lasker and LaSalle as examples realizing our concern about being ruined at the hands of a woman, examples which enabled me to represent both manifestations of this influence for the bad at once. The cherchez la femme, in which these thoughts may be summed up, when taken in another sense, brings me to my brother, who is still unmarried and whose name is Alexander. Now I see that Alex, as we abbreviate the name, sounds almost like inversion of Lasker, and that this factor must have taken part in giving my thoughts their detour by way of Breslau. But this playing with names and syllables in which I am here engaged contains still another meaning. The wish that my brother may have a happy family life is represented by it in the following manner. In the artistic romance L'Oeuvre, the writer, as is well known, has incidentally given an episodic account of himself and of his own family happiness, and he appears under the name of Sandoz. Probably he has taken the following course in the name transformation. Zola, when inverted, as children like so much to do, gives a laws. But that was still too undisguised for him, therefore he replaced the syllable al, which stands at the beginning of the name Alexander, by the third syllable of the same name, Sand, and thus Sandoz came about. In a similar manner my autodidasker originated. My fancy, that I am telling Professor N that the patient whom we had both seen is suffering from a neurosis, got into the dream in the following manner. Shortly before the close of my working year I received a patient in whose case my diagnosis failed me. A serious organic affliction, perhaps some changes in the spine, was to be assumed, but could not be proved. It would have been tempting to diagnose the trouble as a neurosis, and this would have put an end to all difficulties, had it not been for the fact that the sexual anamnesis, without which I am unwilling to admit a neurosis, was so energetically denied by the patient. In my embarrassment I called to my assistance the physician whom I respect most of all men, as others do also, and to whose authority I surrender most completely. He listened to my doubts, told me he thought them justified, and then said, "Keep on observing the man, it is probably a neurosis." Since I know that he does not share my opinions about the etiology of neuroses, I suppressed my disagreement, but I did not conceal my scepticism. A few days after, I informed the patient that I did not know what to do with him, and advised him to go to someone else. Thereupon, to my great astonishment, he began to beg my pardon for having lied to me, saying that he had felt very much ashamed, and now he revealed to me just that piece of sexual etiology which I had expected, and which I found necessary for assuming the existence of a neurosis. This was a relief to me, but at the same time a humiliation, for I had to admit that my consultant, who was not disconcerted by the absence of anamnesis, had made a correct observation. I made up my mind to tell him about it when I saw him again, and to say to him that he had been in the right and I in the wrong. This is just what I do in the dream. But what sort of a wish is supposed to be fulfilled if I acknowledge that I am in the wrong? This is exactly my wish. I wish to be in the wrong with my apprehensions, that is to say, I wish that my wife, whose fears I have appropriated in the dream thoughts, may remain in the wrong. The subject to which the matter of being in the right or in the wrong is related in the dream is not far distant from what is really interesting to the dream thoughts. It is the same pair of alternatives of either organic or functional impairment through a woman, more properly through the sexual life, either tabetic paralysis or a neurosis, with which the manner of Lassalle's ruin is more or less loosely connected. In this well-joined dream, which, however, is quite transparent with the help of careful analysis, Professor N plays a part not merely on account of this analogy and of my wish to remain in the wrong, or on account of the associated references to Breslau and to the family of our friend who is married there, but also on account of the following little occurrence which was connected with our consultation. After he had attended to our medical task by giving the above-mentioned suggestion, his interest was directed to personal matters. "How many children have you now?" "6. A gesture of respect and reflection. "Girls, boys?" "3 of each. They are my pride and my treasure." "Well, there is no difficulty about the girls, but the boys give trouble later on in their education." I replied that until now they had been very tractable. This second diagnosis concerning the future of my boys of course pleased me as little as the one he had made earlier, namely, that my patient had only a neurosis. These two impressions, then, are bound together by contiguity, by being successively received, and if I incorporate the story of the neurosis into the dream, I substitute it for the conversation upon education, which shows itself to be even more closely connected with the dream thoughts owing to the fact that it has such an intimate bearing upon the subsequently expressed concerns of my wife. Thus even my fear that N may turn out to be right in his remarks on the educational difficulties in the case of boys is admitted into the dream content, in that it is concealed behind the representation of my wish that I may be wrong in such apprehensions. The same fancy serves without change to represent both conflicting alternatives. The verbal compositions of the dream are very similar to those which are known to occur in paranoia, but which are also found in hysteria and in compulsive ideas. The linguistic habits of children, who at certain periods actually treat words as objects and invent new languages and artificial syntaxes, are in this case the common source for the dream as well as for choneuroses. When speeches occur in the dream, which are expressly distinguished from thoughts as such, it is an invariable rule that the dream speech has originated from a remembered speech in the dream material. Either the wording has been preserved in its integrity, or it has been slightly changed in the course of expression. Frequently the dream speech is pieced together from various recollections of speeches, while the wording has remained the same and the meaning has possibly been changed so as to have 2 or more significations. Not infrequently the dream speech serves merely as an allusion to an incident, at which the recollected speech occurred. b. The work of displacement. Another sort of relation, which is no less significant, must have come to our notice while we were collecting examples of dream condensation. We have seen that those elements which obtrude themselves in the dream content as its essential components play a part in the dream thoughts which is by no means the same. As a correlative to this, the converse of this thesis is also true. That which is clearly the essential thing in the dream thoughts need not be represented in the dream at all. The dream, as it were, is eccentric. Its contents are grouped about other elements than the dream thoughts as a central point. Thus, for example, in the dream about the botanical monograph the central point of the dream content is apparently the element botanical. In the dream thoughts we are concerned with the complications and conflicts which result from services rendered among colleagues which put them under obligations to one another, subsequently with the reproach that I am in the habit of sacrificing too much to my hobbies, and the element botanical would in no case find a place in this nucleus of the dream. Thoughts if it were not loosely connected with it by an antithesis, for botany was never among my favorite studies. In the Sappho dream of my patient the ascending and descending, being upstairs and down, is made the central point. The dream, however, is concerned with the danger of sexual relations with persons of low degree, so that only one of the elements of the dream thought seems to have been taken over into the dream content, albeit with unseemly elaboration. Similarly in the dream about June bugs, whose subject is the relation of sexuality to cruelty, the factor of cruelty has indeed reappeared but in a different connection and without the mention of the sexual, that is to say, it has been torn from its context and transformed into something strange. Again, in the dream about my uncle, the blonde beard, which seems to be its central point, appears to have no rational connection with the wishes for greatness which we have recognized as the nucleus of the dream thoughts. It is only to be expected if such dreams give a displaced impression. In complete contrast to these examples, the dream of Irma's injection shows that individual elements can claim the same place in the formation of dreams which they occupy in the dream thoughts. The recognition of these new and entirely variable relations between the dream thoughts and the dream content is at first likely to excite our astonishment. If we find in a psychic process of normal life that an idea has been culled from among a number of others, and has acquired particular vividness in our consciousness, we are in the habit of regarding this result as a proof that the victorious idea is endowed with a peculiarly high degree of psychic value, a certain degree of interest. We now discover that this value of the individual elements in the dream thoughts is not preserved in the formation of the dream, or does not come into consideration. For there is no doubt as to the elements of the dream thoughts which are of the highest value, our judgment tells us immediately. In the formation of dreams those elements which are emphasized with intense interest may be treated as though they were inferior, and other elements are put in their place which certainly were inferior in the dream thoughts. We are at first given the impression that the psychic intensity of the individual ideas does not come into consideration at all for the selection made by the dream, but only their greater or smaller multiplicity of determination. Not what is important in the dream thoughts gets into the dream, but what is contained in them several times over, one might be inclined to think, but our understanding of the formation of dreams is not much furthered by this assumption, for at the outset it will be impossible to believe that the two factors of manifold determination and of integral value do not tend in the same direction in the influence they exert on the selection made by the dream. Those ideas in the dream thoughts which are most important are probably also those which recur most frequently, for the individual dream thoughts radiate from them as from central points. And still the dream may reject those elements which are especially emphasized and which receive manifold support, and may take up into its content elements which are endowed only with the latter property. This difficulty may be solved by considering another impression received in the investigation of the manifold determination of the dream content. Perhaps many a reader has already passed his own judgment upon this investigation by saying that the manifold determination of the elements of the dream is not a significant discovery, because it is a self-evident one. In the analysis one starts from the dream elements, and registers all the notions which are connected with them. It is no wonder, then, that these elements should occur with particular frequency in the thought material which is obtained in this manner. I cannot acknowledge the validity of this objection, but shall say something myself which sounds like it. Among the thoughts which analysis brings to light, many can be found which are far removed from the central idea of the dream, and which appear distinguished from the rest as artificial interpolations for a definite purpose. Their purpose may easily be discovered. They are just the ones which establish a connection, often a forced and far-fetched one, between the dream content and the dream thoughts, and if these elements were to be weeded out, not only overdetermination but also a sufficient determination by means of the dream thoughts would often be lacking for the dream content. We are thus led to the conclusion that manifold determination, which decides the selection made by the dream, is perhaps not always a primary factor in dream formation, but is often the secondary manifestation of a psychic power which is still unknown to us. But in spite of all this, manifold determination must nevertheless control the entrance of individual elements into the dream, for it is possible to observe that it is established with considerable effort in cases where it does not result from the dream material without assistance. The assumption is not now far distant that a psychic force is expressed in dream activity which on the one hand strips elements of high psychic value of their intensity, and which on the other hand creates new values, by way of overdetermination, from elements of small value, these new values subsequently getting into the dream content. If this is the method of procedure, there has taken place in the formation of the dream a transference and displacement of the psychic intensities of the individual elements, of which the textual difference between the dream and the thought content appears as a result. The process which we assume here is nothing less than the essential part of the dream activity. It merits the designation of dream displacement. Dream displacement and dream condensation are the two craftsmen to whom we may chiefly attribute the molding of the dream. I think we also have an easy task in recognizing the psychic force which makes itself felt in the circumstances of dream displacement. The result of this displacement is that the dream content no longer resembles the core of the dream thoughts at all, and that the dream reproduces only a disfigured form of the dream wish in the unconscious. But we are already acquainted with dream disfigurement. We have traced it back to the censorship which one psychic instance in the psychic life exercises upon the other. Dream displacement is one of the chief means for achieving this disfigurement. Is facit, cui profud. We may assume that dream displacement is brought about by the influence of the censor, of the endopsychic repulsion. The manner in which the factors of displacement, condensation, and overdetermination play into one another in the formation of the dream, which is the ruling factor and which the subordinate one, all this will be reserved as the subject of later investigations. For the present we may state, as a second condition which the elements must satisfy in order to get into the dream, that they must be withdrawn from the censor of resistance. From now on we shall take account of dream displacement as an unquestionable fact in the interpretation of dreams. C. Means of representation in the dream. Besides the two factors of dream condensation and dream displacement which we have found to be active in the transformation of the latent dream material into the manifest content, we shall come in the course of this investigation upon two other conditions which exercise an unquestionable influence upon the selection of the material which gets into the dream. Even at the risk of seeming to stop our progress, I should like to glance at the processes by which the interpretation of dreams is accomplished. I do not deny that I should succeed best in making them clear, and in showing that they are sufficiently reliable to ensure them against attack, by taking a single dream as a paradigm and developing its interpretation, as I have done in Chapter 2. In the dream of Irma's injection, and then putting together the dream thoughts which I have discovered, and reconstructing the formation of the dream from them, that is to say, by supplementing the analysis of dreams by a synthesis of them. I have accomplished this with several specimens for my own instruction, but I cannot undertake to do it here because I am prevented by considerations, which every right-minded person must approve of, relative to the psychic material necessary for such a demonstration. In the analysis of dreams these considerations present less difficulty, for an analysis may be incomplete and still retain its value even if it leads only a short way into the thought labyrinth of the dream. I do not see how a synthesis could be anything short of complete in order to be convincing. I could give a complete synthesis only of the dreams of such persons as are unknown to the reading public. Since, however, only neurotic patients furnish me with the means for doing this part of the description of the dream must be postponed until I can carry the psychological explanation of neuroses far enough elsewhere to be able to show their connection with the subject matter under consideration. From my attempts synthetically to construct dreams from the dream thoughts, I know that the material which is obtained from interpretation varies in value. For a part of it consists of the essential dream thoughts which would, therefore, completely replace the dream, and which would in themselves be sufficient for this replacement if there were no censor for the dream. The other part may be summed up under the term collaterals. Taken as a whole, they represent the means by which the real wish that arises from the dream thoughts is transformed into the dream wish. A first part of these collaterals consists of allusions to the actual dream thoughts, which, considered schematically, correspond to displacements from the essential to the non-essential. A second part comprises the thoughts which connect these non-essential elements, that have become significant through displacement with one another, and which reach from them into the dream content. Finally, a third part contains the ideas and thought connections which, in the work of interpretation, conduct us from the dream content to the intermediary collaterals, all of which need not necessarily have participated in the formation of the dream. At this point we are interested exclusively in the essential dream thoughts. These are usually found to be a complex of thoughts and memories of the most intricate possible construction, and to possess all the properties of the thought processes which are known to us from waking life. Not infrequently they are trains of thought which proceed from more than one center, but which do not lack points of connection. Almost regularly a chain of thought stands next to its contradictory correlative, being connected with it by contrast associations. The individual parts of this complicated structure naturally stand in the most manifold logical relations to one another. They constitute a foreground or background, digressions, illustrations, conditions, chains of argument, and objections. When the whole mass of these dream thoughts is subjected to the pressure of the dream activity, during which the parts are turned about, broken up, and pushed together, something like drifting ice, there arises the question, what becomes of the logical ties which until now had given form to the structure? What representation do if, because, as though, although, either or, and all the other conjunctions, without which we cannot understand a phrase or a sentence, receive in the dream? At first we must answer that the dream has at its disposal no means for representing these logical relations among the dream thoughts. In most cases it disregards all these conjunctions, and undertakes the elaboration only of the objective content of the dream thoughts. It is left to the interpretation of the dream to restore the coherence which the activity of the dream has destroyed. If the dream lacks ability to express these relations, the psychic material of which the dream is wrought must be responsible. The descriptive arts are limited in the same manner painting and the plastic arts in comparison with poetry, which can employ speech, and here too the reason for this impotence is to be found in the material in the treatment of which the two arts strive to give expression to something. Before the art of painting had arrived at an understanding of the laws of expression by which it is bound, it attempted to escape this disadvantage. In old paintings little tags were hung from the mouths of the persons represented giving the speech, the expression of which in the picture the artist despaired of. Perhaps an objection will here be raised challenging the assertion that the dream dispenses with the representation of logical relations. There are dreams in which the most complicated intellectual operations take place, in which proof and refutation are offered, puns and comparisons made, just as in waking thoughts. But here, too, appearances are deceitful. If the interpretation of such dreams is pursued, it is found that all of this is dream material, not the representation of intellectual activity in the dream. The content of the dream thoughts is reproduced by the apparent thinking of the dream, not the relations of the dream thoughts to one another, in the determination of which relations thinking consists. I shall give examples of this. But the thesis which is most easily established is that all speeches which occur in the dream, and which are expressly designated as such, are unchanged, or only slightly modified copies of speeches which are likewise to be found in the recollections of the dream material. Often the speech is only an allusion to an event contained in the dream thoughts, the meaning of the dream is a quite different one. I shall not deny, indeed, that there is also critical thought activity which does not merely repeat material from the dream thoughts and which takes part in the formation of the dream. I shall have to explain the influence of this factor at the close of this discussion. It will then become clear that this thought activity is evoked not by the dream thoughts, but by the dream itself after it is already finished in a certain sense. We shall, therefore, consider it settled for the present that the logical relations among the dream thoughts do not enjoy any particular representation in the dream. For instance, where there is a contradiction in the dream, this is either a contradiction directed against the dream itself or a contradiction derived from the content of one of the dream thoughts. A contradiction in the dream corresponds to a contradiction among the dream thoughts only in a highly indirect manner. But just as the art of painting finally succeeded in depicting in the represented persons, at least their intention in speaking their tenderness, threatening attitude, warning mien, and the like by other means than the dangling tag, so also the dream has found it possible to render account of a few of the logical relations among its dream thoughts by means of an appropriate modification of the peculiar method of dream representation. It will be found by experience that different dreams go to different lengths in taking this into consideration. While one dream entirely disregards the logical coherence of its material, another attempts to indicate it as completely as possible. In so doing, the dream departs more or less widely from the subject matter which it is to elaborate. The dream also takes a similarly varying attitude towards the temporal coherence of the dream thoughts, if such coherence has been established in the unconscious, as for example in the dream of Irma's injection. But what are the means by which the dream activity is enabled to indicate these relations in the dream material which are so difficult to represent? I shall attempt to enumerate these separately. In the first place, the dream renders account of the connection which is undeniably present between all the parts of the dream thoughts by uniting this material in a single composition as a situation or process. It reproduces logical connection in the form of simultaneousness. In this case it acts something like the painter who groups together all the philosophers or poets into a picture of the school of Athens or of Parnassus, although these were never at once present in any hall or on any mountain top, though they do, however, form a unity from the point of view of reflective contemplation. The dream carries out this method of representation in detail. Whenever it shows two elements close together, it vouches for a particularly intimate connection between those elements which correspond to them in the dream thoughts. It is as in our method of writing, to signifies that the two letters are to be pronounced as one syllable, while T with O after a free space shows that T is the last letter of one word and O the first letter of another. According to this, dream combinations are not made of arbitrary, completely incongruent elements of the dream material, but of elements that also have a somewhat intimate relation to one another in the dream thoughts. For representing causal relation, the dream has two methods, which are essentially reducible to one. The more frequent method, in cases, for example, where the dream thoughts are to the effect, because this was so and so, this and that must happen, consists in making the premise an introductory dream and joining the conclusion to it in the form of the main dream. If my interpretation is correct, the sequence may also be reversed. That part of the dream which is more completely worked out always corresponds to the conclusion. A female patient, whose dream I shall later give in full, once furnished me with a neat example of such a representation of causal relationship. The dream consisted of a short prologue and of a very elaborate but well-organized dream composition, which might be entitled, A Flower of Speech. The prologue of the dream is as follows: she goes to the two maids in the kitchen and scolds them for taking so long to prepare a little bite of food. She also sees a great many coarse dishes standing in the kitchen, inverted so that the water may drop off them, and heaped up in a pile. The two maids go to fetch water, and must, as it were, step into a river, which reaches up to the house or into the yard. Then follows the main dream, which begins as follows: she is descending from a high place, over balustrades that are curiously fashioned, and she is glad that her dress doesn't get caught anywhere, and see. Now the introductory dream refers to the house of the lady's parents. Probably she has often heard from her mother the words which are spoken in the kitchen. The piles of unwashed dishes are taken from an unpretentious earthenware shop which was located in the same house. The second part of this dream contains an allusion to the dreamer's father, who always had a great deal to do with servant girls, and who later contracted a fatal disease during a flood. The house stood near the bank of a river. The thought which is concealed behind the introductory dream, then, is to this effect: because I was born in this house, under such limited and unlovely circumstances. The main dream takes up the same thought, and presents it in a form that has been altered by the tendency to wish fulfillment: I am of exalted origin. Properly then, because I was born in such low circumstances, my career has been so and so. As far as I can see, the partition of a dream into two unequal portions does not always signify a causal relation between the thoughts of the two portions. It often appears as though the same material were being presented in the two dreams from different points of view, or as though the two dreams have proceeded from two separated centers in the dream material and their contents overlap, so that the object which is the center of one dream has served in the other as an illusion, and vice versa. But in a certain number of cases a division into shorter foredreams and longer subsequent dreams actually signifies a causal relation between the two portions. The other method of representing causal relation is used with less abundant material and consists in the change of one image in the dream, whether a person or a thing, into another. It is only in cases where we witness this change taking place in the dream that any causal relation is asserted to exist, not where we merely notice that one thing has taken the place of another. I said that both methods of representing causal relation are reducible to the same thing. In both cases causation is represented by a succession, now by the sequence of the dreams, now by the immediate transformation of one image into another. In the great majority of cases, of course, causal relation is not expressed at all, but is obliterated by the sequence of elements which is unavoidable in the dream process. The dream is altogether unable to express the alternative, either or. It is in the habit of taking both members of this alternative into one context, as though they were equally privileged. A classic example of this is contained in the dream of Irma's injection. Its latent thoughts obviously mean, I am innocent of the continued presence of Irma's pains. The fault rests either with her resistance to accepting the solution, or with the fact that she is living under unfavorable sexual conditions, which I am unable to change, or her pains are not of a hysteric nature at all, but organic. The dream, however, fulfills all these possibilities, which are almost exclusive, and is quite ready to extract from the dream wish an additional fourth solution of this kind. After interpreting the dream I have therefore inserted the either or in the sequence of the dream thoughts. In the case where the dreamer finds occasion in telling the dream to use either or, it was either a garden or a living room, and c. It is not really an alternative which occurs in the dream thoughts, but an and, a simple addition. When we use either or we are usually describing a characteristic of indistinctness belonging to an element of the dream which is still capable of being cleared up. The rule of interpretation for this case is as follows: the separate members of the alternative are to be treated as equals and connected by and. For instance, after waiting for a long time in vain for the address of my friend who is living in Italy, I dream that I receive a telegram which tells me this address. Upon the strip of telegraph paper I see printed in blue the following: the first word is blurred. Perhaps via or villa, the second is distinctly Caesarno or perhaps Casa. The second word, which sounds like an Italian name and which reminds me of our etymological discussions, also expresses my displeasure on account of the fact that my friend has kept his place of residence secret from me for so long a time. Every member of the triple suggestion for the first word may be recognized in the course of analysis as a self-sufficient and equally well justified starting point in the concatenation of ideas. During the night before the funeral of my father I dreamed of a printed placard, a card, or poster, perhaps something like signs in railway waiting rooms which announce the prohibition of smoking, which reads either: it is requested to shut the eyes, or it is requested to shut an eye, which I am in the habit of representing in the following form: the it is requested to shut eye, s, and. Each of the two variations has its own particular meaning, and leads us along particular paths in the interpretation of the dream. I had made the simplest kind of funeral arrangements, for I knew how the deceased thought about such matters. Other members of the family, however, did not approve of such puritanic simplicity. They thought we would have to be ashamed before the mourners. Hence one of the wordings of the dream requests the shutting of one eye, that is to say, that people should show consideration. The significance of the blurring, which we describe with an either or, may here be seen with particular ease. The dream activity has not succeeded in constructing a unified but at the same time ambiguous wording for the dream thoughts. Thus the two main trains of thought are already distinguished even in the dream content. In a few cases the division of the dream into two equal parts expresses the alternative which the dream finds it so difficult to represent. The attitude of the dream towards the category of antithesis and contradiction is most striking. This category is unceremoniously neglected. The word no does not seem to exist for the dream. Antitheses are with peculiar preference reduced to unity or represented as one. The dream also takes the liberty of representing any element whatever by its desired opposite, so that it is at first impossible to tell about any element capable of having an opposite, whether it is to be taken negatively or positively, in the dream thoughts. In one of the last mentioned dreams, whose introductory portion we have already interpreted, because my parentage is such, the dreamer descends over a balustrade and holds a blossoming twig in her hands. Since this picture suggests to her the angel in paintings of the Annunciation, her own name is Mary, carrying a lily stem in his hand, and the white-robed girls marching in the procession on Corpus Christi Day when the streets are decorated with green bows, the blossoming twig in the dream is very certainly an allusion to sexual innocence. But the twig is thickly studded with red blossoms, each one of which resembles a camellia. At the end of her walk, so the dream continues, the blossoms have already fallen considerably apart, then unmistakable allusions to menstruation follow. But this very twig which is carried like a lily and as though by an innocent girl, is also an allusion to Camille, who, as is known, always wore a white camellia, but a red one at the time of her menstruation. The same blossoming twig, the flower of maidenhood in the songs about the miller's daughter by Goethe, represents at once sexual innocence and its opposite. The same dream, also, which expresses the dreamer's joy at having succeeded in passing through life unsullied, hints in several places, as at the falling off of the blossom, at the opposite train of thought, namely, that she had been guilty of various sins against sexual purity, that is in her childhood. In the analysis of the dream we may clearly distinguish the two trains of thought, of which the comforting one seems to be superficial, the reproachful one more profound. The two are diametrically opposed to each other, and their like but contrasting elements have been represented by the identical dream elements. The mechanism of dream formation is favorable in the highest degree to only one of the logical relations. This relation is that of similarity, correspondence, contiguity, as though, which is capable of being represented in the dream as no other can be, by the most varied expedients. The correspondences occurring in the dream, or cases of as though, are the chief points of support for the formation of dreams, and no inconsiderable part of the dream activity consists in creating new correspondences of this sort in cases where those which are already at hand are prevented by the censor of resistance from getting into the dream. The effort towards condensation shown by the dream activity assists in the representation of the relation of similarity. Similarity, agreement, community, are quite generally expressed in the dream by concentration into a unity, which is either already found in the dream material or is newly created. The first case may be referred to as identification, the second as composition. Identification is used where the dream is concerned with persons, composition where things are the objects of unification, but compositions are also made from persons. Localities are often treated as persons. Identification consists in giving representation in the dream content to only one of a number of persons who are connected by some common feature, while the second or the other persons seem to be suppressed as far as the dream is concerned. This one representative person in the dream enters into all the relations and situations which belong to itself or to the persons who are covered by it. In cases of composition, however, when this has to do with persons, there are already present in the dream image features which are characteristic of, but not common to, the persons in question, so that a new unity, a composite person, appears as the result of the union of these features. The composition itself may be brought about in various ways. Either the dream person bears the name of one of the persons to whom it refers, and then we know, in a manner which is quite analogous to knowledge in waking life, that this or that person is the one who is meant while the visual features belong to another person, or the dream image itself is composed of visual features which in reality are shared by both. Instead of visual features, also, the part played by the second person may be represented by the mannerisms which are usually ascribed to him, the words which he usually speaks, or the situations in which he is usually imagined. In the latter method of characterization, the sharp distinction between identification and composition of persons begins to disappear. But it may also happen that the formation of such a mixed personality is unsuccessful. The situation of the dream is then attributed to one person, and the other, as a rule the more important one, is introduced as an inactive and unconcerned spectator. The dreamer relates something like, "My mother was also there, Stekel." The common feature which justifies the union of the two persons, that is to say, which is the occasion for it, may either be represented in the dream or be absent. As a rule, identification or composition of persons simply serves the purpose of dispensing with the representation of this common feature. Instead of repeating, A is ill-disposed towards me, and B is also, I make a composite person of A and B in the dream, or I conceive A as doing an unaccustomed action which usually characterizes B. The dream person obtained in this way appears in the dream in some new connection, and the fact that it signifies both A and B justifies me in inserting that which is common to both, their hostility towards me, at the proper place in the interpretation of the dream. In this manner I often achieve a very extraordinary degree of condensation of the dream content. I can save myself the direct representation of very complicated relations belonging to a person, if I can find a second person who has an equal claim to a part of these relations. It is also obvious to what extent this representation by means of identification can circumvent the resisting censor, which makes the dream activity conform to such harsh conditions. That which offends the censor may lie in those very ideas which are connected in the dream material with the one person. I now find a second person, who likewise has relation to the objectionable material, but only to a part of it. The contact in that one point which offends the censor now justified me in forming a composite person, which is characterized on either hand by indifferent features. This person resulting from composition or identification, who is unobjectionable to the censor, is now suited for incorporation in the dream content, and by the application of dream condensation I have satisfied the demands of the dream censor. In dreams where a common feature of two persons is represented, this is usually a hint to look for another concealed common feature, the representation of which is made impossible by the censor. A displacement of the common feature has here taken place partly in order to facilitate representation. From the circumstance that the composite person appears to me with an indifferent common feature, I must infer that another common feature which is by no means indifferent exists in the dream thoughts. According to what has been said, identification or composition of persons serves various purposes in the dream. In the first place, to represent a feature common to the two persons; secondly, to represent a displaced common feature; and thirdly, even to give expression to a community of features that is merely wished for. As the wish for a community between two persons frequently coincides with the exchanging of these persons, this relation in the dream is also expressed through identification. In the dream of Irma's injection I wish to exchange this patient for another, that is to say, I wish the latter to be my patient as the former has been. The dream takes account of this wish by showing me a person who is called Irma, but who is examined in a position such as I have had the opportunity of seeing only when occupied with the other person in question. In the dream about my uncle this substitution is made the center of the dream. I identify myself with the minister by judging and treating my colleague as shabbily as he does. It has been my experience, and to this I have found no exception, that every dream treats of one's own person. Dreams are absolutely egotistic. In cases where not my ego, but only a strange person occurs in the dream content, I may safely assume that my ego is concealed behind that person by means of identification. I am permitted to supplement my ego. On other occasions when my ego appears in the dream, I am given to understand by the situation in which it is placed that another person is concealing himself behind the ego. In this case the dream is intended to give me notice that in the interpretation I must transfer something which is connected with this person, the hidden common feature, to myself. There are also dreams in which my ego occurs along with other persons, which the resolution of the identification again shows to be my ego. By means of this identification I am instructed to unite in my ego certain ideas to whose acceptance the censor has objected. I may also give my ego manifold representation in the dream, now directly, now by means of identification with strangers. An extraordinary amount of thought material may be condensed by means of a few such identifications. The resolution of the identification of localities designated under their own names is even less difficult than that of persons, because here the disturbing influence of the ego, which is all-powerful in the dream, is lacking. In one of my dreams about Rome, the name of the place in which I find myself is Rome. I am surprised, however, at the great number of German placards at a street corner. The latter is a wish fulfillment, which immediately suggests Prague. The wish itself probably originated at a period in my youth when I was imbued with a German nationalistic spirit which is suppressed today. At the time of my dream I was looking forward to meeting a friend in Prague. The identification of Rome and Prague is thus to be explained by means of a desired common feature. I would rather meet my friend in Rome than in Prague. I should like to exchange Prague for Rome for the purpose of this meeting. The possibility of creating compositions is one of the chief causes of the fantastic character so common in dreams, in that it introduces into the dream elements which could never have been the objects of perception. The psychic process which occurs in the formation of compositions is obviously the same which we employ in conceiving or fashioning a centaur or a dragon in waking life. The only difference is that in the fantastic creations occurring in waking life the intended impression to be made by the new creation is itself the deciding factor, while the composition of the dream is determined by an influence, the common feature in the dream thoughts, which is independent of the form of the image. The composition of the dream may be accomplished in a great many different ways. In the most artless method of execution the properties of the one thing are represented, and this representation is accompanied by the knowledge that they also belong to another object. A more careful technique unites the features of one object with those of the other in a new image, while it makes skillful use of resemblance between the two objects which exist in reality. The new creation may turn out altogether absurd or only fantastically ingenious, according to the subject matter and the wit operative in the work of composition. If the objects to be condensed into a unity are too incongruous, the dream activity is content with creating a composition with a comparatively distinct nucleus, to which are attached less distinct modifications. The unification into one image has here been unsuccessful, as it were. The two representations overlap and give rise to something like a contest between visual images. If attempt were made to construct an idea out of individual images of perception, similar representations might be obtained in a drawing. Dreams naturally abound in such compositions. Several examples of these I have given in the dreams already analyzed. I shall add more. In the dream on, which describes the career of my patient in flowery language, the dream ego carries a blossoming twig in her hand, which, as we have seen, signifies at once innocence and sexual transgression. Moreover, the twig recalls cherry blossoms on account of the manner in which the blossoms are clustered. The blossoms themselves, separately considered, are camellias, and finally the whole thing also gives the impression of an exotic plant. The common feature in the elements of this composition is shown by the dream thoughts. The blossoming twig is made up of allusions to presents by which she was induced or should have been induced to show herself agreeable. So it was with the cherries in her childhood and with the stem of camellias in her later years. The exotic feature is an allusion to a much-traveled naturalist, who sought to win her favor by means of a drawing of a flower. Another female patient creates a middle element out of bathhouses at a bathing resort, rural outside water closets, and the garrets of our city dwellings. The reference to human nakedness and exposure is common to the two first elements, and we may infer from their connection with the third element that, in her childhood, the garret was likewise the scene of exposure. A dreamer of the male sex makes a composite locality out of two places in which treatment is given: my office and the public hall in which he first became acquainted with his wife. Another female patient, after her elder brother has promised to regale her with caviar, dreams that his legs are covered thick with black caviar pearls. The two elements, contagion in a moral sense and the recollection of a cutaneous eruption in childhood which made her legs look as though studded over with red dots instead of black ones, have here been united with the caviar pearls to form a new idea, the idea of what she has inherited from her brother. In this dream, parts of the human body are treated as objects, as is usually the case in dreams. In one of the dreams reported by VINCI, there occurred a composition made up of the person of a physician and a horse, over which was spread a nightshirt. The common feature in these three components was shown in the analysis after the nightshirt had been recognized as an allusion to the father of the dreamer in an infantile scene. In each of the three cases there was some object of her sexual inquisitiveness. As a child she had often been taken by her nurse to the military breeding station, where she had the amplest opportunity to satisfy her curiosity, which was at that time uninhibited. I have already asserted that the dream has no means for expressing the relation of contradiction, of contrast, of negation. I am about to contradict this assertion for the first time. A part of the cases, which may be summed up under the word contrast, finds representation, as we have seen, simply by means of identification, that is, when an interchange or replacement can be connected with the contrast. We have given repeated examples of this. Another part of the contrasts in the dream thoughts, which perhaps falls into the category turned into the opposite, is represented in the dream in the following remarkable manner, which may almost be designated as witty. The inversion does not itself get into the dream content, but manifests its presence there by means of the fact that a part of the already formed dream content which lies at hand for other reasons, is as it were subsequently inverted. It is easier to illustrate this process than to describe it. In the beautiful up and down dream, the representation of ascending is an inversion of a prototype in the dream thoughts, that is to say, of the introductory scene of Daudet's Sappho. In the dream, climbing is difficult at first, and easy later on, while in the actual scene it is easy at first, and later becomes more and more difficult. Likewise, above and below in relation to the dreamer's brother are inverted in the dream. This points to a relation of contraries or contrasts as obtaining between two parts of the subject matter of the dream thoughts, and the relation we have found in the fact that in the childish fancy of the dreamer he is carried by his nurse, while in the novel, on the contrary, the hero carries his beloved. My dream about Gerda's attack upon Mr. M. also contains an inversion of this sort, which must first be set right before the interpretation of the dream can be accomplished. In the dream, Gerda attacks a young man, Mr. M. In reality, according to the dream thoughts, an eminent man, my friend, has been attacked by an unknown young author. In the dream I reckon time from the date of Gerda's death. In reality the reckoning was made from the year in which the paralytic was born. The thought determining the dream material is shown to be an objection to the treatment of Gerda as a lunatic. The other way around, says the dream, if you cannot understand the book, it is you who are dull-witted, not the author. Furthermore, all these dreams of inversion seem to contain a reference to the contemptuous phrase, to turn one's back upon a person, German, ihnen die Kehrseite ziehen, cf. the inversion in respect to the dreamer's brother in the Sappho dream. It is also remarkable how frequently inversion becomes necessary in dreams which are inspired by repressed homosexual feelings. Moreover, inversion or transformation into an opposite is one of the favorite methods of representation, and one of the methods most capable of varied application which the dream activity possesses. Its first function is to create the fulfillment of a wish with reference to a definite element of the dream thoughts. If it were only just the other way, is often the best expression of the relation of the ego to a disagreeable recollection. But inversion becomes extraordinarily useful for the purposes of the censor, for it brings about in the material represented a degree of disfiguration which all but paralyzes our understanding of the dream. For this reason it is always permissible, in cases where the dream stubbornly refuses to yield its meaning, to try the inversion of definite portions of its manifest content, whereupon not infrequently everything becomes clear. Besides this inversion, the subject matter inversion in temporal relation is not to be overlooked. A frequent device of dream disfigurement consists in presenting the final issue of an occurrence or the conclusion of an argument at the beginning of the dream, or in supplying the premises of a conclusion or the causes of an effect at the end of it. Anyone who has not considered this technical method of dream disfigurement stands helpless before the problem of dream interpretation. Indeed, in some cases we can obtain the sense of the dream only by subjecting the dream content to manifold inversion in different directions. For example, in the dream of a young patient suffering from a compulsion neurosis, the memory of an infantile death wish against a dreaded father was hidden behind the following words: his father upbraids him because he arrives so late. But the context in the psychoanalytic treatment and the thoughts of the dreamer alike go to show that the sentence must read as follows: he is angry at his father, and, further, that his father is always coming home too early, i.e. too soon. He would have preferred that his father should not come home at all, which is identical with the wish, see page 219, that his father should die. As a little boy, the dreamer was guilty of sexual aggression against another person while his father was away, and he was threatened with punishment in the words, "Just wait until father comes home." If we attempt to trace the relations between dream content and dream thoughts further, we shall do this best by making the dream itself our starting point and by asking ourselves the question: what do certain formal characteristics of dream representation signify with reference to the dream thoughts? The formal characteristics which must attract our attention in the dream primarily include variations in the distinctness of individual parts of the dream or of whole dreams in relation to one another. The variations in the intensity of individual dream images include a whole scale of degrees ranging from a distinctness of depiction which one is inclined to rate as higher without warrant, to be sure, than that of reality, to a provoking indistinctness which is declared to be characteristic of the dream, because it cannot altogether be compared to any degree of indistinctness which we ever see in real objects. Moreover, we usually designate the impression which we get from an indistinct object in the dream as fleeting, while we think of the more distinct dream images as remaining intact for a longer period of perception. We must now ask ourselves by what conditions in the dream material these differences in the vividness of the different parts of the dream content are brought about. There are certain expectations which will inevitably arise at this point and which must be met. Owing to the fact that real sensations during sleep may form part of the material of the dream, it will probably be assumed that these sensations or the dream elements resulting from them are emphasized by peculiar intensity, or conversely, that what turns out to be particularly vivid in the dream is probably traceable to such real sensations during sleep. My experience has never confirmed this. It is incorrect to say that those elements of the dream which are the derivatives of impressions occurring in sleep, nervous excitements, are distinguished by their vividness from others which are based on recollections. The factor of reality is of no account in determining the intensity of dream images. Furthermore, the expectation will be cherished that the sensory intensity, vividness, of individual dream images has a relation to the psychic intensity of the elements corresponding to them in the dream thoughts. In the latter, intensity is identical with psychic value. The most intense elements are in fact the most significant, and these are the central point of the dream. We know, however, that it is just these elements which are usually not accepted in the dream content owing to the censor. But still it might be possible that the elements immediately following these and representing them might show a higher degree of intensity, without, however, for that reason constituting the center of the dream representation. This expectation is also destroyed by a comparison of the dream and the dream material. The intensity of the elements in the one has nothing to do with the intensity of the elements in the other. A complete transvaluation of all psychic values takes place between the dream material and the dream. The very element which is transient and hazy and which is pushed into the background by more vigorous images is often the single and only element in which may be traced any direct derivative from the subject which entirely dominated the dream thoughts. The intensity of the elements of the dream shows itself to be determined in a different manner, that is, by two factors which are independent of each other. It is easy to see at the outset that those elements by means of which the wish fulfillment is expressed are most distinctly represented. But then analysis also teaches us that from the most vivid elements of the dream, the greatest number of trains of thought start, and that the most vivid are at the same time those which are best determined. No change of sense is involved if we express the latter empirical thesis in the following form: the greatest intensity is shown by those elements of the dream for which the most abundant condensation activity was required. We may therefore expect that this condition and the others imposed by the wish fulfillment can be expressed in a single formula. The problem which I have just been considering, the causes of greater or less intensity or distinctness of individual elements of the dream, is one which I should like to guard against being confused with another problem, which has to do with the varying distinctness of whole dreams or sections of dreams. In the first case, the opposite of distinctness is blurredness, in the second, confusion. It is of course unmistakable that the intensities rise and fall in the two scales in unison. A portion of the dream which seems clear to us usually contains vivid elements, an obscure dream is composed of less intense elements. But the problem with which we are confronted by the scale, ranging from the apparently clear to the indistinct or confused, is far more complicated than that formed by variations in the vividness of the dream elements. Indeed, the former will be dropped from the discussion for reasons which will be given later. In isolated cases we are astonished to find that the impression of clearness or indistinctness produced by the dream is altogether without significance for its structure, and that it originates in the dream material as one of its constituents. Thus I remember a dream which seemed particularly well constructed, flawless, and clear, so that I made up my mind, while I was still in the somnolent state, to recognize a new class of dreams, those which had not been subject to the mechanism of condensation and displacement, and which might thus be designated fancies while asleep. A closer examination proved that Tin's rare dream had the same breaches and flaws in its construction as every other. For this reason I abandoned the category of dream fancies. The content of the dream, reduced to its lowest terms, was that I was reciting to a friend a difficult and long-sought theory of bisexuality, and the wish-fulfilling power of the dream was responsible for the fact that this theory, which, by the way, was not stated in the dream, appeared so clear and flawless. What I considered a judgment upon the finished dream was thus a part of the dream content, and the essential one at that. The dream activity had extended its operations, as it were, into waking thought, and had presented to me in the form of a judgment that part of the dream material which it had not succeeded in reproducing with exactness. The exact opposite of this once came to my attention in the case of a female patient who was at first altogether unwilling to tell a dream which was necessary for the analysis, because it was so obscure and confused, and who declared, after repeatedly denying the accuracy of her description, that several persons, herself, her husband, and her father, had occurred in the dream, and that it seemed as though she did not know whether her husband was her father, or who her father was anyway, or something of that sort. Upon considering this dream in connection with the ideas that occurred to the dreamer in the course of the sitting, it was found unquestionably to be concerned with the story of a servant girl who had to confess that she was expecting a child, and who was now confronted with doubts as to who was really the father. The obscurity manifested by the dream, therefore, is again in this case a portion of the material which excited it. A part of this material was represented in the form of the dream. The form of the dream or of dreaming is used with astonishing frequency to represent the concealed content. Comments on the dream and seemingly harmless observations about it often serve in the most subtle manner to conceal, although they usually betray a part of what is dreamed. Thus, for example, when the dreamer says, "Here the dream is vague," and the analysis gives an infantile reminiscence of listening to a person cleaning himself after defecation. Another example deserves to be recorded in detail. A young man has a very distinct dream which recalls to him fantasies from his infancy which have remained conscious to him. He was in a summer hotel one evening, he mistook the number of his room, and entered a room in which an elderly lady and her 2 daughters were undressing to go to bed. He continues, "Then there are some gaps in the dream, then something is missing, and at the end there was a man in the room who wished to throw me out, with whom I had to wrestle." He endeavored in vain to recall the content and purpose of the boyish fancy to which the dream apparently alludes. but we finally become aware that the required content had already been given in his utterances concerning the indistinct part of the dream. The gaps were the openings in the genitals of the women who were retiring. Here something is missing, described the chief character of the female genitals. In those early years he burned with curiosity to see a female genital, and was still inclined to adhere to the infantile sexual theory which attributes a male genital to the woman. All the dreams which have been dreamed in the same night belong to the same whole when considered with respect to their content, their separation into several portions, their grouping and number. All these details are full of meaning, and may be considered as information coming from the latent dream content. In the interpretation of dreams consisting of many principal sections, or of dreams belonging to the same night, one must not fail to think of the possibility that these different and succeeding dreams bring to expression the same feelings in different material. The one that comes first in time of these homologous dreams is usually the most disfigured and most bashful, while the succeeding is bolder and more distinct. Even Pharaoh's dream in the Bible of the ears and the kine, which Joseph interpreted, was of this kind. It is reported by Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, BK 2 chap. 3, in greater detail than in the Bible. After relating the first dream, the king said, "When I had seen this vision I awaked out of my sleep, and being in disorder, and considering with myself what this appearance should be, I fell asleep again, and saw another dream much more wonderful than the first, which did still more affright and disturb me." After listening to the report of the dream, Joseph said, "This dream, king, although seen under two forms, signifies one and the same issue of things." Jung, who, in his Beitrag zur Psychologie des Gerechts relates how the veiled erotic dream of a schoolgirl was understood by her friends without interpretation and continued by them with variations, remarks in connection with reports of this dream, that the last of a long series of dream pictures contained precisely the same thought whose representation had been attempted in the first picture of the series. The censor pushed the complex out of the way as long as possible, through constantly renewed symbolic concealments, displacements, deviations into the harmless, N.C. L.C. Skerner was well acquainted with the peculiarities of dream disfigurement and describes them at the end of his theory of organic stimulation as a special law, but, finally, the fantasy observes the general law in all nerve stimuli emanating from symbolic dream formations, by representing at the beginning of the dream only the remotest and freest allusions to the stimulating object, but towards the end, when the power of representation becomes exhausted, it presents the stimulus or its concerned organ or its function in unconcealed form, and in the way this dream designates its organic motive and reaches its end. A new confirmation of Skerner's law has been furnished by Otto Rank in his work, A Self-Interpretation Dream. This dream of a girl reported by him consisted of two dreams, separated in time of the same night, the second of which ended with pollution. This pollution dream could be interpreted in all its details by disregarding a great many of the ideas contributed by the dreamer, and the profuse relations between the two dream contents indicated that the first dream expressed in bashful language the same thing as the second, so that the latter, the pollution dream, helped to a full explanation of the former. From this example, Rank, with perfect justice, draws conclusions concerning the significance of pollution dreams in general. But in my experience it is only in rare cases that one is in a position to interpret clearness or confusion in the dream as certainty or doubt in the dream material. Later I shall try to discover the factor in the formation of dreams upon whose influence the scale of qualities essentially depends. In some dreams, which adhere for a time to a certain situation and scenery, there occur interruptions described in the following words, but then it seemed as though it were at the same time another place, and there such and such a thing happened. What thus interrupts the main trend of the dream, which after a while may be continued again, turns out to be a subordinate idea, an interpolated thought in the dream material. A conditional relation in the dream thoughts is represented by simultaneousness in the dream, when, if when. What is signified by the sensation of impeded movement, which so often occurs in the dream, and which is so closely allied to anxiety. One wants to move, and is unable to stir from the spot, or one wants to accomplish something, and meets one obstacle after another. The train is about to start, and one cannot reach it, one's hand is raised to avenge an insult, and its strength fails, and c. We have already encountered this sensation in exhibition dreams, but have as yet made no serious attempt to interpret it. It is convenient, but inadequate, to answer that there is motor paralysis in sleep, which manifests itself by means of the sensation alluded to. We may ask, why is it, then, that we do not dream continually of these impeded motions? And we are justified in supposing that this sensation, constantly appearing in sleep, serves some purpose or other in representation, and is brought about by a need occurring in the dream material for this sort of representation. Failure to accomplish does not always appear in the dream as a sensation, but also simply as a part of the dream content. I believe that a case of this sort is particularly well suited to enlighten us about the significance of this characteristic of the dream. I shall give an abridged report of a dream in which I seem to be accused of dishonesty. The scene is a mixture, consisting of a private sanatorium and several other buildings. A lackey appears to call me to an examination. I know in the dream that something has been missed, and that the examination is taking place because I am suspected of having appropriated the lost article. Analysis shows that examination is to be taken in two senses, and also means medical examination. Being conscious of my innocence, and of the fact that I have been called in for consultation, I calmly follow the lackey. We are received at the door by another lackey, who says, pointing to me, "Is that the person whom you have brought?" "Why, he is a respectable man." Thereupon, without any lackey, I enter a great hall in which machines are standing, and which reminds me of an inferno with its hellish modes of punishment. I see a colleague strapped onto one apparatus who has every reason to be concerned about me, but he takes no notice of me. Then I am given to understand that I may now go. Then I cannot find my hat, and cannot go after all. The wish which the dream fulfills is obviously that I may be acknowledged to be an honest man, and may go. All kinds of subject matter containing a contradiction of this idea must therefore be present in the dream thoughts. The fact that I may go is the sign of my absolution. If, then, the dream furnishes at its close an event which prevents me from going, we may readily conclude that the suppressed subject matter of the contradiction asserts itself in this feature. The circumstance that I cannot find my hat therefore means, you are not an honest man after all. Failure to accomplish in the dream is the expression of a contradiction, a no, and therefore the earlier assertion, to the effect that the dream is not capable of expressing a negation, must be revised accordingly. In other dreams which involve failure to accomplish a thing not only as a situation but also as a sensation, the same contradiction is more emphatically expressed in the form of a volition, to which a counter-volition opposes itself. Thus the sensation of impeded motion represents a conflict of will. We shall hear later that this very motor paralysis belongs to the fundamental conditions of the psychic process in dreaming. Now the impulse which is transferred to motor channels is nothing else than the will, and the fact that we are sure to find this impulse impeded in the dream makes the whole process extraordinarily well suited to represent volition and the no which opposes itself thereto. From my explanation of anxiety, it is easy to understand why the sensation of thwarted will is so closely allied to anxiety, and why it is so often connected with it in the dream. Anxiety is a libidinous impulse which emanates from the unconscious, and is inhibited by the foreconscious. Therefore, when a sensation of inhibition in the dream is accompanied by anxiety, there must also be present a volition which has at one time been capable of arousing a libido. There must be a sexual impulse. What significance and what psychic force is to be ascribed to such manifestations of judgment as for that is only a dream, which frequently comes to the surface in dreams, I shall discuss in another place, vide infra. For the present I shall merely say that they serve to depreciate the value of the thing dreamed. An interesting problem allied to this, namely, the meaning of the fact that sometimes a certain content is designated in the dream itself as dreamed. The riddle of the dream within the dream has been solved in a similar sense by W. Stekel through the analysis of some convincing examples. The part of the dream dreamed is again to be depreciated in value and robbed of its reality. That which the dreamer continues to dream after awakening from the dream within the dream, is what the dream wish desires to put in place of the extinguished reality. It may therefore be assumed that the part dreamed contains the representation of the reality and the real reminiscence, while, on the other hand, the continued dream contains the representation of what the dreamer wished. The inclusion of a certain content in a dream within the dream is therefore equivalent to the wish that what has just been designated as a dream should not have occurred. The dream work utilizes the dream itself as a form of deflection. D. Regard for presentability. So far we have been attempting to ascertain how the dream represents the relations among the dream thoughts, but we have several times extended our consideration to the further question of what alterations the dream material undergoes for the purposes of dream formation. We now know that the dream material, after being stripped of the greater parts of its relations, is subjected to compression, while at the same time displacements of intensity among its elements force a psychic revaluation of this material. The displacements which we have considered were shown to be substitutions of one idea for another, the substitute being in some way connected with the original by associations, and the displacements were put to the service of condensation by virtue of the fact that in this manner a common mean between two elements took the place of these two elements in the formation of the dream. We have not yet mentioned any other kind of displacement. But we learn from the analyses that another exists, and that it manifests itself in a change of the verbal expression employed for the thought in question. In both cases we have displacement following a chain of associations, but the same process takes place in different psychic spheres, and the result of this displacement in the one case is that one element is substituted for another, while in the other case an element exchanges its verbal expression for another. This second kind of displacement occurring in dream formation not only possesses great theoretical interest, but is also peculiarly well fitted to explain the semblance of fantastic absurdity in which the dream disguises itself. Displacement usually occurs in such a way that a colorless and abstract expression in the dream thought is exchanged for one that is visual and concrete. The advantage, and consequently the purpose, of this substitution is obvious. Whatever is visual is capable of representation in the dream, and can be wrought into situations where the abstract expression would confront dream representation with difficulties similar to those which would arise if a political editorial were to be represented in an illustrated journal. But not only the possibility of representation, but also the interests of condensation and of the censor, can be furthered by this change. If the abstractly expressed and unwieldy dream thought is recast into figurative language, this new expression and the rest of the dream material are more easily furnished with those identities and cross-references, which are essential to the dream activity and which it creates whenever they are not at hand, for the reason that in every language concrete terms, owing to their evolution, are more abundant in associations than conceptual ones. It may be imagined that in dream formation a good part of the intermediary activity, which tries to reduce the separate dream thoughts to the tersest and simplest possible expression in the dream, takes place in the manner above described, that is to say, in providing suitable paraphrase for the individual thoughts. One thought whose expression has already been determined on other grounds will thus exert a separating and selective influence upon the means available for expressing the other, and perhaps it will do this constantly throughout, somewhat after the manner of the poet. If a poem in rhyme is to be composed, the second rhyming line is bound by two conditions: it must express the proper meaning, and it must express it in such a way as to secure the rhyme. The best poems are probably those in which the poet's effort to find a rhyme is unconscious, and in which both thoughts have from the beginning exercised a mutual influence in the selection of their verbal expressions, which can then be made to rhyme by a means of slight remodification. In some cases change of expression serves the purposes of dream condensation more directly, in making possible the invention of a verbal construction which is ambiguous and therefore suited to the expression of more than one dream thought. The whole range of wordplay is thus put at the service of the dream activity. The part played by words in the formation of dreams ought not to surprise us. A word being a point of junction for a number of conceptions, it possesses, so to speak, a predestined ambiguity, and neuroses, obsessions, phobias, take advantage of the conveniences which words offer for the purposes of condensation and disguise quite as readily as the dream. That dream conception also profits by this displacement of expression is easily demonstrated. It is naturally confusing if an ambiguous word is put in the place of two ambiguous ones, and the employment of a figurative expression instead of the sober everyday one thwarts our understanding, especially since the dream never tells us whether the elements which it shows are to be interpreted literally or figuratively, or whether they refer to the dream material directly or only through the agency of interpolated forms of speech. Several examples of representations in the dream which are held together only by ambiguity have already been cited. Her mouth opens without difficulty, in the dream of Irma's injection, I cannot go yet, in the last dream reported, NC. I shall now cite a dream in the analysis of which the figurative expression of abstract thought plays a greater part. The difference between such dream interpretation and interpretation by symbolism may again be sharply distinguished. In the symbolic interpretation of dreams, the key to the symbolism is arbitrarily chosen by the interpreter, while in our own cases of verbal disguise all these keys are universally known and are taken from established customs of speech. If the correct notion occurs at the right opportunity, it is possible to solve dreams of this sort completely or in part, independently of any statements made by the dreamer. A lady, a friend of mine, dreams, she is in the opera house. It is a Wagnerian performance which has lasted till 7:45 in the morning. In the parquet and parterre there are tables, around which people dine and drink. Her cousin and his young wife, who have just returned from their honeymoon, sit next to her at one of these tables, and next to them sits one of the aristocracy. Concerning the latter, the idea is that the young wife has brought him back with her from the wedding journey. It is quite above board, just as if she were bringing back a hat from her trip. In the midst of the parquet there is a high tower, on the top of which is a platform surrounded by an iron grating. There, high up, stands the conductor with the features of Hans Richter. He is continually running around behind the grating, perspiring awfully, and from this position conducting the orchestra, which is arranged around the base of the tower. She herself sits in a box with a lady friend, known to me. Her youngest sister tries to hand her from the parquet a big piece of coal with the idea that she did not know that it would last so long and that she must by this time be terribly cold. It was a little as if the boxes had to be heated during the long performance. The dream is senseless enough, though the situation is well developed too, the tower in the midst of the parquet from which the conductor leads the orchestra, but, above all, the coal which her sister hands her. I purposely asked for no analysis of this dream. With the knowledge I have of the personal relations of the dreamer, I was able to interpret parts of it independently. I knew that she had entertained warm feelings for a musician whose career had been prematurely blasted by insanity. I therefore decided to take the tower in the parquet verbally. It was apparent, then, that the man whom she wished to see in the place of Hans Richter towered above all the other members of the orchestra. This tower must, therefore, be designated as a composite picture formed by an apposition. With its pedestal it represents the greatness of the man, but with its gratings on top, behind which he runs around like a prisoner or an animal in a cage, an allusion to the name of the unfortunate man, it represents his later fate. Lunatic tower is perhaps the word in which both thoughts might have met. Now that we have discovered the dream's method of representation, we may try with the same key to open the second apparent absurdity, that of the coal which her sister hands her. Coal must mean secret love. No coal, no fire so hotly glows as the secret love which no one knows. She and her friend remain seated while her younger sister, who still has opportunities to marry, hands her up the coal because she did not know it would last so long. What would last so long is not told in the dream. In relating it we would supply the performance, but in the dream we must take the sentence as it is, declare it ambiguous, and add until she marries. The interpretation secret love is then confirmed by the mention of the cousin who sits with his wife in the parquet, and by the open love affair attributed to the latter. The contrasts between secret and open love, between her fire and the coldness of the young wife, dominate the dream. Moreover, Here again there is a person in high position as a middle term between the aristocrat and the musician entitled to high hopes. By means of the above discussion we have at last brought to light a third factor, whose part in the transformation of the dream thoughts into the dream content is not to be considered trivial. It is the regard for presentability, German, Darstellbarkeit, in the peculiar psychic material which the dream makes use of, that is fitness for representation, for the most part by means of visual images. Among the various subordinate ideas associated with the essential dream thoughts, that one will be preferred which permits of a visual representation, and the dream activity does not hesitate promptly to recast the inflexible thought into another verbal form, even if it is the more unusual one, as long as this form makes dramatization possible, and thus puts an end to the psychological distress caused by cramped thinking. This pouring of the thought content into another mold may at the same time be put at the service of the condensation work, and may establish relations with another thought which would otherwise not be present. This other thought itself may perhaps have previously changed its original expression for the purpose of meeting these relations halfway. In view of the part played by puns, quotations, songs, and proverbs in the intellectual life of educated persons, it would be entirely in accordance with our expectation to find disguises of this sort used with extraordinary frequency. For a few kinds of material a universally applicable dream symbolism has been established on a basis of generally known allusions and equivalents. A good part of the symbolism, moreover, is possessed by the dream in common with the psychoneuroses, and with legends and popular customs. Indeed, if we look more closely, we must recognize that in employing this method of substitution the dream is generally doing nothing original. For the attainment of its purpose, which in this case is the possibility of dramatization without interference from the censor, it simply follows the paths which it finds already marked out in unconscious thought, and gives preference to those transformations of the suppressed material which may become conscious also in the form of wit and allusion, and with which all the fancies of neurotics are filled. Here all at once we come to understand Skerner's method of dream interpretation, the essential truth of which I have defended elsewhere. The occupation of one's fancy with one's own body is by no means peculiar to, or characteristic of the dream alone. My analyses have shown me that this is a regular occurrence in the unconscious thought of neurotics, and goes back to sexual curiosity, the object of which for the adolescent youth or maiden is found in the genitals of the opposite sex, or even of the same sex. But, as Skerner and Foucault very appropriately declare, the house is not the only group of ideas which is used for the symbolization of the body either in the dream or in the unconscious fancies of the neurosis. I know some patients, to be sure, who have steadily adhered to an architectural symbolism for the body and the genitals. Sexual interest certainly extends far beyond the region of the external genital organs, to whom posts and pillars signify legs, as in the Song of Songs, to whom every gate suggests a bodily opening, hole, and every water main a urinary apparatus, and the like. But the group of associations belonging to plant life and to the kitchen is just as eagerly chosen to conceal sexual images. In the first case the usage of speech, the result of fantastic comparisons dating from the most ancient times, has made abundant preparation, the vineyard of the Lord, the seeds, the garden of the girl in the Song of Songs. The ugliest as well as the most intimate details of sexual life may be dreamed about in apparently harmless allusions to culinary operations, and the symptoms of hysteria become practically unintelligible if we forget that sexual symbolism can conceal itself behind the most commonplace and most inconspicuous matters, as its best hiding place. The fact that some neurotic children cannot look at blood and raw meat, that they vomit at the sight of eggs and noodles, and that the dread of snakes, which is natural to mankind, is monstrously exaggerated in neurotics, all of this has a definite sexual meaning. Wherever the neurosis employs a disguise of this sort, it treads the paths once trodden by the whole of humanity in the early ages of civilization, paths of whose existence customs of speech, superstitions, and morals still give testimony to this day. I here insert the promised flower dream of a lady patient, in which I have italicized everything which is to be sexually interpreted. This beautiful dream seemed to lose its entire charm for the dreamer after it had been interpreted. A preliminary dream, she goes to the two maids in the kitchen and scolds them for taking so long to prepare a little bite of food. She also sees a great many coarse dishes standing in the kitchen inverted so that the water may drip off them, and heaped up in a pile. Later addition, the two maids go to fetch water, and must, as it were, step into a river which reaches up into the house or into the yard. B. Main dream, she is descending from a high place over balustrades that are curiously fashioned or fences which are united into big squares and consist of a conglomeration of little squares. It is really not intended for climbing upon, she is worried about finding a place for her foot, and she is glad her dress doesn't get caught anywhere, and that she remains so respectable while she is going. She is also carrying a large bough in her hand, really a bough of a tree, which is thickly studded with red blossoms. It has many branches, and spreads out. With this is connected the idea of cherry blossoms, but they look like full-bloom camellias, which of course do not grow on trees. While she is descending, she first has one, then suddenly two, and later again only one. When she arrives at the bottom of the lower blossoms they have already fallen off to a considerable extent. Now that she is at the bottom, she sees a porter who is combing, as she would like to express it, just such a tree that is, who is plucking thick bunches of hair from it, which hang from it like moss. Other workmen have chopped off such boughs in a garden, and have thrown them upon the street, where they lie about, so that many people take some of them. But she asks whether that is right, whether anybody may take one. In the garden there stands a young man, having a personality with which she is acquainted, not a member of her family, up to whom she goes in order to ask him how it is possible to transplant such boughs into her own garden. He embraces her, whereat she resists and asks him what he means, whether it is permissible to embrace her in such a manner. He says that there is no wrong in it, that it is permitted. He then declares himself willing to go with her into the other garden, in order to show her the transplanting, and he says something to her which she does not correctly understand. Besides this 3 meters, later on she says, square meters, or 3 fathoms of ground are lacking. It seems as though the man were trying to ask her something in return for his affability, as though he had the intention of indemnifying himself in her garden, as though he wanted to evade some law or other, to derive some advantage from it without causing her an injury. She does not know whether or not he really shows her anything. I must mention still another series of associations which often serves the purpose of concealing sexual meaning both in dreams and in the neurosis. I refer to the change of residence series. To change one's residence is readily replaced by to remove, an ambiguous expression which may have reference to clothing. If the dream also contains a lift, elevator, one may think of the verb to lift, hence of lifting up the clothing. I have naturally an abundance of such material, but a report of it would carry us too far into the discussion of neurotic conditions. Everything leads to the same conclusion, that no special symbolizing activity of the mind in the formation of dreams need be assumed, that, on the contrary, the dream makes use of such symbolizations as are to be found ready-made in unconscious thought, because these better satisfy the requirements of dream formation, on account of their dramatic fitness, and particularly on account of their exemption from the censor. Examples: arithmetic speeches in the dream. Before I proceed to assign to its proper place the fourth of the factors which control the formation of the dream, I shall cite several examples from my collection of dreams for the purpose partly of illustrating the cooperation of the 3 factors with which we are acquainted, and partly of supplying proof for assertions which have been made without demonstration or of drawing irrefutable inferences from them. For it has been very difficult for me in the foregoing account of the dream activity to demonstrate my conclusions by means of examples. Examples for the individual thesis are convincing only when considered in connection with the dream interpretation. When they are torn from their context they lose their significance, and, furthermore, a dream interpretation, though not at all profound, soon becomes so extensive that it obscures the thread of the discussion which it is intended to illustrate. This technical motive may excuse me for now mixing together all sorts of things which have nothing in common but their relation to the text of the foregoing chapter. We shall first consider a few examples of very peculiar or unusual methods of representation in the dream. The dream of a lady is as follows: a servant girl is standing on a ladder as though to clean the windows, and has with her a chimpanzee and a gorilla cat, later corrected Angora cat. She throws the animals at the dreamer, the chimpanzee cuddles up to her, and this is disgusting to her. This dream has accomplished its purpose by the simplest possible means, namely by taking a mere mode of speech literally and representing it according to the meaning of its words. Ape, like the names of animals in general, is an epithet of opprobrium, and the situation of the dream means nothing but to hurl invectives. This same collection will soon furnish us with further examples of the use of this simple artifice. Another dream proceeds in a very similar manner: a woman with a child that has a conspicuously deformed cranium. The dreamer has heard that the child got into this condition owing to its position in its mother's womb. The doctor says that the cranium might be given a better shape by means of compression, but that would harm the brain. She thinks that because it is a boy it won't suffer so much from deformity. This dream contains a plastic representation of the concept, childish impressions, which the dreamer has heard of in the course of explanations concerning the treatment. In the following example, the dream activity enters upon a different path. The dream contains a recollection of an excursion to the Hilmteig, near Graz. There is a terrible storm outside, a miserable hotel, the water is dripping from the walls, and the beds are damp. The latter part of the content is less directly expressed than I give it. The dream signifies superfluous. The abstract idea occurring in the dream thoughts is first made equivocal by a certain straining of language. It has, perhaps, been replaced by overflowing or by fluid and superfluid, fluous, and has then been given representation by an accumulation of like impressions. Water within, water without, water in the beds in the form of dampness, everything fluid and superfluid. That, for the purposes of the dream representation, the spelling is much less regarded than the sound of words ought not surprise us when we remember that real dream exercises similar privileges. The fact that language has at its disposal a great number of words which were originally intended in a picturesque and concrete sense but are at present used in a faded abstract sense has in other cases made it very easy for the dream to represent its thoughts. The dream need only restore to these words their full significance, or follow the evolution of their meaning a little way back. For example, a man dreams that his friend, who is struggling to get out of a very tight place, calls upon him to help him. The analysis shows that the tight place is a hole, and that the dream uses symbolically his very words to his friend: be careful, or you'll get yourself into a hole. Another dreamer climbs upon a mountain from which he sees a very extraordinary broad view. He identifies himself with his brother who is editing a review which deals with relations to the farthest east. It would be a separate undertaking to collect such methods of representation and to arrange them according to the principles upon which they are based. Some of the representations are quite witty. They give the impression that they would have never been divined if the dreamer himself had not reported them. A man dreams that he is asked for a name, which, however, he cannot recall. He himself explains that this means, "It does not occur to me in the dream." A female patient relates a dream in which all the persons concerned were especially big. That means, she adds, that it must deal with an episode of my early childhood, for at that time all grown-up people naturally seemed to me immensely big. The transference into childhood is also expressed differently in other dreams by translating time into space. One sees the persons and scenes in question as if at a great distance, at the end of a long road, or as if looked at through the wrong end of the opera glass. A man, who in waking life shows an inclination to abstract and indefinite expressions, but who is otherwise endowed with wit enough, dreams in a certain connection that he is at a railroad station while a train is coming in. But then the station platform approaches the train, which stands still, hence an absurd inversion of the real state of affairs. This detail is again nothing but an index to remind one that something else in the dream should be turned about. The analysis of the same dream brings back the recollection of a picture book in which men are represented standing on their heads and walking on their hands. For the same dreamer on another occasion relates a short dream which almost recalls the technique of a rebus. His uncle gives him a kiss in an automobile. He immediately adds the interpretation, which I should never have found, it means autoerotism. This might have been made as a joke in the waking state. The dream work often succeeds in representing very awkward material, such as proper names, by means of the forced utilization of very far-fetched references. In one of my dreams the elder Brueck has given me a task. I compound a preparation, and skim something from it which looks like crumpled tinfoil. More of this later on. The notion corresponding to this, which was not easy to find, is Staniel, and now I know that I have in mind the name of the author Stanius, which was born by a treatise on the nervous system of fishes, which I regarded with awe in my youthful years. The first scientific task which my teacher gave me was actually concerned with the nervous system of a fish, the Amosates. Obviously the latter name could never have been used in a picture puzzle. I shall not omit here to insert a dream having a curious content, which is also remarkable as a child's dream, and which is very easily explained by the analysis. A lady relates, I can remember that when I was a child I repeatedly dreamed, that the dear Lord had a pointed paper hat on his head. They used to make me wear such a hat at table very often, so that I might not be able to look at the plates of the other children and see how much they had received of a particular dish. Since I have learned that God is omniscient, the dream signifies that I know everything in spite of the hat which I am made to wear. Wherein the dream work consists, and how it manages its material, the dream thoughts, can be shown in a very instructive manner from the numbers and calculations which occur in dreams. Moreover, numbers in dreams are regarded as of a special significance by superstition. I shall therefore give a few more examples of this kind from my own collection. The following is taken from the dream of a lady shortly before the close of her treatment. She wants to pay for something or other, her daughter takes 3 florins and 65 kreutzer from her pocket-book, but the mother says, "What are you doing? It only costs 21 kreutzer." This bit of dream was immediately intelligible to me without further explanation from my knowledge of the dreamer's circumstances. The lady was a foreigner who had provided for her daughter in an educational institution in Vienna, and who could continue my treatment as long as her daughter stayed in the city. In 3 weeks the daughter's school year was to end, and with that the treatment also stopped. On the day before the dream the principal of the institute had urged her to make up her mind to allow her child to remain with her for another year. She had then obviously worked out this suggestion to the conclusion that in this case she would be able to continue the treatment for 1 year more. Now, this is what the dream refers to, for a year is equal to 365 days, the 3 weeks that remain before the close of the school year and of the treatment are equivalent to 21 days, though the hours of treatment are not as many as that. The numerals, which in the dream thoughts referred to time, are given money values in the dream, not without also giving expression to a deeper meaning, for time is money. 365 kreutzer, to be sure, are 3 florins and 65 kreutzer. The smallness of the sums which appear in the dream is a self-evident wish fulfillment. The wish has reduced the cost of both the treatment and the year's instruction at the institution. 2. The numerals in another dream involve more complicated relations. A young lady, who, however, has already been married a number of years, learns that an acquaintance of hers of about her own age, LCL, has just become engaged. Thereupon she dreams, she is sitting in the theater with her husband, and one side of the orchestra is quite unoccupied. Her husband tells her that LCL and her husband had also wanted to go, but that they had been able to get nothing but poor seats, 3 for 1 florin and 50 kreutzer, and of course they could not take those. She thinks that they didn't lose much either. Where do the 1 florin and 50 kreutzer come from? From an occurrence of the previous day which is really indifferent. The dreamer's sister-in-law had received 150 florins as a present from her husband, and had quickly got rid of them by buying some jewelry. Let us note that 150 florins is 100 times more than 1 florin and 50 kreutzer. Whence the 3 which stands before the theater seats. There is only one association for this, namely, that the bride is that many months 3 younger than herself. Information concerning the significance of the feature that one side of the orchestra remains empty leads to the solution of the dream. This feature is an undisguised allusion to a little occurrence which has given her husband good cause for teasing her. She had decided to go to the theater during the week, and had been careful to get tickets a few days before, for which she had to pay the preemption charge. When they got to the theater they found that one side of the house was almost empty. She certainly did not need to be in such a hurry. I shall now substitute the dream thoughts for the dream. It surely was nonsense to marry so early, there was no need for my being in such a hurry. From the case of LCL, I see that I should have got a husband just the same, and one who is 100 times better, husband, sweetheart, treasure, if I had only waited, antithesis to the haste of her sister-in-law. I could have bought 3 such men for the money, the dowry. Our attention is drawn to the fact that the numerals in this dream have changed their meanings and relations to a much greater extent than in the one previously considered. The transforming and disfiguring activity of the dream has in this case been greater, a fact which we interpret as meaning that these dream thoughts had to overcome a particularly great amount of inner psychic resistance up to the point of their representation. We must also not overlook the circumstance that the dream contains an absurd element, namely, that 2 persons take 3 seats. We digress to the interpretation of the absurdity of dreams when we remark that this absurd detail of the dream content is intended to represent the most strongly emphasized detail of the dream thoughts. It was nonsense to marry so early. The figure 3 belonging to a quite subordinate relation of the 2 compared persons, 3 months difference in age, has thus been skillfully used to produce the nonsense demanded by the dream. The reduction of the actual 150 florins to 1 florin and 50 kreutzer corresponds to her disdain of her husband in the suppressed thoughts of the dreamer. 3. Another example displays the arithmetical powers of the dream, which have brought it into such disrepute. A man dreams, he is sitting at B.S., a family of his earlier acquaintance, and says, "It was nonsense for you not to give me Amy in marriage." Thereupon he asks the girl, "How old are you?" Answer, "I was born in 1882. "Ah, then you are 28 years old." Since the dream occurs in the year 1898, this is obviously poor arithmetic, and the inability of the dreamer to calculate may be compared to that of the paralytic, if there is no other way of explaining it. My patient was one of those persons who are always thinking about every woman they see. The person who followed him in my office, regularly for several months, was a young lady, whom he used to meet, about whom he used to ask frequently, and to whom he was very anxious to be polite. This was the lady whose age he estimated at 28 years. So much for explaining the result of the apparent calculation. But 1882 was the year in which he had married. He had been unable to refrain from engaging in conversation with the 2 females whom he met at my house, 2 girls, by no means youthful, who alternately opened the door for him, and as he did not find them very responsive, he had given himself the explanation that they probably considered him an elderly settled gentleman. For another number dream with its interpretation, a dream distinguished by its obvious determination, or rather overdetermination, I am indebted to B. Datner. My host, a policeman in the municipal service, dreamed that he was standing at his post in the street, which was a wish realization. The inspector then came over to him, having on his gorget the numbers 22 and 62 or 26, at all events there were many 2s on it. Division of the number 2262 in the reproduction of the dream at once points to the fact that the components have separate meanings. It occurs to him that the day before, while on duty, they were discussing the duration of their time of service. The occasion for this was furnished by an inspector who had been pensioned at 62 years. The dreamer had only completed 22 years of service, and still needed 2 years and 2 months to make him eligible for a 90% pension. The dream first shows him the fulfillment of a long wished for wish, the rank of inspector. The superior with 2262 on his collar is himself. He takes care to do his duty on the street, which is another preferred wish. He has served his 2 years and 2 months, and can now be retired from the service with full pension, like the 62-year-old inspector. If we keep in mind these examples and similar ones to follow, we may say, dream activity does not calculate at all, whether correctly or incorrectly. It joins together in the form of a calculation numerals which occur in the dream thoughts, and which may serve as allusions to material which is incapable of being represented. It thus utilizes numerals as material for the expression of its purposes in the same manner as it does names and speeches known as word presentations. For the dream activity cannot compose a new speech. No matter how many speeches and answers may occur in dreams, which may be sensible or absurd in themselves, analysis always shows in such cases that the dream has only taken from the dream thoughts fragments of speeches which have been delivered or heard, and dealt with them in a most arbitrary manner. It has not only torn them from their context and mutilated them, taken up one piece and rejected another, but it has also joined them together in a new way, so that the speech which seems coherent in the dream falls into 3 or 4 sections in the course of analysis. In this new utilization of the words, the dream has often put aside the meaning which they had in the dream thoughts, and has derived an entirely new meaning from them. Upon closer inspection, the more distinct and compact constituents of the dream speech may be distinguished from others which serve as connectives and have probably been supplied, just as we supply omitted letters and syllables in reading. The dream speech thus has the structure of breccia stones, in which larger pieces of different material are held together by a solidified cohesive mass. In a very strict sense, this description is correct, to be sure, only for those speeches in the dream which have something of the sensational character of a speech, and which are described as speeches. The others which have not, as it were, been felt as though heard or spoken, which have no accompanying acoustic or motor emphasis in the dream, are simply thoughts such as occur in our waking thought activity, and are transferred without change into many dreams. Our reading, also, seems to furnish an abundant and not easily traceable source of material for speeches, this material being of an indifferent nature. Everything, however, which appears conspicuously in the dream as a speech can be referred to real speeches which have been made or heard by the dreamer himself. We have already found examples for the explanation of such dream speeches in the analysis of dreams cited for other purposes. Here is one example in place of many, all of which lead to the same conclusion. A large courtyard in which corpses are cremated. The dreamer says, "I'm going away from here, I can't look at this." Not a distinct speech. Then he meets 2 butcher boys and asks, "Well, did it taste good?" One of them answers, "No, it wasn't good." As though it had been human flesh. The harmless occasion for this dream is as follows. After taking supper with his wife, the dreamer pays a visit to his worthy but by no means appetizing neighbor. The hospitable old lady is just at her evening meal, and urges him, instead of this word a composite sexually significant word is jocosely used among men, to taste of it. He declines, saying that he has no appetite. "Go on, you can stand some more," or something of the kind. The dreamer is thus forced to taste and praise what is offered. But that's good. After he is alone again with his wife, he scolds about the neighbor's importunity and about the quality of the food he has tasted. "I can't stand the sight of it," a phrase not appearing even in the dream as an actual speech, is a thought which has reference to the physical charms of the lady who invites him, and which would be translated as meaning that he does not want to look at her. The analysis of another dream which I cite at this point for the sake of the very distinct speech that forms its nucleus, but which I shall explain only when we come to consider emotions in the dream, will be more instructive. I dream very distinctly, I have gone to Brueck's laboratory at night, and upon hearing a soft knocking at the door, I open it to the deceased, Professor Fleischl, who enters in the company of several strangers, and after saying a few words sits down at his table. Then follows a second dream. My friend FL has come to Vienna in July without attracting much attention. I meet him on the street while he is in conversation with my deceased friend P, and I go somewhere or other with these 2, and they sit down opposite each other as though at a little table, while I sit at the narrow end of the table facing them. FL tells about his sister and says, in 3/4 of an hour she was dead, and then something like, that is the threshold. As P does not understand him, FL turns to me, and asks me how much I have told of his affairs. Whereupon, seized by strange emotions, I want to tell FL that P can't possibly know anything because he is not alive. But, noticing the mistake myself, I say, non-vixit. Then I look at P searchingly, and under my gaze he becomes pale and blurred, his eyes a morbid blue, and at last he dissolves. I rejoice greatly at this. I now understand that Ernest Flachel, too, was only an apparition, a revenant, and I find that it is quite possible for such a person to exist only as long as one wants him to, and that he can be made to disappear by the wish of another person. This beautiful dream unites so many of the characteristics of the dream content which are problematic. The criticism made in the dream itself, in that I myself notice my mistake in having said non-vixit instead of non-vivid, the unconstrained intercourse with dead persons, whom the dream itself declares to be dead, the absurdity of the inference and the intense satisfaction which the inference gives me that by my life I should like to give a complete solution of these problems. But in reality I am incapable of doing this, namely, the thing I do in the dream of sacrificing such dear persons to my ambition. With every revelation of the true meaning of the dream, with which I am well acquainted, I should have been put to shame. Hence I am content with selecting a few of the elements of the dream, for interpretation, some here, and others later on another page. The scene in which I annihilate P by a glance forms the center of the dream. His eyes become strange and weirdly blue, and then he dissolves. This scene is an unmistakable copy of one really experienced. I was a demonstrator at the Physiological Institute, and began my service in the early hours, and Brueck learned that I had been late several times in getting to the school laboratory. So one morning he came promptly for the opening of the class and waited for me. What he said to me was brief and to the point, but the words did not matter at all. What overwhelmed me was the terrible blue eyes through which he looked at me, and before which I melted away as P does in the dream, for P has changed roles with him, much to my relief. Anyone who remembers the eyes of the great master, which were wonderfully beautiful until old age, and who has ever seen him in anger, can easily imagine the emotions of the young transgressor on that occasion. But for a long time I was unable to account for the non-vixit, with which I execute sentence in the dream, until I remembered that these two words possessed such great distinctness in the dream, not because they were heard or spoken, but because they were seen. Then I knew at once where they came from. On the pedestal of the statue of Emperor Joseph in the Hofburg at Vienna, may be read the following beautiful words: Saluti Patriae Vixit. Non Deus sed totus. I had culled from this inscription something which suited the one inimical train of thought in the dream thoughts, and which now intended to mean, that fellow has nothing to say, he is not living at all. And I now recalled that the dream was dreamed a few days after the unveiling of the memorial to Flachel in the arcades of the university, upon which occasion I had again seen Brueck's statue, and must have thought with regret, in the unconscious, how my highly gifted friend P, with his great devotion to science, had forfeited his just claim to a statue in these halls by his premature death. So I set up this memorial to him in the dream. The first name of my friend P is Joseph. According to the rules of dream interpretation, I should still not be justified in replacing non-vivid, which I need, by non-vixit, which is placed at my disposal by the recollection of the Joseph monument. Something now calls my attention to the fact that in the dream scene, two trains of thought concerning my friend P meet, one hostile, the other friendly, of which the former is superficial, the latter veiled, and both are given representation in the same words, non-vixit. Because my friend P has deserved well of science, I erect a statue to him, but because he has been guilty of an evil wish, which is expressed at the end of the dream, I destroy him. I have here constructed a sentence of peculiar resonance, and I must have been influenced by some model. But where can I find similar antithesis, such a parallel between two opposite attitudes towards the same person, both claiming to be entirely valid, and yet both trying not to encroach upon each other. Such a parallel is to be found in a single place, where, however, a deep impression is made upon the reader in Brutus' speech of justification in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar: "As Caesar loved me, I weep for him; as he was fortunate, I rejoice at it; as he was valiant, I honor him; but, as he was ambitious, I slew him." Is not this, which I have discovered, the same sentence structure and thought contrast as in the dream thought? I thus play Brutus in the dream. If I could only find in the dream thoughts one further trace of confirmation for this astonishing collateral connection. I think the following might be such: my friend comes to Vienna in July. This detail finds no support whatever in reality. To my knowledge, my friend has never been in Vienna during the month of July. But the month of July is named after Julius Caesar, and might therefore very well furnish the required allusion to the intermediary thought that I am playing the part of Brutus. Strangely enough, I once actually played the part of Brutus. I presented the scene between Brutus and Caesar from Schiller's poems to an audience of children when I was a boy of 14 years. I did this with my nephew, who was a year older than I, and who had come to us from England, also a revenant, for in him I recognized the playmate of my first childish years. Until the end of my third year we had been inseparable, had loved each other and scuffled with each other, and, as I have already intimated, this childish relation has constantly determined my later feelings in my intercourse with persons of my own age. My nephew John has since found many incarnations, which have revivified first one aspect, then another, of this character which is so ineradicably fixed in my unconscious memory. Occasionally he must have treated me very badly, and I must have shown courage before my tyrant, for in later years I have often been told of the short speech with which I vindicated myself when my father, his grandfather, called me to account: "I hit him because he hit me." This childish scene must be the one which causes non-vivid to branch off into non-vixit, for in the language of later childhood striking is called Wichsen, German, Wichsen, to smear with shoe, Polish, to tan, i.e., to flog. The dream activity does not hesitate to take advantage of such connections. My hostility towards my friend P, which has so little foundation in reality, he was far superior to me, and might therefore have been a new edition of the playmate of my childhood, can certainly be traced to my complicated relations with John during our infancy. I shall, however, return to this dream later. F. Absurd dreams. Intellectual performances in the dream. In our interpretation of dreams thus far we have come upon the element of absurdity in the dream content so often that we must no longer postpone an investigation of its cause and significance. We remember, of course, that the absurdity of dreams has furnished the opponents of dream investigation with their chief argument for considering the dream nothing but the meaningless product of a reduced and fragmentary activity of the mind. I begin with specimens in which the absurdity of the dream content is only apparent and immediately disappears when the dream is more thoroughly examined. There are a few dreams which accidentally one is at first inclined to think are concerned with the dead father of the dreamer. Here is the dream of a patient who had lost his father 6 years before. A terrible accident has occurred to his father. He was riding in the night train when a derailment took place, the seats came together, and his head was crushed from side to side. The dreamer sees him lying on the bed with a wound over his left eyebrow, which runs off vertically. The dreamer is surprised that his father has had a misfortune, since he is dead already, as the dreamer adds in telling his dream. His father's eyes are so clear. According to the standards prevailing in dream criticism, this dream content would have to be explained in the following manner: at first, when the dreamer is picturing his father's misfortune, he has forgotten that his father has already been in his grave for years. In the further course of the dream this memory comes to life, and causes him to be surprised at his own dream even while he is still dreaming. Analysis, however, teaches us that it is entirely useless to attempt such explanations. The dreamer had given an artist an order for a bust of his father, which he had inspected 2 days before the dream. This is the thing which seems to him to have met with an accident. The sculptor has never seen the father, and is working from photographs which have been given him. On the very day before the dream, the pious son had sent an old servant of the family to the studio in order to see whether he would pass the same judgment upon the marble head, namely, that it had turned out too narrow from side to side, from temple to temple. Now follows the mass of recollections which has contributed to the formation of this dream. The dreamer's father had a habit, whenever he was harassed by business cares or family difficulties, of pressing his temples with both hands, as though he were trying to compress his head, which seemed to grow too large for him. When our dreamer was 4 years old, he was present when the accidental discharge of a pistol blackened his father's eyes. His eyes are so clear. While alive, his father had had a deep wrinkle at the place where the dream shows the injury, whenever he was thoughtful or sad. The fact that in the dream this wrinkle is replaced by a wound points to the second occasion of the dream. The dreamer had taken a photograph of his little daughter. The plate had fallen from his hand, and when picked up showed a crack that ran like a vertical furrow across the forehead and reached as far as the orbital curve. He could not then get the better of his superstitious forebodings, for, on the day before his mother's death, a photographic plate with her likeness had cracked as he was handling it. Thus the absurdity of the dream is only the result of an inaccuracy of verbal expression, which does not take the trouble to distinguish the bust and the photograph from the original. We are all accustomed to say of a picture, "Don't you think father is good?" Of course the appearance of absurdity in this dream might easily have been avoided. If it were permissible to pass judgment after a single experience, one might be tempted to say that the semblance of absurdity is admitted or desired. Here is another very similar example from my own dreams. I lost my father in the year 1896. After his death, my father has been politically active among the Magyars, and has united them into a political body, to accompany which I see a little indistinct picture, a crowd of people as in the Reichstag, a person who is standing on 1 or 2 benches, others round about him. I remember that he looked very like Garibaldi on his deathbed, and I am glad that this promise has really come true. This is certainly absurd enough. It was dreamed at the time that the Hungarians got into a lawless condition, through parliamentary obstruction, and passed through the crisis from which Colomancel delivered them. The trivial circumstance that the scene beheld in the dream consists of such little pictures is not without significance for the explanation of this element. The usual visual representation of our thoughts results in pictures which impress us as being life-size. My dream picture, however, is the reproduction of a woodcut inserted in the text of an illustrated history of Austria, representing Maria Theresa in the Reichstag of Pressburg, the famous scene of Moriamur pro Rege Nostro. Like Maria Theresa, my father, in the dream, stands surrounded by the multitude, but he is standing on 1 or 2 benches, and thus like a judge on the bench. He has united them here. The intermediary is the phrase, "We shall need no judge." Those of us who stood around the deathbed of my father actually noticed that he looked much like Garibaldi. He had a post-mortem rise of temperature, his cheeks shone redder and redder. Involuntarily we continue, and behind him lay in phantom radiance that which subdues us all, the common thing. This elevation of our thoughts prepares us for having to deal with this very common thing. The post-mortem feature of the rise in temperature corresponds to the words, "after his death," in the dream content. The most agonizing of his sufferings had been a complete paralysis of the intestines, obstruction, which set in during the last weeks. All sorts of disrespectful thoughts are connected with this. A man of my own age who had lost his father while he was still at the gymnasium, upon which occasion I was profoundly moved and tendered him my friendship, once told me, with derision, about the distress of a lady relative whose father had died on the street and had been brought home, where it turned out upon undressing the corpse, that at the moment of death, or post-mortem, an evacuation of the bowels had taken place. The daughter of the dead man was profoundly unhappy at having this ugly detail stain her memory of her father. We have now penetrated to the wish that is embodied in this dream. To stand before one's children pure and great after one's death, who would not wish that? What has become of the absurdity of the dream? The appearance of it has been caused only by the fact that a perfectly permissible mode of speech in the case of which we are accustomed to ignore the absurdity that happens to exist between its parts has been faithfully represented in the dream. Here, too, we are unable to deny that the semblance of absurdity is one which is desired and has been purposely brought about. 3. In the example which I now cite, I can detect the dream activity in the act of purposely manufacturing an absurdity for which there is no occasion at all in the subject matter. It is taken from the dream that I had as a result of meeting Count Thun before my vacation trip. I am riding in a one-horse carriage, and give orders to drive to a railway station. Of course I cannot ride with you on the railway line itself, I say, after the driver made an objection as though I had tired him out. At the same time it seems as though I had already driven with him for a distance which one usually rides on the train. For this confused and senseless story the analysis gives the following explanation: during the day I had hired a one-horse carriage which was to take me to a remote street in Dumbach. The driver, however, did not know the way, and kept on driving in the manner of those good people until I noticed the fact and showed him the way, not sparing him a few mocking remarks withal. From this driver a train of thought led to the aristocratic personage whom I was destined to meet later. For the present I shall only remark that what strikes us middle-class plebeians about the aristocracy is that they like to put themselves in the driver's seat. Does not Count Thun guide the Austrian car of state? The next sentence in the dream, however, refers to my brother, whom I identify with the driver of the one-horse carriage. I had this year refused to take the trip through Italy with him. Of course I cannot ride with you on the railway line itself, and this refusal was a sort of punishment for his wonted complaint that I usually tired him out on this trip, which gets into the dream unchanged, by making him take hurried trips and see too many nice things in one day. That evening my brother had accompanied me to the railroad station, but shortly before getting there had jumped out, at the State Railway Division of the Western Station, in order to take a train to Purkersdorf. I remarked to him that he could stay with me a little longer, inasmuch as he did not go to Purkersdorf by the State Railway but by the Western Railway. This is how it happens that in the dream I rode in the wagon a distance which one usually rides on the train. In reality, however, it was just the opposite. I told my brother, the distance which you ride on the State Railway you could ride in my company on the Western Railway. The whole confusion of the dream is therefore produced by my inserting in the dream the word wagon instead of State Railway, which, to be sure, does good service in bringing together the driver and my brother. I then find in the dream some nonsense which seems hardly straightened out by my explanation, and which almost forms a contradiction to my earlier speech. Of course I cannot ride with you on the railway line itself. But as I have no occasion whatever for confounding the State Railway with the one-horse carriage, I must have intentionally formed the whole puzzling story in the dream in this way. But with what intention? We shall now learn what the absurdity in the dream signifies, and the motives which admitted it or created it. The solution of the mystery in the case in question is as follows. In the dream I needed something absurd and incomprehensible in connection with riding, foreign, because in the dream thoughts I had a certain judgment which required representation. On an evening at the house of the hospitable and clever lady who appears in another scene of the same dream as the hostess, I heard two riddles which I could not solve. As they were known to the other members of the party, I presented a somewhat ludicrous figure in my unsuccessful attempts to find a solution. They were two equivokes turning on the words nachkommen, to come after offspring, and vorfahren, to ride in advance forefathers, ancestry. They read as follows. The coachman does it. At the master's behest. Everyone has it. In the grave does it rest. Ancestry. It was confusing to find half of the second riddle identical with the first. The coachman does it. At the master's behest. Not everyone has it. In the cradle does it rest. Offspring. As I had seen Count Thun ride in advance, vorfahren, so high and mighty, and had merged into the Figaro mood which finds the merit of aristocratic gentlemen in the fact that they have taken the trouble to be born, nachkommen to become offspring, the two riddles became intermediary thoughts for the dream work. As aristocrats can be readily confounded with coachmen, and as coachmen were in our country formerly called brothers-in-law, the work of condensation could employ my brother in the same representation. But the dream thought at work in the background was as follows: it is nonsense to be proud of one's ancestry. Vorfahren. I would rather be myself an ancestor. Vorfer. For the sake of this judgment, it is nonsense, we have the nonsense in the dream. We can now also solve the last riddle in this obscure passage of the dream, namely, that I have already driven before, vorhergefahren, vorgefahren, with the coachman. Thus the dream is made absurd if there occurs as one of the elements in the dream thoughts the judgment that is nonsense, and in general if disdain and criticism are the motives for one of the trains of unconscious thought. Hence absurdity becomes one of the means by which the dream activity expresses contradiction, as it does by reversing a relation in the material between the dream thoughts and dream content, and by utilizing sensations of motor impediment. But absurdity in the dream is not simply to be translated by no, it is rather intended to reproduce the disposition of the dream thoughts, this being to show mockery and ridicule along with the contradiction. It is only for this purpose that the dream activity produces anything ridiculous. Here again it transforms a part of the latent content into a manifest form. As a matter of fact, we have already met with a convincing example of the significance of an absurd dream. The dream, interpreted without analysis, of the Wagnerian performance lasting until 7:45 in the morning, in which the orchestra is conducted from a tower, and C. is apparently trying to say, it is a crazy world and an insane society. He who deserves a thing doesn't get it, and he who doesn't care for anything has it, and in this she means to compare her fate with that of her cousin. The fact that dreams concerning a dead father were the first to furnish us with examples of absurdity in dreams is by no means an accident. The conditions necessary for the creations of absurd dreams are here grouped together in a typical manner. The authority belonging to the father has at an early age aroused the criticism of the child, and the strict demands he has made have caused the child to pay particularly close attention to every weakness of the father for its own extenuation, but the piety with which the father's personality is surrounded in our thoughts, especially after his death, increases the censorship which prevents the expressions of this criticism from becoming conscious. For the following is another absurd dream about a dead father. I receive a notice from the Common Council of my native city concerning the costs of a confinement in the hospital in the year 1851, which was necessitated by an attack from which I suffered. I make sport of the matter, for, in the first place, I was not yet alive in the year 1851, and, in the second place, my father, to whom the notice might refer, is already dead. I go to him in the adjoining room, where he is lying on a bed, and tell him about it. To my astonishment he recalls that in that year 1851 he was once drunk and had to be locked up or confined. It was when he was working for the house of tea. Then you drank, too? I ask. You married soon after. I figure that I was born in 1856, which appears to me as though immediately following. In view of the preceding discussion, we shall translate the insistence with which this dream exhibits its absurdities as the sure sign of a particularly embittered and passionate controversy in the dream thoughts. With all the more astonishment, however, we note that in this dream the controversy is waged openly, and the father designated as the person against whom the satire is directed. This openness seems to contradict our assumption of a censor as operative in the dream activity. We may say in explanation, however, that here the father is only an interposed person, while the conflict is carried on with another one, who makes his appearance in the dream by means of a single illusion. While the dream usually treats of revolt against other persons, behind which the father is concealed, the reverse is true here, the father serves as the man of straw to represent others, and hence the dream dares thus openly to concern itself with a person who is usually hallowed, because there is present the certain knowledge that he is not in reality intended. We learn of this condition of affairs by considering the occasion of the dream. Now, it occurred after I had heard that an older colleague, whose judgment is considered infallible, had expressed disapproval and astonishment at the fact that one of my patients was then continuing psychoanalytical work with me for the 5th year. The introductory sentences of the dream point with transparent disguise to the fact that this colleague had for a time taken over the duties which my father could no longer perform, expenses, fees at the hospital, and when our friendly relations came to be broken I was thrown into the same conflict of feelings which arises in the case of misunderstanding between father and son in view of the part played by the father and his earlier functions. The dream thoughts now bitterly resent the reproach that I am not making better progress, which extends itself from the treatment of this patient to other things. Does this colleague know anyone who can get on faster? Does he not know that conditions of this sort are usually incurable and last for life? What are 4 or 5 years in comparison to a whole life, especially when life has been made so much easier for the patient during the treatment? The impression of absurdity in this dream is brought about largely by the fact that sentences from different divisions of the dream thoughts are strung together without any reconciling transition. Thus the sentence, "I go to him in the adjoining room," and c. leaves the subject dealt with in the preceding sentences, and faithfully reproduces the circumstances under which I told my father about my marriage engagement. Thus the dream is trying to remind me of the noble disinterestedness which the old man showed at that time, and to put it in contrast with the conduct of another, a new person. I now perceive that the dream is allowed to make sport of my father for the reason that in the dream thought he is held up as an example to another man, in full recognition of his merit. It is in the nature of every censorship that it permits the telling of untruth about forbidden things rather than truth. The next sentence, in which my father remembers having once been drunk, and having been locked up for it, also contains nothing which is actually true of my father. The person whom he covers is here a no less important one than the great Maynard, in whose footsteps I followed with such great veneration, and whose attitude towards me was changed into undisguised hostility after a short period of indulgence. The dream recalls to me his own statement that in his youth he was addicted to the chloroform habit, and that for this he had to enter a sanatorium. It recalls also a second experience with him shortly before his death. I carried on an embittered literary controversy with him concerning hysteria in the male, the existence of which he denied, and when I visited him in his last illness and asked him how he felt, he dwelt upon the details of his condition and concluded with the words, "You know, I have always been one of the prettiest cases of masculine hysteria." Thus, to my satisfaction, and to my astonishment, he admitted what he had so long and so stubbornly opposed. But the fact that in the scene I can use my father to cover Maynard is based not upon the analogy which has been found to exist between the two persons, but upon the slight, but quite adequate, representation of a conditional sentence occurring in the dream thoughts, which in full would read as follows: "Of course if I were of the second generation, the son of a professor or of a court counselor, I should have progressed more rapidly. In the dream I now make a court counselor and a professor of my father." The most obvious and most annoying absurdity of the dream lies in the treatment of the date 1851, which seems to me to be hardly distinguishable from 1856, as though a difference of 5 years would signify nothing whatever. But it is just this idea of the dream thoughts which requires expression. 4 or 5 years, that is the length of time which I enjoyed the support of the colleague mentioned at the outset, but it is also the time during which I kept my bride waiting before I married her, and, through a coincidence that is eagerly taken advantage of by the dream thoughts, it is also the time during which I am now keeping one of my best patients waiting for the completion of his cure. What are 5 years? Ask the dream thoughts. That is no time at all for me, that doesn't come into consideration. I have time enough ahead of me, and just as what you didn't want to believe came true at last, so I shall accomplish this also. Besides, the number 51, when separated from the number of the century, is determined in still another manner and in an opposite sense, for which reason it occurs in the dream again. 51 is an age at which a man seems particularly exposed to danger, at which I have seen many of my colleagues suddenly die, and among them one who had been appointed to a professorship a few days before, after he had been waiting a long time. Another absurd dream which plays with figures, runs as follows. One of my acquaintances, Mr. M, has been attacked in an essay by no less a person than Goethe, with justifiable vehemence, we all think. Mr. M has, of course, been crushed by this attack. He complains of it bitterly at a dinner party, but he says that his veneration for Goethe has not suffered from this personal experience. I try to find some explanation of the chronological relations, which seem improbable to me. Goethe died in 1832, since his attack upon M must of course have taken place earlier. Mr. M was at the time a very young man. It seems plausible to me that he was 18 years old. But I do not know exactly what year it is at present, and so the whole calculation lapses into obscurity. The attack, moreover, is contained in Goethe's well-known essay entitled Nature. We shall soon find means to justify the nonsense of this dream. Mr. M, with whom I became acquainted at a dinner party, had recently requested me to examine his brother, who showed signs of paralytic insanity. The conjecture was right. The painful thing about this visit was that the patient exposed his brother by alluding to his youthful pranks when there was no occasion in the conversation for his doing so. I had asked the patient to tell me the year of his birth, and had got him to make several small calculations in order to bring out the weakness of his memory, all of which tests he passed fairly well. I see now that I am acting like a paralytic in the dream. I do not know exactly what year it is at present. Other subject matter in the dream is drawn from another recent source. The editor of a medical journal, a friend of mine, had accepted for his paper a very unfavorable, a crushing, criticism of the last book of my friend F.L. of Berlin, the author of which was a very youthful reviewer, who was not very competent to pass judgment. I thought I had a right to interfere, and called the editor to account. He keenly regretted the acceptance of the criticism, but would not promise redress. Upon I broke off relations with the journal, and in my letter of resignation expressed the hope that our personal relations would not suffer from the incident. The third source of this dream is an account given by a female patient. It was fresh in my memory at the time of the mental disease of her brother, who had fallen into a frenzy, crying "Nature, nature." The physicians in attendance thought that the cry was derived from a reading of Goethe's beautiful essay, and that it pointed to overwork in the patient in the study of natural philosophy. I thought rather of the sexual sense in which even less cultured people with us use the word nature, and the fact that the unfortunate man later mutilated his genitals seemed to show that I was not far wrong. 18 years was the age of this patient at the time when the attack of frenzy occurred. If I add further that the book of my friend so severely criticized, it is a question whether the author is crazy or we are, had been the opinion of another critic, treats of the temporal relations of life and refers the duration of Goethe's life to the multiple of a number significant from the point of view of biology, it will readily be admitted that I am putting myself in the place of my friend in the dream. I try to find some explanation of the chronological relations. But I behave like a paralytic, and the dream revels in absurdity. This means, then, as the dream thoughts say ironically, "Of course he is the fool, the lunatic, and you are the man of genius who knows better." Perhaps, however, it is the other way around. Now, this other way around is explicitly represented in the dream, in that Goethe has attacked the young man, which is absurd, while it is perfectly possible even today for a young fellow to attack the immortal Goethe, and in that I figure from the year of Goethe's death, while I caused the paralytic to calculate from the year of his birth. But I have already promised to show that every dream is the result of egotistical motives. Accordingly, I must account for the fact that in this dream I make my friend's cause my own and put myself in his place. My rational conviction in waking thought is not adequate to do this. Now, the story of the 18-year-old patient and of the various interpretations of his cry, "Nature," alludes to my having brought myself into opposition to most physicians by claiming sexual etiology for the psychoneuroses. I may say to myself, the same kind of criticism your friend met with you will meet with too, and have already met with to some extent, and now I may replace the he in the dream thoughts by we. Yes, you are right, we too are the fools. That Mayor residential agitator is clearly shown by the mention of the short, incomparably beautiful essay of Goethe, for it was a public reading of this essay which induced me to study the natural science while I was still undecided in the graduating class of the gymnasium. 6. I am also bound to show of another dream in which my ego does not occur, that it is egotistic. On page 228 I mentioned a short dream in which Professor M says, "My son, the myopic," and I stated that this was only a preliminary dream to another one, in which I play a part. Here is the main dream, omitted above, which challenges us to explain its absurd and unintelligible word formation. On account of some happenings or other in the city of Rome, it is necessary for the children to flee, and this they do. The scene is then laid before a gate, a two-winged gate in antique style, the Porta Romana in Siena, as I know while I am still dreaming. I am sitting on the edge of a well, and am very sad, I almost weep. A feminine person, nun brings out the two boys and hands them over to their father, who is not myself. The elder of the two is distinctly my eldest son, and I do not see the face of the other. The woman who brings the boy asks him for a parting kiss. She is distinguished by a red nose. The boy denies her the kiss, but says to her, extending his hand to her in parting, "Auf Geseries," and to both of us, or to one of us, "Auf uns Eries." I have the idea that the latter indicates an advantage. This dream is built upon a tangle of thoughts induced by a play I saw at the theater, called Das Neue Ghetto, the New Ghetto. The Jewish question, anxiety about the future of my children who cannot be given a native country of their own, anxiety about bringing them up so that they may have the right of native citizens. All these features may easily be recognized in the accompanying dream thoughts. We sat by the waters of Babylon and wept. Siena, like Rome, is famous for its beautiful fountains. In the dream I must find a substitute of some kind for Rome, cf., in localities which are known to me. Near the Porta Romana of Siena we saw a large, brightly illuminated building, which we found to be the manicomio, the insane asylum. Shortly before the dream I had heard that a co-religionist had been forced to resign a position at a state asylum which he had secured with great effort. Our interest is aroused by the speech, "Auf Geseries," where we might expect, from the situation maintained throughout the dream, "Auf Wiedersehen," au revoir, and by its quite meaningless opposite, "Auf uns Eries." According to information I have received from Hebrew scholars, Geseries is a genuine Hebrew word derived from the verb goiser, and may best be rendered by ordained sufferings, fated disaster. From its use in the Jewish jargon one might think it signified wailing and lamentation. Uns Eries is a coinage of my own and first attracts my attention, but for the present it baffles me. The little observation at the end of the dream, that uns Eries indicates an advantage over Geseries, opens the way to the associations and to an explanation. The same relation holds good with caviar. The unsalted kind is more highly prized than the salted. Caviar to the general, noble passions, herein lies concealed a joking allusion to a member of my household, of whom I hope, for she is younger than I, that she will watch over the future of my children. This, too, agrees with the fact that another member of my household, our worthy nurse, is clearly indicated in the nurse, or nun, of the dream. But a connecting link is wanting between the pair, salted and unsalted, and Geseries uns Eries. This is to be found in soured and unsoured. In their flight or exodus out of Egypt, the children of Israel did not have time to allow their bread to be leavened, and in memory of the event to this day they eat unsoured bread at Easter time. Here I can also find room for the sudden notion which came to me in this part of the analysis. I remembered how we promenaded about the city of Breslau, which was strange to us, at the end of the Easter holidays, my friend from Berlin and I. A little girl asked me to tell her the way to a certain street. I had to tell her I did not know it, whereupon I remarked to my friend, "I hope that later on in life the little one will show more perspicacity in selecting the persons by whom she allows herself to be guided." Shortly afterwards a sign caught my eye, Dr. Herod, office hours. I said to myself, I hope this colleague does not happen to be a children's specialist. Meanwhile my friend had been developing his views on the biological significance of bilateral symmetry, and had begun a sentence as follows: if we had but one eye in the middle of our foreheads like Cyclops. This leads us to the speech of the professor in the preliminary dream, my son, the myopic. And now I have been led to the chief source for JENSE'S. Many years ago, when this son of Professor M, who is today an independent thinker, was still sitting on his school bench, he contracted a disease of the eye, which the doctor declared gave cause for anxiety. He was of the opinion that as long as it remained in one eye it would not matter, if, however, it should extend to the other eye, it would be serious. The disease healed in the one eye without leaving any bad effects. Shortly afterwards, however, its symptoms actually appeared in the other eye. The terrified mother of the boy immediately summoned the physician to the seclusion of her country resort. But he took another view of the matter. "What sort of JENSE'S is this you are making?" he said to his mother with impatience. "If one side got well, the other side will get well too." And so it turned out. And now as to the connection between this and myself and those dear to me. The school bench upon which the son of Professor M learned his first lessons has become the property of my eldest son. It was given to his mother, into whose lips I put the words of parting in the dream. One of the wishes that can be attached to this transference may now easily be guessed. This school bench is intended by its construction to guard the child from becoming short-sighted and one-sided. Hence, myopia, and behind the Cyclops, and the discussion about bilateralism. The concern about one-sidedness is of twofold signification. Along with the bodily one-sidedness, that of intellectual development may be referred to. Does it not seem as though the scene in the dream, with all its madness, were putting its negative on just this anxiety? After the child has said his word of parting on the one side, he calls out its opposite on the other side, as though in order to establish an equilibrium. He is acting, as it were, in obedience to bilateral symmetry. Thus the dream frequently has the profoundest meaning in places where it seems most absurd. In all ages those who had something to say and were unable to say it without danger to themselves gladly put on the cap and bells. The listener for whom the forbidden saying was intended was more likely to tolerate it if he was able to laugh at it, and to flatter himself with the comment that what he disliked was obviously something absurd. The dream proceeds in reality just as the prince does in the play who must counterfeit the fool, and hence the same thing may be said of the dream which Hamlet says of himself, substituting an unintelligible witticism for the real conditions: "I am but mad north-northwest, when the wind is southerly I know a hawk from a handsaw." Thus my solution of the problem of the absurdity of dreams is that the dream thoughts are never absurd, at least not those belonging to the dreams of sane persons, and that the dream activity produces absurd dreams and dreams with individual absurd elements if criticism, ridicule, and derision in the dream thoughts are to be represented by it in its manner of expression. My next concern is to show that the dream activity is primarily brought about by the cooperation of the three factors which have been mentioned, and of a fourth one which remains to be cited, that it accomplishes nothing short of a transposition of the dream thoughts, observing the three conditions which are prescribed for it, and that the question whether the mind operates in the dream with all its faculties, or only with a portion of them, is deprived of its cogency and is inapplicable to the actual circumstances. But since there are plenty of dreams in which judgments are passed, criticisms made, and facts recognized, in which astonishment at some single element of the dream appears, and arguments and explanations are attempted, I must meet the objections which may be inferred from these occurrences by the citation of selected examples. My answer is as follows: everything in the dream which occurs as an apparent exercise of the critical faculty is to be regarded, not as an intellectual accomplishment of the dream activity, but as belonging to the material of the dream thoughts, and it has found its way from them as a finished structure to the manifest dream content. I may go even further than this. Even the judgments which are passed upon the dream as it is remembered after awakening, and the feelings which are aroused by the reproduction of the dream, belong in good part to the latent dream content, and must be fitted into their place in the interpretation of the dream. A striking example of this I have already given. A female patient does not wish to relate her dream because it is too vague. She has seen a person in the dream, and does not know whether it is her husband or her father. Then follows a second dream fragment in which there occurs a manure can, which gives rise to the following reminiscence. As a young housewife, she once jokingly declared in the presence of a young relative who frequented the house that her next care would be to procure a new manure can. The next morning one was sent to her, but it was filled with lilies of the valley. This part of the dream served to represent the saying, "Not grown on your own manure." When we complete the analysis, we find that in the dream thoughts it is a matter of the after effects of a story heard in youth, to the effect that a girl had given birth to a child concerning whom it was not clear who was the real father. The dream representation here goes over into the waking thought, and allows one element of the dream thoughts to be represented by a judgment expressed in the waking state upon the whole dream. To a similar case, one of my patients has a dream which seems interesting to him, for he says to himself immediately after awakening, "I must tell that to the doctor." The dream is analyzed, and shows the most distinct allusion to an affair in which he had become involved during the treatment, and of which he had decided to tell me nothing. 3. Here is a third example from my own experience. I go to the hospital with P through a region in which houses and gardens occur. With this comes the idea that I have already seen this region in dreams several times. I do not know my way very well. P shows me a way which leads through a corner to a restaurant, a room, not a garden. Here I ask for Mrs. Doney, and I hear that she is living in the background in a little room with 3 children. I go there, and while on the way I meet an indistinct person with my 2 little girls, whom I take with me after I have stood with them for a while. A kind of reproach against my wife for having left them there. Upon awakening I feel great satisfaction, the cause for this being the fact that I am now going to learn from the analysis what is meant by the idea I have already dreamed of that. But the analysis of the dream teaches me nothing on the subject, it only shows me that the satisfaction belongs to the latent dream content, and not to my judgment upon the dream. It is satisfaction over the fact that I have had children by my marriage. P is a person in whose company I walked the path of life for a certain space, but who has since far outdistanced me socially and materially, whose marriage, however, has remained childless. The 2 occasions for the dream furnishing the proof of this may be found by means of complete analysis. On the previous day I had read in the paper the obituary notice of a certain Mrs. Dona A.Y., out of which I make Doney, who had died in childbirth. I was told by my wife that the dead woman had been nursed by the same midwife she herself had had at the birth of our 2 youngest boys. The name Dona had caught my attention, for I had recently found it for the first time in an English novel. The other occasion for the dream may be found in the date on which it was dreamed. It was on the night before the birthday of my eldest boy, who, it seems, is poetically gifted. For the same satisfaction remained with me after awakening from the absurd dream that my father, after his death, had played a political part among the Magyars, and it is motivated by a continuance of the feeling which accompanied the last sentence of the dream. I remember that on his deathbed he looked so much like Garibaldi, and I am glad that it has really come true. Here belongs a forgotten continuation. I can now supply from the analysis what belongs in this gap of the dream. It is the mention of my second boy, to whom I have given the first name of a great historical personage, who attracted me powerfully during my boyhood, especially during my stay in England. I had to wait for a year after making up my mind to use this name in case the expected child should be a son, and I greeted him with it in high satisfaction as soon as he was born. It is easy to see how the father's lust for greatness is transferred in his thoughts to his children. It will readily be believed that this is one of the ways in which the suppression of this lust which becomes necessary in life is brought about. The little fellow won a place in the text of this dream by virtue of the fact that the same accident quite pardonable in a child or a dying person of soiling his clothes had happened to him. With this may be compared the illusion Stellrichter, judge on the stool bench, i.e. presiding judge, and the wish of the dream, to stand before one's children great and pure. I am now called upon to find expressions of judgment which remain in the dream itself, and are not retained in or transferred to our waking thoughts, and I shall consider it a great relief if I may find examples in dreams, which have already been cited for other purposes. The dream about Gerda's attacking Mr. M seems to contain a considerable number of acts of judgment. I try to find some explanation of the chronological relations, which seem improbable to me. Does not this look like a critical impulse directed against the sensical idea that Gerda should have made a literary attack upon a young man of my acquaintance? It seems plausible to me that he was 18 years old. That sounds quite like the result of a dull-wit calculation, and I do not know exactly what year it is would be an example of uncertainty or doubt in the dream. But I know from analysis that these acts of judgment, which seem to have been performed in the dream for the first time, admit of a different construction in the light of which they become indispensable for interpreting the dream, and at the same time every absurdity is avoided. With the sentence, I try to find some explanation of the chronological relations, I put myself in the place of my friend who is actually trying to explain the chronological relations of life. The sentence then loses its significance as a judgment that objects to the nonsense of the previous sentences. The interposition, which seems improbable to me, belongs to the subsequent "it seems plausible to me." In about the same words I had answered the lady who told me the story of her brother's illness, "It seems improbable to me that the cry of nature, nature, had anything to do with Gerda, it appears much more plausible that it had the sexual significance which is known to you." To be sure, a judgment has been passed here, not, however, in the dream but in reality, on an occasion which is remembered and utilized by the dream thoughts. The dream content appropriates this judgment like any other fragment of the dream thoughts. The numeral 18, with which the judgment in the dream is meaninglessly connected, still preserves a trace of the context from which the real judgment was torn. Finally, I am not certain what year it is intended for nothing else than to carry out my identification with the paralytic, in the examination of whom this point of confirmation had actually been established. In the solution of these apparent acts of judgment, in the dream, it may be well to call attention to the rule of interpretation which says that the coherence which is fabricated in the dream between its constituent parts is to be disregarded as specious and unessential, and that every dream element must be taken by itself and traced to its source. The dream is a conglomeration, which is to be broken up into its elements for the purposes of investigation. But other circumstances call our attention to the fact that a psychic force is expressed in dreams which establishes this apparent coherence, that is to say, which subjects the material that is obtained by the dream activity to a secondary elaboration. We are here confronted with manifestations of this force, upon which we shall later fix our attention as being the fourth of the factors which take part in the formation of the dream. 6. I select other examples of critical activity in the dreams which have already been cited. In the absurd dream about the communication from the Common Council, I ask the question, "You married shortly after?" I figure that I was born in 1856, which appears to me as though following immediately. This quite takes the form of an inference. My father married shortly after his attack in the year 1851, I am the oldest son, born in 1856, this agrees perfectly. We know that this inference has been interpolated by the wish fulfillment, and that the sentence which dominates the dream thoughts is to the following effect: 4 or 5 years, that is no time at all, that need not enter the calculation. But every part of this chain of inferences is to be determined from the dream thoughts in a different manner, both as to its content and as to its form. It is the patient about whose endurance my colleague complains who intends to marry immediately after the close of the treatment. The manner in which I deal with my father in the dream recalls an inquest or examination, and with that the person of a university instructor who was in the habit of taking a complete list of credentials at the enrollment of his class. "You were born when?" "In 1856. Petra." Then the applicant gave the first name of his father with a Latin ending, and we students assumed that the Aulic counselor drew inferences from the first name of the father which the name of the enrolled student would not always have supplied. According to this, the drawing of inferences in the dream would be merely a repetition of the drawing of inferences which appears as part of the subject matter in the dream thoughts. From this we learn something new. If an inference occurs in the dream content, it invariably comes from the dream thoughts. It may be contained in these as a bit of remembered material, or it may serve as a logical connective in a series of dream thoughts. In any case, an inference in the dream represents an inference in the dream thoughts. The analysis of this dream should be continued here. With the inquest of the professor there is connected the recollection of an index, published in Latin during my time, of the university students, also of my course of studies. The 5 years provided for the study of medicine were as usual not enough for me. I worked along unconcernedly in the succeeding years. In the circle of my acquaintances I was considered a loafer, and there was doubt as to whether I would get through. Then all at once I decided to take my examinations, and I got through, in spite of the postponement. This is a new confirmation of the dream thoughts, which I defiantly hold up to my critics, even though you are unwilling to believe it. Because I take my time, I shall reach a conclusion, German Schluss, meaning either end or conclusion, inference. It has often happened that way. In its introductory portion this dream contains several sentences which cannot well be denied the character of an argumentation. And this argumentation is not at all absurd, it might just as well belong to waking thought. In the dream I make sport of the communication of the Common Council, for in the first place I was not yet in the world in 1851, and in the second place, my father, to whom it might refer, is already dead. Both are not only correct in themselves, but coincide completely with the arguments that I should use in case I should receive a communication of the sort mentioned. We know from our previous analysis that this dream has sprung from deeply embittered and scornful dream thoughts. If we may assume further that the motive for censorship is a very strong one, we shall understand that the dream activity has every reason to create a flawless refutation of a baseless insinuation according to the model contained in the dream thoughts. But analysis shows that in this case the dream activity has not had the task of making a free copy, but it has been required to use subject matter from the dream thoughts for its purpose. It is as if in an algebraic equation there occurred plus and minus signs, signs of powers and of roots, besides the figures, and as if someone, in copying this equation without understanding it, should take over into his copy the signs of operation as well as the figures, and fail to distinguish between the two kinds. The two arguments may be traced to the following material. It is painful for me to think that many of the assumptions upon which I base my solution of psychoneuroses, as soon as they have become known, will arouse skepticism and ridicule. Thus I must maintain that impressions from the second year of life, or even from the first, leave a lasting trace upon the temperament of persons who later become diseased, and that these impressions greatly distorted, it is true, and exaggerated by memory are capable of furnishing the original and fundamental basis of hysterical symptoms. Patients to whom I explain this in its proper place are in the habit of making a parody upon the explanation by declaring themselves willing to look for reminiscences of the period when they were not yet alive. It would quite accord with my expectation, if enlightenment on the subject of the unsuspected part played by the father in the earliest sexual impulses of feminine patients should get a similar reception. Cf. the discussion on. And, nevertheless, both positions are correct according to my well-founded conviction. In confirmation I recall certain examples in which the death of the father happened when the child was very young, and later events, otherwise inexplicable, proved that the child had unconsciously preserved recollections of the persons who had so early gone out of its life. I know that both of my assertions are based upon inferences the validity of which will be attacked. If the subject matter of these very inferences, which I fear will be contested, is used by the dream activity for setting up incontestable inferences, this is a performance of the wish fulfillment. 7. In a dream which I have hitherto only touched upon, astonishment at the subject to be broached is distinctly expressed at the outset. The elder broach must have given me some task or other. Strangely enough it relates to the preparation of my own lower body, pelvis, and legs, which I see before me as though in the dissecting room, but without feeling my lack of body and without a trace of horror. Louise N. is standing near, and doing her work next to me. The pelvis is eviscerated, now the upper, now the lower view of the same is seen, and the two views mingle. Thick fleshy red lumps, which even in the dream make me think of hemorrhoids, are to be seen. Also something had to be carefully picked out, which lay over these and which looked like crumpled tin foil. Then I was again in possession of my legs and made a journey through the city, but took a wagon, owing to my fatigue. To my astonishment the wagon drove into a house door, which opened and allowed it to pass into a passage that was snapped off at the end, and finally led further on into the open. At last I wandered through changing landscapes with an alpine guide, who carried my things. He carried me for some way, out of consideration for my tired legs. The ground was muddy, and we went along the edge. People sat on the ground, a girl among them, like Indians or gypsies. Previously I had moved myself along on the slippery ground, with constant astonishment that I was so well able to do it after the preparation. At last we came to a small wooden house which ended in an open window. Here the guide set me down, and laid 2 wooden boards which stood in readiness on the window sill, in order that in this way the chasm might be bridged which had to be crossed in order to get to the window. Now, I grew really frightened about my legs. Instead of the expected crossing, I saw 2 grown-up men lying upon wooden benches which were on the walls of the hut, and something like 2 sleeping children next to them. It seems as though not the boards but the children were intended to make possible the crossing. I awakened with frightened thoughts. Anyone who has formed a proper idea of the abundance of dream condensation will easily be able to imagine how great a number of pages the detailed analysis of this dream must fill. Luckily for the context, I shall take from it merely the one example of astonishment, in the dream, which makes its appearance in the parenthetical remark, strangely enough. Let us take up the occasion of the dream. It is a visit of this lady, Louise N., who assists at the work in the dream. She says, "Lend me something to read." I offer her She, by Rider Haggard. A strange book, but full of hidden sense. I try to explain to her, the eternal feminine, the immortality of our emotions. Here she interrupts me, "I know that book already. Haven't you something of your own?" "No, my own immortal works are still unwritten." "Well, when are you going to publish your so-called latest revelations which you promised us would be good reading?" she asks somewhat sarcastically. I now perceive that she is a mouthpiece for someone else, and I become silent. I think of the effort it costs me to publish even my work on the dream, in which I have to surrender so much of my own intimate character. The best that you know you can't tell to the children. The preparation of my own body, which I am ordered to make in the dream, is thus the self-analysis necessitated in the communication of my dreams. The elder Brueck very properly finds a place here. In these first years of my scientific work it happened that I neglected a discovery, until his energetic commands forced me to publish it. But the other trains of thought which start from my conversation with Louise and go too deep to become conscious, they are sidetracked by way of the related material which has been awakened in me by the mention of Rider Haggard's She. The comment strangely enough goes with this book, and with another by the same author, The Heart of the World, and numerous elements of the dream are taken from these 2 fantastic novels. The muddy ground over which the dreamer is carried, the chasm which must be crossed by means of the boards that have been brought along, come from She, the Indians, the girl, and the wooden house, from the heart of the world. In both novels a woman is the leader, both treat of dangerous wanderings. She has to do with an adventurous journey to the undiscovered country, a place almost untrodden by foot of man. According to a note which I find in my record of the dream, the fatigue in my legs was a real sensation of those days. Doubtless in correspondence with this came a tired frame of mind and the doubting question, how much further will my legs carry me? The adventure in She ends with the woman leaders meeting her death in the mysterious fire at the center of the earth, instead of attaining immortality for herself and others. A fear of this sort has unmistakably arisen in the dream thoughts. The wooden house, also, is surely the coffin, that is, the grave. But the dream activity has performed its masterpiece in representing this most unwished for of all thoughts by means of a wish fulfillment. I have already once been in a grave, but it was an empty Etruscan grave near Orvieto, a narrow chamber with 2 stone benches on the walls, upon which the skeletons of 2 grown-up persons had been laid. The interior of the wooden house in the dream looks exactly like this, except that wood has been substituted for stone. The dream seems to say, if you must so soon lie in your grave, let it be this Etruscan grave, and by means of this interpolation it transforms the saddest expectation into one that is really to be desired. As we shall learn, it is, unfortunately, only the idea accompanying an emotion which the dream can change into its opposite, not usually the emotion itself. Thus I awake with frightened thoughts, even after the dream has been forced to represent my idea that perhaps the children will attain what has been denied to the father, a fresh allusion to the strange novel in which the identity of a person is preserved through a series of generations covering 2,000 years. 8. In the context of another dream there is a similar expression of astonishment at what is experienced in the dream. This, however, is connected with a striking and skillfully contrived attempt at explanation which might well be called a stroke of genius, so that I should have to analyze the whole dream merely for the sake of it, even if the dream did not possess two other features of interest. I am traveling during the night between the 18th and the 19th of July on the Southern Railway, and in my sleep I hear someone call out, "Hawthorne, 10 minutes." I immediately think of Holothurian, of a museum of natural history, that here is a place where brave men have vainly resisted the domination of their overlord. Yes, the Counter-Reformation in Austria. As though it were a place in Styria or the Tyrol. Now I distinctly see a little museum in which the remains or the possessions of these men are preserved. I wish to get off, but I hesitate to do so. Women with fruit are standing on the platform, they crouch on the floor, and in that position hold out their baskets in an inviting manner. I hesitate, in doubt whether we still have time, but we are still standing. I am suddenly in another compartment in which the leather and the seats are so narrow that one's back directly touches the backrest. I am surprised at this, but I may have changed cars while asleep. Several people, among them an English brother and sister, a row of books distinctly on a shelf on the wall. I see The Wealth of Nations, Then Matter and Motion, by Maxwell. The books are thick and bound in brown linen. The man asks his sister for a book by Schiller, and whether she has forgotten it. These are books which first seem mine, then seem to belong to the brother and sister. At this point I wish to join in the conversation in order to confirm and support what is being said. I awaken sweating all over my body, because all the windows are shut. The train stops at Marburg. While writing down the dream, a part of it occurs to me which my memory wished to omit. I say to the brother and sister about a certain work, it is from, but I correct myself, it is by. The man remarks to his sister, he said it correctly. The dream begins with the name of a station, which probably must have partially awakened me. For this name, which was Marburg, I substituted Hawthorne. The fact that I heard Marburg when it was first called, or perhaps when it was called a second time, is proved by the mention in the dream of Schiller, who was born in Marburg, though not in the one in Styria. Now this time, although I was traveling first class, it was under very disagreeable circumstances. The train was overcrowded. I had met a gentleman and lady in my compartment who seemed persons of quality, but who did not have the good breeding or who did not think it worth while to conceal their displeasure at my intrusion. My polite salutation was not answered, and although the man and the woman sat next each other, with their backs in the direction in which we were riding, the woman made haste to preempt the place opposite her and next the window with her umbrella. The door was immediately closed and demonstrative remarks about the opening of windows were exchanged. Probably I was quickly recognized as a person hungry for fresh air. It was a hot night, and the air in the compartment, thus shut on all sides, was almost suffocating. My experience as a traveler leads me to believe that such inconsiderate, obtrusive conduct marks people who have only partly paid for their tickets, or not at all. When the conductor came, and I presented my dearly bought ticket, the lady called out ungraciously, and as though threateningly, "My husband has a pass." She was a stately figure with sour features, in age not far from the time set for the decay of feminine beauty. The man did not get a chance to say anything at all, and sat there motionless. I tried to sleep. In the dream I take terrible revenge on my disagreeable traveling companions. No one would suspect what insults and humiliations are concealed behind the disjointed fragments of the first half of the dream. After this desire has been satisfied, the second wish, to exchange my compartment for another, makes itself evident. The dream makes changes of scene so often, and without raising the least objection to such changes, that it would not have been in the least remarkable if I had immediately replaced my traveling companions by more pleasant ones for my recollection. But this was one of the cases where something or other objected to the change of scene and considered explanation of the change necessary. How did I suddenly get into another compartment? I surely could not remember having changed cars. So there was only one explanation: I must have left the carriage while asleep, a rare occurrence, examples for which, however, are furnished by the experience of the neuropathologist. We know of persons who undertake railroad journeys in a crepuscular state without betraying their abnormal condition by any sign, until some station on the journey they completely recover consciousness, and are then surprised at the gap in their memory. Thus, while I am still dreaming, I declare my own case to be such a one of automatisme ambulatoire. Analysis permits another solution. The attempt at explanation, which so astounds me if I am to attribute it to the dream activity, is not original, but is copied from the neurosis of one of my patients. I have already spoken on another page of a highly cultured and, in conduct, kind-hearted man, who began, shortly after the death of his parents, to accuse himself of murderous inclinations, and who suffered because of the precautionary measures he had to take to ensure himself against these inclinations. At first, walking along the street was made painful for him by the compulsion impelling him to demand an accounting of all the persons he met as to whither they had vanished. If one of them suddenly withdrew from his pursuing glance, there remained a painful feeling and a thought of the possibility that he might have put the man out of the way. This compulsive idea concealed, among other things, a keen fancy, for all men are brothers. Owing to the impossibility of accomplishing his task, he gave up taking walks and spent his life imprisoned within his four walls. But news of murderous acts which have been committed outside constantly reached his room through the papers, and his conscience in the form of a doubt kept accusing him of being the murderer. The certainty of not having left his dwelling for weeks protected him against these accusations for a time, until one day there dawned upon him the possibility that he might have left his house while in an unconscious condition, and might thus have committed the murder without knowing anything about it. From that time on he locked his house door, and handed the key over to his old housekeeper, and strictly forbade her to give it into his hands even if he demanded it. This, then, is the origin of the attempted explanation, that I may have changed carriages while in an unconscious condition. It has been transferred from the material of the dream thoughts to the dream in a finished state, and is obviously intended to identify me with the person of that patient. My memory of him was awakened by an easy association. I had made my last night journey with this man a few weeks before. He was cured, and was escorting me into the country, to his relatives who were summoning me. As we had a compartment to ourselves, we left all the windows open through the night, and, as long as I had remained awake, we had a delightful conversation. I knew that hostile impulses towards his father from the time of his childhood, in connection with sexual material, had been at the root of his illness. By identifying myself with him, I wanted to make an analogous confession to myself. The second scene of the dream really resolves itself into a wanton fancy to the effect that my two elderly traveling companions had acted so uncivilly towards me for the reason that my arrival prevented them from exchanging love tokens during the night as they had intended. This fancy, however, goes back to an early childhood scene in which, probably impelled by sexual inquisitiveness, I intruded upon the bedroom of my parents, and was driven from it by my father's emphatic command. I consider it superfluous to multiply further examples. All of them would confirm what we have learned from those which have been already cited, namely, that an act of judgment in the dream is nothing but the repetition of a prototype which it has in the dream thoughts. In most cases it is an inappropriate repetition introduced in an unfitting connection. Occasionally, however, as in our last example, it is so artfully disposed that it may give the impression of being an independent thought activity in the dream. At this point we might turn our attention to that psychic activity which indeed does not seem to cooperate regularly in the formation of dreams, but whose effort it is, wherever it does cooperate, to fuse together those dream elements that are incongruent on account of their origins in an uncontradictory and intelligible manner. We consider it best, however, first to take up the expressions of emotion which appear in the dream, and to compare them with the emotions which analysis reveals to us in the dream thoughts. G. The affects in the dream. A profound remark of Streaker's has called our attention to the fact that the expressions of emotion in the dream do not permit of being disposed of in the sliding manner in which we are accustomed to shake off the dream itself, after we have awakened. If I am afraid of robbers in the dream, the robbers, to be sure, are imaginary, but the fear of them is real, and the same is true if I am glad in the dream. According to the testimony of our feelings, the emotion experienced in the dream is in no way less valid than one of like intensity experienced in waking life, and the dream makes its claim to be taken up as a part of our real mental experiences, more energetically on account of its emotional content than on account of its ideal content. We do not succeed in accomplishing this separation in waking life, because we do not know how to estimate an emotion psychically except in connection with the presentation content. If in kind or in intensity an affect and an idea are incongruous, our waking judgment becomes confused. The fact that in dreams the presentation content does not entail the effective influence which we should expect as necessary in waking thought has always caused astonishment. Strumpel was of the opinion that ideas in the dream are stripped of their psychic values. But neither does the dream lack opposite instances, where the expression of intense affect appears in a content, which seems to offer no occasion for its development. I am in a horrible, dangerous, or disgusting situation in the dream, but I feel nothing of fear or aversion. On the other hand, I am sometimes terrified at harmless things and glad at childish ones. This enigma of the dream disappears more suddenly and more completely than perhaps any other of the dream problems, if we pass from the manifest to the latent content. We shall then no longer be concerned to explain it, for it will no longer exist. Analysis teaches us that presentation contents have undergone displacements and substitutions, while affects have remained unchanged. No wonder, then, that the presentation content which has been altered by dream disfigurement no longer fits the affect that has remained intact, but there is no cause for wonder either after analysis has put the correct content in its former place. In a psychic complex which has been subjected to the influence of the resisting censor, the affects are the unyielding constituent, which alone is capable of guiding us to a correct supplementation. This state of affairs is revealed in psychoneuroses even more distinctly than in the dream. Here the affect is always in the right, at least as far as its quality goes. Its intensity may even be increased by means of a displacement of neurotic attention. If a hysteric is surprised that he is so very afraid of a trifle, or if the patient with compulsive ideas is astonished that he develops such painful self-reproach out of a nonentity, both of them err in that they regard the presentation content, the trifle or the nonentity, as the essential thing, and they defend themselves in vain because they make this presentation content the starting point in their thought. Psychoanalysis, however, shows them the right way by recognizing that, on the contrary, the affect is justified, and by searching for the presentation which belongs to it and which has been suppressed by means of replacement. The assumption is here made that the development of affect and the presentation content do not constitute such an indissoluble organic union as we are accustomed to think, but that the two parts may be, so to speak, soldered together in such a way that they may be detached from one another by means of analysis. Dream interpretation shows that this is actually the case. I give first an example in which analysis explains the apparent absence of affect in a presentation content which ought to force a development of emotion. The dreamer sees 3 lions in a desert, one of which is laughing, but she is not afraid of them. Then, however, she must have fled from them, for she is trying to climb a tree, but she finds that her cousin, who is a teacher of French, is already up in the tree, and see. The analysis gives us the following material for this dream. A sentence in the dreamer's English lesson had become the indifferent occasion for it. The lion's greatest beauty is his mane. Her father wore a beard which surrounded his face like a mane. The name of her English teacher was Miss Lyons. An acquaintance of hers had sent her the ballads of Loie, German, Loie Lion. These, then, are the three lions. Why should she have been afraid of them? She has read a story in which a Negro who has incited his fellows to revolt is hunted with bloodhounds and climbs a tree to save himself. Then follow fragments in wanton mood, like the following. Directions for catching lions from Die Fliegende Blätter: take a desert and strain it, the lions will remain. Also a very amusing, but not very proper anecdote about an official who is asked why he does not take greater pains to win the favor of his superior officer, and who answers that he has been trying to insinuate himself, but that the man ahead of him is already up. The whole matter becomes intelligible as soon as one learns that on the day of the dream the lady had received a visit from her husband's superior. He was very polite to her, kissed her hand, and she was not afraid of him at all, although he is a big bug, German grosses Tier equals big animal, and plays the part of a social lion in the capital of her country. This lion is, therefore, like the lion in the Midsummer Night's Dream, who unmasks as Snug, the joiner, and of such stuff are all dream lions made when one is not afraid. 2. As my second example, I cite the dream of the girl who saw her sister's little son lying dead in a coffin, but who, I may now add, felt no pain or sorrow thereat. We know from analysis why not. The dream only concealed her wish to see the man she loved again. The affect must be attuned to the wish, and not to its concealment. There was no occasion for sorrow at all. In a number of dreams the emotion at least remains connected with that presentation content which has replaced the one really belonging to it. In others the breaking up of the complex is carried further. The affect seems to be entirely separated from the idea belonging to it, and finds a place somewhere else in the dream where it fits into the new arrangement of the dream elements. This is similar to what we have learned of acts of judgment of the dream. If there is a significant inference in the dream thoughts, the dream also contains one, but in the dream the inference may be shifted to entirely different material. Not infrequently this shifting takes place according to the principle of antithesis. I illustrate the latter possibility by the following dream, which I have subjected to the most exhaustive analysis. 3. A castle by the sea. Afterwards it lies not directly on the sea, but on a narrow canal that leads to the sea. A certain Mr. P is the governor of it. I stand with him in a large salon with 3 windows, in front of which rise the projections of a wall, like battlements of a fort. I belong to the garrison, perhaps as a volunteer marine officer. We fear the arrival of hostile warships, for we are in a state of war. Mr. P has the intention of leaving. He gives me instructions as to what must be done in case the dreaded event happens. His sick wife is in the threatened castle with her children. As soon as the bombardment begins the large hall should be cleared. He breathes heavily, and tries to get away. I hold him back, and ask him in what way I should send him news in case of need. He says something else, and then all at once falls over dead. I have probably taxed him unnecessarily with my questions. After his death, which makes no further impression upon me, I think whether the widow is to remain in the castle, whether I should give notice of the death to the commander-in-chief, and whether I should take over the direction of the castle as the next in command. I now stand at the window, and muster the ships as they pass by. They are merchantmen that dart past upon the dark water, several of them with more than one smokestack, others with bulging decks, that are quite similar to the railway stations in the preliminary dream which has not been told. Then my brother stands next to me, and both of us look out of the window onto the canal. At the sight of a ship we are frightened, and call out, "Here comes the warship." It turns out, however, that it is only the same ships which I have already known that are returning. Now comes a little ship, strangely cut off, so that it ends in the middle of its breadth. Curious things like cups or salt cellars are seen on the deck. We call as though with one voice, "That is the breakfast ship." The rapid motion of the ships, the deep blue of the water, the brown smoke of the funnels, all this together makes a highly tense, somber impression. The localities in this dream are put together from several journeys to the Adriatic Sea, Myra Mare, Duino, Venice, Aquilegia. A short but enjoyable Easter trip to Aquilegia with my brother, a few weeks before the dream, was still fresh in my memory. Besides, the naval war between America and Spain, and the worry connected with it about my relatives living in America, play a part. Manifestations of emotion appear at two places in this dream. In one place an emotion that would be expected is lacking. It is expressly emphasized that the death of the governor makes no impression upon me. At another point, where I see the warships, I am frightened, and experience all the sensations of fright while I sleep. The distribution of affects in this well-constructed dream has been made in such a way that every obvious contradiction is avoided. For there is no reason why I should be frightened at the governor's death, and it is fitting that as the commander of the castle I should be alarmed by the sight of the warship. Now analysis shows that Mr. P is nothing but a substitute for my own ego. In the dream I am his substitute. I am the governor who suddenly dies. The dream thoughts deal with the future of those dear to me after my premature death. No other disagreeable thought is to be found among the dream thoughts. The fright which is attached to the sight of the warship must be transferred from it to this disagreeable thought. Inversely, the analysis shows that the region of the dream thoughts from which the warship comes is filled with most joyous reminiscences. It was at Venice a year before, one charmingly beautiful day, that we stood at the windows of our room on the Riva Schiavoni and looked upon the blue lagoon, in which more activity could be seen that day than usually. English ships were being expected, they were to be festively received, and suddenly my wife called out, happy as a child, "There come the English warships." In the dream I am frightened at the very same words. We see again that speeches in the dream originate from speeches in life. I shall soon show that even the element English in this speech has not been lost for the dream activity. I thus convert joy into fright on the way from the dream thoughts to the dream content, and I need only intimate that by means of this very transformation I give expression to a part of the latent dream content. The example shows, however, that the dream activity is at liberty to detach the occasion for an affect from its context in the dream thoughts, and to insert it at any other place it chooses in the dream content. I seize the opportunity which is incidentally offered, of subjecting to closer analysis the breakfast ship, whose appearance in the dream so nonsensically concludes a situation that has been rationally adhered to. If I take a closer view of this object in the dream, I am now struck by the fact that it was black, and that on account of its being cut off at its greatest breadth it closely resembled, at the end where it was cut off, an object which had aroused our interest in the museums of the Etruscan cities. This object was a rectangular cup of black clay with two handles, upon which stood things like coffee cups, or tea cups, very similar to our modern breakfast table service. Upon inquiring, we learned that this was the toilet set of an Etruscan lady, with little boxes for rouge and powder, and we said jokingly to each other that it would not be a bad idea to take a thing like that home to the lady of the house. The dream object, therefore, signifies black toilet, German, toilette dress, mourning, and has direct reference to a death. The other end of the dream object reminds us of the boat, German, Niken, from the root nu chi upsilon, as a philological friend has told me, upon which corpses were laid in prehistoric times and were left to be buried by the sea. With this circumstance is connected the reason for the return of the ships in the dream. Quietly the old man on his rescued boat drifts into the harbor. It is the return voyage after the shipwreck, German, Schiffbruch, shipbreaking, i.e. shipwreck. The breakfast ship looks as though it were broken off in the middle. But whence comes the name breakfast ship? Here is where the English comes in, which we have left over from the warships. Breakfast, a breaking of the fast. Breaking again belongs to shipwreck, Schiffbruch, and fasting is connected with the morning dress. The only thing about this breakfast ship, which has been newly created by the dream, is its name. The thing has existed in reality, and recalls to me the merriest hours of my last journey. As we distrusted the fare in Aquilegia, we took some food with us from Goertz, and bought a bottle of excellent Istrian wine in Aquilegia, and while the little mail steamer slowly traveled through the Canal del Mi and into the lonely stretch of lagoon towards Grado, we took our breakfast on deck. We were the only passengers, and it tasted to us as few breakfasts have ever tasted. This, then, was the breakfast ship, and it is behind this very recollection of great enjoyment that the dream hides the saddest thoughts about an unknown and ominous future. The detachment of emotions from the groups of ideas which have been responsible for their development is the most striking thing that happens to them in the course of dream formation, but it is neither the only nor even the most essential change which they undergo on the way from the dream thoughts to the manifest dream. If the affects in the dream thoughts are compared with those in the dream, it at once becomes clear that wherever there is an emotion in the dream, this is also to be found in the dream thoughts. The converse, however, is not true. In general, the dream is less rich in affects than the psychic material from which it is elaborated. As soon as I have reconstructed the dream thoughts, I see that the most intense psychic impulses are regularly striving in them for self-assertion, usually in conflict with others that are sharply opposed to them. If I turn back to the dream, I often find it colorless and without any of the more intense strains of feeling. Not only the content, but also the affective tone of my thoughts has been brought by the dream activity to the level of the indifferent. I might say that a suppression of the affects has taken place. Take, for example, the dream of the botanical monograph. It answers to a passionate plea for my freedom to act as I am acting and to arrange my life as seems right to me and to me alone. The dream which results from it sounds indifferent. I have written a monograph, it is lying before me, it is fitted with colored plates, and dried plants are to be found with each copy. It is like the peacefulness of a battlefield, there is no trace left of the tumult of battle. It may also turn out differently. Vivid affective expressions may make their appearance in the dream, but we shall first dwell upon the unquestionable fact that many dreams appear indifferent, while it is never possible to go deeply into the dream thoughts without deep emotion. A complete theoretical explanation of this suppression of emotions in the course of the dream activity cannot be given here. It would require a most careful investigation of the theory of the emotions and of the mechanism of suppression. I shall find a place here for two thoughts only. I am forced on other grounds to conceive the development of affects as a centrifugal process directed towards the interior of the body, analogous to the processes of motor and secretory innervation. Just as in the sleeping condition the omission of motor impulses towards the outside world seems to be suspended, so a centrifugal excitement of emotions through unconscious thought may be made more difficult during sleep. Thus the affective impulses aroused during the discharge of the dream thoughts would themselves be weak excitements, and therefore those getting into the dream would not be stronger. According to this line of argument, the suppression of the affects would not be a result of the dream activity at all, but a result of the sleeping condition. This may be so, but this cannot possibly be all. We must also remember that all the more complex dreams have shown themselves to be a compromised result from the conflict of psychic forces. On the one hand, the thoughts that constitute the wish must fight the opposition of a censorship. On the other hand, we have often seen how, even in unconscious thinking, each train of thought is harnessed to its contradictory opposite. Since all of these trains of thought are capable of emotion, we shall hardly make a mistake, broadly speaking, if we regard the suppression of emotion as the result of the restraint which the contrasts impose upon one another and which the censor imposes upon the tendencies which it has suppressed. The restraint of affects would accordingly be the second result of the dream censor, as the disfigurement of the dream was the first. I shall insert an example of a dream in which the indifferent affective tone of the dream content may be explained by a contrast in the dream thoughts. I have the following short dream to relate, which every reader will read with disgust. For a bit of rising ground, and on it something like a toilet in the open, a very long bench, at the end of which is a large toilet aperture. All of the back edge is thickly covered with little heaps of excrement of all sizes and degrees of freshness. A shrub behind the bench. I urinate upon the bench, a long stream of urine rinses everything clean, the patches of excrement easily come off and fall into the opening. It seems as though something remained at the end nevertheless. Why did I experience no disgust in this dream? Because, as the analysis shows, the most pleasant and satisfying thoughts have cooperated in the formation of this dream. Upon analyzing it, I immediately think of the Augean stables cleansed by Hercules. I am this Hercules. The rising ground and the shrub belong to Aussy, where my children are now staying. I have discovered the infantile etiology of the neuroses and have thus guarded my own children from becoming ill. The bench, omitting the aperture, of course, is the faithful copy of a piece of furniture which an affectionate female patient has made me a present of. This recalls how my patients honor me. Even the Museum of Human Excrement is susceptible of less disagreeable interpretation. However much I am disgusted with it, it is a souvenir of the beautiful land of Italy, where in little cities, as everyone knows, water closets are not equipped in any other way. The stream of urine that washes everything clean is an unmistakable allusion to greatness. It is in this manner that Gulliver extinguishes the great fire in Lilliput. To be sure, he thereby incurs the displeasure of the tiniest of queens. In this way, too, Gargantua, the Superman in Master Rabelais, takes vengeance upon the Parisians, straddling Notre Dame and training his stream of urine upon the city. Only yesterday I was turning over the leaves of Garney's illustrations of Rabelais before I went to bed. And, strangely enough, this is another proof that I am the Superman. The platform of Notre Dame was my favorite nook in Paris. Every free afternoon I was accustomed to go up into the towers of the church and climb about among the monsters and devil masks there. The circumstances that all the excrement vanishes so rapidly before the stream correspond to the motto, Affluvat et dissipati sunt, which I shall some day make the title of a chapter on the therapeutics of hysteria. And now as to the occasion giving rise to the dream. It had been a hot afternoon in summer. In the evening I had given a lecture on the relation between hysteria and the perversions, and everything which I had to say displeased me thoroughly, appeared to me stripped of all value. I was tired, found no trace of pleasure in my difficult task, and longed to get away from this rummaging in human filth, to see my children and then the beauties of Italy. In this mood I went from the auditorium to a café, to find some modest refreshment in the open air, for my appetite had left me. But one of my audience went with me. He begged for permission to sit with me while I drank my coffee and gulped down my roll, and began to say flattering things to me. He told me how much he had learned from me, and that he now looked at everything through different eyes, that I had cleansed the Augean stables, i.e. the theory of the neuroses, of its errors and prejudices, in short, that I was a very great man. My mood was ill-suited to his song of praise. I struggled with disgust, and went home earlier in order to extricate myself. Before I went to sleep I turned over the leaves of Rabelais, and read a short story by C.F. Meyer entitled Die Leiden eines Knaben, The Hardships of a Boy. The dream had been drawn from these materials, and the novel by Meyer added the recollection of childish scenes, cf. the dream about Count Thun, last seen. The mood of the day, characterized by disgust and annoyance, is continued in the dream in the sense that it is permitted to furnish nearly the entire material for the dream content. But during the night the opposite mood of vigorous and even exaggerated self-assertion was awakened, and dissipated the earlier mood. The dream had to take such a form as to accommodate the expression of self-depreciation and exaggerated self-assertion in the same material. This compromise formation resulted in an ambiguous dream content, but likewise in an indifferent strain of feeling owing to the restraint of the contrasts upon each other. According to the theory of wish fulfillment, this dream could not have happened had not the suppressed, but at the same time pleasurable, train of thought concerning personal aggrandizement been coupled with the opposing thoughts of disgust. For disagreeable things are not intended to be represented by the dream. Painful thoughts that have occurred during the day can force their way into the dream only if they lend a cloak to the wish fulfillment. The dream activity can dispose of the affects in the dream thoughts in still another way, besides admitting them or reducing them to zero. It can change them into their opposite. We have already become acquainted with the rule of interpretation that every element of the dream may be interpreted by its opposite, as well as by itself. One can never tell at the outset whether to set down the one or the other, only the connection can decide this point. A suspicion of this state of affairs has evidently got into popular consciousness. Dream books very often proceed according to the principle of contraries in their interpretation. Such transformation into opposites is made possible by the intimate concatenation of associations, which in our thoughts finds the idea of a thing in that of its opposite. Like every other displacement, this serves the purposes of the censor, but it is also often the work of the wish fulfillment, for wish fulfillment consists precisely in the substitution of an unwelcome thing by its opposite. The emotions of the dream thoughts may appear in the dream transformed into their opposites just as well as the ideas, and it is probable that this inversion of emotions is usually brought about by the dream censor. The suppression and inversion of affects are useful in social life, as the current analogy for the dream censor has shown us above all, for purposes of dissimulation. If I converse with a person to whom I must show consideration while I am saying unpleasant things to him, it is almost more important that I should conceal the expression of my emotion from him, than that I modify the wording of my thoughts. If I speak to him in polite words, but accompany them by looks or gestures of hatred and disdain, the effect which I produce upon this person is not very different from what it would have been if I had recklessly thrown my contempt into his face. Above all, then, the censor bids me suppress my emotions, and if I am master of the art of dissimulation, I can hypocritically show the opposite emotion, smiling where I should like to be angry, and pretending affection where I should like to destroy. We already know of an excellent example of such an inversion of emotion for the purposes of the dream censor. In the dream about my uncle's beard I feel great affection for my friend R, at the same time that, and because, the dream thoughts berate him as a simpleton. We have drawn our first proof for the existence of the censor from this example of the inversion of emotions. Nor is it necessary here to assume that the dream activity creates a counter-emotion of this kind out of nothing. It usually finds it lying ready in the material of the dream thoughts, and intensifies it solely with the psychic force of the resisting impulse until a point is reached where the emotion can be won over for the formation of the dream. In the dream of my uncle, just mentioned, the affectionate counter-emotion has probably originated from an infantile source, as the continuation of the dream would suggest, for the relation between uncle and nephew has become the source of all my friendships and hatreds, owing to the peculiar nature of my childish experiences. Cf. Analysis on. There is a class of dreams deserving the designation hypocritical, which puts the theory of wish fulfillment to a severe test. My attention was called to them when Mrs. Dr. M. Hilferding brought up for discussion in the Vienna Psychoanalytic Society the dream reported by Rosgetter, which is reprinted below. In Waldheimat, Volume 11, Rosgetter writes as follows in his story, Fremd gemacht. I have usually enjoyed healthful sleep, but I have lost the rest of many a night. With my modest existence as a student and literary man, I have for long years dragged along with me the shadow of a veritable tailor's life, like a ghost from which I could not become separated. I cannot say that I have occupied myself so often and so vividly with thoughts of my past during the day. And a sailor of heaven and earth arising from the skin of the Philistine has other things to think about. Nor did I, as a dashing young fellow, think about my nocturnal dreams, only later, when I got into the habit of thinking about everything, or when the Philistine within me again asserted itself, it struck me that whenever I dreamed I was always the journeyman tailor, and was always working in my master's shop for long hours without any remuneration. As I sat there and sewed and pressed, I was quite aware that I no longer belonged there, and that as a burgess of a town I had other things to attend to, but I was forever having vacations, and going out into the country, and it was then that I sat near my boss and assisted him. I often felt badly, and regretted the loss of time which I might spend for better and more useful purposes. If something did not come up to the measure and cut exactly, I had to submit to a reproach from the boss. Often, as I sat with my back bent in the dingy shop, I decided to give notice that I was going to quit. On one occasion I actually did so, but the boss took no notice of it, and the next time I was again sitting near him and sewing. How happy I was when I woke up after such weary hours! And I then resolved that, If this dream came intruding again, I would throw it off with energy and would cry aloud, "It is only a delusion, I am in bed, and I want to sleep," and the next night I would be sitting in the tailor's shop again. Thus years passed with dismal regularity. While the boss and I were working at Alpelhofer's, at the house of the peasant where I began my apprenticeship, it happened that he was particularly dissatisfied with my work. "I should like to know where in the world your thoughts are," cried he, and looked at me gloomily. I thought the most sensible thing for me to do would be to get up and explain to the boss that I was with him only as a favor, and then leave. But I did not do this. I submitted, however, when the boss engaged an apprentice, and ordered me to make room for him on the bench. I moved into the corner, and kept on sewing. On the same day another tailor was engaged. He was bigoted, as he was a Czech who had worked for us 19 years before, and then had fallen into the lake on his way home from the public house. When he tried to sit down there was no room for him. I looked at the boss inquiringly, and he said to me, "You have no talent for the tailoring business, you may go, you are free." My fright on that occasion was so overpowering that I awoke. The morning grey glimmered through the clear window of my beloved home. Objects of art surrounded me. In the tasteful bookcase stood the eternal Homer, the gigantic Dante, the incomparable Shakespeare, the glorious Goethe, all shining and immortal. From the adjoining room resounded the clear little voices of the children, who were waking and prattling with their mother. I felt as if I had found again that idyllically sweet, that peaceful, poetical, and spiritual life which I have so often and so deeply conceived as the contemplative fortune of mankind. And still I was vexed that I had not given my boss notice first, instead of allowing him to discharge me. And how remarkable it is, after the night when the boss discharged me I enjoyed rest. I no longer dreamed of my tailoring, of this experience which lay in the remote past, which in its simplicity was really happy, and which, nevertheless, threw a long shadow over the later years of my life. In this dream, the series of the poet who, in his younger years, has been a journeyman tailor, it is hard to recognize the domination of the wish fulfillment. All the delightful things occurred during the waking state, while the dream seemed to drag along the ghost-like shadow of an unhappy existence which had been long forgotten. My own dreams of a similar nature have put me in a position to give some explanation for such dreams. As a young doctor I for a long time worked in the Chemical Institute without being able to accomplish anything in that exacting science, and I therefore never think in my waking state about this unfruitful episode in my life, of which I am really ashamed. On the other hand, it has become a recurring dream with me that I am working in the laboratory, making analyses and having experiences there, and see, like the examination dreams, these dreams are disagreeable, and they are never very distinct. During the analysis of one of these dreams my attention was directed to the word analysis, which gave me the key to an understanding of these dreams. For I had since become an analyst. I make analyses which are highly praised, to be sure, psychoanalyses. I then understood that when I grew proud of these analyses of the waking state, and wanted to boast how much I had accomplished thereby, the dream would hold up to me at night those other unsuccessful analyses of which I had no reason to be proud. They are the punitive dreams of the upstart, like those of the tailor who became a celebrated poet. But how is it possible for the dream to place itself at the service of self-criticism in its conflict with parvenu pride, and to take as its content a rational warning instead of the fulfillment of a prohibitive wish? I have already mentioned that the answer to this question entails many difficulties. We may conclude that the foundation of the dream was at first formed by a fantasy of overweening ambition, but that only its suppression and its abashment reached the dream content in its stead. One should remember that there are masochistic tendencies in the psychic life to which such an inversion might be attributed. But a more thorough investigation of the individual dreams allows the recognition of still another element. In an indistinct subordinate portion of one of my laboratory dreams, I was just at the age which placed me in the most gloomy and most unsuccessful year of my professional career. I still had no position and no means of support, when I suddenly found that I had the choice of many women whom I could marry. I was, therefore, young again, and, what is more, She was young again, the woman who has shared with me all these hard years. In this way one of the wishes which constantly frets the heart of the aging man was revealed as the unconscious dream inside her. The struggle raging in the other psychic strata between vanity and self-criticism has certainly determined the dream content, but the more deeply rooted wish of youth has alone made it possible as a dream. One may say to himself even in the waking state, to be sure it is very nice now, and times were once very hard, but it was nice, too, even then, you were still so young. In considering dreams reported by a poet, one may often assume that he has excluded from the report those details which he perceived as disturbing and which he considered unessential. His dreams, then, give us a riddle which could be readily solved if we had an exact reproduction of the dream content. Rank has called my attention to the fact that in Grimm's fairy tale of the valiant little tailor, or 7 at one stroke, a very similar dream of an upstart is related. The tailor, who became the hero and married the king's daughter, dreamed one night while with the princess, his wife, about his trade. The latter, becoming suspicious, ordered armed guards for the following night, who should listen to what was spoken in the dream, and who should do away with the dreamer. But the little tailor was warned, and knew enough to correct his dream. The complex of processes of suspension, subtraction, and inversion through which the affects of the dream thoughts finally become those of the dream, may well be observed in the suitable synthesis of completely analyzed dreams. I shall here treat a few cases of emotional excitement in the dream which furnish examples of some of the cases discussed. In the dream about the odd task which the elder Brueck gives me to perform of preparing my own pelvis, the appropriate horror is absent in the dream itself. Now this is a wish fulfillment in various senses. Preparation signifies self-analysis, which I accomplish, as it were, by publishing my book on dreams, and which has been so disagreeable to me that I have already postponed printing the finished manuscript for more than a year. The wish is now actuated that I may disregard this feeling of opposition, and for that reason I feel no horror, grauen, which also means to grow grey, in the dream. I should also like to escape the horror in the other, German, sense of growing grey, for I am already growing grey fast, and the grey in my hair warns me withal to hold back no longer. For we know that at the end of the dream the thought secures expression in that I should have to leave my children to get to the goal of their difficult journey. In the two dreams that shift the expression of satisfaction to the moments immediately after awakening, this satisfaction is in the one case motivated by the expectation that I am now going to learn what is meant by I have already dreamed of it, and refers in reality to the birth of my first child, and in the other case it is motivated by the conviction that that which has been announced by a sign is now going to happen, and the latter satisfaction is the same which I felt at the arrival of my second son. Here the same emotions that dominated in the dream thoughts have remained in the dream, but the process is probably not so simple as this in every dream. If the two analyses are examined a little, it will be seen that the satisfaction which does not succumb to the censor receives an addition from a source which must fear the censor, and the emotion drawn from this source would certainly arouse opposition if it did not cloak itself in a similar emotion of satisfaction that is willingly admitted, if it did not, as it were, sneak in behind the other. Unfortunately, I am unable to show this in the case of the actual dream specimen, but an example from another province will make my meaning intelligible. I construct the following case: let there be a person near me whom I hate so that a strong feeling arises in me that I should be glad if something were to happen to him. But the moral part of my nature does not yield to this sentiment, I do not dare to express this ill wish, and when something happens to him which he does not deserve, I suppress my satisfaction at it, and force myself to expressions and thoughts of regret. Everyone will have found himself in such a position. But now let it happen that the hated person draws upon himself a well-deserved misfortune by some fault, now I may give free rein to my satisfaction that he has been visited by a just punishment, and I express opinion in the matter which coincides with that of many other people who are impartial. But I can see that my satisfaction turns out to be more intense than that of the others, for it has received an addition from another source from my hatred, which has hitherto been prevented by the inner censor from releasing an emotion, but which is no longer prevented from doing so under the altered circumstances. This case is generally typical of society, where persons who have aroused antipathy or are adherents of an unpopular minority incur guilt. Their punishment does not correspond to their transgression but to their transgression plus the ill will directed against them that has hitherto been ineffective. Those who execute the punishment doubtless commit an injustice, but they are prevented from becoming aware of it by the satisfaction arising from the release within themselves of a suppression of long standing. In such cases the emotion is justified according to its quality, but not according to its quantity, and the self-criticism that has been appeased as to the one point is only too ready to neglect examination of the second point. Once you have opened the doors, more people get through than you originally intended to admit. The striking feature of the neurotic character, that incitements capable of producing emotion bring about a result that is qualitatively justified but is quantitatively excessive, is to be explained in this manner, insofar as it admits of a psychological explanation at all. The excess is due to sources of emotion which have remained unconscious and have hitherto been suppressed, which can establish in the associations a connection with the actual incitement, and which can thus find release for its emotions through the vent which the unobjectionable and admitted source of emotion opens. Our attention is thus called to the fact that we may not consider the relation of mutual restraint as obtaining exclusively between the suppressed and the suppressing psychic judgment. The cases in which the two judgments bring about a pathological emotion by cooperation and mutual strengthening deserve just as much attention. The reader is requested to apply these hints regarding the psychic mechanism for the purpose of understanding the expressions of emotion in the dream. A satisfaction which makes its appearance in the dream, and which may readily be found at its proper place in the dream thoughts, may not always be fully explained by means of this reference. As a rule it will be necessary to search for a second source in the dream thoughts, upon which the pressure of the censor is exerted, and which under the pressure would have resulted not in satisfaction, but in the opposite emotion which, however, is enabled by the presence of the first source to free its satisfaction affect from suppression and to reinforce the satisfaction springing from the other source. Hence emotions in the dream appear as though formed by the confluence of several tributaries, and as though overdetermined in reference to the material of the dream thoughts. Sources of affect which can furnish the same affect join each other in the dream activity in order to produce it. Some insight into these tangled relations is gained from analysis of the admirable dream in which non-vixit constitutes the central point, cf. The expressions of emotion in this dream, which are of different qualities, are forced together at 2 points in the manifest content. Hostile and painful feelings. In the dream itself we have the phrase, seized by strange emotions, overlap at the point where I destroy my antagonistic friend with the 2 words. At the end of the dream I am greatly pleased, and am quite ready to believe in a possibility which I recognize as absurd when I am awake, namely, that there are revenants who can be put out of the way by a mere wish.